The first time Wu Jiaowu was persecuted by the divine entity, he awakened amidst the mournful ceremony surrounded by an assembly of people. Emerging from the coffin, he exchanged bewildered glances with the esteemed guests. During his second encounter with the divine entity's persecution, the opponent's barrier was wide open, inviting him into the trap. Caught off guard, he found himself imprisoned in the back mountain for an entire 2 days and nights before escaping the barrier. By the third instance of persecution, Wu Jiaowu had come to recognize the true nature of this woman. He was ready to roll up his sleeves to confront the ensuing challenges, having rehearsed 100 methods of counterattack in his mind when the divine entity objected. She had perished numerous times, yet she did not anticipate that this time it would be genuine. Chapter 1. The Human Catastrophe. 3 years after the birth of the Six Eyes, Tokyo. I am merely a worthless scoundrel devoid of any redeeming qualities. Let me rot in the mud and perish without concern. Woe is me. Takuya Imai detected an unusual surge of cursed energy, and with trepidation, ventured forth to ascertain the specific level of the cursed spirit, yet he could only perceive the source of the cursed energy. Beside a large garbage bin in a Tokyo alley, a black-haired girl leaned against the metal container, weeping. Her sorrow was so profound that the incredulous negative emotions coalesced into a palpable essence, visibly on the verge of forming a colossal curse womb. Takuya Imai. The intensity of the cursed energy was so overwhelming that he could hardly keep his eyes open. As a mere branch of the Zenin family entrenched in the sorcery realm, Takuya Imai's lineage was so diluted that he lacked the right to share the same surname with the family sorcerers. His technique had yet to awaken, yet he could perceive the cursed spirits. Life's tribulations require no elaboration. Among ordinary people, possessing the lamentable ability to see cursed spirits without any techniques, Takuya Imai's journey was akin to a horror film spanning 2 decades. Upon reaching adulthood, in a bid for survival, Takuya Imai plunged headlong into the sordid depths of the sorcery world. The surrounding concentration of cursed energy surged abruptly. This intensity was unprecedented in Takuya Imai's 20 years in the sorcery realm. Unbelievable, had not the scion of the Wu Jiao family only been born 3 years prior? How could the sorcery realm be in such disarray already? Could it be that an ordinary person shedding tears could give rise to an almost special grade curse womb? Even in the name of balance, this seemed excessively far-fetched. Takuya Imai felt a tremendous shock within, yet his professional composure quickly restored his demeanor. He raised his gaze to the perilous bomb above his head and, without a moment's hesitation, set up a barrier. Born from darkness, darker than black, all impurities and filth shall be purified and exorcised. Trembling as he completed the incantation, the moment the words fell, an inky barrier began to descend slowly from the apex, flowing down like ink spilled upon a transparent glass dome, ultimately enveloping the entire space. The world dimmed, and the girl by the garbage bin remained oblivious to the transformation gradually taking shape above her head as she sobbed, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Retaining a flicker of conscience, Takuya Imai swiftly located a contact number and dialed it, anxiously awaiting an answer. He glanced at the cursed womb above his head, which had yet to show any movement, gritted his teeth, and ultimately ventured toward the girl at the center of the cursed energy, despite the peril to his life. As soon as he opened his mouth, the sorrowful cries abruptly ceased. The young girl instantly rose to her feet, casting him a glance. It was evident that her eyes flickered with uncertainty before she mustered her courage to reply, "Hello." Her face glistened with moisture, and the corners of her eyes were tinged with red. Only then did Takuya Imai discern her appearance. Her hair was dark, cascading in disarray to her shoulders. Her eyes were a striking shade of gold, reminiscent of the twilight sun. A delicately pale blue earring dangled from her left ear, swaying vigorously with her movements. The presence of the curse mark on her head was overwhelming, leaving Takuya Imai no time for further words. "Quickly, get away from there." The girl's eyes widened slightly. "Why? It's dangerous." The cursed spirit had manifested. A fierce gust of wind surged from behind her, and she turned her head, belatedly realizing the enormity of the situation, only to see a grotesque, enormous creature emerging from the fleshy mass atop its head. 8 long, spiked legs slowly unfurled, towering at least 3 stories high. With each step the cursed spirit took, the ground trembled beneath it as it advanced towards the 2 humans, ultimately revealing the gaps in its legs. Those were eyes, countless eyes. In despair, Takeya Imai shut his eyes. His heart, which had been hanging by a thread, succumbed to hopelessness. Haha, it's a special grade, haha. One must not be soft-hearted. He should have set up the barrier and fled immediately to summon help. Why entertain the notion of luck and still think of saving someone? The moment the cursed spirit revealed itself, even without gazing at the eyes on its legs, Takeya Imai felt a resounding buzz in his head, fully convinced that he would not survive. The cursed spirit shifted its form. The tremors in the ground persisted, and surrounding structures began to crumble. So it was my inability to control my emotions, right? The girl gazed at the cursed spirit with her tear-filled eyes before turning to inquire of Takeya Imai, who stood frozen with his eyes closed, seemingly unaware of the gravity of the situation. No, perhaps she had realized something, for at the moment the cursed spirit emerged, her demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. Her golden eyes, akin to molten sunset, cast a mere glance that seemed to scorch the advancing cursed spirit. The cursed spirit became momentarily paralyzed, a primal fear sprouting from the depths of its being, growing and thriving, becoming an emotion deeply rooted within. As if an ant had encountered an incomprehensible horror, a pervasive danger pricked at the spirit's very essence. It instinctively yearned to flee, but remained rooted in place, as if ensnared by a binding technique. The world fell into an eerie silence. The assisting supervisor felt no pain and hesitantly opened his eyes after a moment. The girl feigned calmness, her expression concealing her struggle with words so effectively that the stranger before her could not discern her discomfort. Out of guilt, the girl made a promise. I will take responsibility for this matter. It seemed she had no awareness of the grave implications of her words. Takeya Imai, dazed, lifted his gaze towards the ominous cursed spirit that overshadowed him, belatedly comprehending the meaning behind the girl's statement. Responsible? For what? For this special grade cursed spirit that few in the sorcery world could contend with. What a ridiculous notion. Takeya Imai felt as if he had been struck dumb, a grown man reduced to the brink of collapse by a few light-hearted words. His legs weakened. He sank to the ground, paralyzed by the terror emanating from the cursed spirit, the specter of death looming closer, rendering anyone incapable of maintaining composure. His tone was urgent and agitated. I am 38 years old, without a wife or children, with but one wish, to live well, or perhaps just die here. Oh woe. The sorcery world is a load of rubbish. Utter rubbish. The cursed spirit, adorned with countless eyes, gradually shifted its gaze towards the assisting supervisor. Takeya Imai finally broke into tears, his face quickly drenched in the sorrow of a weary salaryman. I just want to live a little longer. Why is it so difficult? His sorrowful lament caused the girl with dark hair and golden eyes to appear oddly calm. She sniffled and, in a heavily nasal tone, softly inquired, "Why are you crying?" Takeya Imai, in despair, retorted, "Aren't you crying too?" "I am not like you," the girl replied, her voice heavy and resonant. He even pondered whether he should marvel at his own unexpectedly relaxed mindset. Facing imminent death, Takeya Imai astonishingly still had the presence of mind to reflect on the current youth. The girl with ebony hair and golden eyes half raised her left hand, reaching out towards the cursed spirit that remained inexplicably still. Jinjing remarked, "So quick to seek death, such a fragile state of mind." The anticipated scene did not unfold. An unusual silence enveloped the air. The moment her hand made contact with the cursed spirit, it seemed to finally respond, abruptly elevating several long legs adorned with eyes, poised to launch an assault in the direction of the girl, just at that instant. So ugly yet so bothersome. My mood was already foul, and now it has worsened. This statement was not deliberately muted, the tail end of her voice dissipating almost like whispers in the wind, leaving Jinjing Takuya barely able to discern her words. This action, which he perceived as tantamount to courting death, astonishingly did not result in the girl being drenched in blood. Her left hand rested upon the cursed spirit, as fragile as a sponge making contact with solid ice. After a few breaths of silence, The eyes on the cursed spirit's legs began to scatter wildly, forcibly fleeing from their original positions, as if they had encountered something indescribable. In that fleeting moment, cracks began to emerge at the point of contact with the girl's palm, spreading outward like a spider's web. Then, delicately, that seemingly fragile left hand curled a finger and tapped at the center of the fissure. The colossal entity was instantaneously shattered along the cracks into countless fragments, cascading to the ground, vanishing like cotton candy, dissolving in water. Jinjin Takuya felt his heart racing in a state of disbelief. The special grade curse spirit was gone just like that? Surely, this must be a jest. The girl slowly turned around, immediately reverting to her former demeanor, her expression falling as she languidly shuffled to the side of a trash bin, squatting there in a withdrawn manner. Perhaps due to Jinjin Takuya's presence, she stifled a sniffle, managing to suppress the resurgence of sorrow. After a lengthy pause, Jinjin Takuya finally rose to his feet. He found himself in a delicate situation, cautiously trembling as he inquired, "May I ask who you are? Was there truly someone of such caliber in the realm of sorcery?" Young, effortlessly dispatching a special grade cursed spirit, and unfamiliar, was she perhaps the secret weapon of a hidden family? The girl paused, slowly turning her head, the light blue earrings swaying gracefully with her movement. Then she uttered her name, instantly dispelling Jinjin Takuya's conjecture. "Rokushin," she stated. "My surname is Rokushin Rin." In the 3rd year since the birth of the divine child of the Gojo clan, the long-anticipated special-grade sorcerer finally emerged within the sorcery world. Chapter 2 Rin Rokugami swore that if given the chance, she would undoubtedly prefer to nestle in her small yet cozy room, living a life devoid of social interactions. Instead, she found herself aimlessly wandering the monster-infested streets of a foreign land for nearly a year. As she reflected on the sorrows of her past and the grimness of her present existence, she could no longer suppress her tears, only to be unexpectedly confronted by a passerby. The gentleman, taken aback, sank to the ground, his face a mask of shock and fear as he observed the sight of a grown man weeping copiously. Unable to contain his astonishment, he inquired, "May I ask who you are?" The use of honorifics caught Rin off guard. Yet she forcibly set aside the embarrassment of being discovered weeping beside a trash bin and responded to his question with a stoic expression. She had anticipated that their encounter would be fleeting, with merely the exchange of names marking the extent of their interaction. However, as she prepared to leave this mortifying place, she was suddenly called back by an urgent voice. "Miss Rokugami, please wait." The assistant supervisor, panting, halted cautiously before her, struggling to mask his trepidation as he spoke. "Regarding the details of the exorcism of the special grade curse, we require your input. A report must be submitted to the Directorate, particularly since it involves a special grade." As his gaze met hers, his voice trailed off. In her golden eyes, it seemed as though the remnants of the evening glow were reflected, yet rather than warmth, he felt the chill of confronting a glacier. Takumi Imai's heart sank. It was a disaster. She appeared disinclined to cooperate. Had he misjudged? Could this formidable yet nameless individual truly be a curse practitioner? Sweat began to bead on his forehead as his heartbeat escalated, each thump resonating like a hammer against his fragile chest, threatening to burst forth from his ribcage. The next moment, the ebony-haired, golden-eyed girl spoke softly, her tone laced with an imperceptible confusion. "The Directorate?" Takumi Imai was momentarily taken aback. "What is the Directorate?" Rin inquired. You don't know?" Takumi asked, incredulous. "Not at all," she replied, before his colleagues arrived. Takumi had spent some time confirming that such a powerful individual had remained undiscovered by the sorcery community. Rin Rokugami was neither a sorcerer nor a curse practitioner. Yet there was no doubt she possessed an extraordinary power. It was truly astonishing. Taking a deep breath, Takumi donned a formal smile. "Miss Rokugami, you possess talents unparalleled by ordinary individuals. Would you like to understand the source of your strength?" Rin found him rather peculiar. Taking a step back, she replied, "I do not wish to know." She was acutely aware that she was not a normal person, perhaps not even human, and this peculiarity must not be revealed. She feared being kidnapped for dissection. At that moment, she could simply erase the memory of this passerby. Takumi grew anxious and hastily tried to persuade her. "Miss Rokugami, someone with your sorceress talents, if you were to enter the sorcery community, would undoubtedly become one of its elite sorcerers." Sorcerer? It sounded less like a prelude to abduction for dissection. Reflecting on the reasons for her previous sorrow, Rin felt cornered and hesitantly asked, "Is there money to be made as a sorcerer?" "Good question. There must be," Takumi exclaimed, genuinely envious of the powerful sorcerers who wielded both strength and connections. often resolving most tasks with generous rewards. The special grade curse you exorcise today, deliberately omitting its origin in your negative emotions, once the task is submitted. You could expect a reward in the millions. Rin, the impoverished girl, was taken aback. Whatever ulterior motives he might have. Her golden eyes sparkled with interest as she fixed her gaze upon him, causing Takumi to feel increasing pressure until she finally stammered, "Really?" Takumi swallowed hard. Yes, truly. He was not lying. Rin steadied herself, sensing the truth in his words. "Very well, I accept." A smile finally graced her lips. In the current sorcery community, which had reached the pinnacle of its first grade, Rin Rokugami was soon discovered and reported by the assistant supervisor, Takumi Imai, and swiftly invited to the Directorate. However, the process of obtaining her reward proved to be anything but smooth. She needed to register as a sorcerer. Due to her remarkable performance in exorcising the special grade curse, she was taken through the motions of a standard exorcism task. Upon witnessing a first-grade curse and a special-grade curse dissipate like shattered glass under her command, the Directorate quickly assigned her a ranking, special grade. "Where's the money?" Rin inquired. The assistant supervisor, Takumi, looked somewhat troubled. "According to protocol, it should be issued to you now, but ahem, you lack identification." Given Takumi's position, he was not typically tasked with overseeing someone like Rin. But her evident reluctance to engage with newcomers had resulted in this assignment falling to him amidst the envy of many. Yes, Rin was an undocumented individual. Realizing this, the once hopeful girl's expression turned blank. "What should I do?" "Rest assured, your abilities speak for themselves. Obtaining identification is merely a formality." However, Takumi hesitated. "The Directorate requires that this funding enters your account only if you join as a direct sorcerer under the Directorate. Do not worry. This job will not be particularly arduous. Rather than being dispatched to exorcise curses, you will merely need to remain in the shadows, following the Directorate's commands, making the work much easier." However, Rin's focus lay elsewhere. "So, I must constantly accompany those elderly gentlemen who enjoy making things difficult? I refuse." Her tone was cold. "You may deduct the fees for assisting with my identification from my remuneration. In the past, such a powerful young sorcerer would have been treated with utmost care, and a refusal would have resulted in no more than a prolonged period of subtle sabotage, allowing her to perish quietly in some battle. Yet, the timing was unfortunate. With the emergence of the Six Eyes from the Gojo clan now in its third year, the balance within the sorcery community had been irrevocably shattered. The level of curses had soared, and with the Gojo clan poised to dominate, the Directorate and the other two clans were understandably anxious. They were desperate to secure this formidable force, resorting to various means to achieve their goal. 3 days later, Rin learned from Takumi that the elders had decreed, if she did not become a direct sorcerer under the Directorate, her remuneration would not enter her account. Even if she had identification, Rin felt as though a string in her mind had snapped. In an instant, the temperature around her plummeted. Takumi, sensing an inexplicable chill down his spine, glanced over only to see the girl silently rise to her feet. "Where are you going?" "I dislike interacting with others." Rin murmured softly, "But, occasionally, exceptions can be made." She glanced over, her light blue earrings swaying gently. The emotions in her golden eyes were faint, reminiscent of a deity peering down from the heavens with newfound curiosity. "Where's the headquarters?" Takumi Imai felt a surge of joy in his heart. "I shall escort you." Within the span of merely 7 days, the sorceress Rin Rokugami, who had recently emerged in the sorcery realm, stepped through the doors of the headquarters while everyone else remained oblivious. 2 hours later, Rin Rokugami emerged from the headquarters, invigorated. As the assistant supervisor entered to report on her duties, she was met with a scene bathed in crimson. The senior figures, who had long been ensconced behind their screens, mistook this for her submission and approached in person. The blood spread out, saturating the air with a metallic stench, while the surrounding sorcerers lay on the ground, clinging to their last breaths. Rin Rokugami, adhering to her principles, chose to strike only at the instigator. Her account swelled with a payment double the original sum, and by the time the 13th high-ranking official had perished, no one dared utter a word against her. The sorcery world, it seemed, required a balance. Among those Rin had dispatched was an elder from the Kamo family. Upon hearing this news, Takumi Imai felt as though the sky were collapsing around him. The few high-ranking officials fortunate enough to witness the one-sided massacre, having narrowly escaped due to their swift retreat, awoke to a chorus of terrified wails. "She is. That one is not. He saw her. He saw her. That power is beyond what any human could possess. He witnessed it." His face flushed crimson, as if something were tightening around his throat, slowly choking him. Words eluded him. He struggled several times to articulate his thoughts, the suffocating sensation intensifying. He gradually realized something. Slumping despondently against his chair, the sorcerers beside him exchanged wary glances, one of them whispering, "Is it a binding?" Is it because of a binding that he cannot speak, or did that woman employ some form of silence curse? He could not utter a word. She is an aberration. Cough, cough, cough. The individual suddenly erupted into a fit of coughing, blood spraying from his mouth. In the next moment, this relatively young official seemed to experience a rapid acceleration of life, his hair, a mix of black and white, turning completely white at an observable pace. Deep lines etched into his face in the blink of an eye, his vision gradually blurring. An aberration, he gasped out, struggling to convey the meaning behind the word, but was unable to elaborate. Blood oozed from his 7 orifices, his body swelling like an overinflated balloon, before bursting into a chaotic spray of blood and flesh. The room filled with the acrid stench of blood. Fragments of the body and blood splattered across the floor, the walls, and the unsuspecting witnesses. Those who had intended to inquire about the unfolding events were met with a scene far more explosive than they could have anticipated. Among those present, the sorcerers had exorcised no fewer than 1,000 curses, witnessing numerous deaths, yet this singular event instilled a profound terror in them all. A deathly silence enveloped the room. The fear within them surged to its zenith as the leading sorcerer rose, pausing in silence before declaring, "The head of the family remains unaware of the outcome. Esteemed colleagues, I must return to the Zenin family. I take my leave." At this pronouncement, the others snapped back to reality, instinctively seeking to flee this nerve-wracking place. "I must return to the Gojo family to report. There are still tasks at headquarters, haha. My house is on fire. I must return to save my cat. Farewell. A friend of mine died on a mission. I must attend the funeral." In the span of 2 brief minutes, aside from the servant of one high-ranking official, all those attempting to glean information had scattered like leaves in the wind. The crowd left in a daze. The events at the headquarters remained shrouded in mystery. All were left in a state of partial understanding, utterly unaware of the specifics of Rin Rokugami's actions. The only certainty was that she was indeed the perpetrator. Her traces of cursed energy were faint, nearly obliterated amidst the massacre of the headquarters' high-ranking officials, yet a few remnants were still discernible. Just those scant traces, coupled with the eyewitness testimony brought forth at the cost of lives, sealed the identity of the assailant. Thus, Rin Rokugami became the sorceress with a bounty of 300 million on the black market. This matter could not be concealed. The entire sorcery realm became aware of it, and Rin Rokugami's name spread with alarming swiftness throughout the community. The once stagnant sorcery world was suddenly stirred as if struck by a meteor, igniting tumultuous waves of discussion. The discourse surrounding Rin Rokugami was fervent, contrasting sharply with the eerie silence of the bounty board. The 6 eyes of the Gojo family, barely 3 years old, had yet to awaken their technique and lacked the ability for self-sufficiency, while assassins continued to flood in. In stark contrast, Rin Rokugami's life remained entirely unaffected. She was blissfully unaware of her bounty, discovering only after receiving her payment that Takomi Imai had deleted her from his contacts, yet it mattered not to her. As she held no concern, Rin Rokugami found the familiar trash bin. She adeptly squatted down, reminiscing about her tumultuous existence. As her thoughts drifted, a wave of desolation washed over her, prompting her to weep uncontrollably. Life was arduous. To earn a living, one must often compel others to extremes. She sniffled, raised her hand to wipe away her tears, and cursed vehemently, "Damnable capitalists." Chapter 3. The Vulgar Desires of Humanity. The sorcery realm would undoubtedly fail to uncover the past of Rin Rokugami. Just as the investigators lamented in vain, Rin truly appeared as if from thin air. Over half a year ago, when she first arrived in this world, it was the heart of winter. Snow fell heavily, and as she plummeted from the sky, she landed amidst the unkempt, cotton-like drifts of snow in the forest. She raised her head and surveyed her surroundings, only to find her memories conspicuously fragmented. The life she once knew dissolved into ephemeral shadows, fleeing like a dream startled by the howling winter winds. Even the act of running failing to grasp the remnants of recollection. Rin Rokugami felt a profound dislocation, as if she did not belong in this place. She seemed to have undergone some ordeal, still clad in elegant attire, a knee-length white dress draping elegantly, over which she wore a long black coat. Its ties artfully secured behind her, providing little warmth. "Dear one, watch your step. The snow here is quite deep. Be careful not to fall." As she stood bewildered, grappling with the uncertainty of time and place, a voice called out from the distance, approaching swiftly. No sooner had the words left the speaker's lips than a head peeked out from behind a withered tree. "I understand. Mother, I will be cautious," the head replied, turning to reveal a rosy-cheeked child brimming with excitement, clad in warm attire, a stark contrast to Rin's appearance. The owner of the golden eyes met the excited black-eyed child's gaze with an expression of detachment, the single earring shimmering with an undeniable brilliance. The girl's visage appeared somewhat disheveled, Yet anyone who met her gaze would instinctively overlook this flaw. She seemed as if born from the snow itself, a divine being. Inherently majestic, both youthful and unattainable. Rin Rokugami's mind was a blank slate. She instinctively wished to reassure the child that she was not a threat. Yet she was equally eager to discern her location, the current time, and the reasons behind her abrupt appearance in this vast expanse of white snow. Countless words, coupled with the unfamiliarity of encountering a stranger, left her momentarily speechless as she opened her mouth but uttered not a single word. The child, staring at her with wide eyes, was momentarily transfixed and timidly inquired, "Are you a fairy?" Lu Shenlin responded with an incongruous remark, "I am not a bad person." The child, intrigued, bravely edged closer and asked, "Aren't you cold?" Upon hearing this, Lu Shenlin realized the peculiarity of her situation. Indeed, in such frigid conditions, sitting there in such scant attire, she ought to feel cold. From that moment, she became acutely aware of her uniqueness. Before she could ponder further, the sound of the child's mother approaching slowly filled the air. "Sweetheart, what are you doing here? Why have you suddenly stopped moving?" The mother, parting the tangle of branches from a gnarled tree, startled her child, who turned to face her with exuberance, exclaiming, "I just met the goddess sister. Not a fairy, but the goddess sister." The mother chuckled, "Where's there a goddess sister? When did you learn to joke around?" The child eagerly grasped his mother's hand, the red knitted cap slipping from his head. "Look, Mama, the goddess sister is right here." Yet, in an instant, the young woman who had been nestled in the snow and conversing with him vanished without a trace. Not only did she disappear, but the indentation in the snow created by Lu Shenlin was also restored to its original state. Everything felt like a child's fleeting illusion. As the bewildered child was led back by his bemused mother, Lu Shenlin revealed herself from her hidden spot. Restoring the snow was merely a fleeting thought, yet miraculously, the snow mound had indeed been restored. She felt an inexplicable intuition that she could achieve more than just restoring the snow. To what extent could she go? Lu Shenlin chose not to delve into this inquiry. Time would unveil all answers. Rather than exploring her abilities, she yearned to comprehend the nature of this world and search for her fragmented memories. Thus, she traversed the desolate snow-capped mountains alone for half a month. An inexplicable solitude enveloped her heart, and she wandered aimlessly, her negative emotions coalescing like tides influenced by the moon. When she regained her senses, an unsightly monster was forming behind her. Well, she had to admit, she was indeed startled. Her instincts had not issued any warning of danger. And as golden eyes slowly fixed their gaze upon the creature, time seemed to stretch unnaturally. The monster inexplicably halted, remaining motionless as it awaited her next move. Whether it be favor or annihilation, it felt as if her every action could determine the monster's fate. Lu Shenlin felt she should be afraid. Yet, her heart, beating steadily, showed no change in rhythm. Her emotions seemed obscured by a translucent barrier, rendering her perceptions hazy, with only faint hues visible. Fear and excitement were absent. She felt merely curious. So, she approached and extended her hand. The monster disintegrated into ashes before her eyes. "I am special," she murmured. Thereafter, she departed from the snow-laden mountains. As time meandered on, fragments of memories occasionally surfaced in her mind, echoing her footsteps as she endeavored to reclaim her lost recollections. The journey was not smooth. The closer she moved to populated areas, the more monsters she encountered, neither formidable nor easily dispelled, much like summer's persistent flies and mosquitoes. Lu Shenlin grew increasingly agitated. As the weather gradually warmed, she sought part-time employment, acquiring a summer wardrobe before setting off once more. One day, while passing a secluded school, she paused to observe the children within, and suddenly, a series of images flashed in her mind. "Esteemed examiners, I am candidate number 07. And the topic I will be presenting is..." Lu Shenlin recalled. That is the backstory of Lu Shenlin weeping beside a trash bin. Wait a moment. What does this have to do with your sorrow? In a dessert shop on the streets of Tokyo, in a cozy corner, Lu Shenlin sat by the window, gazing at the bustling crowd outside. Before her stood a talking kitten. The kitten was sleek and glossy, a quintessential calico cat with snow-white paws. Beautiful and adorable. It appeared to be no more than 3 months old. Before Lu Shenlin and the calico lay identical servings of mango souffle, having just received funds from the management. She was now financially secure enough to indulge. In the presence of the small creature, Lu Shenlin felt remarkably at ease, even if it wasn't a genuine kitten. She sighed. What else could it be? You might find it hard to believe, but before I arrived in this world, I was a prospective teacher. The recollection that surfaced in her mind was the necessity of enduring the process of an interview while battling her utmost threshold of psychological endurance, suppressing her embarrassment. The kitten queried, "Why the embarrassment? Do you know what a simulated performance without props is?" Lu Shenlin replied with a sorrowful expression, a subtle hint of existential despair. In a scenario where it was just me and 3 examiners, I had to feign teaching a class, occasionally interacting with imaginary students. I had to address an empty window, saying, "That student with the highest hand raised, please answer," then turn and applaud myself, declaring, "Well done. Teacher must applaud you. Who understands?" Those 10 minutes felt interminable. The calico remarked, "I don't understand." The kitten lowered its head to taste the souffle. The mango provided a slight tartness, yet the souffle's eggy aroma was rich. But what truly drove me to despair was that I performed without props for 10 minutes, and my chosen lesson theme was national unity. I even sang a song to introduce it, yet such an emotionally charged presentation did not pass. The calico exclaimed, "Wow," taking another bite of souffle, feigning interest, and then I returned for another attempt the following year, only to fail again due to minor oversights. She paused, adding, "By the way, because of this, the contract I signed with the school became void due to my failure to obtain a teaching qualification." Lu Xinlin had once borne the weight of embarrassment for the sake of a job, work, earning a living, and merely surviving. Such humble desires were all she harbored. Yet during that time, a cascade of misfortunes seemed to converge upon Lu Xinlin. In the year leading up to her interview, her father had an affair. Her mother, frantically distraught, screamed in anguish, while Lu Xinlin, exhausted, consoled her, all the while caring for her 2 younger sisters, one still in school and financially burdensome. The other a child her mother had taken in, said to be unloved and neglected, nearly falling through the cracks of compulsory education due to a lack of care. Lu Xinlin later discovered that her mother had also strayed 5 years prior to her father's infidelity. Reflecting on this, she gradually began to comprehend. The reason for my mother's anguished cries was not solely due to my father's infidelity. Rather, it stemmed from the fact that after his betrayal, he bestowed all his earnings upon his mistress. The 2 of them, on several occasions, discussed divorce in front of me. Yet they could not come to terms regarding the distribution of assets. Subsequently, my mother unleashed a torrent of frustration upon me. Perhaps it was due to losing her job and her inability to earn a living that the burden of being the sole provider weighed heavily on her, causing her to frequently lose her temper. I became her emotional punching bag. Amidst the chaos of emotions, love gradually withered away, leaving nothing in its wake. A psychologist diagnosed her with severe depression. With her dwindling savings, she purchased expensive antidepressants, and after 6 months, she suddenly found the strength to pursue a particular desire. Overwhelmed, I made a wish upon the stars and resolutely ascended to a rooftop with a breathtaking view of the city, where I leapt to my end. The calico cat seemed to grasp something profound, to grieve. It then continued to indulge itself. I rested my head on my hand, methodically slicing the souffle in front of me into several pieces, emotionless as I declared, "I do not mourn my own death. Thus, there is no need to grieve. Moreover, that is a matter of a past life." My voice was faint as I tucked a stray lock of black hair behind my ear, the delicate blue bead of my earring swaying gently. When I recalled the life of my previous existence, I wept for a moment, considering it a complete farewell. In truth, when I reflected upon those memories, only the sorrow they carried surfaced in my mind. If I were to articulate my feelings after discarding those memories, I would say I felt nothing. Even my own recollections seemed akin to a tedious and uninteresting tragic film. Perhaps the wish I made before my death had come to fruition, for I now existed without the need for sustenance, devoid of chaotic emotions. I appeared to have transcended the hierarchy of needs proposed by Maslow. Both material and emotional foundations had ceased to be necessities for me. Oh, what a fortunate state to be in. The calico cat gleefully devoured the souffle, even finishing the slightly tangy mango, licking the cream from its lips, and casting a glance toward the plate in front of me. The calico cat stealthily approached, quickly bending down to swipe some mango from my plate with its tongue. "So, what will you do next?" I pondered. "First, I wish to fulfill that mundane desire I had as a human. And I wish to buy a house." The calico cat, intent on wandering the world after this meal, remarked, "I do not comprehend humans, and I shall prepare a cozy nook for you." I extended my right hand to stroke the cat's fur. While owning a cat was not my foremost desire, it was the first and most enduring wish I had. Residing in a human's home signified the end of worrying about sleeping rough, ushering in a life of comfort and security. Now, I possessed identification, money, and had successfully arrived in a city where no one knew me. Moreover, you exist because of me. Without me, you cannot survive. I calmly stated the objective truth. Do you remember? I desired a cat that perfectly matched my vision, and thus, I created you. The calico cat pondered for a moment before leaping into my lap, unabashedly nuzzling my arm and shamelessly exposing its soft belly. "You are my one and only." Unbeknownst to us, this scene had already been observed by several hidden supervisors. Takuya Imai, who had infiltrated our presence, felt the weight of the supervisory department's directive to monitor me pressing down upon him. As a year-round, tireless worker, he swiftly typed on his phone, "Miss Rokushin desires a house." The response from the unseen party was instantaneous. A house? Does she think that after killing so many high-ranking officials, she can return to her previous life? She's dreaming. Rokushin's voice floated lightly through the air, seemingly addressing the small cat in her lap. The girl's voice was gentle and soothing. Of course. It would be wonderful if I could buy a standalone house with a yard in the most bustling area of Tokyo at a low price. If I cannot acquire it, my virtues, my decorum, and my finest qualities may spiral out of control along with my sorrow. Once that happens, I might just return to the sorcery supervisory department and eliminate the remaining feudal relics. The calico cat stretched lazily. Takuya Imai relayed the exact words back to the other side. Moments later, his phone chimed with a response. Give it to her. Currently, there was no entity within the sorcery world capable of contending with Rokushin. Neither sorcerers nor curses posed a threat. Wait for Saturu Gojo to grow up. Someone on the other side muttered through gritted teeth. The 6 eyes can remain for a while. Chapter 4. The Compromising Supervisory Department. The supervisory department was meticulous and could not simply overlook such humiliation. When Takuya Imai encountered Rokushin, who was now unreachable, she was strolling along the riverbank alongside the calico cat. The sunset was perfect, and the evening glow resembled a tapestry woven with gold and crimson. The river reflected the sky, creating a serene and picturesque world. The black-haired, golden-eyed girl walked along the shore when Imai, with intentional stiffness, approached her. Miss Rokushin. What a coincidence, haha. He forced a laugh, suppressing his fear as he stepped closer. I was just looking for you when I happened to find you. We truly are fated, haha. A man of considerable stature, seasoned in the workplace, Imai had been an assistant supervisor for over 20 years. Yet this was the first time he felt his pleasantries were utterly insipid. The thought of having to convey the department's intentions without inciting her wrath made him wish he could strangle his superior and deliver a few well-deserved slaps. However, when those eyes, more radiant than the setting sun, glanced over, Imai maintained a facade of compliance, regardless of his inner turmoil. You must still be without a place to stay, right? Rokushin's eyes brightened, and with unabashed curiosity, she asked, So, are you here to offer me a standalone house with a yard in the most bustling area of Tokyo? Imai thought sadly. It seems that my disguise on that day failed to conceal anything from her perception. She knows everything, so she must have intended it all along. He raised his hand to wipe his face, the facade he had been maintaining crumbling. Yes. Rokushin smiled, her eyes curving with delight. Thank you. Imai's heart was conflicted. You're welcome. The funds come from the supervisory department. It's just a small amount, all accounted for. Then thank you to the supervisory department. However, Rokushin understood that there was no such thing as a free lunch. She was acutely aware that no organization would willingly offer money and housing after she had slain numerous of their members, leaving them utterly humiliated. What a joke. Indeed. Under the intense gaze of the girl with golden eyes, Imai soon found himself drenched in sweat as he divulged the forthcoming matters. The higher-ups from the supervisory department wanted me to convey that the sorcerer responsible for the related procedures was negligent, complicating the remuneration process, which led to these misunderstandings. His gaze was earnest, yet the words he spoke were transparently false, though they still bore a semblance of sincerity. You are an exceptional grade, and the realm of sorcery cannot possibly thrive without your presence. Your position is of unparalleled significance. Therefore, please rest assured that the remuneration that is rightfully yours shall not be diminished by even a fraction. The first principle, appease their desires. Lu Xinlin maintained her original posture, awaiting his continuation. Takuya Imai, having spent a brief period in the company of Lu Xinlin, had gleaned a faint understanding of her character. Observing her attentive demeanor, he felt a surge of joy within, realizing he had struck a chord. Although it was still hard to believe, this singular special grade indeed seemed to be solely fixated on wealth, vulgar, yet omnipotent wealth. The corporate worker let out a lengthy sigh in his heart. He steeled himself. Though the compensation was offered, the housing was not a charitable endeavor. He discreetly scrutinized Lu Xinlin's expression while speaking. The executive department is willing to provide you with a residence tailored to your satisfaction and is also prepared to overlook your previous. Well, the extreme measures you employed while collecting debts. The cowcat, fatigued from its exertions, leaped up from the ground and nestled upon Lu Xinlin's shoulder. Its green eyes transforming into sharp vertical slits under the light, fixating intently on Takuya Imai. Lu Xinlin acknowledged with a hum, understanding that after all, murder is an act of disgrace. Takuya Imai's inner self screamed in disbelief. Was it merely a question of disgrace? This was, after all, within the sorcery realm. Had it been the ordinary human world, one would have been apprehended for parading around with the visage of an A-grade murderer. The cow cat emitted a sound akin to a human scoff, effortlessly displaying its superiority. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. But Takuya Imai discerned an expression of disdain on the monochromatic furry face. Considering the provision of housing, Lu Shunlin smiled. May I inquire what the executive department wishes for me to undertake? Takuya Imai steadied himself, drawn back to focus on the cow cat's face by her query. Although she had recently experienced some discord with the executive department, Lu Shunlin could generously overlook those minor offenses in light of the monetary compensation and housing. Indeed. Perhaps you have heard of the Gojo family? Just a day prior, the executive department, in a frenzy, longed to execute Lu Shunlin on the spot for having trampled upon their dignity and departed. Yet, the question remained, if Lu Shunlin were to perish, how would Saturu Gojo exact vengeance? In the currently destabilized realm of sorcery, with cursed spirits escalating in rank, which powerful sorcerer could guarantee their own safety? After much deliberation, the executive department, despite their fervor, restrained their desire to see Lu Shunlin perish. They decided to bide their time until the awakening of the Six Eyes technique within the Gojo family, at which point they would assess whether the Six Eyes or Lu Shunlin posed a greater threat. First, they would stabilize Lu Shunlin, and once Saturu Gojo matured, they would dispatch him to eliminate her. Should their observations reveal that Saturu Gojo was more uncontrollable, they would have Lu Shunlin eliminate him instead. In summary, Lu Shunlin could not die at this juncture. Even with the numerous high-ranking individuals she had slain, her unparalleled talent and strength rendered her existence vital. She must survive, at least until the awakening of the Six Eyes technique within the Gojo family. She would become the executive department's blade to counterbalance the Gojo family. Thus, despite the constraints, the current situation necessitated that the executive department acquiesce. They had to keep Lu Shunlin firmly in their grasp and could not afford to label her a curse user, thereby pushing such a formidable individual into opposition. At this moment, the executive department could only be grateful that Lu Shunlin remained oblivious to the bounty placed upon her. They hastily issued the bounty, creating a stir within the sorcery realm, yet the retraction of said bounty resembled the actions of a thief, occurring in the wee hours of the morning when no one was paying attention. Had Lu Shunlin ever witnessed the black market at 4 in the morning? Certainly not. She was even unaware of its existence, let alone that she had become a well-known figure within the sorcery community. Of course, knowing this would not impact her in any way. At the dessert shop, the familiar mango soufflé lay before her. Observing the anxious auxiliary supervisor, Lu Shunlin smiled warmly. So, you are implying that in accepting the executive department's gifts, I must expend my labor to pay a visit to that divine child of the Gojo family, am I not? Merely a visit. Takuya Imai hastily added, you must not cause any fatalities. The Six Eyes are still untrained, and the Gojo family is vigilant. Should you eliminate the divine child of the Six Eyes in plain sight, the Gojo family would undoubtedly. Am I the sort of person who would do that? Lu Shunlin replied, somewhat astonished, then reassured him, relax. You may not know, but I was a teacher before, and I love children dearly. A moment of silence ensued. Takuya Imai tugged at the corner of his mouth. Do you really expect me to believe that? Chapter 5. Following one's heart's desire. Unfettered by concern. Lu Shunlin indulged herself to an excessive degree. In accordance with the most mundane of human desires, she acquired a house with a garden, a cat, and a tranquil existence. Well, it should be tranquil, right? After that conversation concluded, Lu Shunlin did not return to the executive department, but rather went to the house that had been gifted to her by the department. It was indeed a splendid residence, perfectly aligning with her requirements. The cow cat was exceedingly energetic, delighting in transforming the home into a chaotic mess. Lu Shunlin watched the cat for a considerable time before finally realizing that its exuberance seemed rather excessive. Although the furniture it had ravaged could be restored in Lu Shunlin's mind, the cat's rambunctiousness suggested it might need a place to expend its surplus energy. Just as she contemplated this, the executive department's orders arrived. Takuya Imai approached along the middle path of the courtyard, his gaze unwavering. Upon meeting her eyes, his heart tightened slightly, but his prior dealings with Lu Shunlin had steeled him, allowing him to maintain a calm demeanor while conversing with her. Miss Lu, with the new year approaching, the timing is ripe. The three prominent families value tradition and the importance of propriety among the intricate rituals of the new year. One essential task is to pay visits to the other noble families. Although the entire sorcery realm is aware of the fragile relationships among the three families, appearances must still be upheld during such times. Each new year, the executive department dispatches individuals to deliver gifts to the three families, impeccably managing the etiquette while also discreetly gathering insights into the situations of each family. As the weather grew colder, wearing short sleeves was no longer sufficient for warmth. Lu Shunlin felt no chill, yet upon observing the attire of passers-by, she added a coat over her long dress. When Takuya Imai arrived, the young woman was casually entertaining the cat. After hearing his purpose, she nodded gently, not granting him even a glance, which allowed Takuya Imai to exhale deeply in relief. The executive department wishes for me to investigate the situation regarding the 6 eyes. She picked up a grape from the table and, with a light flick, sent it flying. The purple arc was on the verge of hitting the ground when it was abruptly intercepted by the leaping cowcat. The grape was sweet, and after consuming it, the cowcat gazed at her in anticipation, prompting Lu Shenlin to toss another. Yes, we will prepare the gifts, as well as your attire, Takuya Imai replied. Stealing a glance at the lively cowcat, a sense of envy stirring within him that he could scarcely articulate. The 6-eyed individual has yet to awaken his curse technique, and the Gojo family has kept his existence shrouded in secrecy. To the outside world, it is known that such a person exists, yet none have laid eyes upon him. I see, she replied. Are you certain you won't show any weakness? His golden eyes shifted, locking onto her gaze. The girl remained silent. In that moment, Takuya Imai felt an overwhelming sense of shame as he recalled the dismal state of the headquarters, hastily kneeling before her. I apologize, my inquiries were unwarranted. After he departed, the cowcat leapt onto the table, inquiring, what does he want you to do? To observe the future star of the sorcerer world, firmly nailed to the board. Rin Rokugami sighed, contemplating the necessity of eliminating this potential threat if required. Should she refrain from taking action, Wataru Gojo would become a counterbalance to her power. Conversely, if she acted, the headquarters would disassociate themselves, leaving Rin to bear the brunt of the Gojo family's vengeance alone. The cowcat gasped in disbelief, its round black eyes brimming with astonishment. Humans truly are skilled in manipulation. The cat pawed at the hem of Rin's garment, asking, are you truly going to do it? Rin smiled. I would only fear those 2 outcomes if I found myself unable to escape such a predicament. However, I am capable of extricating myself. In fact, Rin did not perceive those outcomes as a dilemma at all. At times, overturning the table directly is indeed an effective strategy. Nevertheless, she had yet to witness the traditional Japanese New Year celebrations of the 3 great families. Since there was an opportunity to observe for free, why not partake? This was her true motivation for agreeing. The cowcat, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, I want to go too. Although the new year was said to be approaching, 3 full months remained until its arrival. Ancient families held tradition in high regard, and preparations for the new year began at this time. Intricate garments required ample time to craft, making the wait feel interminable. Rin would merely need to accompany the senior members of the headquarters, bringing herself along. There was no need for her to engage in the complex preparations. The 3 months would swiftly fade away in the monotony of life. During this period, the headquarters occasionally assigned her tasks. Encountering a special grade mission might occur only once a month, while first grade assignments began to multiply. Perhaps it was because Wataru Gojo had yet to awaken his technique, although his birth had shattered the balance of the sorcerer world. The rate of cursed spirit escalation had not yet reached an intolerable level. Rin sensed the headquarters probing. The tasks assigned to her gradually became more challenging over time, reflecting their growing caution. Sometimes, they would assign a special grade mission, and when that was absent, she would receive several first-grade tasks in succession. Perhaps the headquarters sought to test her limits, yet without exception, upon encountering those bizarre and grotesque entities, Rin's mind would always conjure a precise and keen intuition. I can handle it. In fact, she could resolve them with remarkable ease. Even during her initial encounter with Takuya Imai, the headquarters remained unaware of her technique. From her exorcism stance, it appeared she merely touched the cursed spirit lightly with her fingertip, causing it to shatter like an overinflated balloon. Initially, the headquarters speculated that Rin's technique involved physical contact, until one occasion, when the target of their assigned task was a cursed spirit born from humanity's fear of illness. Enveloped in green slime, Rin simply sat in the back seat of the supervising vehicle and glanced at it, immediately refusing to exit. Yet the task was still completed successfully. The headquarters remained oblivious to how Rin had exorcised the spirit without stepping out of the vehicle. The more they probed, the more they sensed Rin's unfathomable depth. She resembled a narrow abyss. At first glance, it appeared merely as a crack in the ground, but the deeper one peered. The more they discovered the abyss had no bottom. Rin did not concern herself with news from the sorcerer world. Under the headquarters' extensive promotion, the entire sorcerer community was aware that the sole special grade sorcerer was currently operating under their banner. Following the massacre of the headquarters members, including an elder from the Kamo family, the Kamo family's reaction to this news was akin to having their tail stepped on, erupting in rage. As they heard more about Rin, the Kamo family began to grow restless. Thus, on a day when the weather was gradually turning cool before the new year, Rin found herself at home, counting the zeros left in her bank card, when the cowcat, playing in the yard, suddenly meowed. A small cat slipped through a specially left hole in the door, expertly collapsing at Rin's feet, exposing its belly. The cow cat, in a playful manner, said, "Someone has come to visit. It's a stranger." Rin rose to open the door, and the newcomer arrogantly surveyed her dwelling, disdainfully remarking, "I thought the headquarters would offer you considerable benefits. Is this all?" A middle-aged man snorted through his nostrils. "Such a shabby place. Only a sorcerer of your caliber would consider it worthy." Rin gazed calmly at the uninvited middle-aged man. "And what brings you here?" she inquired. "You killed an elder of the Kamo family. You should have paid for it with your life. However, considering your abilities, the Kamo family is willing to accept you on special terms, even offering more than the headquarters." The middle-aged man, perhaps having heard of Rin's exploits, still bore an air of condescension. Even knowing that she was the type to act on impulse, he felt that the Kamo family was sufficient leverage for his arrogance. Speaking in a patronizing tone, he said, "Join the Kamo family and become one of their sorcerers. The elder has even proposed to allow you to change your surname." With that, he fell silent, waiting for Rin's grateful response. Rin smiled. "I am not pleased." This was, in truth, a facade. One does not concern themselves with the provocations of ants, often finding them laughable. Yet, she felt that at this very moment, she should express displeasure. The middle-aged man frowned, his disdain more pronounced. "Don't be ungrateful." His words abruptly halted as his murky eyes met Rin's calm gaze. Those golden eyes reflected the sun, high above and rightfully looking down upon him. "I am not pleased," she reiterated. An inexplicable tension settled in the air, and for a moment, the courtyard was so still that one could hear a pin drop. The middle-aged man felt his heart racing faster. The intuition of a sorcerer could sometimes be eerily accurate. In that instant, he felt as though he were sinking into a vast mire. The more he struggled, the deeper he became, with no hope of escape. The middle-aged man unconsciously swallowed hard, yet he stifled the discomfort rising within. "I must not show weakness." The Kamo family was one of the three great families in the sorcerer world, with unmatched heritage and power. Even if this woman was a special grade sorcerer, she could not be permitted to act recklessly. "She is merely putting on a show of strength," he convinced himself. Yes, that must be it. Forcing himself to ignore the fear gnawing at him, he spoke to her with a firmer tone. "Let me tell you. The Kamo family is already extending this invitation to a common sorcerer." Tick, tick, tick. His words trailed off as he belatedly realized something, staring down in shock. "Blood? Why is there blood on the ground?" The belated pain radiated from his heart to his limbs, and he looked incredulously at the unmoving Rin. Trembling as he extended his hand, his vision blurring. "You, Rin Rokugami." The ebony-haired maiden toyed with her pale blue beaded earrings, her golden eyes curving into a smile. "Well done, perhaps a few more rewards are in order." Clearly, these words were not directed at him. Meow. A prolonged feline cry echoed as the cow-patterned cat, tail held high with pride, sauntered over to the feet of Shin Rin, collapsing onto its back to expose its belly. The middle-aged man's heart felt a void, different from the last grim situation at the director's office. This cow-cat had consumed that individual, letting out a contented burp. The droplets of blood that stained the ground dissipated in the cold winter rain. This matter was not something Shin Rin sought to conceal. The Kamo family, furious as they were, had learned to be wise, no longer daring to confront Shin Rin directly, and thus turned to the director's office. Twice. This had occurred on two separate occasions. The Kamo family was seething with anger, and the elder representing the clan was flushed with rage, declaring that Shin Rin had killed their kin twice, showing utter disdain for the Kamo family. This incident demands a reckoning from the director's office. The director's office had not anticipated that such a grave act could stem from a mere oversight. "Kamo, calm yourself. Let us sit down and discuss this." One of the higher-ups, who had friendly ties with Kamo, attempted to mediate, but was met with vehement rejection. "What is there to discuss? Shin Rin is nothing but an aberration." "What? Have you all forgotten the previous incident?" "Aberration. Shall I repeat that for you?" "Aberration." This term had been fervently conveyed by the sole survivor of the tragedy at the director's office. A palpable silence enveloped the room. After a moment, an elderly voice slowly emerged. "No." The crowd parted to make way for an elderly figure, stooped and leaning on a cane, emanating a pungent scent of decay, which made the air suddenly damp and unpleasant. "The disgrace of the director's office will indeed be avenged. Shin Rin will surely perish, but not at this moment." The elder continued, "Kamo, you are aware that the Gojo family has unleashed the Six Eyes, disrupting the balance within the sorcery realm. The Six Eyes." The stances of the Zenin and Kamo families, along with other sorceress clans, were evident. Why is it that while everyone else is mired in decay, the Gojo family bears such bountiful fruit? The Kamo and Zenin ancestral techniques remain unresolved, yet the Gojo family boasts the irrefutable Six Eyes. Even some ordinary sorcerers, uninterested in the machinations of the sorcery realm's power struggles, have been affected. Due to the imbalance, the strength of cursed spirits has notably increased, resulting in a heightened mortality rate among sorcerers. The elder from the Kamo family, initially furious, reluctantly regained a semblance of rationality. After a prolonged silence, he inquired, "When shall we wait until?" "In 2 months." The elder's murky gaze fixed ahead. "In 2 months, it will be the new year. If all goes according to plan. By then, whether it be the uncontrollable Shurshin Rin or the balance-breaking Gojo Saturu, neither will remain a concern for the sorcery realm." Unbeknownst to all, at that very moment, a cow-patterned cat perched on the eaves, having somehow slipped through the barrier. The cow-cat pawed at a flapping sparrow nearby, its pointed ears twitching. Chapter 6. The Six Eyes. The new year has arrived. As winter sets in, cursed spirits have diminished considerably. With 2 snowfalls already, Shurshin Rin donned a lightweight wool sweater paired with a simple winter dress, throwing on a trench coat before stepping out. A vehicle awaited outside, and Imai Takuya diligently opened the door for her, with the cow-cat leaping aboard first. As Shurshin Rin settled into the car and closed the door, the engine roared to life. Imai Takuya cautiously glanced at her through the rearview mirror before quickly averting his gaze, merely inquiring, "Why aren't you wearing the attire prepared by the director's office?" Having spent nearly half a year in Shurshin Rin's company, Imai Takuya had discerned her temperament. Understanding her boundaries, he knew how to prolong his own existence, thus he was somewhat more relaxed. Shurshin Rin replied, "Too cumbersome and inconvenient." "I see, haha. As long as you're happy," he replied, knowing that as a mere assistant supervisor, he had no authority to challenge her decisions. The cow-cat observed this exchange quietly, resolutely keeping its master's secrets. The car journey ventured into increasingly remote territories until they reached a point where Imai Takuya instructed Shurshin Rin to disembark. "The Gojo family is somewhat distant. The vehicle cannot proceed further. We must walk for a while," he explained. "There's also a barrier ahead that requires a pass for entry." "A pass?" Shurshin Rin asked. Imai Takuya promptly retrieved an exquisitely crafted invitation from his pocket and handed it to her. "This is it." In his other hand, he held a gift box containing the director's office's offerings for this visit. Leading Shurshin Rin, who cradled the cow-cat, the two proceeded along the winding mountain path. The trail was rugged, yet the evergreens thrived with lush foliage even in winter. After navigating various turns for nearly half an hour, Shurshin Rin finally sensed an unusual fluctuation in the barrier. The cow-cat meowed softly, its voice audible to Shurshin Rin. "This whole process feels eerily akin to human trafficking," she remarked. Imai Takuya, sensing something amiss, turned his head. "What's wrong?" Shurshin Rin lifted the slender cow-cat by its forelimbs. "The little cat claims you are a trafficker." Imai Takuya chuckled awkwardly. "You truly have a knack for humor." Crossing through the barrier, a grand estate suddenly materialized amidst the tranquil mountain woods. Numerous guests had already gathered outside the estate's entrance. Upon arrival, Shurshin Rin presented the invitation, and the sorcerer at the entrance confirmed the traces of cursed energy before granting them passage. As they stepped inside, countless gazes, some veiled, others overt, immediately ensnared her like an impenetrable web. Shurshin Rin maintained her composure, while Imai Takuya grew increasingly anxious, his palms sweating. "Is she really Shurshin Rin?" murmured one sorcerer. "I can't believe the director's office actually sent her as a representative. Their intentions seem dubious. Such a person, if obedient, could serve as a remarkably effective weapon. Yet alas, I heard Shurshin Rin is rather uncontrollable. Is that true? That should be false, right? Didn't the director's office clarify the bloody incident? They claimed it was a curse user's doing, and Shurshin Rin gallantly sacrificed herself to save the others." A moment of silence ensued. The crowd directed an indescribable gaze at the sorcerer who had spoken. "No way, you actually believe the director's office would concoct such a narrative just to save face?" The individual, realizing the weight of their words under the scrutiny of silent gazes, puzzledly turned to their companion. "What is going on? Why is everyone looking at me?" The friend, with a complex expression, patted their shoulder. "It's nothing. Go on and enjoy yourself. Have a good time." Oh, traditional garments were always solemn and serious. At such an occasion, everyone adhered to the dress code. Stepping into the Gojo estate, it felt as though one had traversed a century back in time. Yet, one individual stood out. Even those unfamiliar with Shurshin Rin paused momentarily, their gazes drawn by her exceedingly modern attire. However, given Shurshin Rin's numerous accolades in less than a year, not a soul dared to be the first to criticize her clothing. But that is not quite right. Wasn't attire prepared for you? Why did you arrive dressed like this? As Lu Shenlin stepped through the door, the cow-cat bolted away, leaving without any belongings. Bravely entering the unfamiliar banquet hall alone, Takumi Imai lacked the privilege to venture further inside and remained outside, waiting. Lu Shenlin turned her gaze towards the speaker. a high-ranking official from the Directorate whose name eluded her memory. Forget it. Just remember what you need to do. The individual seemed poised to say more, but faltered. Abruptly suppressing their thoughts, Lu Shenlin quietly observed as he flicked his sleeve and departed from the scene. Suddenly, a servant from the Wu Jiao family appeared, bowing respectfully before her. Esteemed guest, proceeding further is not permitted. The banquet hall is this way. Lu Shenlin paused, her golden eyes casually glancing at the servant before she pivoted and followed him away. Before turning away, the young woman cast a lingering glance in the direction she had originally intended to go. Her intuition whispered that her purpose lay within the six-eyed Shensi. Wu Jiao Wataru was inside. The servant courteously guided her to the foyer, where numerous family members congregated, engaging in idle conversation while discreetly monitoring the movements of the three prominent families. Shortly thereafter, the head of the Wu Jiao family made an appearance in the foyer, offering a distant expression of gratitude to the scheming guests present. Lu Shenlin languidly settled into her designated seat, and the attendant beside her inquired, "Would you care for more wine?" Lu Shenlin shook her head. "I do not require a servant," she replied. The attendant flashed a polite, yet humble smile, delivering his words with an air of unyielding insistence. "You are the sole special grade sorcerer in the current sorcery world. The head of the family values your visit greatly, so please do not feel burdened." The clever choice of words transformed the Directorate's summons into her visit, subtly dissociating Lu Shenlin from the Directorate's affairs. After all, while outsiders might remain oblivious, the three prominent families were well aware of the underlying circumstances. Though Lu Shenlin adhered to the Directorate's commands, it was primarily due to a transactional nature. Her presence here was largely driven by the Directorate's lingering attachment to their Shensi. No, it would be more accurate to say that the entire sorcery world yearned to glimpse the hidden Shensi of the Wu Jiao family through Lu Shenlin. The Wu Jiao family remained wary of Lu Shenlin, thus employing the guise of valuing her presence to convey an appearance of alliance while harboring intentions of surveillance. Did they wish to see their Shensi? A mere fantasy. The Shensi was not yet ready to make an official appearance in the sorcery world. It would have to await Wu Jiao Wataru's awakening of his techniques. With the new year past, Wu Jiao Wataru had already turned 4. Lu Shenlin supported her chin in her hand, absent-mindedly plucking a pastry from the plate before her. The mildly sweet flavor swiftly enveloped her taste buds, but the dense texture left her choking, necessitating a full cup of tea to wash it down. Bored. The head of the Wu Jiao family was still engaged in pleasantries with the guests. Bored. The bustling world around her seemed to isolate her entirely. Even her little cat was absent. Bored. So, where was the little cat? A fleeting thought stirred within her mind, conjuring another scene before her eyes: snowy ground, a little cat, a human child. The cow cat frolicked in the damp, chilly snow, thoroughly engrossed in play. Behind it trailed a few children. "Is that a cat?" one child exclaimed, astonished to discover the black and white creature moving about in the snow, instantly capturing the attention of the others. "Whose cat is this?" A shorter child surveyed the area. "My father forbids keeping pets. Who would keep such a feeble creature? Training is what matters." They speculated that it must have run in from outside, finding it quite remarkable. The group of children, heedless of the cat's trepidation, rushed over to touch its fur, but the cow cat nimbly leapt onto a tree branch. Disappointment flared in the faces of the children who had their fun interrupted. "It's just a cat. We must catch it." Others chimed in with malicious glee. "Catch it. Its fur would make a wonderfully soft pillow." The environment of the sorcery world had early instilled a harsh nature in these children raised in prominent families, and they began to encircle the small cat. The cow cat strolled proudly, leading the group of children in a dizzying chase. Yet, its existence was still too brief. Having been created merely a few months ago, Lu Shenlin had imbued the little cat with the potential for growth, and it had yet to learn the treachery of human hearts. Discontented? Then act. Just as it seemed cornered, and the unruly children gathered around, the cow cat raised its head and blinked innocently. Meow. The little cat let out a long cry. Its plush white paws sank into the snow, poised for action. Just 3 seconds. 3. The mischievous child reached out toward it. 2. The fingers were about to brush the little cat's fur. 1. Get away. A tender yet icy voice suddenly rang out from behind, synchronizing perfectly with the cat's calculated timing. The children, startled, turned in disarray, their bravado evaporating in an instant. "Wataru, young master." The little cat perked its ears, stepping through the snow with a series of crisp sounds. We shall leave at once." The children fled in a panic, leaving only the little cat in the corner. The cow cat lifted its head, meeting a pair of sky-blue eyes. The child before it, now 4 years old, wore a garment adorned with dragonfly patterns. His white hair reminiscent of the cow cat's fur, exuding an air of fluffiness. He had yet to reach the height of the sorcerers behind him, and his gaze upon the cat was as cold as the ice and snow beneath its paws. At last they met. A smile graced Lu Xinlian's lips in the banquet hall. The little cat spoke, revealing its identity, six-eyed Shensi. The white-haired child widened his eyes in astonishment. Chapter 7. An Encounter. A talking cat? Rarely did shock manifest so visibly on Wu Jiao Wataru's countenance. More swiftly than his reaction, the sorcerers behind him reacted. With a swift motion, a long blade sliced through the air towards the cow cat, which nimbly leapt away, landing gracefully atop the courtyard wall. The sorcerer tasked with protecting the Shensi spoke coldly. Young Master Wataru, you must leave this place. Clearly, a talking cat was no ordinary creature. With at least a year remaining until Wu Jiao Wataru awakened his techniques, anything out of the ordinary would be met with heightened vigilance from his protectors. Yet, Wu Jiao Wataru did not depart. The white-haired child merely stood there, gazing upward with his lively, ethereal blue eyes fixed on the cat. After the initial surprise, his emotions returned to their usual aloofness. Who are you? Wu Jiao Wataru inquired. Due to the unique nature of the six eyes, vast amounts of information would passively flood his mind through those eyes, making him averse to human interaction. The chaotic barrage of information, heartbeats, breathing rhythms, the flow of blood, was inescapable. Raised according to the expectations of the Wu Jiao family, he was a genuine being, viewing all life with detached indifference, devoid of sorrow or joy. Everything he desired was within reach. With a mere gesture, the Wu Jiao family would eagerly present anything outside the realm of freedom before him. The divine child relishes tranquility, requiring no attendance in her surroundings, for that would only burden the six eyes further. Consequently, apart from the essential servants and guards, silence reigns in her courtyard. Saturu Gojo exhibits no interest in anything at all. Upon noticing a group of peripheral children huddled in a corner, he instinctively strides forward, utterly disinterested in such trivial matters. Yet, in that fleeting moment of thought, he perceives something extraordinary, a peculiar blankness. It resembles a small patch on a sheet of paper, previously inscribed with pencil, that has been erased, revealing an expanse of pristine purity. The flowers, the trees, the sorcerers nearby, and the offshoots congregated in the corner. All the vibrancy of life is ruthlessly thrust into his mind by those eyes, inundating his nerves with a cacophony of disparate information. Yet he sees a void. A subtle curiosity stirs within Saturu Gojo. Why does it seem as if this little cat is encased in a black plastic bag of information, obscuring its true form, while the outline of the bag is unmistakably vivid in his vision? How strange. The cow cat nimbly leaps, evading yet another strike from the guards, declaring, I am merely a cow cat. The guard, wearing an expression that suggests disbelief, though Gojo has never encountered a cat, he should not be deceived, retorts. What kind of good cat speaks? Young Master Gojo, this must be the shell of a curse user. You should leave at once. Allow me to handle this. If you fancy such adorable little creatures, our family could easily gift you a whole bunch. Saturu Gojo's gaze shifts to the sorcerer. How noisy. The sorcerer immediately falls silent, yet his movements remain unfaltering, the glint of his blade growing ever more ominous. I am not a curse user. My master awaits in the front hall. The cow cat leaps again, gracefully strutting through the snow. Just as the cold blade is poised to sever its neck, it suddenly exclaims, Rin 6. The blade halts midair. The sorcerer tasked with guarding the divine child pales, realizing the ill intentions of the headquarters. Saturu Gojo, devoid of curiosity for anything, would typically take his leave upon the cessation of conflict. Yet unexpectedly, he takes several steps towards the cat and inquires, Who is that? My master. Moreover, she wishes to meet you, replies the cow cat. Preposterous. The esteemed Gojo is not someone you can simply summon, interjects the white-haired youth. The guard's voice falters momentarily. Attempting to persuade, he insists, Rin 6 harbors ill intentions. However, he suddenly locks eyes with Gojo's penetrating azure gaze. Words caught in his throat, unspoken. As Gojo strides towards the front hall, the guard, as if awakening from a dream, hastens to follow. Young master, the head of the family has commanded you not to enter the front hall. The crowd is too numerous. One cannot guarantee that a curse user has not mingled among them. Your life is of utmost importance. Young master, Gojo momentarily halts. He turns his head and utters a singular phrase. The information on this cat is unreadable to the six eyes. The guard's pupils constrict sharply, yet in that instant, Gojo disregards him and continues on his intended path. Meanwhile, Rin 6 closes her eyes briefly before reopening them. Following the conclusion of pleasantries among the heads of the sorcery families, someone finally approaches her, a venerable elder. Rin 6 studies his garments. Recognizing the embroidered silver patterns on his hem from a sorcerer she had encountered 2 months prior, whom the little cat had slain. So he belongs to the Kamo family? The elder scoffs. Rin 6, do you dare to show your face here? Rin 6 raises her eyelids to regard him. Why should I not? Contrary to her expectations of discomfort, Even when confronted thus, she remains unperturbed, her golden eyes calmly boring into his, piercing his heart in an instant. The elder stumbles momentarily before continuing. Your wanton slaughter of Kamo family members cannot simply be forgotten. Even with the Gojo family's attendants present, he speaks without restraint. Curse user. Heretic. If not for your somewhat useful power, you would not escape death 1,000 times over. After much circumlocution, he finally reveals his intent. The Kamo family is willing to extend you an opportunity, provided you henceforth serve them. Rin 6 remains silent, and another voice interjects. I say, Kamo, you truly are relentless. This voice, laced with inebriation, emanates from behind the Kamo sorcerer. His family crest starkly contrasts with that of the Gojo family, belonging instead to the Zenin clan. Speaking to one capable of effortlessly overpowering him with an air of condescension, he derides, 2 of your kin have already perished. Do you still not grasp the reality? He scoffs, approaching now as akin to courting humiliation. His words are thick with derision and unabashed mockery. Zenin Nabito. The expression of the Kamo elder shifts, his teeth gritting as he glares. Nabito Zenin leisurely advances a few steps, entirely disregarding the affronted elder. Extending an invitation to Rin 6. If you find the headquarters tiresome, Miss Rin, you are welcome to visit the Zenin family. One is haughty, the other humble and amicable. The distinction is stark. Yet neither Nabito nor the attendees of this gathering are known to Rin 6. Unfamiliarity breeds disinterest. Her initial agreement with the headquarters was merely to witness the traditional New Year celebrations, only to find them rather dull. How slow is the little caddis movement? At that moment, a guard rushes in from outside, swiftly locating the head of the Gojo family, who is encircled by various pleasantries, and whispers urgently in his ear. Young Master Gojo insists on proceeding to the front hall. He cannot be stopped, and has already reached the corridor. The head of the Gojo family's expression shifts dramatically, quickly adjusting his demeanor to don a smile. Family matters are pressing. I must take my leave. Please, feel free to continue. Abruptly casting this remark, the head of the Gojo family strides towards the exit, all eyes upon him. Yet it is too late. Young Master, without the head of the family's command, you truly cannot enter. Young Master, you have yet to awaken your technique. The divine child's indifferent voice resonates. Silence. The crowd falls abruptly silent. The head of the Gojo family halts, and all present behold the figure that appears at the door. With short white hair, and clad in a sky-blue haori adorned with dragonfly patterns. The most striking feature is the exquisite eyes set within their sockets, an azure hue that seems to encapsulate the entire sky. Saturu Gojo's demeanor is decidedly frigid, mirroring the rumors that precede him. Though still youthful, his aloof gaze sweeps over the gathered assembly with an air of indifference, instilling a palpable fear of being seen through. The head of the Gojo family falters, evidently taken aback by his swiftness. Saturu? Saturu Gojo ignores him entirely. His gaze finally lands on the farthest corner. A glimmer of realization ignites in Saturu Gojo's eyes as he strides forward. Onlookers remain rooted in place, fixated on his movements until the white-haired youth halts before Rin 6. What method did you employ to obstruct the six-eye scrutiny? That cat is, she too. The banquet hall buzzed with a cacophony of information, resembling a vast ocean of refuse. Merely observing it would impose a heavy burden upon his still-developing mind, causing it to throb painfully. Yet, Lu Xinlin proved to be an anomaly. A cow-patterned cat dashed in from the entrance, leaping swiftly onto Lu Xinlin's table. Both the feline and the individual appeared to be separated from the world by an invisible barrier, rendering them imperceptible. The divine child blinked, yet the information delineated her form. Chapter 8. Unauthorized Engagement. What method did you employ to obstruct the scrutiny of the six eyes? The moment the words escaped, it was as though a meteor had plunged into a tranquil lake, rousing the crowd into a fervor. The head of the Wuqiao family paled significantly, but it was too late to retract. Wait, what does he mean? Six eyes. An obstruction to the gaze of the six eyes? What does it imply? If Lu Xinlin can indeed obstruct the scrutiny of the six eyes, does that suggest? What does it signify? The speaker remained silent. Yet the implication resonated among them all. Rumors within the jujitsu community proclaimed that no trace of cursed energy could elude the gaze of the six eyes. Yet now, the very bearer of the six eyes had professed that one individual could elude their scrutiny. Did this not imply that the one capable of slaying the six eyes was perilously close? All present were astute sorcerers, their gazes subtly shifting toward Lu Xinlin and Wuqiao Wugo, while the expression of the Wuqiao family's upper echelon darkened further. The head of the Wuqiao family hastened over, not pausing for Lu Xinlin's response before seizing Wuqiao Wugo's hand, his tone urgent and rapid. Wugo, are you not supposed to be focused on your studies? What brings you here? Wuqiao Wugo was swiftly pulled away. Apologies, everyone. Wugo is still young and naive. I shall take him away. Let go of me, Wuqiao Wugo insisted. Thus far, the trajectory of the divine child's growth had greatly satisfied the Wuqiao family. His disdain for all things rendered him a truly dispassionate divine child, one whose control could be maintained by merely guiding him in the right direction. With little else to consider. First was the 6 eyes, then the divine child, and finally, Wuqiao Wugo. The 6 eyes could not tolerate even the slightest threat until it had developed a means of self-preservation. Previously, Wuqiao Wugo had always complied with the family's arrangements, for he was indifferent. However, this marked his first act of defiance. The silver-haired youth forcefully shook off the head of the family's grasp. Having been taught by the family not to regard anyone's authority, even that of the head of the family himself, he approached Lu Shenlin directly. Lu Shenlin remained seated, while Wuqiao Wugo stood, their eyes barely meeting. The clash of his haughty azure against the resplendent gold of the setting sun was palpable. Lu Shenlin ignored the whispers around them, and Wuqiao Wugo remained unfazed. He asserted, "Teach me." Lu Shenlin replied, "You cannot learn." "I can learn," Wuqiao Wugo insisted. The situation began to take a peculiar turn. Those present understood Lu Shenlin's purpose for visiting, to encounter Wuqiao Wugo, to ascertain whether the 6 eyes would indeed evolve into a formidable asset for the Wuqiao family, and, if necessary, to make a judgment call and eliminate him. This year, the Wuqiao family had received an unusually high number of guests bearing gifts. Among them, a third sought to glean more specific information about the 6 eyes through Lu Shenlin. 2 remained dispassionately observant, and the remaining 5 were merely there for entertainment, eager to see whether the supervisory department would return empty-handed or if the Wuqiao family would gain an advantage. Yet, what was unfolding now? Wuqiao Wugo's innocent request to teach me had suddenly turned the adversarial dynamic into something strange. Lu Shenlin's response, "You cannot learn," was equally puzzling. What? Was the illustrious divine child of the 6 eyes attempting to steal a teacher from under the supervisory department's nose? If Lu Shenlin truly acquiesced, was the 6 eyes so naive? After all, a special grade sorcerer had come at the behest of the supervisory department. Would he simply teach? In such a moment, one ought to withdraw immediately. If the other party were to strike unexpectedly, Wuqiao Wugo's life would be forfeit. The supervisory department had invested considerable resources, even cleansing that incident for her, and would certainly not let her go. Someone in the crowd was puzzled. What incident? That incident. The one concerning the supervisory department. Enough. I cannot be too explicit. In any case, everyone deemed the situation laughably absurd, and some even intended to recount it for amusement later. The head of the Wuqiao family could no longer contain himself. His expression darkened profoundly, his tone unintentionally heavy with ire. Wugo. Still, Wuqiao Wugo paid him no heed. He evaded the head of the family's grasp, and, in a few swift steps, seized the hem of Lu Shenlin's cloak. His azure eyes unwaveringly fixed on her. "I can learn." A chuckle escaped Zenin Jihito, unable to suppress his amusement at the lively child. Meanwhile, at the center of everyone's attention, the girl with black hair and golden eyes pulled her sleeve from Wuqiao Wugo's grasp and gently stroked the cow-patterned cat. She smiled brightly. "Very well, I agree." She agreed, against all expectations. A peculiar stillness enveloped the banquet hall for an instant, followed by an uproar. The higher-ups of the supervisory department could no longer bear to watch. They had anticipated a certain victory, perhaps even a chance to mock the Wuqiao family, only to find themselves the subjects of ridicule. This cannot be. One senior official stepped forward. "Lu Shenlin, remember what you have promised." "What of it?" The girl with golden eyes gazed through the crowd at him. "I perform my task, and you provide compensation. It is as simple as that." Should she feel any gratitude towards the capitalists? What a joke. "You." The senior official evidently did not expect such a retort. "You should be grateful that the supervisory department has not branded you a cursed spirit." Lu Shenlin smiled. A peculiar mirth glimmered in her golden eyes, sending a chill up the official's spine. He shook his head, yet found himself unable to continue. In the end, to preserve his dignity, he merely swept his sleeve and stormed off in anger. Beside Lu Shenlin, Wuqiao Wugo inexplicably turned his head, winking in the direction of the departing official. What was that? Wuqiao Wugo's voice was soft, drowned out by the sudden clamor of voices. The cow-patterned cat skillfully navigated the various dishes on the table, curving its body into an S shape as it slowly approached the silver-haired youth, whispering its response. "It is pollution," the cat murmured. Hearing him, seeing him, none of these are effective methods to evade pollution. Lu Shenlin interjected. "The best method is, in fact, unawareness." Wuqiao Wugo turned to look at Lu Shenlin and then back at the cow-patterned cat. "Is that the reason my eyes cannot see you?" He raised his hand to inspect himself. "I am untouched by pollution." Meanwhile, the others present bore varying degrees of pollution, with the recently departed senior official having the most. Thus, before the eyes of all, Lu Shunlin revealed her uncontrollable nature to the jujitsu world. She departed in discord with the higher-ups of the supervisory department and seamlessly aligned herself with the Wutiao family, exhibiting not a trace of hesitation. This matter swept through the sorcery realm with the ferocity of a hurricane, providing a delightful spectacle for the majority of sorcerers who found themselves idly at home due to the reduction of winter tasks. The Gojo family welcomed a special-grade sorcerer who, despite merely accepting a position as the mentor to the divine child Gojo Saturu without joining the family, managed to cast a shadow of disgrace upon the higher echelons. The Zenin and Kamo families privately ground their teeth in frustration. Chapter 9. The Death of the Six Eyes. In Kyoto, within the meticulously designed courtyard of the Gojo family estate, a month had elapsed since the last banquet, yet spring had not arrived, and snow had fallen once more. Rokugami Rin became the sorcery instructor for Gojo Saturu, and the Gojo family arranged for her to reside in a tranquil courtyard, free from disturbances. After hearing of Rokugami Rin's grand and merciless betrayal against those who attempted to assassinate her, the number of would-be assassins dwindled significantly, though a few still dared to come. Rokugami Rin never lifted a finger against them. She merely sat in the courtyard, observing, and during her leisure, would guide the sorcerers, revealing the true location of Gojo Saturu. Yet regrettably, no sorcerer ever believed her. Behind the Gojo estate lay a mountain, adorned with evergreens that maintained their verdancy even in winter. The cowcat roamed the hills endlessly, showing no inclination to return home. Rokugami Rin met with Gojo Saturu daily. He consistently attempted to capture his mentor's attention in various ways. Yet her most frequent action was to curl up in a corner of the courtyard, lost in thoughts unknown to him. Gojo Saturu, ordinarily not one to be curious, found himself intrigued by how intensely focused she was, so much so that even when the blade of a sorcerer was poised at his throat, she remained oblivious. Subsequently, the self-defense mechanism of the cursed tool was triggered, resulting in the sorcerer's immediate demise. Thud! The body fell to the ground with a dull sound. And Rokugami Rin snapped back to reality, somewhat astonished, letting out a delayed gasp. She then casually reached out, ruffling Gojo Satoru's hair in a half-hearted compliment. Well done. Gojo Saturu, having never encountered the outside world, was at a loss for words to describe his feelings. He suddenly felt that he was not so different from that cowcat, both mere objects of Rokugami Rin's perfunctory attention. He stood there, staring at her. Gazing Rin, he mimicked the tone of a cat whining. I was just about to die. His beautiful azure eyes blinked twice as he attempted to elicit concern from his mentor. Undoubtedly, he failed. Rokugami Rin replied with a nonchalant, weren't you supposed to learn? The first step is to restrain your presence, to the point where even sorcerers cannot sense your existence. Is that so difficult? The competitive spirit within the white-haired child was fierce, even without a rival. He could not accept the repeated setbacks he faced under Rokugami Rin's guidance, having been accustomed to adulation in his vast family. He resolved to make an effort. However, Gojo Saturu felt like a beautiful, rounded dandelion. Rokugami Rin's request, while seemingly simple, was indeed quite challenging. It was akin to asking such a charming, fluffy round, an exquisite dandelion not to be carried away by the wind, but rather to fall directly to the ground. His incredulous expression was so vivid that Rokugami Rin could not help but reach out and pat his head several times, her demeanor softening. The divine child's expression began to crumble, his striking blue eyes widening as he reiterated, I was just about to die. Dying, you know. Why is your expression so placid? Is that appropriate? Rokugami Rin replied, yes, you were just about to die. Gojo Saturu, gradually losing his sparkle, felt a sudden surge of an emotion known as exasperation. Rokugami Rin then added, but you didn't die, did you? Besides, that sorcerer would never have had the chance to approach you anyway. It was deliberate on Gojo Satoru's part. He averted his gaze, slowly meandering to sit beside Rokugami Rin on the wooden steps, propping his head up to observe the small sparrows perched upon the withered branches of the trees before him. A fluffy little sparrow, plump and soft, was suddenly pounced upon by the cowcat, which had returned from its wandering in the mountains, struggling under the cat's claws. The young divine child inquired, Hey Rin, why did you agree to be my teacher? My former aspiration was to become a kindergarten teacher, Rokugami Rin replied. It is a stable job with a high social status, and there are retirement benefits. Gojo Saturu, raised in a feudal family, found the various terms in her statement unfamiliar, having never heard of them, and thus eagerly asked, what is a kindergarten teacher? A teacher who educates young children. And what is a stable job? It is a job from which I would never be unemployed unless I chose to resign. Gojo Saturu inquired, and what is a retirement benefit? Rokugami Rin succinctly answered, money. The divine child expressed astonishment. Is that all? Yes, just that. But you can only receive it after turning 65. A look of genuine confusion crossed Gojo Satoru's face. Why can't one choose not to work? Even without working, money wouldn't be an issue. Rokugami Rin, her gaze gradually shifting to Gojo Satoru's face, suddenly found herself at a loss for words. To be honest, she admitted, sometimes I truly despise the wealthy. The line between individuals can only be drawn by amniotic fluid. Some are destined to be cattle and horses, while others are born to enjoy prosperity. When one is born into a family that is not harmonious atop that foundation, life becomes a true trial. The young divine child, filled with rare curiosity, perhaps because Rokugami Rin did not seem like the type to harbor resentment towards the affluent, could not help but ask, why do you detest the wealthy? Earning money can be quite simple. That is true now, Rokugami Rin shook her head. But it wasn't the case before. The source of her power, unlike what Gojo Satoru believed, was not innate. In truth, as Rokugami Rin gradually retrieved the memories of her past life in this world, she finally glimpsed the reality of her own strength. While plummeting down, the threads of fate became clear before her eyes. By some twist of fate, Rokugami Rin reached out and grasped one of those threads. Following a sudden chasm that appeared to a pitch-black void, she beheld a sky full of stars, saw the veils of mist that lay dormant among them. The fear within her instinctively peaked. She should have fled from this strange place immediately. Yet, her despondent heart miraculously overcame the fear, compelling her transparent soul to venture into the mist. Then, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared before Rokugami Rin. Have you heard the tale of the river god? When an axe falls into the water, the river god presents a golden axe, a silver axe, and the original axe, asking which one was lost. Gojo Satoru had never heard of such a story. His readings, studies, and tales were all related to the sorcery realm, and such seemingly unnecessary stories would not be shared with him by the elders of his clan. They would be deemed burdensome to his mind. However, being in Rokugami Rin's presence alleviated the weight on his mind considerably. Rokugami Rin continued to speak. The small, luminescent entity inquired of me, "Oh, wandering soul, have you lost this body, radiating with extraordinary powers, or this one, adorned with countless treasures, or perhaps this fragmented corpse of the six-eyed deity, which plummeted from a rooftop and was reduced to mere pulp, devoured by passing beasts?" Wataru Fushiguro widened his eyes slightly, evidently taken aback by such a hellish jest. The six-eyed deity now bore immense power. So, you chose the first option? That's something extraordinary? No. Those familiar with the tale know the correct answer is the third one. Her tone was composed, while I remained unchosen, feeling insulted, and thus I approached and consumed the luminous entity. By transcending the original choices, the six-eyed deity provided Wataru Fushiguro with a subtle shock. Rin, what is your world truly like? The six-eyed deity replied coolly, there is nothing remarkable to speak of. It is a chaotic amalgamation of extraordinary abilities and magic. In such a worldview, it is astonishing that the society of ordinary people can function normally. How should I put it? I often feel like a mere background character, a disposable pawn, unworthy of even having my name mentioned. At this juncture, she abruptly paused, turning to Wataru with an enigmatic glimmer in her golden eyes. And you, without a doubt, are the archetype of a protagonist. Wataru was momentarily stunned, then laughed. Of course. The six-eyed deity relished in defying conventions. In the brief month of our acquaintance, Wataru too learned to shatter norms. Thus the lofty deity was no more. The six-eyed deity stated earnestly, this is why I agreed to become your mentor. Was it my protagonist aura that attracted you? Do you wish to be part of the protagonist group? After a thorough study of relevant terms, Wataru had grasped their meanings well. Not quite. She had a remarkably clear self-assessment. Rather than being part of the protagonist group, I view myself as the ultimate antagonist. She smiled, a soft expectation glimmering in her radiant golden eyes, and I hope you will kill me. The cost of defying conventions was heavy. After gaining new life in this world, the six-eyed deity acquired unparalleled power, yet this was the only thing she gained. She lost many things, her capacity for emotional perception, her past memories, and the life and body that belonged to the human Rin. Now, the six-eyed deity was utterly convinced she had become a monster who could not even die if she wished. Only in the occasionally recalled memories could the monster feel the emotions once experienced by the human Rin. However, the loss of emotional perception rendered the world terrifyingly desolate. It was as though she stood by a tower window, observing the bustling streets below, yet unable to step into that vibrant thoroughfare herself. Thus, perhaps death would be preferable. Though young, Wataru was far more astute than most of his peers. The small child propped his head up with his hands, watching as a calico cat raised its paw, and a sparrow managed to escape, soaring into the sky and transforming into a fleeting streak of light. He calmly pointed out, but if I were to develop profound feelings for Rin, viewing her as someone important, I would find it difficult to harm her. Indeed. So what would lead you to consider me an enemy? Wataru gestured toward the uncollected corpse of the cursed practitioner in the yard. That is the enemy. So it was. The girl pondered, her eyelashes casting shadows over her eyes. After a moment of contemplation, she raised her right hand. The curved fingertip lightly touched the forehead of the six-eyed deity, abruptly erupting with brilliant light. Wataru exclaimed. By the time he comprehended, it was too late. He wished to resist, yet he was unarmed and never anticipated that Rin, bound by a contract, would dare to openly attack him. Wataru felt a wave of pain surge through his mind, curling his body as darkness began to encroach upon his vision. He strained to maintain focus on the figure before him. The clash of gold and blue met in the sunset-melted depths of his eyes, devoid of excess compassion. In that case, he heard his recently conversational mentor say, "You shall die." Wataru's expression of disbelief resembled that of a forsaken kitten. Suddenly, clarity struck him, and he finally understood the weight of Rin's words. Defying conventions. So, I will be killed, right? At the moment consciousness faded, he heard the chaotic sounds of the Fushiguro family. Incredulous reprimands rang out. Young Master Wataru, Rin, you shall pay for this. Elders, head of the family, quickly summon assistance. Rin has defied the contract and attacked young Master Wataru. When Wataru was 4, Rin agreed to be his mentor. Even a month later, the sorcery community still buzzed about this event. Yet unexpectedly, news emerged that Rin had violated the contract and dealt a fatal blow, resulting in the death of the six-eyed deity. No one anticipated that someone could leap about so freely, with such audacity. Chapter 10, Awakening at One's Own Funeral. Wataru opened his eyes in a pitch-black void where nothing was discernible. His mind, constantly inundated with information, suddenly felt liberated in the absence of any data. Through the six eyes, he beheld an empty, formless landscape. Where am I? A flicker of confusion arose within him, yet no one was there to provide answers. Wataru drifted in this space. The white-haired child had never encountered such absurdity. Everyone proclaimed him a prodigy, destined to lead the Fushiguro clan to greatness. And he had a special-grade sorcerer as his mentor. Due to Rin's unpredictability, the family had forged a bond with her, the consequences of which would be dire if breached. Yet, despite everyone knowing his promising future, with just a touch of her fingertip, he was plunged into a sleep as innocent as that of an infant, and thus, his soul departed from this world. The white-haired deity stood frozen, pondering the cosmos. The calico cat, and contemplating JPG. Wataru repeatedly confirmed his condition, ultimately arriving at an absurd conclusion. So, I am truly dead? Yes, you are indeed dead. A voice suddenly emerged from behind him, and Wataru whirled around to see a small light flickering into existence. The light shimmered, and he belatedly realized it was a beautiful, glimmering light blue gem, now adorning the neck of a calico cat. Wait, a calico cat? The small cat leaped onto his shoulder. I cannot enter. I merely borrowed its body. Oh, Rin, no, wait, Rin. Wataru was momentarily stunned, then instantly rendered speechless. You, scoundrel. In the brief span of a month, the deity had been left speechless on multiple occasions, but never had he been so thoroughly rattled as today. His anger surged. Yet his limited vocabulary left him with nothing but repetitive exclamations of scoundrel and rascal, failing to inflict any real damage on Rin. The cultivation of composure, painstakingly imparted by the elders, swiftly returned to the family's possession. The thought of having so rashly died before fully comprehending the situation ignited an uncontrollable wave of intense emotion within Wataru, one that could only be described as fury. The little cat spoke languidly. You mentioned yourself that if our relationship were to improve, you might find it difficult to act against me in the future, which simply cannot be allowed. However, I am already dead. A tempestuous tone burst forth, accompanied by exclamations of you scoundrel, Lu Shenlin. His temperament was akin to a wild stallion, galloping furiously down a bizarre path. With this very individual before him, the one who had usurped the small cat's body, being the instigator of it all, Lu Shenlin absent-mindedly fiddled with the light blue gem adorning her neck. Let us look at the bright side. I too have perished. Otherwise, how could I possibly be here conversing with you? Wu Tiao Wu, the white-haired youth, wore an incredulous expression. And how did you meet your demise? Restrictions, she replied candidly. I've made a promise to become your teacher and can in no way harm you. Having signed the corresponding binding agreements, my death means yours as well. Remarkably, her tone had taken on an oddly lively quality, likely due to her inhabiting the cat's form to some extent. Wu Tiaowu was once again engulfed by the overwhelming shock of the cosmic feline's revelations. So you knew you would die yet still intended to kill me? Is she out of her mind? He pondered. I will survive, Lu Shenlin whispered. You might interpret it as needing a cool-down period before resurrection. During this time, I simply wish to converse with you. Why this sudden change of heart? Because I want to give the administrative department a bit of trouble. Yes, that's it. She continued. You may not be aware, but the original intent of the administrative department was to ensure that neither of us survived. You can restrain me, and I can eliminate you. In either scenario, the administrative department stands to gain. I'll feign allegiance to the Wu Tiao family, then eliminate you. Do you think the Wu Tiao family would suspect that this was all orchestrated by the administrative department? Then the administrative department would be mercilessly targeted by a powerful clan, compelled to concede and pay reparations, which might not escalate to such extremes. But at the very least, it could create some discomfort. Wu Tiaowu was rendered speechless. He truly was at a loss for words, all his thoughts coalescing into a singular exclamation. All this just for a trivial matter? I shall kill you. Lu Shunlin playfully pressed her paw against his face. Strangely enough, despite being mere souls without physical forms, he could distinctly feel the soft, bouncy sensation of the cat's paw on his cheek. The cow cat's mouth moved rhythmically. I will live, and you will live too. For you are the protagonist destined to ultimately kill me. Her tone was laced with mirth. But just imagine, when the entire sorcery world believes us to be dead. And after the Wu Tiao family settles accounts with the administrative department, they hold a funeral for you, surrounded by all, amidst flowers and tears of mourning. You would suddenly sit up. She paused, observing the widening eyes and gradually perplexed expression of Wu Tiaowu. The cow cat leisurely added, see, wouldn't tea that be entertaining? Picture the incredulous reactions of those around you as you rise from your coffin, akin to a miracle bestowed by the divine. Wu Tiaowu gasped in surprise, realizing he had never contemplated such a way of living. A hermit, isolated in the mountains, had been swept away by the modern nihilistic perspective, akin to a kitten drenched by rain from a collapsed roof before even stepping outside. The little cat was momentarily dazed, hesitating, yet gradually grasping the entirety of it all. Is it truly possible? He asked hesitantly. Are you certain? Is there no issue? Trust me, Lu Shunlin replied. I have been certified as a teacher for 4 years. I would never deceive a child. Wu Tiaowu posed a soul-searching question. Did you truly obtain your teaching qualification? Lu Shunlin merely remained silent. She would not divulge that her initial discovery by Jinai Takuya stemmed from the memory of failing her teaching certification, which had nearly led her to a life on the streets. That would be too embarrassing, she thought, having erased that particular memory from Jinai Takuya's mind, ensuring that no one in this world would ever know of Lu Shunlin's shameful past. She simply stated, do not inquire about what should remain unasked. Lu, you seem a bit too lively, not quite the Lu I know. Lu Shunlin replied solemnly, because I am now a cat. Wu Tiaowu's perception of her shattered completely. You are utterly ridiculous. Where's the teacher in you? He recalled those elders who had imparted knowledge of the sorcery world to him, and none had behaved in such a manner. You could be too, Lu Shunlin retorted swiftly. The future star of the Wu Tiao family could have chosen to lead the clan. Yet instead, you chose to become a diligent gardener, nurturing the future blossoms of our nation. Is that not a profoundly shocking choice? You scoundrel. Who would want to teach? Poor little Wu, lacking both the advantage of words and strength, could only weep pathetically before her. Are you going to cry? Are you? The white-haired youth stiffened, deliberately responding with indignation. Shut your mouth. The cow cat emitted a strange laugh, wholly incongruous with Lu Shunlin herself. It stretched its neck to gaze at Wu Tiaowu's face, its black and white visage reflecting a peculiar mixture of surprise and curiosity. Wu Tiaowu turned his head resolutely to the side, refusing to allow the cow cat to witness his expression. The cow cat exclaimed triumphantly, You are crying. The 4-year-old divine child lifted his sleeve to wipe his face. I am not. Your ears are red. Because of you. Then, suddenly, his shoulders felt lighter. The cow cat leaped down, transforming in the pitch-black space into a human form. The shimmering light blue gem on her neck morphing into a round pearl earring dangling from the girl's left ear. Her expression remained impassive, mirroring the demeanor Wu Tiaowu had observed over the past month. Visually, she appeared elevated, the light blue pearl earring radiating a soft glow. In the gentle illumination, her golden eyes sparkled with an absence of emotion, reminiscent of Wu Tiaowu himself from a month prior, indifferent to the world around him. Yet, Wu Tiaowu's impression of her could never revert to its former state. The white-haired youth recalled the malicious cow cat from just moments ago. In a sudden burst of fury, he dashed forward, and upon seeing her face, the flames of rage within him burned hotter than if he had encountered 100 assassins. He raised his right hand, his cursed energy rapidly coursing through his body, ultimately converging at his tender fingertips. The technique activated, and within his azure eyes flickered vibrant anger, song. Negative emotions surged, causing his cursed energy to spike in an instant. The dark space compressed, numerous phantoms coalescing at his fingertips, gradually forming an undeniable and potent energy. Wu Tiaowu struggled to withstand the burden of awakening the technique and unleashing song, his mind clouded, throat itching, and the metallic taste of blood rising within him. Yet, a singular thought consumed him. He must release this attack and annihilate her, exacting a fierce vengeance. He remained unaware that he was now a soul. How could a soul register bodily sensations? He was simply engulfed in rage. The brilliance of Tsang erupted from his fingertips, illuminating the dark space. As Lu Xinlian's figure gradually morphed into a mere silhouette, maintaining her smile while uttering, "Isn't this something you can accomplish?" Wu Jiaowu was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, he felt his head being roughly tousled several times, the lips of the person before him moving in a dispassionate manner, uttering words that were utterly incongruous with that face. Children are truly amusing. The bewildered expression on Satoru Gojo's face shattered in an instant. Satoru Gojo. The young one instantly bristled, and the space around him began to slowly tear apart with the descent of Ko. Rin Rokugami. Explain yourself. In that moment, the heavens were suddenly illuminated. The white-haired deity rose from the shattered remnants of the coffin, locking eyes with numerous high-ranking figures from the jujitsu world. A stark white mourning hall, guests clad in black, and the sight of himself dressed in funeral garb. Satoru Gojo, the head of the Gojo family, bearing a sorrowful expression yet striving to maintain composure. The elders of the Gojo family, tears streaming down their faces. The Zenin and Kamo clans, ostensibly here to pay their respects, but truly there to spectate. A mere formality, primarily to signal their stance. The remaining guests from the jujitsu world. Silence reigned at tonight's memorial service. The white-haired deity inexplicably felt an urge to flee the scene. He couldn't articulate it, but it felt as though he had fallen victim to some peculiar curse, as the gazes of others upon him felt painfully acute. Countless piercing stares, sharp as needles, struck him, transforming into an indescribable itch. Clad in an exquisitely crafted custom funeral robe, he felt an unwarranted sensation of prickling discomfort all over. An inexplicable atmosphere of awkwardness spread silently, and within this intangible silence, the white-haired deity finally regained his composure. After pushing aside the splintered wood of the coffin, the young one slowly stood up, his gaze gradually shifting to the deep pit of at least 5 meters before his memorial tablet. Satoru Gojo. After what seemed like countless moments of silence today, the deity stood before the great pit and tilted his head to gaze at the dazed head of the family, asking, "Did I cause this?" The head of the family, still in shock, simply nodded in a daze. An elder beside him whispered, "We only heard the sound of the technique's activation, Ko, and then this place exploded." The white-haired deity stiffly ignored the gazes of the others, his expression taut, striving to mimic Rin Rokugami's nonchalant demeanor regarding this trivial matter. Then, with as much indifference as he could muster, he dropped the bombshell. "Well, I've awakened an unlimited technique." The awakening occurred 8 months earlier than the Gojo family's expectations. In that very moment of awakening the unlimited technique, he had learned to utilize Ko. The crowd. Upon witnessing his resurrection, and then learning of Satoru Gojo's awakened technique, followed by witnessing its effects firsthand, the others became increasingly agitated. Wait, didn't he die? The Zenin elder's face paled, questioning how he had returned to life, and even awakened a technique. Unlimited, truly unlimited. The Gojo family was poised to dominate entirely. Some faces turned ashen. Wait, hold on. Could it not be the work of a curse user? The reality of the Six Eyes' death was undeniable. There was no reason for resurrection unless. This statement sparked a realization among the crowd. Indeed, unless he was not the Six Eyes at all. Could it be that a curse user had taken over? Such forbidden techniques in the jujitsu world, once employed, would lead to catastrophic consequences. Satoru Gojo must die. After a heartfelt shout, the crowd's gazes turned instantly vigilant. How could the Gojo family harbor a curse user? Hand him over. He must be surrendered. The head of the Gojo family regained his composure, responding with calm resolve. Gentlemen, it remains undetermined whether Saturu is indeed a curse user. We must await verification before drawing conclusions. The Zenin family, bitter rivals of the Gojo clan, chuckled derisively. Fine, let us verify right here. I'm eager to see how you'll defend him. Many clans possessed various techniques to verify the unity of body and soul, though they were seldom employed. This time, Satoru Gojo stood at the center of the formation, surrounded by a dense throng of people. The moment the formation activated, he felt a gust of wind wash over him. But nothing more. The head of the family let out a sigh of relief, turning to the varied expressions of the crowd. Did you see that? He rarely discarded his composure, but now he laughed heartily. This is Saturu. Perfect timing for all of you to be here. Let us turn this funeral into a celebration for Satoru's awakened technique. Satoru Gojo glanced at the crowd, softly inquiring, "Where's Rin? You mean the curse user who attempted to assassinate you?" An elder nearby casually remarked that such a person had already perished due to backlash from their bindings and was hardly worth mentioning. "Satoru, why do you look like that?" Satoru Gojo did not respond. The burden of the Six Eyes became increasingly unbearable after the untimely awakening. The crowd surged and jostled. and his head throbbed subtly after releasing the technique. He merely stated, "I feel unwell," and was personally escorted back to the courtyard by an elder. "Saturu, you should rest well. Your eyes are of utmost importance." The white-haired deity nodded absently, turning and entering his bedroom, where he encountered Rin Rokugami, who was holding a cow-cat. The cow-cat elongated its tone, softly mewing, "Meow." The sound of the cow-cat's bizarre laughter echoed in Saturu Gojo's mind. A jarring reminder from the pitch-black void. Rin Rokugami blinked. "You've returned to the world of the living and awakened a technique early. Shouldn't you be a bit more joyful?" Joyful? Thanks to Rin Rokugami, he found no reason to smile. Chapter 11. Running Away with the Bad Woman. The tail end of winter was just departing, and new buds blossomed on the peach branches of the mountainside. Saturu Gojo had returned from the dead, entering his courtyard. The moment he opened the door, Rin Rokugami was already present in the room. It was difficult to articulate the emotions of that moment. He yearned to unleash Ko once more. Yet the burden of cursed energy within him vehemently protested against it. Seeing him standing motionless, Rin Rokugami waved her hand, her expression unwavering. "Why aren't you sitting down? Aren't you supposed to be resting?" She appeared unscathed and at ease, a stark contrast to the image of someone who had perished and returned to life, leading Saturu Gojo to believe she should be gravely weakened, her face devoid of color. In reality, Rin Rokugami looked as if she had been waiting for this moment, having even changed into a different outfit. Her original long coat was nowhere to be seen. Instead, she wore a black and white fringed shawl that reached her waist, swaying gently as she stroked the cow-cat. Saturu Gojo silently closed the shoji door, his heart unexpectedly calming, even alleviating the dull pain in his head caused by the burden. Within the enclosed room, only Rin Rokugami and Saturu Gojo remained. The white-haired child stood still, lifting his sky-blue gaze to meet her golden eyes. He declared, "I will kill you, Rin." This statement was made with utter seriousness, Saturu Gojo's expression unwaveringly resolute. As if it were not merely a declaration of intent, but a promise destined to be fulfilled, one he was absolutely capable of keeping. Very well. Thus, the golden-eyed girl revealed a heartfelt smile, truly embodying the spirit of a child, full of vigor even in such circumstances. "Hey, I'm serious. Even if I can't do it now, I will." I know. She certainly understood. Rather, all her actions were aimed at solidifying Saturu Gojo's resolve. His current response was precisely what she had desired. Li Shinshin gracefully lifted her hand and removed the delicate azure orb pendant from her left ear, presenting it to Saturu Gojo with an air of solemnity. "I acknowledge you now. This is a token of mentorship from teacher to student." Anticipating a delightful exchange of teacher and pupil, she was taken aback when Gojo abruptly recoiled, a frown creasing his youthful face as he firmly declared, "I don't want it." The gesture of offering the token hung, suspended in the air. Why? Gojo recalled his own funeral, surrounded by a group of people. Their expressions a mix of awkwardness and absurdity overwhelming his thoughts, igniting a belated sense of shame within him. The white-haired child, unaccustomed to such experiences, felt a flush of anger coloring his fair complexion. There is no why. In that moment, Li Shinshin regarded Gojo as one might view an ignorant child oblivious to the value of a fine treasure. A look of disapproval gradually surfaced on the girl's otherwise impassive face. "Your eyes should be able to discern the difference." Gojo blinked, a tumult of conflicting emotions shimmering in his cerulean gaze. Indeed, he was far too young, inundated with an overwhelming influx of information, his mind perpetually teetering on the brink of exhaustion. Li Shinshin, along with the cow-cat she had conjured, could shield against probing eyes. Thus, this pendant, which still radiated light in the world they had departed, was undoubtedly extraordinary. To him, the orb pendant appeared as a colossal source of energy, perpetually emanating a gentle, comforting glow. Each time he drew near, the fatigue in his mind would gradually dissipate. Though Gojo had glimpsed Li Shinshin's essence through the cow-cat's exterior in that dark afterlife, she was correct. At least at this moment, she was not deceiving a child. Li Shinshin had indeed produced something of great merit. Gojo conceded that the orb would indeed be beneficial for him, yet he was reluctant to yield so readily. The child wrestled with the thought. Would that not be akin to conceding? Children often harbor a sense of pride. He decided he would wait, perhaps until this troublesome woman reiterated her offer a few more times before begrudgingly acquiescing. Unbeknownst to him, his refusal was laden with intention, though his face betrayed his concern. His feline-like mouth could not suppress its upward curl, while his words contradicted his innermost feelings. "It's merely a minor burden. I can certainly bear it." Next, Li Shinshin was likely to persuade him. Very well. The girl, with a heart of stone, reclaimed the pendant and reattached it to her ear, as if to say, "That settles it." Gojo was left in disbelief, watching her movements with incredulity. Her demeanor was so natural, her actions devoid of hesitation, showing no intent to prolong the interaction. Li Shinshin adorned herself with the pendant, leaving Gojo flabbergasted. Are you merely speaking without intent? The child did not explicitly express his desire, but the envy gleaming in his eyes was nearly palpable. He endeavored to feign indifference, critiquing Li Shinshin's attitude. You don't appear to genuinely want to give it away. Yet, the feeble nature of his retort caused his ears to flush crimson. Li Shinshin remained unperturbed. Even with her gaze averted, her unique vision allowed her to perceive Gojo's expression. She seemed somewhat surprised. Yet her countenance remained composed as she regarded him. Consequently, the 4-year-old Gojo felt his cheeks gradually heat up. In the Gojo household, anything he desired was readily bestowed upon him by numerous family members, merely requiring a glance with those eyes. This was the first instance he encountered such an obstacle. He pondered, why was it that only Li Shinshin, this troublesome woman, was different? Gojo, you're not about to cry, are you? The familiar teasing lilt in her voice revealed her unrelenting amusement. Again with that phrase, again. Gojo seethed, turning away in anger. Stop saying that. You scoundrel. Your teaching credentials must have lapsed. She professed to be a qualified early childhood educator, yet in reality, she merely delighted in toying with children. The exchange turned into a mutual infliction of wounds. Li Shinshin's smile gradually faded. Her expression turned stoic, her golden eyes fixated on the child before her. A look that stirred an unshakable unease within him. Some things should not be speculated upon. The young child widened his eyes. After a moment of hesitation, he finally blurted. Speculated upon. A sudden flash of insight illuminated his mind. Children learn rapidly, especially one as quick-witted as Gojo. He was a remarkably intelligent child. He suddenly flashed a smile mirroring Li Shinshin's, adopting the cowcat-esque tone and phrasing to retort. You wouldn't actually be unqualified, would you? Surely not. Li Shinshin replied flatly, shut your mouth. Gojo prepared to display a victorious grin, his expression swelling with pride. She sighed softly, and in an instant, he felt a shadow sweep by, colliding with a soft form. A familiar voice rang above him. If you want it, just say so. Silken white hair was tousled as Li Shinshin playfully ruffled his head, her grip firm, causing his head to sway side to side. Gojo's previously restored complexion flared with embarrassment. Just saying I want it one tea make you give it to me. Your offer lacks sincerity. The hand atop his head hesitated for a moment. Li Shinshin, unfazed, replied, all right, I admit that giving you something I've worn is somewhat perfunctory. The girl extended her hand. So, would you like to venture out? Confused by the sudden shift in topic, Gojo responded, to select a suitable gemstone, perhaps? 2 hours later, the head of the Gojo family bid farewell to the departing guests with a beaming smile, while an elder was dispatched to Gojo's courtyard. Summon Gojo. We require further details regarding his revival and the awakening of his techniques. Revival. The explanation given by the head of the Gojo family to the other guests was that Gojo had not truly died. Among the protective talismans bestowed upon him, one could preserve life in critical moments. The funeral was merely a result of the talisman's expiration, as they had believed Gojo would not awaken again. Whether others believed it was their concern, the Gojo family needed only to present this explanation. The elder accepted the directive and paused outside Gojo's courtyard. First inquiring of the attendant at the gate, has Gojo encountered any issues? Due to the nature of the 6 eyes, there were typically no extraneous individuals within Gojo's courtyard. The attendant, a first-grade sorcerer selected from the family's practitioners, was formidable. Any curse attempting an assassination would be detected by him. The attendant confirmed, all is normal. The elder smiled with satisfaction. He stepped into the courtyard, calling out, Gojo, open the door, the head of the family summons you. No response came from within. The elder mused that perhaps Gojo had merely exhausted himself after awakening his technique again, which was entirely understandable. He resolved to call out a few more times, exercising patience. 5 minutes passed, and the elder remained composed. 10 minutes elapsed, and a look of confusion crossed his face. Half an hour elapsed, and the elder sensed that something was amiss. Without further delay, he burst into the room. Before him lay a vacant chamber. The teacup on the table still brimmed with untouched tea, and at that moment, the elder's heart felt as cold as that very cup. It was over. He staggered back a step, his balance wavering. Taking a deep breath, the poise and decorum he usually upheld dissipated in an instant. Quickly, find someone. Wutai is missing. Chapter 12. The pitiful child of whose family. Within the brief span of a year, the sorcery realm had become more lively than during festive seasons. The daily routine of most sorcerers consisted solely of exorcising cursed spirits, and yet more exorcising of cursed spirits. There was no time for any other pursuits. They could only accompany the cold, hard currency with their solitary selves, all while facing life-threatening dangers. Such a lifestyle transformed everyone into individuals of remarkably superior mental states. Unbeknownst to them, their news had swept through everyone's minds like a hurricane. In the dark web of the sorcery realm, within a certain forum. Title: It feels like there's been too much happening in the sorcery realm lately. My mind can hardly keep up. 1L. As the title suggests, I'm utterly bewildered. Who has died? Huh, who died? 2L. Do not doubt. It's that deity who disrupted the balance. It should be confirmed that she is dead now. 3L. The supervisory department is indeed fond of underhanded tactics. I never expected such a malicious idea to be conceived. In terms of madness, I admit I fall short. 4L. Silent tribute. 5L. This is the juicy gossip we crave. 6L. The Wutai family has protected the Six Eyes for so long, and it was just about to awaken its cursed technique. Even a special grade sorcerer was lured in to teach the deity, reportedly by the deity herself. And now look what has happened. 7L. Even after a binding agreement was signed, who would have thought that Rintaru could still risk mutual destruction to eliminate the Six Eyes? 8L. This is a grand victory for the supervisory department. 9L. Yet the supervisory department, basking in its grand victory, cannot find a moment to smile, for it must now endure the frenzied retribution from the Wutai family. I hear they have made considerable concessions. 10L. I never thought I would witness such a turn of events. It's utterly hilarious. 11L. Indeed. The longer one lives, the more one sees. 12L. Watching this unfold is quite delightful. It makes the routine of exorcising cursed spirits feel rather flavorful. Satisfaction JPG. 13L. I too, whenever I finish a mission and find myself bored nursing my wounds, I open the forum just to await news of Rintaru. Her appearance always drew the attention of the masses as a special grade sorcerer, followed by her audacious act of slaying dozens within the supervisory department, only to be labeled a curse user, and then recalled due to the department's fear of the Six Eyes. Yet regarding this experience, many understood that the sorcery realm was on the verge of an extraordinary future. How many wished to witness who was more powerful, Rintaru or Wutai? Alas, the opportunity for comparison seemed to have vanished. In the building, a rare gathering of sorcerers emerged, and at this hour, 3 a.m., the forum buzzed with more fervor than it had 4 years ago when the Six Eyes were born and the balance shattered. The topic rapidly escalated. As a group of sorcerers, either working late or simply indulging in gossip, passionately typed away, discussing this matter extensively, until a particular comment surfaced. 301L. Wait a moment. If the Six Eyes have indeed been confirmed dead, and the Wutai family has gone to the supervisory department to stir up trouble, shouldn't the balance have reverted to its former state? 302L. Why does it feel like the strength of the cursed spirits remains largely unchanged? Speculations arose below. 303L. Perhaps the restoration of balance, while swift, does not result in an instantaneous decline. 304L. Indeed, for years ago, when the Six Eyes were born, high-level cursed spirits increased significantly, but that wasn't an overnight transformation. There was a buffer period of at least a month or two, right? 305L. Balance. Quite the enigma, isn't it? JPG. 306L. Sorcery. Quite the enigma, isn't it? JPG. 307L. The Six Eyes. Quite the enigma, aren't they? JPG. After a few more superficial exchanges, someone cautiously voiced their perplexity. 369L. Is it possible, just a possibility, that the Six Eyes never actually died? 370L. Huh? Is the commenter a newcomer to the sorcery realm? The Wutai family, known for their pride, has gone to the supervisory department to confront them, demanding reparation for the deity. The uproar was quite significant, did you not hear? 371L. I concur with the previous comment. The Wutai family's demeanor does not appear to be feigned. My father mentioned preparing to attend the funeral. Families like ours only get to witness such grandeur during these occasions. By the way, I will be attending the funeral too. 372L. See, how could this possibly be true? The claim that the Six Eyes are not dead is preposterous. Rintaru perished due to the backlash from the binding. 373L. I said it was impossible. A funeral is about to be held. The Six Eyes cannot possibly rise from their coffin. A month later, the thread surged back into popularity. 592L replied to 373L. Honestly, do you possess some sort of prophetic technique? I just attended the funeral, and my mind is a bit foggy. Wutai truly rose from his own coffin, awakened his technique, and it was powerful. The ground was blasted out into a pit, at least 5 meters deep. The thread fell silent for a period, but upon refreshing, a flurry of question marks erupted below. Never had the responses been so uniformly synchronized, akin to a private house party at an idol concert, expressing an outpouring of emotion. The speed of replies was astonishing, with the content highly repetitive, resembling a bot army flooding the comments. 3 hours later, this thread had escalated to over 1,000 layers due to such a shocking topic, and the source of the bombshell swiftly navigated past the meaningless comments, providing another update. 1027L. Well, we've been detained. The Wutai family claims that the 6 eyes, who were supposed to be resting in the courtyard, have vanished. Suspecting one of us may be a trafficker. 1028L. Breaking down. What the hell? We have our dignity to uphold. Even if we are envious, none of us would stoop to such disgraceful acts. Yet the current situation is that the 6 eyes have disappeared. After briefly returning to life and awakening his technique for 3 hours, Wutai simply vanished from his family's territory. Haha, the Wutai family's reputation is truly in tatters now. Yet they had no time to dwell on matters of face. The 6 eyes were of far greater importance. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the edge of the Wutai family's barrier, Wutai, fervently sought by his entire clan, took his first steps out of that seemingly antiquated family. Rintaru grasped his hand, a warm current of strength flowing through their touch as they approached the edge of the barrier. In the blink of an eye, the Wutai family's proud barrier was effortlessly lifted like a delicate veil. Rintaru led him through the edge of the veil, akin to 2 stealthy cats, one large and one small. After emerging, she deftly restored the gossamer-like barrier. The protected deity, who had never encountered the outside world, stepped onto the land beyond her home and beheld a vast expanse of mountains and forests. The peach blossoms had bloomed for some time and were beginning to wither, while numerous green buds had emerged. Ryomen Sukuna led Saturu Gojo along the mountain path. Gojo was clad in a cumbersome dragonfly-patterned haori, the light-colored pant legs wide and billowing. The recently fallen rain had left the air damp, and the path was slick, causing the edges of his clothing to collect dirt with each step. Having already grasped the essence of his technique, Ryomen Sukuna remarked, "Use your technique to shield yourself from the mud." Gojo lifted his gaze, not enough cursed energy. In response, Ryomen Sukuna slowly curved her eyes, a smile gradually appearing within her golden irises. The moment he witnessed her smile, an unsettling premonition began to unfurl in Gojo's heart. Sure enough, in the next instant, her lips parted and, in a soft and gentle tone, she said, "Oh, is that so? Then you truly are useless, aren't you? But that's all right. Being useless is a privilege of childhood." Gojo thought, why did he still harbor hopes of hearing anything kind from Ryomen Sukuna? At that moment, he sincerely believed that no one understood her malicious nature better than he did. What a wicked woman. He fixed his gaze upon her, his 6 eyes perceiving clearly. Within her beautiful eyes, reminiscent of molten gold at sunset, lay a surface-level mirth that failed to reach her depths, concealing an unwavering core of indifference. Although she claimed that being useless was a privilege of childhood, her gaze towards him distinctly implied that if he could not resolve the issue of the mud, he should refrain from splattering it on her. His intuition was correct once more. Ryomen Sukuna suspiciously released his hand and took a few steps away, increasing the distance between them. Well then, let us proceed. Gojo quickened his pace to walk beside her, the mud splattering from the hem of his haori. Ryomen Sukuna accelerated her steps once again, further distancing herself from him. Gojo kept up, and she sped up again. This back and forth continued for half an hour until Gojo could no longer contain himself. Stop right there. Ryomen Sukuna had no intention of obeying him. In a fleeting moment, the girl draped in a black and white fringed shawl vanished from his sight. When he finally emerged from the forest, he found her standing leisurely at the edge of a paved road, patiently waiting for him. She appeared immaculate, her arms crossed, her right fingertips idly toying with a cluster of fringes on her shawl, exuding an air of freshness and nonchalance. A cow-patterned cat, seemingly appearing from nowhere, squatted by her feet, gracefully raising a paw to groom itself. In stark contrast, Gojo, who had released his technique and had yet to recover his cursed energy before leaving home, looked rather disheveled. His white hair was tousled, his face smeared with dirt, and the mud splattered on his haori and shoes was quite conspicuous. Ryomen Sukuna raised an eyebrow. Oh dear, what a pitiful child. At that moment, a string within Gojo's mind finally snapped. Chapter 13, Street Performances. Gojo began to understand why Ryomen Sukuna had failed to pass the teacher qualification exam. How could someone so vile possibly succeed? Enraged, he bristled like a disheveled dandelion. You're finished. His azure eyes brimmed with accusation. As if one declaration was insufficient for the weight of his indignation, he reiterated, You're finished. Ryomen Sukuna sighed. Gojo, you simply do not comprehend the teacher's earnest intentions toward you. She pointed at the cow-patterned cat beside her. Look, the kitten is stuffed. Do you know why it's stuffed? Gojo replied, Don't change the subject. The kitten interjected, Because many people want to kill you. The news of your disappearance has likely spread throughout the Gojo family. Everyone knows you just awakened and exhausted your cursed energy, making you an ideal target. But I haven't encountered anyone. Gojo's voice faltered as a realization struck him. Right. The frequency of assassination attempts in the past had been as routine as eating and drinking. Why, now that he had stepped outside, had he not encountered a single assailant? Noticing his bewildered expression, the girl turned her golden eyes towards him. Because I sent the kitten to deal with those people. I've sacrificed so much for you. Are you not moved to the point of tears? He had indeed felt a flicker of emotion. Yet, the moment Ryuman Sukuna spoke, any semblance of his awkward gratitude swiftly dissipated. The chilly spring air was biting, and while Ryuman Sukuna, wrapped in her shawl, felt adequately warm, Gojo sought to use his cursed energy for warmth, but found his eyes too burdened. Reluctantly, he tugged on the fringes of her shawl. Perceiving the tug, the girl lowered her gaze to him. Gojo's eyes wandered, reluctant to meet her surprised golden eyes, and he murmured, "Let me have this." Ryuman Sukuna's response was immediate. "No, why not?" Gojo's eyes widened in disbelief, akin to an innocent otaku deceived by the lies of a beautiful fox spirit. You could easily use cursed energy. With swift precision, Ryuman Sukuna extracted her fringes from his grasp, calmly asserting, "This is far more valuable than my earrings. I crafted it with my own hands over 2 months, yet it appears utterly ordinary. Some fringes are even knotted. This is a labor of love. You, a capitalist, cannot fathom the significance of one's hard work to a laborer." Perhaps triggered by some unpleasant memory, her tone suddenly became fervent, her emotions animated, her anger becoming palpable. Gojo keenly sensed her displeasure, though it was not directed toward him. He released his grip and raised his gaze to meet her golden eyes. The young boy, filled with defiance, retorted, "It's just a shawl. I can weave a better one for you. Deal." Fearing he might retract his words, Ryuman Sukuna promptly draped her black and white shawl over his head. "Let us go find a gift." As her words trailed off, she hastily set off, showing no intention of waiting for him. The young boy struggled momentarily beneath the voluminous shawl before finally emerging with just his head visible. Confusion filled his azure eyes. Why had she agreed so readily? His gaze inadvertently fell upon a hint of blue within the shawl, revealing a pair of adorable blue-eyed white kittens nestled in the corner. Next to the kittens were the familiar characters, Saturu. Gojo was truly taken aback. Was this his name? The cow-patterned cat strolled beside the young one, for indeed, this shawl had been woven for him by its owner. Despite her erratic mental state, she still held a fondness for him. It was clear that gifts could not simply be half of a previously worn earring. In that moment, the young boy's heart experienced a profound shock. In the Wuqiao family, he could acquire whatever he desired. The family placed great emphasis on the 6 eyes, as long as Saturu Gojo expressed a wish. Regardless of the item's nature or worth, it would inevitably be presented before him. However, the acquisition of such privileges was contingent upon the burden of his extraordinary eyes. Although Saturu had never articulated it, he understood clearly that without these eyes, he would be indistinguishable from any other newborn in the Wuqiao lineage. Yet, Rika Nishinamiya was unlike the Wuqiao family. She was not one of them and held no regard for the 6 eyes. To her, they were utterly inconsequential. In fact, her freedom and capriciousness surpassed his to a considerable degree. Thus, this gift was merely a token bestowed upon him. The audacity of Rika Nishinamiya to craft a present for him was astonishing. The little cow cat raised its paw and gently patted Satoru's pant leg, softly reassuring him, "You'll get used to it." A sense of bewilderment washed over Saturu, a warm and sweet sensation flooding his heart. As he draped the shawl over his shoulders, he lowered his gaze to the cow cat at his feet, suddenly perceiving its mischievous visage as charmingly handsome. While admiring the blue-eyed kitten nestled in the corner of the shawl, he casually inquired, "If this is a gift for me, why did Rika don it herself?" The cow cat responded, "Ah, child, you've hit the nail on the head." Rika had declared, "All right, this is Satoru's Easter gift. Of course, if something goes awry and he fails to resurrect, then it shall belong to me." Yet, the truly considerate little kitten, having aced the early childhood education course, refrained from divulging the cold, hard truth. The cow cat changed the subject, saying, "It's not important. Oh, it seems our owner has wandered off. Let us hurry and catch up." And with that, the cow cat dashed away. The surrounding scenery gradually transformed, the once lush forest becoming sparse, and the main residence of the Wuqiao family was long obscured within a sea of greenery. After keeping pace with Rika, Saturu gleefully remarked, "You really do like me a lot." He was promptly met with a gentle flick to his head. Rika Nishinamiya, unperturbed, replied in a flat tone, "Let us go." Satoru surveyed his surroundings, asking, "Where are we?" Rika replied, "I don't know." "Wait, you ventured out without knowing where you were going? What does it matter?" Rika retrieved her phone and checked the map, turning her body to indicate, "This way." After 2 minutes of walking, she glanced at the sky and abruptly changed her mind. Seizing the back of Satoru's collar, confused, He looked up and asked, "What?" In the next instant, he felt an overwhelming force push him forward. The burden on his mind intensified instantaneously, and the scenery before him blurred into a flurry of white. Satoru's instincts screamed warnings, alerting him to the fact that an event was unfolding that he could neither comprehend nor confront. He instinctively clutched the tassels of the shawl, his gaze fixed on the blinding light, his eyes burning with pain, until, all at once, he felt an unexpected lightness envelop him. Rika's exasperated voice drifted down from above. "Oh no, I may have overdone it a bit." "Wait, what do you mean by overdone it?" "Well," her tone suddenly turned calm. "Tokyo it is, let us go earn some money." Satoru blinked in confusion. "Money? I thought we were buying things." Indeed, her voice remained flat, yet the words she uttered nearly overwhelmed a 4-year-old CPU. "I didn't bring any cards, and you have no money, so we must earn some first." "Couldn't you just use that trick again to retrieve your card? It's a bit of a hassle." "What hassle? I'd have to explain why I'm alive. When I woke up, I found myself dismembered and buried. Piecing myself back together took quite an effort." Satoru was left speechless. Then, as if by magic, Rika produced a pair of transparent goggles. They were round, slightly oversized, resembling adult-sized frames, but after tightening the strap, he managed to wear them. "I found you a cursed artifact that filters some information. It was made in a hurry, so the effect is rather mediocre." Once Satoru donned them, Rika scrutinized him for a moment. He adjusted the goggles and asked, "Why do your eyes look so strange?" "It's nothing." After nonchalantly averting her gaze, Rika led him to the bustling streets. They had ventured out in the afternoon, and now dusk was settling in. The streets bustled with people, and during this festive atmosphere, the appearances of cursed spirits had diminished significantly. As Satoru entered the crowd, the information that would have been overwhelming was rendered bearable beneath the goggles' filter. He had never seen so many people and had never witnessed such a scene. Modern skyscrapers, shops selling contemporary goods, vibrant neon lights lining the streets, and a myriad of people adorned in diverse attire. He had encountered none of this before. The traditions of the Wuqiao family were archaic, isolated, and feudal, starkly contrasting with this vividly colored world, as if juxtaposing the heavens with the earth. The novelty of the external world was exhilarating. His previous life felt like the dark side of the sun. He had lived in the shadow cast by the Wuqiao family, encountering guests and mingling with individuals who existed within the same narrow confines, leading him to believe that the outside world mirrored this. Yet, in truth, the areas illuminated by sunlight were vast, far exceeding the limitations of his circumscribed existence. A surge of inexplicable excitement coursed through him. He was eager to explore this world that was entirely different from his own. However, Rika suddenly pointed to an open space and said, "How about here?" "What?" "To earn money." She said this with utmost seriousness, and the cow cat poked its head out from beside her, stating, "The kitten will cooperate with you." Then Satoru understood what it meant for the kitten to cooperate. Rika set him down and abruptly retreated several steps, blending into the crowd. The cow cat bellowed, "Street performance. Street performance. A blind artist instructing a kitten to do somersaults." Satoru exclaimed, "Wait, blind? That is slander." Before he could refute, he suddenly found himself unable to speak, his vision fading to black, rendering him completely sightless. Satoru froze. It was all too evident. From the threads in the shawl, who was responsible for this mischief? Claiming that the cow cat would cooperate left him with no room for choice whatsoever. However, after his sight vanished entirely, he was unaware of what method Rika had employed, for even the 6 eyes, which could still glean some information, were entirely severed. And with the complete loss of vision, the strain on his brain dissipated as well. In such a densely populated area, one would typically expect danger lurking at every turn. A heightened sense of vigilance, and taut nerves braced against the approach of curse users. Yet, Satoru found himself inexplicably at ease. Perhaps it was the knowledge that Rika was nearby. The shawl draped over his shoulders enveloped him, shielding him from the damp chill of spring. After a moment's hesitation, Satoru smiled at the crowd. "All eyes on me." The little one took a deep breath, placing one foot on the adjacent step, proclaiming, "For just 100, no, 50 yen, the kitten can perform a somersault. Want you come and take a look?" Under the relentless pressure from Rika, the sense of shame was discarded in an instant. Until he truly uttered those words, he realized that it was not such a daunting task after all. In comparison, is it not far more vital to relish the complete relaxation of one's mind, without the incessant influx of information and shedding the false title of God? What fault can be found in little Wugo? He is merely an ordinary child seeking to earn a living through the acrobatics of his beloved feline companion. The cow cat's heart sank, recognizing the gravity of the situation. The caretaker seemed to have unlocked a momentous door. Whispers of Wujio's disappearance reached Takuya Imai, who could only lament the capriciousness of fate. Having finally concluded his work, he strolled through the streets of Tokyo, pondering what gift to bring home, when a somewhat high-pitched call from the cow cat seized his attention. A blind artist guiding a kitten in acrobatics? How intriguing. He simply had to witness it. Takuya joined the throng of onlookers. The crowd in the front row erupted in gasps of astonishment, and just as he finally squeezed to the forefront, ready to drop 100 yen into the bowl of this blind artist, he suddenly felt something amiss. Wait, this cow cat looks somewhat familiar. Consequently, the blind artist child before him also bore an air of familiarity. After all, the god of the Gojo family was said to have white hair. Alas, this child, so young yet unable to see, possessed blue eyes akin to those of the six-eyed. Wait a minute. Blue eyes, just like the six-eyed? Surely, this must be a coincidence. No, it cannot be. While he lacked the standing to meet the god, he was aware that such an absurdity was utterly impossible. Setting aside who would dare render the six-eyed blind, the very demeanor suggested that it was implausible. Rumors claimed that the god remained aloof and unperturbed by worldly matters, certainly not performing here. In the next moment, the child untied the black and white shawl draped over them, sweetly revealing a smile that was utterly adorable to the crowd. That bowl is almost full. Could you, dear brothers and sisters, place your contributions in this shawl? Upon the shawl's unveiling, Takuya Imai caught sight of the Gojo family crest on the kimono. In the tightly packed crowd, Takuya felt an overwhelming urge to gouge out his eyes, yet it was too late. His legs weakened, and with a thud, he collapsed onto the ground. The socially anxious individuals in the front row cried out, "Don't push. Don't push." Little Wugo said he would return in the future. And you've knocked him to the ground. Little Wugo. That name struck Takuya Imai's fragile heart like a thunderous hammer. He let out a sharp, explosive sound. Good heavens. This is Gojo. Chapter 14. This is the real deal. The feeble Takuya Imai was helped up by kind-hearted bystanders. He bowed repeatedly in gratitude and then took out his phone. Hello, it's me. I have an urgent matter. Long time no see, Mr. Imai. The hand gripping the phone suddenly lost its strength, the device slipping from his ear to the ground. His fragile body felt shattered, and the call was abruptly terminated. Takuya Imai was taken aback by a familiar face, the gaze from those sunlit, molten gold eyes directed at him. The light blue orb earring adorning her left ear strikingly recognizable. Haha, how could someone's cosplay character resemble the six-eyed so closely? Thankfully, the six-eyed was already deceased. This must surely be an illusion, right? Yes, that must be it, ha ha ha. The golden-eyed girl narrowed her eyes slightly. Takuya Imai stammered. What a coincidence. Ha ha, truly a coincidence, Miss Six God. I didn't expect you to be unharmed. Ha ha ha. She was alive. She was alive. Wait. She was alive. Now a renowned curse user who had assassinated the six-eyed. A special grade. Yes, indeed a special grade. And here she was. So charmingly encountered. Ha ha ha. He should have anticipated this. How could he not have recognized that cow cat? Upon sensing something awry, he should have fled immediately. What was he hesitating for? A seasoned corporate drone of over 20 years, having toiled through life. Never expected to encounter such a heavy blow in middle age. Damn it. Why did it have to be him? The corporate worker steeled himself, cautiously stealing a glance at Six God's expression, as if he were guilty of some misdeed. Judging by his scant experience, her mood was not merely poor, but surprisingly pleasant. Since you're here, let us go together. Takuya Imai. Six God cleared a path through the crowd, cradling the cow cat in one arm, while subtly guiding the now truly blind Gojo with the other, swiftly exiting the throng. The moment Gojo made contact, his vision returned. The sharp pain from information overload flooding his mind anew. He shook his head in discomfort, asking, "Are we leaving already?" The young voice complained, "But I'm not done having fun yet." Six God replied, "No need to earn more." Gojo, puzzled, lifted his head. "Why?" "The headquarters will cover our expenses." The golden and blue eyes flitted to the side, and Takuya Imai, sensing a jolt of realization, exclaimed, "Yes, indeed. Your and Miss Six God's expenditures will be entirely charged to the headquarters." Thankfully, the headquarters was not lacking in funds. Sorcerer's task rewards began in the hundreds of thousands or millions, just a day's expenditure. The immediate concern was to keep Six God, their venerable ancestor, in check. At the very least, he must ensure that Gojo did not perish in her presence. Would he really face death once more under her hand? Witnessing Six God forcing the illustrious six-eyed god to perform for money, Takuya Imai was uncertain. Thus, Six God led Gojo directly to a jewelry store. Takuya Imai, as the one responsible for the payment, followed along, finally grasping what they intended to purchase. Jewelry. No, to be precise, Six God sought only the gems themselves. Stripped of their opulent shells, Gojo trailed closely beside her, while Takuya Imai dared not speak, instead standing by as a mere wooden figure. "Welcome. What can I assist you with today?" A sales associate approached, their smile faltering for a brief moment. A white-haired child clad in a traditional kimono, its hem caked in mud, donned with transparent goggles. A visibly weary corporate worker, seemingly drained by the burdens of labor. A beautiful but aloof girl, swathed in a tassel shawl concealing something, and a slender, delicate cow cat. The tassel shawl bulged, and from its seams, the unmistakable forms of yen bills peeked through. The instant they entered, the white-haired child began to meander about the store. The beleaguered corporate worker eagerly bent low. "Miss Six God, allow me to carry that for you." He appeared utterly subservient, as if lacking earnestness would cost him his life. The girl, devoid of hesitation, handed the items over to him. The kitten timed its meow perfectly, leaping from the ground to scale the man's trousers, swiftly burrowing into the shawl in his arms. The cow cat nestled within the plush folds of the shawl, curling into a cozy ball. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, with not a single soul questioning the proceedings. The sales representative, who prides himself on his years of experience in the service industry, finds himself utterly astonished. The juxtaposition before him is remarkably peculiar. Just then, a child, lost in his own world, approaches and looks up at the girl with golden eyes, declaring, "I've made my choice." Clutching a brochure that seemingly appeared in his hands, he flips to the last page and exclaims, "I want this one." Upon closer inspection, it reveals a natural yellow diamond of considerable value. The sales representative is taken aback, genuinely reflecting, truly, children possess a remarkable innocence. They can make bold statements without any awareness of their family's financial circumstances. One cannot help but wonder if this unusual pairing intends to settle the bill with the substantial amount of small cash nestled within that black and white shawl. The representative's smile is on the verge of faltering. Lucian Lin glances at the price and remarks, "The earnings from your performances with the kitten wouldn't even cover a fraction of it." At this, the trio, alongside their feline companion, are perceived by the sales representative as the epitome of disappointing parents and a child enamored by beauty, utterly oblivious to the true worth of the jewelry he desires. It even seems that the money in that shawl has been diligently earned by the child himself to procure his coveted treasure. As thoughts whirl in the sales representative's mind, she begins to contemplate how to provide the parents with a graceful exit. Just as she is about to deflect with a polite, "I'm sorry, our store," Lucian Lin interjects, "Since you've set your sights on it, let's make the purchase." Without a hint of hesitation, Takeya Imai steps forward and states, "Please take me to the checkout." The speed of his decision leaves everyone dumbfounded. The sales representative stutters, Wait, are you really going to buy it? We currently don't have the item in stock. It might take some time, at least 2 weeks. Very well, we shall return in 2 weeks, Lucian Lin nods. The transaction is executed with remarkable efficiency, the sound of funds transferring signifying a substantial sale completed in less than 30 minutes. As they depart, the sales representative remains ensnared in a haze of disbelief. Next, they venture into the mall. Wataru Fushiguro, having never set foot in a mall before, finds himself overwhelmed by the throngs of people during the holiday rush, and a dull ache begins to throb in his head. Amidst the bustling crowd, he perceives unusual traces of cursed energy. "My eyes hurt," he remarks. Lucian Lin responds, "I feel the same." In the next moment, a grotesque, gooey curse bursts through the second floor of the mall, crashing down with a cacophony before shaking itself free from the debris. The curse, a mass of amorphous pink slime, resembles something akin to pink mucus. What just happened to the ceiling? Debris rains down from above, sending the crowd into a frenzy, and within mere moments, the area is deserted. Takeya Imai's eyes widen in shock. Is that a curse? Born from darkness, darker than the blackest night, tainted and filthy, it must be exorcised. With little time to ponder, Takeya Imai swiftly ducks behind a wall and conjures a shadowy barrier, enveloping Lucian Lin and Wataru Fushiguro from the prying eyes of ordinary people. Inside the inky darkness of the barrier, Lucian Lin diverts his gaze from the hideous curse, focusing instead on the scattered debris in the corner, his tone tranquil. This is a real combat situation. As the darkness envelopes them, Lucian Lin discards a casual remark, "This is real combat," and employs some form of power to obscure his presence. Wataru Fushiguro begins to question whether Lucian Lin has orchestrated this coincidence. How could it align so perfectly? In a single day, Wataru has experienced rebirth, awakened his cursed technique, fled home, and encountered a curse, a series of events that are both thrilling and nerve-wracking. Though the curse's level is not particularly high, Wataru, having learned the fundamental methods to gauge strength, realizes this grotesque entity barely scrapes the threshold of level 2. Yet, its location has incited considerable panic. This is truly dreadful. His azure eyes remain fixed on the creature, effortlessly perceiving the flow of cursed energy. What does it think it's doing? The curse, fully exposed, extends its right hand, channeling cursed energy from within, gradually concentrating it at its fingertips. the compressed power radiating with blinding brilliance. Not even the curse user attempting to assassinate me was this weak. The cow cat exclaims wow, to Wataru's surprise, as it realizes the source of his anger. The little cat, standing outside the barrier, looks up at Takeya Imai with an air of approval, as if its owner must be quite pleased. The cat takes a couple of steps aside and remarks, all right, the battle is about to conclude. You should prepare for the aftermath. Takeya Imai, hiding nearby, experiences a tremor of disbelief. Is he hallucinating? Did the cat just speak? The assistant supervisor screams internally. This is it. I've been cursed. The cow cat, with a slowly dawning expression, brings Takeya to the brink of panic, as he perceives a fierce soul hidden beneath its seemingly innocuous appearance. Don't come any closer. Stay away. Struggling, Takeya retreats until his back meets the cold wall. The cow cat, undeterred, leaps gracefully from the uneven ground caused by the curse's impact, poised to pounce toward Takeya. He shuts his eyes, as a montage of memories flashes before him, and the countless rehearsed last words spill forth. I am 38 years old, without a wife or children, and my only wish is to... Hey, what are you doing? A familiar youthful voice interrupts from nearby. At that moment, the barrier is silently dismantled. As the curse is vanquished, a child clad in a haori emerges from the rubble and smoke, and Takeya feels as though he has glimpsed a savior. Though it may seem embarrassing for an adult man to idolize a child, Takeya, who has no claim to the Zenin family legacy, is acutely aware, in the realm of sorcery, talent reigns supreme. The 6 eyes, coveted by the Gojo family for centuries, mark a destiny of the extraordinary from the moment they opened. This child is a paragon of excellence, entirely divergent from Takeya's own fate. Lucian Lin follows closely behind and witnesses Takeya shouting his last words. The cow cat swiftly alters its course, moving from Takeya's side to nestle at Lucian Lin's feet. The little cat meows softly, blinking its innocent eyes up at its owner. Takeya's composure shatters as he shakily points at the cat, fumbling over his words. It can talk. I just saw it speak. Wataru responds, isn't it normal for cats to talk? Takeya wails. Just because you've never seen a cat talk before doesn't mean it's normal. The cow cat nudges at the hem of Lucian Lin's skirt. Meow. Isn't it perfectly normal for a cat to talk? Takeya's eyes nearly shatter under the weight of disbelief. He appeared as if he were on the brink of gouging out his own eyes, or perhaps blocking out his hearing, yet the futility of covering his ears was evident. Slowly, Takeya Imai turned his head towards Rin Rokugami. Rin crouched down, extending her right index finger, and the cow-patterned cat lifted its paw, touching the tip of her finger. Moments later, the kitten transformed into a flowing ink, shifting from a tangible form into the intangible, undulating in the air until it gradually coalesced into a small orb, which fell to the ground with a soft clink. It was then that Takeya Imai belatedly understood. So, this is the product of your technique? He exhaled sharply, but then suddenly recalled something. Wait, isn't your technique related to instant death? Upon mentioning instant death, he unexpectedly locked eyes with those golden orbs, and his familiarity with Rin Rokugami dawned on him. Thus, Mr. Imai, now aware of this information, was indeed in the same boat as us. Rin Rokugami smiled. Takeya Imai felt a chill run through him. The cow-patterned cat reverted to its original form and, unperturbed, leapt onto Takeya Imai's shoulder, causing him to stiffen suddenly. It's over, he thought. If only I had known not to come to Tokyo today. Forced to accept his semi-binding relationship with Rin Rokugami, Takeya Imai intended to call Window to notify more people for damage control, only to discover that his phone was broken. The night had deepened, and Rin Rokugami and Saturu Gojo continued to leisurely explore the nocturnal Tokyo, while Takeya Imai sought out an undamaged public telephone booth and dialed the headquarters number. It's me, Imai. Tokyo, as you've encountered Rin Rokugami. Haven to you? The voice on the other end was surprisingly calm. The Gojo family had traced Saturu Gojo's location using secret techniques, discovering alongside it that Rin Rokugami's corpse had mysteriously vanished. Based on the evidence, it was deduced that the individual inside had excavated themselves, suggesting she was not dead, correct? Takeya Imai's breath hitched. Yes. Due to the prior relationship between Rin Rokugami and the headquarters, the Gojo family had approached the headquarters to demand accountability. We cannot shoulder this blame. Once the superior concluded this statement, they finally got to the crux of the matter. Imai, you must remember, Rin Rokugami is currently a curse user. The superior delivered the coldest words with chilling detachment. You should do your utmost to preserve the 6 eyes under her command and bring them back to headquarters. If she turns on you, the superior paused. You, try to hold on. Support will arrive shortly. Takeya Imai choked. I'm supposed to confront Rin Rokugami? Just hold on as best as you can. The superior corrected him. It's not about sacrificing yourself. Rest assured, once the situation is clarified, you will certainly be promoted to the same rank as mine. What a grand promise. Takeya Imai was not loyal to his job. He was loyal only to his own life. Having joined Window due to his ability to see cursed spirits while lacking techniques, he became an auxiliary supervisor primarily out of fear of death. But if he truly accepted this grand promise with tears, having witnessed Rin Rokugan's methods, he knew there would be no escape for him. The moment he recalled the truth behind the cow-patterned cat, a newfound courage surged within Takeya Imai, who had lived an honest and unassuming life for half his existence. A rush of heat surged to his head, and without a second thought, he exclaimed, "To hell with this, damn it. You want me to die? I quit. I've allied with a powerful figure." After uttering those words, he hung up the phone, feeling invigorated. Chapter 16, Negotiation and Humiliation. The superior's promise, though grand and round, was merely a drawing on paper. Having been in Window for so many years, Takeya Imai had formed a rather clear understanding of his superiors. Upon reflection, preserving one's life in any location was still preserving it. Rather than enduring daily grievances with the headquarters, it seemed preferable to side with Rin Rokugan. This contemplation required but a fleeting moment, and Takeya Imai joyfully defected. What of being a curse user? Rin Rokugan neither smoked nor drank, nor did she kill indiscriminately. Well, she did have that tendency, but at the very least, she was better than the headquarters. The most formidable figure in the world of jujitsu and the promise of a boundless future lay before him. He would certainly embrace this bright future with open arms. In stark contrast to Takeya Imai's youthful exuberance, the atmosphere within Window grew exceedingly tense. As news passed from the callers to the headquarters, the realization of Takeya Imai's defection left those at the headquarters suffocating in silence. The elder embedded within the Gojo family eventually learned of the situation. The elder then relayed the information back to the main family. Bad news. The speculation was confirmed. Saturu Gojo had indeed been taken by Rin Rokugan. Worse news. The only channel of information, that reckless auxiliary supervisor, had now defected. The entire upper echelon of the Gojo family remained silent for a full 10 minutes due to these two revelations. Thus, amidst the silence, the head of the family, her expression as dark as thunder, finally spoke. She killed Gojo once, and now she dares to attempt a second time? A relatively younger middle-aged executive glanced at the document presented before him. It was rare for the three prominent families to operate with such efficiency, especially considering the content detailed the itinerary of Rin Rokugan and Saturu Gojo after their disappearance in Tokyo. This doesn't seem right. The middle-aged executive stroked his chin. Somewhat puzzled, Gojo doesn't appear to have been forced. The discussion surrounding the blind artist child teaching the kitten to tumble had rapidly captured attention, and within a day, numerous passers-by had captured photographs, even posting related images on social media. Acquiring this information was a simple matter. However, the middle-aged executive gazed at Saturu Gojo, who was laughing broadly in front of the camera, inexplicably feeling he appeared rather joyful. Yet the moment he voiced this thought, it was immediately countered. An older figure pointed at the photograph, spitting venomous words. Gojo isn't being forced? How can you say such a thing? If Gojo isn't being forced, why is he selling smiles to those commoners for profit? Selling smiles. Rin Rokugan must die. She has taken the 6 eyes and even coerced him into doing these things. The Gojo family's reputation has been utterly humiliated by her. Gojo is the 6 eyes, the divine child, the distinguished child of the Gojo family. You all know how he typically behaves, don't you? The elder, his face lined with wrinkles, slammed the table, his exposed skin flushing from neck to crown, appearing like a frail old man who had entered the meeting with a cane, exuding an aura of impending death. The contrast was stark. You, and you, and you, the family head. Tell me, when has Gojo ever shown us such a demeanor? The family head closed her eyes, and upon reopening them, her gaze was resolute. I concur with the elder's statement, no matter the circumstances. Rin Rokugan has openly defied the constraints and killed the 6 eyes. She must die. This statement reached a consensus. Yes, she must die, and the headquarters must provide us with an explanation. What if she is special grade? She has no background. Does she truly think she can oppose the 3 prominent families? Look at this photograph. Gojo is being forced to sell smiles, and his clothes are covered in mud. We should never have agreed to such an absurd situation. In retrospect, that woman had already brought calamity upon the headquarters a year ago. Hadn't the people at headquarters already proven her uncontrollable through their actions? Such a disgrace. This is simply a tremendous humiliation. A group of self-proclaimed aristocrats, relics from the world of cursed techniques, at this moment cast aside their so-called status and decorum, their wrinkled faces contorted with fury. One among them suddenly sighed, realizing that further discussion would yield no fruitful outcome. The pressing matter at hand was to rescue Wat from the clutches of Rokugin Rin. The head of the Wat family surveyed the faces of the assembled elite, aware that Wat's life hung in the balance. In this critical hour, who would dare to negotiate with Rokugin Rin? A seemingly simple question, yet upon utterance, it bore the weight of a silencing privilege, rendering the previously tumultuous conversation utterly still. The vast conference room fell into an oppressive silence. Those aged 50 and above exchanged glances, each reflecting a mix of apprehension and awkwardness. Well, one elder stroked his beard and suddenly remarked, "I am of advanced years, and my techniques are not formidable. Such an opportunity should be left to you younger ones." As one initiated the retreat, the others hastily found their own excuses. Indeed, Rin was a special great sorceress, and caution was paramount. We, being mere relics, are certainly no match for the younger generation. Why not send forth a sorcerer from our ranks, one who has been rigorously trained, to confront her? A jest. For who would dare to undertake such a risk? The tragedy at the headquarters had occurred less than a year prior, and already another body had been added to the toll. Initially, they believed Rin would not strike against the higher echelons of the sorcery world. Yet her reckless demeanor proved otherwise. Did she fear being branded as a cursed sorceress unwelcome in their midst? She cared not. Such a formidable, unyielding madwoman was terrifying. The assembly was not composed of fools. While the family and the 6 eyes were undoubtedly important, the older one became, the greater the desire to prolong one's existence. Though they professed that family honor surpassed all else, at their core, they were no different. Fear of death prevailed above all. The gaze of the Watt family head fell upon the documents before him, where Watt, adorned with protective goggles, smiled cheerfully at the camera, a black and white cat perched beside him. He stated, Rin is currently the greatest enemy of the sorcery community, a special grade cursed sorceress. She is not merely an adversary of the Watt family, but one that must be eradicated by the Zenin and Kamo clans as well. We cannot be the only ones burdened by this mission. The others swiftly grasped the implication. Rin was indeed a cursed sorceress. Since that was the case, she must be the target of the entire sorcery community. It would not suffice for the Watt family to flounder in distress over the abduction of the divine child. What if they refused to act? Elder 4 furrowed his brow. Among the Zenin and Kamo clans, the Kamo family had already lost 2 high-ranking members to Rin, yet there remained the possibility of involvement. However, the Zenin family, notoriously self-serving, might not agree to participate. This was understood by all present. The head of the family, seated at the pinnacle, let out a derisive laugh. Refuse? His tone dripped with mockery. Rin, and what have risen from the dead, and you think they would refuse to act? Had it not been for the urgency of the situation, the information would not have escaped the Watt family's grasp, not even a hint. Now, any sorcerer with a modicum of awareness is privy to this matter. Do the Zenin and Kamo families remain oblivious? They are merely biding their time. They are not as eager as the Watt family. Chapter 17. From collaboration to subterfuge. When all was said and done, Watt felt he could scarcely hold on any longer. A child's energy is inherently limited. He blinked, the delayed pain finally eclipsing the threshold of his mind's capacity, beginning to assert its dominance over his senses. His transparent goggles had been sent flying during the battle with the cursed spirit, and as he blinked, the boundless azure sky enveloped the cityscape before him. In the stillness of the night, the mall had encountered another crisis. Those who could had hastily departed, leaving the streets nearly deserted. The cowcat took a few steps, leaping from Takeya Imai's arms to stand at the feet of Rin. She cast a glance downward, then withdrew her gaze, saying, "Let us go back. Go back." Ignoring the throbbing pain in his head, Watt blurted out in a moment of panic, "No." Rin turned to him, her golden eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Though she remained silent, Watt simply did not want to return. For him, despite the day's tribulations, the sights before him were novel. Things he had never even heard of before. Previously, he had thought little of the Watt family. Now, after experiencing so much newness, he was loath to simply return. If he went back now, the elders of the family would undoubtedly tighten their grip on his surveillance to an unbearable degree. "I'm in pain. I can't move." Watt said, tilting his head back. "I haven't eaten in a day. I want food." Rin belatedly understood, realization dawning upon her. "You're hungry." "Yes, I'm hungry. I want to eat something different from before." Upon hearing this, the cowcat's eyes lit up, its fuzzy face breaking into an unmistakable expression of delight. "Then let us go eat dessert. I want the mango souffle from that place we visited last time. The cat has tried it, and the cat loves it. The cat wants to be a repeat customer." What is a souffle? Watt had consumed numerous sweets. Due to the burdens of the 6 eyes, his diet confined to the family's specially supplied sugary confections. Yet, the 3 main families had their own rigid traditions, offering the same few desserts in rotation. While there might be occasional novelty, it was always the same foundation. Watt longed to experience something different. The cowcat, impatient, exclaimed, "It's a cake that's all fluffy and bouncy when you eat it." Its description was far too abstract. The young child held no concept of fluffy and bouncy. Ultimately, both What and the cat turned their gazes towards Rokugin Rin. The youngling's eyes sparkled. I want to eat souffle. Rokugin Rin replied, very well. I suppose I could also indulge in a bite. The shadows of the trio gradually stretched as they walked. Takeya Imai remained behind, watching their figures fade into the distance, wisely choosing not to follow. A gentle breeze, mingled with dampness, brushed against him, carrying a subtle chill. Following the path of memory for 15 minutes, the trio arrived at their destination. The dessert shop was on the verge of closing. The cowcat, in a flurry of excitement, suddenly vanished, only to reappear in a blink, standing beneath the warm glow of the shop's lights. The staff, bemused, inquired, a little cat? The cat mewed, desperate to conceal its ability to speak, and frantically circled the staff's feet. Souffle, must eat. Yet, the languages of cats and humans are destined to be irreconcilable. So the cowcat could only fretfully pace back and forth at the entrance. Minutes later, the staff curiously began to comprehend its intent. Are you waiting for your owner? They glanced outside. A blonde girl with dark eyes accompanied a white-haired child with blue eyes. The girl asked, hello, can we still make souffle? Apologies. But we have only 10 minutes until closing. It's too late to make souffle. Would you like to see these? The staff guided her towards the glass case, where only a few items remained. These little cakes are quite delightful. For instance, this strawberry chocolate cake is favored by many patrons, and there happens to be one left. Would you like to give it a try? Rokugin Rin looked at What do you think? Is it truly impossible to make souffle? Wataru Saturu blinked those enchanting eyes, skillfully softening his voice with the techniques he had mastered for today's performance. The shop assistant, striving to maintain decorum, offered the coldest refusal with a sincere smile. I'm afraid not. Thus, Wataru Saturu reluctantly chose one of the styles recommended by the assistant, and upon savoring the first bite, he was instantly captivated by its silky sweetness and flavor. The cow-like cat, anxious, began to nuzzle against Rin Shinju's feet. The little cat exclaimed, what about me? What about me? The dark-haired girl with golden eyes paused, then decisively gathered the remaining selections and paid with the wallet provided by Takuya Imai. Only then did the little cat feel satisfied. The group departed contentedly before the shop closed, with Wataru Saturu finishing off the small cake on the way, finally feeling fulfilled in his empty stomach. When shall we go out next? He began to ask, but the white-haired youth suddenly halted his movements. Someone is coming. At that moment, Rin Shinju suddenly declared, they are coming for us. Is it an assassination? Due to the substantial bounty in the black market, he was all too familiar with the process of being targeted. Today, he had been brought out by Rin Shinju. In such a bustling area, those money-hungry sorcerers would receive news swiftly, and then, emboldened by the belief that they could succeed, they would rush in. What a joke, Wataru Saturu remarked. They are merely insignificant nuisances. Rin Shinju, release him. The simultaneous voice of a middle-aged man surged with fury. Release him? The words seemed to suggest that he was not addressing a sorcerer at all. In the blink of an eye, a cold glint whisked past his face. The shroud slowly descended from above, revealing a group of sorcerers adorned with different family crests before her. Rin Shinju, somewhat astonished, remarked, they arrived rather quickly. Perhaps it was her nonchalant tone, or perhaps her complete disregard for the sorcery world's pursuit, that created a stark contrast between her laid-back demeanor and the tense atmosphere, rendering the anxious sorcerers as ineffectual as mere bystanders. The sorcerers present seemed to have struck a nerve, their defenses crumbling in an instant. Just a mere sorcerer. Nothing but a mere sorcerer. The Wataru family member at the forefront was so infuriated that he nearly lost his balance. Yet he understood that she would not remain cheerful for long. Upon mentioning the news of resurrection, those individuals indeed came sniffing around. Although the alliance among the three families was as fragile as paper, they had at least united in their objective to eliminate Rin Shinju. Yes, at this very moment. Their hunting party was unassailable, and Rin Shinju would have no choice but to yield and surrender Saturu. Wataru Saturu's expression suddenly grew cold. I merely intended to take a look. Your interference is excessive. A member of the Wataru family pleaded earnestly. Lord Saturu, you are merely bewitched by Rin Shinju. She has forced you to smile in public. Even worse, he glanced at the cake box in Wataru Saturu's hand, which was now empty but not yet discarded. She even made you eat that filthy thing. What if it upsets your stomach? Having just been enchanted by the taste of strawberry chocolate, Wataru Saturu's demeanor turned even colder. His current attitude perfectly fit the stereotype held by the other families regarding the divine child, and even the Wataru family shared this sentiment. Faced with such a cold response, it was indeed how Lord Saturu appeared. Thus, he showed no restraint, even escalating the situation, recklessly dancing on the edge of provocation. How could you come to such a place? Wherever you go, you ought to inform your family, especially since that person is Rin Shinju. She is a sorcerer. Lord Saturu, You nearly died at her hands. That woman is untrustworthy. The two sides were at an impasse. One side comprised of numerous elite sorcerers from the three families, while the other was a lone sorcerer. Wataru Saturu was naturally categorized among the hostages. Since Wataru Saturu had not moved, still standing beside Rin Shinju, no one dared to act hastily. Each family was intrigued by the secret techniques of resurrection. Although they were envious of the Wataru family possessing a 6 eyes, at this critical juncture, aside from the Wataru family, no one cared about the divine child. After all, the 6 eyes had fallen into the hands of a madwoman like Rin Shinju, and it was unlikely that anything good would come of it. However, if they acted first and accidentally harmed Wataru Saturu, it would be one thing if he survived, but if he died, it would truly be a public spectacle. Impossible to explain. Meanwhile, the targeted Rin Shinju remained silent, her golden gaze resting lightly upon the foremost individual. The cow-like cat let out a soft meow. The black and white kitten stretched lazily on the ground, its 4 white paws blooming like flowers, and then it silently melded into the shadows like a ghost. Although she had said nothing, the instincts of everyone present suddenly sounded alarms, as the keen senses of the sorcerers recognized that something was amiss. Before they could pinpoint the source, a sudden thud echoed through the large group. Following the sound, they turned to see a sorcerer adorned with the Kamo family crest had already succumbed. Then, a cold flash darted through the air. Even hastily summoned cursed energy for defense was futile, as that glint pierced through it and struck the warm skin of a human. In the blink of an eye, blood splattered. Within a mere breath, the acrid scent of blood enveloped the entire area shrouded by the shroud, a vivid crimson fear flowing invisibly through the space. The cow-like cat hopped back to Rin Shinju's side, making everyone realize who the true culprit was. A monster, a true aberration. Huh, did you all see that? Even this beast beside her is an aberration. With a swift swipe, the kitten splattered blood once more. Thus, the scene fell utterly silent. At that moment, a member of the Zenin family glanced at Wataru Saturu's expression, then, combining it with his earlier words, assessed his stance, suddenly speaking up in the hushed crowd. Taking the 6 eyes hostage is one thing, but striking a person crosses moral boundaries. What do you mean by taking the 6 eyes hostage is one thing? The Wataru family regarded the speaker from the Zenin family with incredulity as he continued, Miss Rina, the Wataru family does not welcome you. We do. You and Lord Saturu may go wherever you wish. We will not interfere in the slightest. Of course, if you have nowhere to go, you are welcome to stay with us at the Zenin family. Just ask for anything you desire. The accompanying members of the Kamo family and Wataru family were left dumbfounded. They had long heard that the Wataru and Zenin families were bitter enemies, but they never expected it to escalate to this extent. First, feigning cooperation, then observing the situation unfold, and now attempting to undermine them on the spot, and referring to her as you and Lord Saturu, without using their own ancestral techniques while outright taking from others, including the deceased from the Zenin family. How could this person brazenly approach as if nothing were amiss? How shameless. Chapter 18, Rarity of Kindness. The abrupt betrayal was so smooth that the Wataru family was left in stunned silence for 30 seconds. A group of sorcerers, lacking the vocabulary for insults, turned beet red, yet could not utter a single word. The farce unfolded before them, and Wataru Saturu chuckled. What have you done to Lord Saturu, Rin Shinju? It seems there is no longer any necessity for us to continue our discussion. A curse master devoid of a background has no reason to exist. There is not a trace of sorrow for the fallen sorcerer. As the battle finally erupts at this moment, spurred by the laughter of children, apart from the auxiliary supervisors, nearly everyone in the sorcery world has merely heard of the techniques of Rokudo Rin, with all available information about these sorceries originating from the now-defected Takeya Amai. Due to the astonishing speed of kills and the exceptional efficiency of task completion, there exists no comparable technique recorded in the tomes of the sorcery realm, leading the supervisory department to take a considerable amount of time to ascertain a rough direction. The intelligence concerning Rokudo Rin's techniques was one of the compensations demanded by the Gojo clan from the supervisory department. Current speculations center on the notion that Rokudo Rin's technique is akin to instant kill, with the medium for its activation being physical contact, regardless of its power. A technique that relies on a medium inherently possesses vulnerabilities. Maintaining distance is all that is required to remain unharmed. Just as a prepared sorcerer contemplated this, a moment of discernible confusion flickered within. Is it truly so? Gradually shifting their gaze to the placid, fur-grooming cow-cat, they recalled what this seemingly innocuous creature had done moments ago, and the chilling realization dawned. The gathered individuals had failed to notice anything amiss. The claws that could slice through sorceress defenses were not those of an ordinary cat, or perhaps not even a cat at all. Yet, why had they sensed not even the slightest hint of cursed energy before the kitten made its move? If this feline were indeed the product of Rokudo Rin's technique, what then was her instant kill? Never mind. What does it matter what it is? The wavering Kamo clan and the treacherous Zenin clan are of no help. The Gojo clan shall take matters into their own hands. The most pressing concern is to reclaim the 6 eyes. However, Rokudo Rin's next utterance once again rendered the members of the Gojo clan speechless. She simply stated, "The bindings with the Gojo clan have yet to be lifted." Speaking of which, could Wu Tao's death also be considered a part of the lesson? She nonchalantly broached this topic, having passed away once. Did her technique not awaken? According to the bindings, Rokudo Rin became Wu Tao's teacher and cannot harm him in any form until he reaches adulthood. Correspondingly, the Gojo clan must extend the utmost courtesy and privileges to Rokudo Rin, safeguarding her from the schemes of the supervisory department and other factions until the bindings conclude. While there is truth in that statement, you have already admitted it. You have undeniably violated the bindings. Who would believe such nonsense that the bindings still hold? The blade's reflection from the cursed tool approached, and in the fleeting glimmer, Rokudo Rin's golden eyes radiated a chilling indifference, coldly observing as the blade descended before her. Before even grazing the tip of her nose, the sorcerer who wielded it suddenly bled from all orifices, collapsing to the ground, utterly drained of strength. Cough, cough, cough. The state of that individual's body seemed to instantaneously transform into that of an elderly person, weakly kneeling, only to violently cough up a pool of blood. Truly, how is this possible? Within the bindings, the Gojo clan must afford Rokudo Rin the highest degree of respect, as long as she remains Wu Tao's teacher. Disbelieving that the bindings still exist, the assailant interpreted their inexplicable tension as normal feelings when facing a special grade sorcerer, never considering it to be a warning issued by the bindings. Thus, the violators of the bindings were met with retribution. The downfall of one individual sowed hesitation among the others. If, as Rokudo Rin claimed, death is merely a part of the lesson, who would ever regard death as a component of education? The expressions of the listeners varied, but upon witnessing the tangible instance of retribution against the bindings, none dared to advance any further. This grand expedition ended with an absurdly comedic conclusion. Continuing with the subsequent plans became meaningless, yet half of the participants had indeed perished. Regardless, what of these people? The sorcerers of the Gojo clan, having been slapped in the face, gazed upon the multitude of fallen individuals behind them, their emotions difficult to articulate. Rokudo Rin pointed to the cow cat beside her. It was the kitten that did it. Is this cat not yours? Moreover, how could an ordinary cat possibly be like this? Your horizons are simply too limited. The assembly was left speechless by this unfazed nonsense, falling into a prolonged silence. The leading individual pointed at the corpse on the ground. Do you deem this normal? Why not claim that this cat can speak? Unable to prevail. The bindings still held firm, and logically, this farce should have concluded. Yet, those who arrived were unwilling to retreat empty-handed. The situation had evolved into something bizarre in its own right. In this peculiar atmosphere, Rokudo Rin remained unflappable amidst the verbal skirmishes of the gathered scholars. Oh, the kitten truly can speak. The cow cat obligingly opened its mouth. Indeed, the worldview of the sorcerers present was shattered. Although for ordinary people, sorcery itself is a power that can dismantle their worldview. For sorcerers who possess a degree of common sense and scientific theory, the shock of a powerless cat speaking was akin to ordinary individuals discovering the existence of sorcery. It imparted a sense that this world encompasses realms beyond just the sorcery domain. Ultimately, it is still beyond your control, Rokudo Rin stated, having speculated on so many matters. You should realize that my technique has nothing to do with animals. All inquiries were effortlessly countered in a few words, encapsulated in the essence that I cannot dictate the thoughts of the kitten, just as you cannot control whether someone is hungry. In the end, there was little left to explain. The 3 great families arrived with great fervor, only to return empty-handed amidst the Zenin betrayal and Kamo's watchful stance, leaving in a daze. When the bindings were lifted, neither Rokudo Rin nor Gojo Wu Tao, nor even the little cat at her feet, sustained any harm. Gojo Wu Tao blinked his blue eyes and asked, "Why leave half of them alive?" Not exhibiting the reaction one would expect from a child. Rokudo Rin retorted, "Are you not frightened by the sight of your family members perishing? What is there to fear?" The tone of the divine child was calm. With so many in the Gojo clan, it's impossible for me to care for each one. Furthermore, there are plenty of cursed masters who seek my life, most of whom have perished before my eyes, or have already slain the guards of my household. Because of these eyes, merely these eyes, he has witnessed more death than the average person does in a lifetime. Rokudo Rin smiled as she walked away, stepping on a street lamp. You are truly terrifying. Gojo Wu Tao exclaimed, "Hey, I am serious. Among my 28 students. Ah, counting you, that makes 29. You are the most fearsome." Rokudo Rin softly replied. Gojo Wu Tao disregarded this comment. his entire focus fixated on the mention of those 28 students, immediately expressing his dissatisfaction. You mean there are others besides me? When did you take them on? From that previous world. She paused, recalling that due to certain reasons, she only taught for 2 years, her memories fragmented, yet she still retained that feeling. Certain reasons, referring to her unauthorized position, but she would not divulge this. Hey, Gojo Wutao, even more displeased, protested vigorously against his overlooked status. Am I not memorable enough for you? I am the Six Eyes, a genius. Not even 1,000 people could compare to me. The benefits of leaving half of them alive outweigh the current situation. She suddenly declared. Don't change the subject, you wicked woman. He anxiously adjusted the shawl draped over his shoulders, quickening his pace to catch up. Wait for me. In an instant, the enigmatic Lu Xinlin had already appeared several dozen meters away. The calico cat sauntered over to the cub's side and remarked with an air of omniscience, really now? Spare the caretaker. The night air was heavy, the sky darkening, as the damp breeze whisked up fallen leaves from the ground and lifted them skyward. The trio of 2 humans and 1 cat ultimately did not return to the secluded depths of the Gojo family estate. In the face of Gojo Satoru's fervent objections, Lu Xinlin brought him to her standalone residence in Tokyo, a dwelling once provided by the Directorate. She spoke rapidly, grabbing the cub by the collar and tossing him into the guest room. You'll stay here. With a resounding thud, she slammed the door shut, as if to prevent him from asking any further questions. Gojo Satoru. He swiftly reopened the door, navigating the torrent of information to pinpoint the elusive blank space, where he found Lu Xinlin downstairs, placing packaged desserts into the refrigerator. He tilted his head upward. You still haven't tea, answer my question. Lu Xinlin. She finally relented, ask. Am I really not as good as your previous 28 students? Lu Xinlin. With a sigh, she seemed to recognize that his persistence would not wane without a response, so she replied, no, quite the opposite. Although professional ethics dictate that teachers should not compare students, I must admit, you have left a deeper impression on me than all of them. Having received an answer to a question he had posed countless times, Gojo Satoru was momentarily taken aback. By the time he regained his composure, his face had flushed, yet his mood swelled with pride. Just as he was about to inquire further, he heard her say, well, that wasn't exactly a pleasant experience. Those 28 students, mental illnesses, bipolar disorders, developmental disabilities, every one of them, along with their parents, had their share of issues. In contrast, at least you are a child of sound intellect. You are a child of sound intellect. The phrase lingered in his mind, and Gojo Satoru froze, a long pause coalescing into a word laden with emotion. Huh? Is it really that simple? Surprised? Lu Xinlin's world was tumultuous, filled with chaotic powers and beasts reigning at the pinnacle of society. In such an environment, the ordinary individuals, particularly those children who were inherently different, were afforded the same opportunities as the norm, thanks to a national policy of not abandoning them. Opportunities for knowledge and education. Reflecting on that time, Lu Xinlin truly believed that her decision to enter into such a contract was a grave mistake. It was simply impossible to recruit teachers, and the special school had granted her a 2-year grace period to obtain her teaching qualification. Lu Xinlin committed suicide 2 years later. Gojo Satoru pondered, unable to comprehend. Why would someone choose to end their life? If it was due to failing to obtain a teaching certificate and losing a job, couldn't one simply find another? Lu Xinlin wore a mysterious smile. Because I am an ordinary person. What does being ordinary have to do with it? In that world, a chasm separated the extraordinary from the ordinary. Welfare, treatment, abilities, even the money one could receive without working each month, and lifespan were all different. Those extraordinary beings could live for at least 300 years, while I was destined to be cast aside by the times, just like those unfortunate children. Do you know why I failed my teacher's qualification exam? Because the area where my 28-student school was located was destroyed by the aftermath of a newly awakened Esper, and none of them survived. Her mental state was unbalanced as she stood at the interview for the teaching qualification, unable to utter a single word. An overwhelming sorrow engulfed her, perhaps accompanied by a sense of relief for surviving, an inexplicable hatred, an endless irony, all mixed with other emotions. She understood that this was a calamity beyond her control, yet she repeatedly questioned herself. Why? Gojo Satoru appeared to grasp only partially, asking, is an ordinary person's life really that significant? Perhaps. Her voice was soft as she turned her gaze to the star-strewn night sky, her words wavering between truth and falsehood. Time has passed too long. My memories have grown hazy. A silence ensued. Lu, an elder once told me that those who are too kind rarely live long. Observing Lu Xinlin in that moment, Gojo Satoru instinctively sought comforting words, but the few phrases he could muster fell short, leading him to recall the elder's words he had once disregarded. I know, which is why I'm essentially committing suicide. Gojo Satoru. A flash of insight struck Gojo Satoru. Did you agree to become my teacher because you knew I was always facing assassination attempts and feared I might die? Special children, surrounded by danger, could perish at any moment. How perfectly it aligns with Lu Xunlin's criteria of compassion. Lu Xunlin's gaze flickered. The cub suddenly felt he had grasped the profound truth. I was right. You underestimate me. Even if those assassination attempts doubled, no, multiplied tenfold, I would never die. A hand came down with a resounding slap on the cub's head, striking several times. Gojo Saturu sensed the tremor in the girl's hand. As if she could no longer contain herself, finally releasing a soft chuckle. I was just teasing you. You actually believed me. I've killed you once before, remember? You were a mere child then. How could someone like her possibly be kind-hearted? In the next instant, he found himself atop the bed in the room. Gojo Satoru's eyes widened in disbelief as he finally realized he had been deceived. The calico cat darted in, sighing. You should only believe half of what the caretaker says. Gojo Satoru. So the matter of the 28 students was truly a fabrication. The little cat replied innocently, I don't know. I was only born a year ago. The calico cat rolled over, exposing its belly on the cub's bed. Chapter 19. Flattery and Quarrels at the Directorate. A traditional Japanese building was enveloped by layers of protective barriers, where a group of stooped, decrepit elders, reeking of decay, gazed in silence at the investigation results presented before them. So, what is your collective opinion? They were supposed to issue a harsh decree of execution against Lu Xunlin, an unconventional individual already branded as a curse user, and eliminate this threat. However, the primary reason for the Directorate's prolonged deliberation was that they were simply unable to overpower her, and the undeniable fact of her resurrection. After a long pause, a senior member from the Zenin clan finally spoke. Shall we postpone? But she is already a curse user now. If we delay, it would seem too trivial. Another voice raised an objection. Moreover, after that tragedy a year ago, we had already withdrawn the warrant for her arrest to keep her under control. They had originally intended for her to feel grateful and work for the Directorate, but they never anticipated her swift rebellion. She changed her stance without a moment's hesitation, showing no spirit of contract whatsoever. No, Lu Xunlin even dared to defy restraints. The very notion of contract spirit was utterly laughable before her. Furthermore, they still needed the secret technique of resurrection. At that moment, a high-ranking official with a stitched forehead smiled benignly and remarked, according to the information we received earlier, the assassination of the Six Eyes was merely a part of the training process for the Six God Lin. This incident has been misconstrued, and it cannot be deemed a curse, can it? Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, Six God Lin will certainly not become a curse practitioner. However, the Waji family should not act too impulsively regarding the Six Eyes matter, lest they push Six God Lin to the brink. It was all just a misunderstanding. Wouldn't you agree, everyone? Watanabe, do you mean? A hesitant voice began to speak, receiving Watanabe's affirmative nod in response. Indeed, it is as you all have surmised. Ending with a misunderstanding is indeed a feasible approach. The assembly had begun to formulate their thoughts, though outwardly they remained non-committal, casting furtive glances toward the senior members of the Waji family, waiting for their response. As anticipated, upon the mention of the Six Eyes, the calm composure in the eyes of the Waji elders vanished instantaneously. Several elderly figures, half buried in the ground, looked around, and suddenly rose in indignation. What do you mean by acting too impulsively regarding the Six Eyes? Our Six Eyes are still in the hands of Six God Lin. Is it not our rightful claim to retrieve them? The elderly figures were instantly incensed, exclaiming that these hypocritical individuals were scheming behind the backs of the Waji family to abandon the Six Eyes for their resurrection secrets? Preposterous. The elder referred to as Watanabe feigned concern, advising, while I understand that you, originating from the Waji family, may be inclined to consider your own interests, the handling of Six God Lin is a matter that concerns the entirety of the sorcery world. You cannot act out of selfish desires. Selfish desires? Selfish desires. How dare you utter such words? The elder retorted vehemently. You are merely envious. Envious that our Waji family has birthed the Six Eyes while you have nothing to your name. Absolutely not. Watan is ours from the Waji family, and the information regarding resurrection was voluntarily shared by our clan. Now that the situation has turned unfavorable, you wish to burn the bridge behind you? What nonsense! Struck by the revelation of their true thoughts, the assembly could no longer remain seated. Although the jealousy was palpable, they all understood that should the Waji family fail to reclaim their ancestral techniques, it would be a source of ridicule. Moreover, while Six God Lin bore the title of the Six Eyes Master, the realities of the situation were evident to all. Even if she was a master and had established certain constraints, Six God Lin would still act according to her own whims, disregarding any restrictions. She would kill Watan without hesitation. Presently, Watan appeared safe, but who could foresee whether Six God Lin might suddenly decide to send the Six Eyes to their doom? Her capriciousness rendered all present, including the Waji family, unable to place their trust in her. Who is jealous? Who would envy a family that cannot even safeguard its ancestral techniques? Furthermore, do you truly believe Watan will live to see adulthood? With the heretics targeting him. Even if he survived this time, his future would be no different than walking to the end of the line. Rather than offend Six God Lin, it would be wiser to sacrifice one's 6 eyes as a facade of goodwill, at least to secure the secrets of resurrection. The senior members of the Waji family were incensed by this statement, their faces flushed with anger, their emotions swelling like an overinflated balloon, ready to burst at the slightest provocation. The fragile relations, as thin as paper, crumbled instantly. The Waji elders erupted into a frenzied state. Sacrifice one's 6 eyes for the sake of goodwill. The 6 eyes do not belong to you, so of course, you find it inconsequential. Which family do you hail from? The Zenin? Huh. I curse your Zenin family to never produce an ancestral technique. If the 10 shadow technique were ever to manifest, it would certainly not be from your Zenin family. The elder of the Waji family retaliated, striking back with vehemence. It is well known that sorcerers must not speak lightly of curses, as those born from negative emotions can manifest without utterance, especially when the Waji elders were already enraged. Thus, the Zenin family, who had initially feigned a half-mocking, half-watching demeanor, was also ignited with fury. Although they believed the curse would not wield sufficient power to affect the future birth of their ancestral techniques, the curse had been uttered, and the Zenin could not tolerate such words. Nonsense. If the 10 shadow technique does not manifest within the Zenin family, where else would it appear? Surely not in your Waji family. The retort attempted to maintain composure. At least our Zenin family still possesses the opportunity to produce ancestral techniques. What about you? Your 6 eyes have already been stolen. Can the Waji family ever birth another 6 eyes? Absolutely not. It is universally acknowledged that there can only be 1 6 eyes per generation, and several centuries have passed since the last. Weak points were shattered. I can't hold back any longer. You seek death. A cup brimming with scalding tea suddenly transformed, soaring into the air in a beautiful parabolic arc, scattering boiling rage until it landed squarely on the head of the struck individual, producing a resounding thud as it hit the ground, unbroken and without a splash, perfectly executed. What are you doing? Watan, as one of the 3 great families, how can you be so uncouth? The individual struck from the Zenin family touched his face, a searing pain coursing through him. Uncouth. If it weren't for the constraints of this pathetic meeting prohibiting the use of cursed tools and suppressing our cursed energy, you would be split in 2, paying for your transgressions with your life. The Zenin covered his face in agony. Why must I pay for my life? Suggesting that you abandon the 6 eyes was merely a suggestion. Moreover, it was not us from the Zenin who kidnapped the 6 eyes. If you wish to reclaim them, go seek out 6 God Lin. Why did we provide you with information about 6 God Lin's secrets of resurrection? Was it not to unite and retrieve the 6 eyes? Instead, you all turned traitor and sought an alliance with the cursed practitioners. To use our 6 eyes to curry favor with her? Dream on. After Watan's outburst, the Zenin family retorted defiantly, what a joke. You expect us to confront 6 God Lin? How absurd. Did you not read the materials on the table? She is a heretic. Do you understand what that means? The calamity of the supervisory department has not long passed, right? Do you truly believe that we could confront her if we joined forces? Each rhetorical question was aimed with precision, like countless arrows piercing the hearts of the listeners. Although the intent was to mock the Waji family, the spectators from the Kamo family and other clans also felt as though their knees had been struck. You Waji family merely cast out bait to have us all share the risks with you. To hell with that. A cacophony of voices erupted. And as the onlookers struggled to interject, Watanabe's smile waned, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Perhaps we should sit down and have a proper discussion. Arguing serves no purpose. Silence. Watan and the Zenin families interjected. Amidst the endless clamor, both sides vented their frustrations. And the situation was finally brought under control after the sacrifice of dozens of precious porcelain cups. The scene was chaotic, with the elders glaring at one another. Their expressions far from amicable, particularly between the Watan and Zenin families. Watanabe struggled to mediate. So, what is the final decision of the Waji family? The supervisory department and the other families had clearly stated their unwillingness to continue the hunt, and with no one available to confront 6 God Lin, the Waji family, despite their reluctance, would have no choice but to watch as others abandon the quest and plot how to coexist peacefully with 6 God Lin. Did the decision of the Waji family even matter? They would not reclaim the 6 eyes, nor would anyone assist them in that endeavor. Elder, what is wrong? Elder, a voice of panic erupted from behind, and it was only then that everyone realized that one of the high-ranking members of the Gojo family had fainted. A fleeting glimmer of derision flickered in the eyes of the Zenin elite, who then averted his gaze and proposed, Let us cater to their preferences. Watanabe interjected. To my knowledge, Rin Rokugami is in dire need of funds. Then let us provide her with money. Money? Humph, truly a pedestrian thought, even at such a high level. They remain so banal. How much is deemed appropriate? We should send someone to gauge the situation. Watanabe. What about that assistant supervisor? Another silence ensued. Watanabe's smile became rigid, his face twitching slightly, as he wished to slap these cowardly sycophants who were only capable of infighting. Is the entire supervisory department merely a collection of idlers? That assistant supervisor had long since betrayed them. Such a significant piece of information must have circulated widely, and surely there had been reports submitted. Yet, when these individuals found that there was no personal gain to be had, they were unwilling to take action, were they? Watanabe, why do you remain silent? Have you forgotten? He has defected. Once again, silence enveloped the room, only to be shattered by an outburst of incredulous indignation. What? A mere assistant supervisor, how dare he? Watanabe's heart was filled with cold mirth as he recounted the information he had absorbed. Takuya Imai, a side branch of the Zenin family, was backed by Rin Rokugami. Why would he not dare to betray them? The principal issue at hand was not who would meet Rin Rokugami, but rather the necessity of selecting a suitable candidate. Yet, upon the mention of the side branch of the Zenin family, it seemed that the choice became apparent. A collective gaze turned toward Zenin. The Zenin members felt a sense of dread. Each was determined not to volunteer, and now they had a pretext to send someone else. Undoubtedly to seek out fault and cast blame. The high-ranking member of the Kamo family spoke meaningfully. The side branch of the Zenin family. It is said that they have long sought to undermine the Gojo family, have they not? This matter has been widely discussed. Yet I did not expect it to commence so soon. The Zenin members exchanged glances of dismay, and the high-ranking member of Zenin responded with humiliation. We shall send someone. It is merely for engagement, to find common interests, to offer gifts and power. If all else fails, we can send a few handsome men as well. For the secret arts of resurrection and our own lives, it is merely a matter of appeasement. We shall endure. Chapter 20, Zenin Shinaru. When the news reached the Zenin family, Nobito Zenin was indulging in a drink. Having just ascended to the position of head of the family, he was inundated with a plethora of familial responsibilities. He had devoted considerable time to managing these affairs, and now, amidst his brief respite, he sat in his courtyard enjoying a few sips of wine, relishing the solitude. However, this tranquility did not last long. As the outcome of the supervisory department's meeting was presented at his table, with a slight intoxication, he opened the document, and a jolt of alertness surged through him. They want the Zenin family to send someone to meet Rin Rokugami? He stroked his beard, pondering deeply. Who should go is indeed a conundrum. Within the vast Zenin family, he was among the few who remained clear-headed. Sending a weakling from the family might result in their demise before they even returned. Sending a strong member, who would that be? Zenin Mai? To meet Rin Rokugami, every word and action must be meticulously considered, for the secret art of resurrection lay before them. It seemed everyone believed that if they could merely curry favor with her, eternal life would be within reach. But how could that be? In the realm of sorcery, even the esteemed Tenjin, the only one possessing the art of immortality, relied on bodily transmutation to renew himself. After the supervisory meeting had concluded, Nobito Zenin felt a headache coming on due to the magnitude of the dilemma thrust upon him. Head of the family, elder, my requests an audience. Decline, I am vexed. He waved his hand dismissively. We'll discuss it another time. His brother was merely resentful for having lost the position of family head, and he always sought reasons to create trouble for him. Having dismissed Nobito Zenin contemplated candidates from the family roster only to be interrupted once more. This individual was more direct. He vaulted over the wall into the head of the family's courtyard, landing lightly and casting a glance at the troubled Nobito Zenin. Hey, you promised. I want to leave the Zenin family. The newcomer was robust, with shoulder-length black hair and emerald green eyes, characteristics unmistakably emblematic of the Zenin family. He bore no trace of cursed energy, and his entrance into the head of the family's quarters did not trigger any barriers, akin to a stealthy panther. Exuding an untamed aura, Zenin Shinaru, the embodiment of heaven and cursed binding, had exchanged all his cursed energy for the mightiest physique. In the realm of Zenin, he was indeed the weakest, yet could also be the strongest. Most importantly, as Nobito Zenin heard the voice and turned to face him, a spark of clarity ignited in his mind. The question that had been troubling him moments ago suddenly had an answer. Isn't he the perfect candidate? You shall do. Shinaru. Nobito Zenin cleared his throat. Shinaru, I understand your desire to leave the Zenin family. However, you currently belong to the Cursed Vessel team, and departing cannot be a trivial matter. You must earn the trust of the others. The old fox would not let such a splendid opportunity slip away. Employing a plethora of persuasive rhetoric, Zenin Shinaru frowned, growing impatient, and coldly interjected, So, what is it that you want? As expected of Shinru, you are quite forthright. Nobito Zenin complimented before transitioning to a grave tone. There is someone named Rin Rokugami, allowing the individual before him a moment to process. Nobito Zenin seized the opportunity to pour himself a small glass of wine. Rin Rokugami? Even Zenin Shinru, who cared little for the affairs of the sorcery realm, had heard of her illustrious reputation. His brow arched slightly. What? Has she finally taken her murderous intent to the Zenin family? You wish for me to eliminate her? Just so we are clear, I cannot win against her. He sought to distance himself from the Zenin family, not to seek death. Nobito Zenin nearly spat out his drink. Cough, cough, of course not. He regarded Zenin Shinru earnestly. Young man, do not be so quick to call for violence. What you need to do is quite the opposite, appease her. Present yourself alongside the sincerity of the supervisory department and the Zenin family, and that will suffice. The old fox paused, then whispered discreetly, of course, make full use of your advantages. When necessary, charm is not to be underestimated. Zenin Shinru, his fist clenched, feeling a hardness within. He believed he had not yet sunk so low. Even if he wished to leave the Zenin family, he would not stoop to playing the role of a pretty boy at the behest of the head. Gazing at the old fox's knowing expression, Zenin Shinru clenched his fists tightly, suppressing his frustration. What the hell do you want? He was fully aware that Rin Rokugami had stirred the sorcery world into such chaos precisely because of her formidable strength. Now, coupled with the fact that the sorcery community had much to gain, what further advantages could there be to warrant such appeasement? Nobito Zenin's expression grew serious, and after a brief silence, he finally divulged the truth. The art of resurrection, he stated solemnly, after Rin Rokugami killed the Six Eyes. The repercussions of her curse and its backlash leading to her death are known throughout the sorcery realm. In the present moment, under the confirmation of death, the two individuals have risen from the grave. The Six Eyes do not possess such an ability. It is the prowess of Shinjo Rin. Whether it be sorcery or secret arts, the undeniable truth looms before them, as the sorcery community, unable to contend with her, can only covet the resurrection that she has achieved. Zenin Shinjiro let out a cold chuckle. Ha! Do you expect me to inquire? Resurrection? A secret art that astounds the world at mere mention. Do you really expect me to succeed? This old fox might be backtracking, intentionally setting an impossible task to ensnare him. If that were the case, he could simply depart. After all, it would merely leave the aftermath unattended, causing some inconvenience, yet the Zenin family could no longer confine him. Zenin Nobito remarked, I do not expect much, but I hope you remain vigilant. If all else fails, there is little that can be done. He held a pragmatic view on the matter, as his primary aim in this endeavor was to ensure that Shinjo Rin would not harbor ill feelings toward the Zenin family. Once Zenin Shinjiro departed, Nobito sighed softly, his thoughts drifting to Shinjo Rin and Saturu Gojo, the depths of his helplessness reaching a zenith. When would the Zenin family produce a master of 10 shadow techniques? His soft sigh wafted away on the wind, unanswered by anyone. Chapter 21. At your age? How can you possibly sleep? The morning air still bore a chill, and the desolate streets were shrouded in a gossamer fog. The black and white patterned cat, having toiled throughout the night, finally returned by boat from the neighboring island's woods, enduring a 2-hour journey to once more tread upon the land of Tokyo. The cow-patterned cat traversed the empty street at 6 in the morning, emerging from the thin veil of mist, and at last spotted its home. It transformed into a fleeting shadow, dashing forth with powerful hind legs, leaping from the ground onto the railing, and then onto the windowsill. Saturu Gojo had left the window unlocked. With a gentle nudge of its head, the transparent glass pane swung open. The cat's fur was still damp with droplets collected from the fog, glistening like rainwater upon a lotus leaf, forming countless crystalline orbs. The white-haired child on the bed sensed the window's opening. His keen awareness stirred him from slumber. Saturu Gojo, oblivious to the danger, merely gazed sleepily at the little cat that had leapt in through the window at this early hour before the sun had even risen. He rubbed his eyes, stifling a yawn, as the azure of his 6 eyes glimmered with a thin layer of mist. Skillfully, he took the dry blanket draped over a chair and covered the little cat, wiping away the dirt and dew, while playfully chiding, You didn't come home all night. Where have you been? It was hunting, the little cat replied, tilting its head back, expressionless. Did you go after those chaotic curses again? Those are not chaotic curses. They are remnants of power left by the master. The little cat meowed with mild indignation. I am quite picky, you know. Are they not still curses? Spit them out. They've all been digested. You are being unreasonable. They bantered, efficiently cleaning the little cat's fur. Once the dew was removed, the little cat stretched languidly, poking its head out from the blanket. All right, I must return, otherwise, Rin will notice. With that, it scampered out of Saturu Gojo's windowsill and into the neighboring residence. Yes, the neighboring one. Saturu Gojo now resided next to Shinjo Rin. As for why it was next door, that tale commenced 3 days prior. 3 days ago. The originally agreed-upon time had been postponed repeatedly. By the third day, the Gojo family had sent a messenger with a mobile phone and a card. The Gojo clan member, with tears in his eyes, earnestly advised the child, "Young Master Gojo, you have truly endured much. This card contains 10 million. We will deposit 10 million into it monthly. And if you require anything further, please use this phone to contact the family." Saturu Gojo blinked, utterly unable to empathize with his sorrow. The child merely excitedly inquired, "So, you aren't here to take me back?" Upon hearing this, the Gojo clan member wept even more profusely. His voice choked with emotion. He gasped as if struggling to regain composure, recalling the Zenin family, Kamo, and the humiliating executive meeting. He could only utter, "You have suffered." Saturu Gojo replied, "Though it is quite perplexing, it seems I am indeed not required to return." With uncontainable joy, Saturu Gojo relayed the news to Shinjo Rin. However, she bore an expression as if the heavens were collapsing. "No way," she firmly rejected, her demeanor resolute as if she were joining a cause. "You can stay for a day or two, but to reside here permanently is absolutely out of the question." Saturu Gojo, taken aback, protested indignantly, "Why not?" "Because I like someone. What does that have to do with anything? Your affections shouldn't impede my right to stay here," the child exclaimed. A heartbroken expression etched upon his face. "Rin, I wouldn't mind if you brought the person you like to live here. I would allow them to join this family." Shinjo Rin was momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing that this young lad had become rather troublesome. After their last encounter, Saturu Gojo seemed to have awakened some remarkable attribute that commanded respect. "You know that is not what I meant. Regardless, I intend to live here." Shinjo Rin's eyes turned vacant, her hand gently tapping his forehead. Her power entwined with the tumultuous winds and currents, transforming into a blade that pierced his mind. Her cold golden gaze met his, exuding an air of finality. "Then perhaps you should just die." Saturu Gojo's eyes widened in shock. "Wait," but before he could finish, a sharp pain surged through his brain, and he lost consciousness. Meanwhile, at the Gojo family residence, the phone intended for their divine child soon rang. An elder beside him exclaimed excitedly, "It must be Gojo wanting us back. Quick, answer." In their frantic haste to connect the call, a group of elders rushed in, and the call was put on speakerphone, as they all gathered around to hear their divine child's voice. "Gojo." After a brief silence, a cold, unyielding female voice emerged. "He is dead." With that single statement from Shinjo Rin, the listeners felt as if they had plummeted into an icy abyss. The elders gasped, "What? Come retrieve the body." She replied calmly, "Do not let him stay in my house." When the Gojo family, burdened with heavy hearts, arrived to collect their divine child, they entered to find him languishing on the sofa, miraculously revived. Shinjo Rin was nowhere to be found. Saturu Gojo's face was smeared with blood, his head still spinning, appearing as though he had just returned from the dead. The members of the Gojo clan locked eyes with those azure orbs, and both parties froze in astonishment. The child murmured, "How strange. This time, I actually saw the old folks. Have you all died too?" His nonchalant attitude suggested that death had become an everyday occurrence, leaving the anxious and sleepless elders momentarily speechless. The leading elder suddenly lunged at Saturu Gojo's legs, pounding the floor with his hands, tears streaming down his face. "Gojo, you have truly suffered." It was at that moment Saturu Gojo realized that he had indeed died and come back to life. It was no grand affair, merely that Rin had deemed him a tad too noisy. Saturu Gojo rationalized, "She disagrees with my continued stay here. You all must find a solution." In the ears of the listener, the words transformed entirely, taking on a different flavor. The suggestion to send a child to their doom simply for being a bit unruly, and the apparent nonchalance with which the child accepted such a fate, is utterly unfathomable. "Oh Gojo Saturu." The members of the Gojo family, convinced of their child's suffering, immediately slammed the table. "Perfect. We shall return to the main house." With no intention of seizing the child, they directly took the little one back. Gojo Saturu replied, "No. But, dear Gojo, she is being mistreated." "No." His azure eyes, cold and indifferent, surveyed the scene, a chilling promise lurking within. "I will kill her sooner or later. For now, you find a way. I shall reside here." Does the desire to kill conflict with the wish to stay? At least for Gojo Saturu, it does not. Understood. Thus, under Gojo Satoru's insistence, the Gojo family acquired a detached house adjacent to Rika's, and the family deity, who had been scorned by Rika, moved next door. Initially, the Gojo family contemplated taking the deity by force. Although the technique had awakened, Gojo Saturu was still a child, easily manageable. However, just as they were about to act, they lifted their heads and met the dark, round eyes of the cowcat. The cowcat elongated its voice with a drawn-out meow. A sense of impending crisis crawled up their spines. The cow cat was now widely recognized in the sorcery community as Rika's eyes and ears, leaving them with no choice but to relent. They were still under surveillance. The Gojo family could only resort to sending servants and maids to attend to Gojo Saturu. Thus, the situation unfolded. The deity announced, "I will be living next door." Rika lowered her eyelashes. "As you wish." The cow cat, returning home dirty and disheveled, dared not confront Rika, opting instead to be cleaned up by the surprisingly skilled Gojo Saturu before heading back. "Master, I'm back from my escapades." After a hearty breakfast, the well-rested cub resumed studying sorcery under the elder dispatched by the family in his new abode. When the throbbing in his brain became unbearable, Gojo Saturu sought out Rika. The sun shone brightly, filtering through the window of the second-floor bedroom and illuminating the bedside. At 11 in the morning, Rika remained unawake. The cow cat leaped in through the window and approached the door to open it for Gojo Saturu. He boldly entered, only to find a still figure on the bed. Leaning in, he whispered softly in her ear, "At your age, how can you sleep so soundly?" Rika remained unmoved. After observing her for a while, Gojo Saturu confirmed she was indeed still asleep and pulled a short dagger from the sleeve of his kimono. Aiming the blade at Rika's heart, he thrust downward with force. In the next instant, he found himself outside the window, suspended in midair. Before he could comprehend the situation, Gojo Saturu plummeted from the second-floor windowsill, landing with a thud in the unblossomed soil of the flower bed below. Struggling to rise, he glared up at the second floor, seething with indignation. "You did that on purpose." Rika stood by the windowsill, silent, yet the mockery in her eyes pierced the fragile heart of the young boy. "Is this the legendary 6 eyes?" Just then, an unfamiliar voice drifted from beyond the railing, laced with surprise and nonchalance, as if a passerby were observing the scene. In an instant, Gojo Satoru's expression turned frosty. The presence bore no cursed energy, and the aura was exceptionally well restrained. The figure was unfamiliar, tall, with dark hair and green eyes, a scar gracing his mouth. Someone he had never encountered before. "A sorcerer? Kid, I have no interest in killing you." The man casually vaulted over the railing, regarding the disheveled child with a chuckle. Gojo Satoru's judgment crystallized in that moment. The disdain was genuine, as were the words spoken. Zenin Shinsuke turned his gaze towards Rika, perched at the second-floor window, his green eyes gleaming with interest. "I came to see you." Chapter 22, You Fickle Scoundrel. As noon approached, the sun beamed warmly, the early spring weather inducing a sense of drowsiness. Due to the capitulation of the supervisory department, Rika's identity had oscillated between sorcerer and cursed spirit 4 times, ultimately culminating in her being acknowledged as a sorcerer that the supervisory department begrudgingly had to accept. She had taken on a mission the previous night and returned home past 1 in the morning, abruptly awakened by Gojo Satoru's merciless stab. Of course, he had failed. Rika yawned, her thoughts stirring, prompting the cow cat to grasp her intent. The cow cat opened the door. The little feline strode past Zenin Shinsuke with its head held high. Approaching the beleaguered Gojo Saturu, its feline visage reflecting human-like sorrow. "I told you, this is futile." "You what?" Before it could utter another word, the cow cat suddenly found itself suspended in midair, a large hand lifting it from the ground. The cow cat's fur bristled from tail to tip, transforming it into a black and white ball. Under the light, its slit-pupil black eyes met the astonished emerald green of its captor, and the little cat, incensed, screeched in protest. "Who are you? Let me go, meow." "How rude." Zenin Shinsuke smirked slightly, suddenly grasping the absurdity of the world. He had long heard of the cat accompanying Rika, and even Zenin Toji had specifically warned him to be cautious around the creature before his departure. Yet he, Zenin Shinsuke, a mere human bound by sorcery, had never before seen a cat so vividly. Its slender, black and white fur glistened, its texture remarkably pleasing. Not a cursed spirit? Rika descended the stairs, confirming his suspicions. Not a cursed spirit. So this cat can speak? Even Zenin Shinsuke, who typically refrained from commenting on the wonders of the sorcery world, was genuinely taken aback. His worldview trembled precariously. In his equation, a cat's inability to speak equated to a cursed spirit not affectionately calling him mama. Now, the revelation that the peculiar cat of sorcery lore was not a cursed spirit, but a genuine cat, shattered the already fragile fabric of his understanding. Rika remarked. Because of whimsy. Zenin Shinsuke momentarily faltered. What do you mean? I wanted the cat to speak, so when creating the life form, I incorporated a speaking feature, akin to the foundational code of a computer. Zenin Shinsuke barely comprehended. So, it's your doing, right? After a futile discussion surrounding the reasons behind the cow cat's ability to speak, Rika cast an impatient glance at the seemingly lost in thought Gojo Saturu. She asked in a flat tone, what exactly does the supervisory department want? I'm not here on their behalf. Zenin Shinsuke responded, producing a small, exquisite pendant from his sleeve. This is a cursed tool, a gift from the Zenin clan. How you handle it is up to you. After placing the item down, Zenin Shinsuke showed little desire for further conversation, turning to leave. Halfway through, he suddenly recalled something and turned back. Does the Zenin family wish to exchange this for your resurrection technique? Rika replied calmly, no. It seemed those individuals were merely daydreaming. Not surprised by her rejection, Zenin Shinsuke received a negative answer and vanished from the view of the two and the cat within mere breaths. What a farce, the pleasantries, the superficial charm, and the unrefined seduction based on one's appearance. All of these were cast aside by him. He appeared utterly perplexed, as if he were genuinely only there to deliver something. It dawned on me. Wataru Itadori suddenly exclaimed, that individual must be Zenin's Tenjin and cursed binding. Rin, do you know what Tenjin and cursed binding are? Rika, with her limited knowledge of the sorcery realm, shook her head in response. I'm not sure. Generally, there are two scenarios. One involves exchanging cursed energy for a physical body. It is well known that ordinary people possess some level of cursed energy within their bodies. Yet that person just now had none whatsoever. He gestured with his thumb and index finger to illustrate a minuscule size, emphasizing, absolutely none. The other scenario entails exchanging the strength of the body for cursed energy. However, I have yet to encounter such an individual. Tenjin and cursed binding are already rare, and those with weak physiques might perish from a mere cold, likely not living long. The child pondered seriously, yet Rin's situation was rather unique. She did not belong to either category. What did you exchange? He inquired. Memories? Emotions? My eyes cannot discern. He was unable to perceive Rika. As if a deep-sea fish could not see the clouds, the torrent of information dissipated into nothingness when it reached her, becoming mere remnants lost in the corners of time. Rika subtly bypassed the topic, handing him the Zenin family gift. Let's see what's inside. Storage cursed tools? Wataru's eyes lit up, clearly captivated, as he leaned in eagerly. His motions akin to a kitten encountering a ball of yarn. This is rather rare. Let me take a look. By inputting a certain amount of cursed energy into the tool, the contents became visible. A first-grade quality longsword? This is decent. Universal barrier technique all explained? This is rather average, yet it happens to be exactly what Rin needs. Zenin is quite adept at gift-giving. Oh, what is this? As he sifted through the myriad of gifts, Wataru extended his hand into the corner of the storage tool, retrieving a stack of books piled high to his waist. That was not the focal point. The key detail was that these books were starkly different from the tomes of the sorcery world, which were composed of bamboo slips and archaic grammatical structures. They clearly belonged to an entirely different era. The covers were gaudy, adorned with cartoonish figures, resembling some internet gold star minter's hastily compiled guide. Naturally, Wataru was unable to make such associations at that moment. He merely found these books to be rather odd. He picked one up, How to Make Children Obey. He grabbed another, How to Discipline Disobedient Children. A third, Super Kids, the naturally bad seeds whom discipline fails. The fourth, Be a Ruthless Teacher. Wataru's excited smile slowly faded, and by the time he saw the last book titled How to Interact with New Students, Zenin Edition, his expression had turned a deep shade of green. Wataru was not foolish. In an instant, he grasped the underlying intention. Zenin family wants to tarnish my noble character to persuade Rika to give up on me, and instead take their family's younger generation as her students? In your dreams. His demeanor was a splendid spectacle, and Rika, intrigued, asked, what s with that expression? Just as she was about to reach for the stack of books, Wataru, startled, vehemently protested, you mustn't look. Why not? There is nothing of interest. These are merely the academic materials of the Zenin family's younger generation, poorly written. Not even a fraction as good as mine. Like a thief, he hastily stuffed the items back into the storage tool, finally turning to Rika. His arrogant and irate demeanor softening abruptly. In a hushed tone, he stammered, you won't take on a second student, will you? His cerulean eyes fixated on her, determined not to miss any subtle expression. Rika blinked. The golden flow of her eyes flickered with contemplation. Well, maybe there could be someone stronger? Wataru's expression soured, disbelief and indignation flooding his azure gaze. He stepped back, as if realizing his own house cat was feeding stray cats outside. He felt powerless and could not alter Rika's thoughts. Thus, he could only huff heavily, exclaiming loudly, let us sever ties. You fickle-minded scoundrel. Rika appeared momentarily perplexed. Huh? Chapter 23, Wataru Becomes a Cat. The stack of malicious books from Zenin was obliterated by Wataru with a small-scale, song, spell, turning them to dust. He meticulously controlled the output of his cursed energy, leaving behind a small pit, less than a meter in diameter, when the books were destroyed. The younglings and the cow-cat spent the entire night filling the pit, and aside from a patch of bare grass, everything appeared normal. Yes, everything was quite normal. Wataru sighed with relief. When Rika inquired about the stack of books, he felt a tightness in his chest, and replied swiftly, I plan to return them personally. The emphasis on personally suggested he was underscoring something significant. Rika merely smiled, a knowing glimmer in her golden eyes, and said, bring the little cat along. Of course. Wataru's face beamed with a hint of pride. He was always the center of attention, so it was only natural to bring along Sesame. The little cat could mitigate human presence, akin to a mobile tent, most importantly, whether Rika or the cat stayed by his side. The pressure of the 6 eyes would diminish significantly. Sesame, that's the name of the little cat. By the way, Rin, you've had the cat for so long. Haven't you thought of giving it a name? Wataru pointed and gestured, shaking his head. You're remiss. Rika remained silent. I simply felt it unnecessary. A name is just a designation. Calling it little cat suffices. But you put so much thought into your own name. Thoughtfulness. Rika's attitude wavered. Is it really that significant? Is it not? When I arrived in this world, it was winter, and in my native tongue, Rin means winter. Thus, I chose Rin. She stroked her chin, reflecting on her initial state of confusion upon arrival, her memories scattered like fragments of a bag robbed by a thief. Unable to coalesce within her mind. She had even forgotten her name. How did she come to adopt the surname Rika? Was it because of floral dew? Suddenly, she exclaimed, I remember. When I arrived in this world, I had a supermarket discount coupon in my coat pocket. And I randomly took my surname from the brand on that coupon, Floral Dew. That answer was rather absurd, leaving Wataru utterly bewildered for a full 3 minutes. His mind swirling with confusion, ultimately manifesting in a single exclamation. Huh? That's too perfunctory. You must be joking. If it's truly that careless, you might as well take my surname, Itadori. How can your surname be based on a Floral Dew brand? Shouldn't a name be thoughtfully chosen? Witless. Saturu Gojo found himself grappling with a perplexing notion. Although he had contemplated that the essence of Rin Shinju's character lay in being carefree and unrestrained, he never anticipated such a lackadaisical approach. It was akin to discovering a wounded kitten in a drainage pipe and naming it One-Ear Drainage Pipe. Rin Shinju inquired, so? What do you believe the origin of my surname should pertain to? Surely, there ought to be some semblance of significance. He remarked, with your formidable prowess. I had presumed your surname would be steeped in a grand historical narrative, given the myriad speculations circulating in the jujitsu world about ancient, hidden families and long-standing legacies. Rin Shinju merely chuckled, evidently in high spirits. After a moment, Saturu Gojo too relaxed, clearing his mind as he sank into the couch, and then suddenly exclaimed, however, this naming convention feels quite cool. I too shall adopt a new name. Let it be Satoru Machi. An epiphany struck him. How about Satoru Taro? Rin Shinju, putting away her recording device, stifled a laugh and called to him, Satoru Taro, that name is indeed quite distinctive. Humph, your Rina is not lacking either. Heart, lungs, liver, kidneys, spleen, and gallbladder each have their divine overseers. My Rina is certainly not inferior. The phrase heart, lungs, liver, kidneys, spleen, and gallbladder each have their divine overseers caused Saturu Gojo to pause, as an enlightening realization dawned upon him. This was the true significance behind the surname Rina. The white-haired, azure-eyed youth flushed with indignation, his ears turning red. You deceived me. It is not merely a brand of floral-scented spray, as advertised. Confronted by his furious blue gaze, Rin Shinju exhibited no remorse for deceiving a child. Instead, she extended her hand and mercilessly ruffled his soft white hair. Satoru Gojo's head, adorned with fluffy locks, bore the mark of a pampered young master, nurtured within the opulence of the Gojo family. Now, subjected to the rough treatment of an adult, he attempted to resist with his cursed energy, only to be astounded by the realization that his power felt ensnared, shackled by an invisible constraint. The hand on his head grew increasingly audacious, and Satoru Gojo shook his head. Release me. Let go. My hair is in disarray. Do not move. Her voice suddenly turned serious. Satoru Gojo froze, only to hear her add, the ritual has yet to be completed. A ritual? Before he could seek clarification, a shiver coursed through him, an ominous sensation emanating from his head. In the next moment, his perspective shifted dramatically. Everything around him loomed larger than life. Before he could comprehend the unfolding events, he discovered that his cursed energy was now flowing freely, and he was poised to unleash a powerful curse. Wait, where are my hands? Realization struck as his expansive vision vividly reflected his current state. He had transformed into a kitten. How did I become a kitten? The fluffy white feline stood in Rin Shinju's palm, its blue eyes gradually revealing a mix of terror and fury as it puffed up into a ball. Meow? Rin Shinju, what have you done? How did I even change species? Witnessing her objective achieved, the dark-haired girl nonchalantly tucked the kitten into her coat pocket. Satoru the kitten shook its ears, laboriously clawing at the pocket's edge to reveal its dandelion-like head. Let us go, she chuckled. Why do you keep laughing? You haven't stopped. Saturu the kitten meowed in discontent, thrashing about in the girl's coat pocket, but to no avail. Meow, meow, meow. You wretched creature, turn me back. You wretched creature. The plaintive cries echoed, lingering like the sound of a dried fish that had suddenly sprouted legs and fled. Do not fret. Are we not heading to the Zenin residence? The girl bent slightly, offering Saturu the kitten a cheese stick she had inexplicably produced from somewhere. You are indeed quite conspicuous. If we are to visit the Zenin family, there will surely be curse users alerted by your presence, intent on eliminating you. Therefore, it is best that I escort you. Meow? That does not justify turning me into a cat. This is merely your twisted sense of humor. Rin Rokugami replied with an air of nonchalance. You've seen through my ruse. Just a narrow path and 2 low walls separated Rin Rokugami's courtyard from the Zenin estate. The servants, who had witnessed their deity transforming into a cat and being unceremoniously shoved into a pocket, dared not breathe a word. They silently averted their gazes, pretending to tend to the flowers in the pit filled by Saturu Gojo and the cow-like cat, all the while avoiding a single glance in that direction. Yet, one by one, they retrieved their phones, feverishly messaging the elders. Servant. Elder, young Master Saturu has been transformed into a cat by Miss Rina. Elder 4. Responsible for affairs involving Saturu Gojo, responded. What? Servant. Young Master Saturu has been taken to the Zenin residence. Elder 4. Wait. What do you mean transformed into a cat? What is he doing at the Zenin residence? The servant glanced at the sight of Saturu Gojo's miniature destruction, hesitating to speak. Servant. Young Master Saturu is likely going to confront the Zenin family. This meant that, should the Zenin family incur any losses, the Gojo family would need to prepare to distance themselves, ensuring that suspicions did not fall upon their shoulders. Elder 4 recalled Rin Rokugami's technique. But she turned Saturu into a cat, did she not? After a moment of contemplation, realizing the absurdity of the situation, Elder 4 regained his composure and confidently stated, Do not panic. The Zenin family will not recognize him. Transforming into a cat is an inconceivable notion unless one possesses a heart as grand as his. Otherwise, it is simply unacceptable. 15 minutes later, a singular individual and a cat, harnessing the characteristics of their powers to traverse space, appeared at the doorstep of the Zenin residence. In the current jujitsu world, she had become somewhat of a celebrity. The moment she materialized, the Zenin sorcerers stationed at the entrance regarded this uninvited guest with palpable trepidation. Rin Rokugami's gaze was light, yet piercing, her golden eyes radiant with the hues of a setting sun, dazzling and devoid of warmth. The visitor bears ill intentions. The servants remained stoic, suppressing their fear as they met her gaze, summoning their final vestiges of professionalism to inquire, Miss Rina, do you have an invitation? The next instant, Rin Rokugami produced a small white kitten from her coat pocket. The compressed energy of cursed power surged from the kitten, and with a resounding meow, a sphere of negative energy hurtled towards the Zenin gates. Servant. The servant closed his eyes, instantly overwhelmed by the surge of cursed energy and succumbing to unconsciousness. The Zenin family's grand door resounded with a thunderous crash as the robust and expensive materials crumbled into a heap of debris. Chapter 24, Compensation? Impossible. In Kyoto, within a secluded estate surrounded by a barrier, the conference room lay shrouded in silence. The damp air permeated the space, the rain pattering against the windows, while the atmosphere inside felt cold and oppressive, lingering in silence for an extended period. The witnesses who had fainted and regained consciousness pointed to the Gojo family. Although only Rin Rokugami had approached the Zenin residence alone, the Gojo family cannot evade responsibility. Elder 4, you claimed it was foolproof, did you not? After this question, posed in a tone as quiet as a whisper, the exhausted head of the Gojo family closed his eyes. Elder 4's body trembled, and he responded with a cautious tone, primarily, I did not anticipate that Saturu would utilize a technique. Indeed, a technique. In what was supposed to be an infallible plan, the 4th elder had already concocted the excuses for when they would be confronted. What? It was clearly just Ryman Sukuna who went alone. Do not lay the blame at our feet. Who does not know that my what is a noble and courteous god, far too dignified to engage in such actions? Who in the sorcery world is the most capricious? This is something that can be discerned at a glance. Such excuses rolled around in his mind several times. The 4th elder mused that, after all, what was also a victim of being transformed into a cat, no matter how one looked at it. This had nothing to do with the calamity about to befall the Zenin family, right? At least, on the surface, it seemed so. But who could have known? Who could have predicted that Saturu Gojo would actually unleash Ko, even transformed into a cat, and tucked away in a pocket by Ryman Sukuna? He could still execute his techniques, directly bombarding the Zenin family's gate. The sorcery energy was in disarray everywhere, leaving no room for excuses. Thus, the Zenin family naturally came knocking. The Gojo clan, The six eyes may no longer be under their control. Yet the mistakes of the six eyes would still fall upon the Gojo family to rectify. This could be considered one of the few connections between What and his family. The Zenin family's gate had been damaged. Although no substantial harm was done, it was, after all, their gate. Quite an embarrassment for the Zenin family. The head of the family interlaced his fingers, resting his head upon them, and solemnly inquired, "Esteemed elders, what strategies do you propose regarding the accusations from the Zenin family?" After a moment of silence, the elder hesitated and asked, "So, does the head of the family have any thoughts?" The head of the Gojo family slowly began. To be frank, all eyes turned toward him. Actually, the assembly held their breath, their expressions unexpectedly grave. The head took a deep breath. "I have no intention of compensating the Zenin family at all." Instantly, the others exhaled in unison, their aged faces relaxing with joyful relief. "Neither do we." They exchanged knowing glances, a certain secret understanding passing between them, as if they were all in agreement on unspoken thoughts. Truly, what had struck a resounding blow to the Zenin family at such a young age, bringing honor to us all? What compensation does the Zenin family even expect? How dare they? Shouldn't they feel utterly ashamed to keep such matters hidden? Indeed, if they cannot even protect their gate, does that not signify their incompetence? What could the remnants of what sorcery energy at the scene prove? What is no longer with our Gojo family? And the entire sorcery world knows that Ryman Sukuna took him away. His intention to blow up the Zenin gate has nothing to do with us. We will not pay a single penny. If anyone should pay, it should be Ryman Sukuna. At this moment, witnessing their adversary suffer, the elders of the Gojo family inexplicably felt a sense of exhilaration, their previous days of gloom dissipating and their spirits lifted. It is indeed the elders who speak with reason. The head of the family smiled, and thus, let us respond to the Zenin family accordingly. How the Zenin family would react remained unknown. Meanwhile, on the bustling streets of Tokyo, Ryman Sukuna pulled out the little white cat from her pocket. The small white cat was placed on the ground, lifting its tail and standing beside her. "Meow? What's wrong?" "So, it turns out you went to the Zenin family for this." The precise bombing of their gate, though there were no casualties, utterly humiliated the Zenin family. The damage was minimal, yet the insult was profound. Ryman Sukuna asked why. The little cat turned its head, its gaze wandering, feigning ignorance as a mere cat. "To be a ruthless teacher?" Ryman Sukuna casually uttered a book title. The little cat stiffened. How to interact with new students, Zenin edition." The little cat immediately bristled. It incredulously lifted its head to look at her, its blue eyes contrasting sharply with her steady golden gaze, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. She had pinpointed the title of the book, what believed he had perfectly concealed, showing no sign of having struck a chord with the child's feelings. Yet, what felt as if he were about to explode. "Meow. How did you see that?" "My movements were so swift." Ryman Sukuna crouched down, lightly tapping on his head, then roughly ruffling his fur. "It's not difficult for me to know." As her words fell, a streak of light shot from the tips of her fingers into the little white cat's head. In the blink of an eye, Watt's vision elevated, transforming back into that of a human child. The once concealed skin, now exposed, revealed the remnants of redness still lingering on his skin. The scene of transformation unfolded on the streets of Tokyo, yet the world around them seemed to overlook it entirely, no one casting a glance their way. The extraordinary vision of the six eyes allowed him to see his current appearance clearly, what was astonished by his own ridiculous form. Upon meeting her golden eyes, he felt a blankness wash over him, his mouth agape, utterly at a loss for how to explain his actions. But, did he even need to explain? "I just feel really upset," he muttered, tugging at the hem of Ryman Sukuna's garment that hung by her side. "Clearly, everyone knows about my relationship with Rin. Yet the Zenin family still wants to insert someone else." He stated earnestly, "I'm not happy." Ryman Sukuna replied with a simple, "I'm very happy." What exclaimed, "No, you cannot be happy." Did she truly wish to accept the student forced upon her by the Zenin family? He would not allow it. What insisted on clarifying things with Ryman Sukuna right there, but before he could gather his thoughts, she added, "What I mean is, you can feel unhappy about it. But I am happy." Her tone was gentle. "I also dislike connections." It was evident that the gift carried an implication of compensation. Yet the Zenin family insisted on probing her intentions both overtly and covertly. Ryman Sukuna's aversion to connections stemmed from the fact that these were not students she had chosen herself. For her, the level of talent was inconsequential. She wished to teach simply for the sake of teaching, regardless of whether the student was a waste. What question? But if you really ended up teaching a waste, wouldn't that be exhausting? Indeed. Ryman Sukuna replied nonchalantly, "But everyone in this world appears as a waste in my eyes." "What?" Little What pointed at himself, filled with hope. "But I'm not, right? Why do you think you're special? Virtue, wisdom, physique, beauty, labor. Look at how you embody all of them." Ryaman Sukuna's retort was remarkably biting, and what hesitated, recalling the traits she mentioned. I suppose I do embody all of them? Are you sure? The drawn-out inquiry seemed imbued with astonishment. She appeared taken aback by What's lack of self-awareness. With your commendable virtues, you ought to go apologize to the Zenin family. What responded? Well, let us skip that. That's fine. You can continue being an immoral waste. It will serve you well in the sorcery world. I do not require you to become a good person. To become a good person might make it hard for you to act when the time comes. If he were sufficiently selfish, ruthless, emotionally detached, and obsessively greedy, becoming a genuine villain in a fictional narrative would, paradoxically, bring her satisfaction. Ryaman Sukuna pondered for a moment, adhering to the dwindling vestiges of her professional ethics as a teacher, and managed to provide some comfort to his wounded spirit, albeit what himself did not feel genuinely consoled. The revered child of destiny had stood at the pinnacle since birth, receiving countless praises like falling snowflakes. Yet being labeled a waste was an experience he had never encountered before. No, it should be 2 times now. Once again, it stemmed from her. He did not ponder as deeply as she did. He merely felt it was inappropriate. I am not. Well, then you are not. She thought to herself, indeed. It was never the case. After walking a while with Saturu Gojo, the two engaged in trivial conversation until Rin 6 stopped in her tracks. The young girl adjusted her windbreaker, gently removed Saturu's hand from her garment, and fixed her golden gaze upon the shop before them. We have arrived. What are we doing? We are here to retrieve the stone you selected last time. It is the material for the gift, she stated. Saturu's eyes brightened at this revelation, and an unmistakable joy flickered across his face. Is the gift for me? Indeed. Chapter 25, Earrings. Saturu had chosen a natural yellow diamond, a costly yet undeniably exquisite gem. When illuminated by sunlight, its translucent yellow resembled a mysterious shade of gold. On their way back, Rin 6 led Saturu to the dessert shop they had previously visited, finally ordering the souffle they had missed out on last time. 1 mango and 1 strawberry. And they even got a portion of soy milk for the sleeping sesame at home. The young cub took a bite of the dessert and was immediately captivated by its fluffy texture. This is incredibly delicious. The burden of his 6 eyes was immense, and he inevitably sought sweets to replenish his energy. However, he had never indulged in such desserts during his time at the Gojo household. The modern trends and diverse offerings dazzled him, leaving him blissfully engrossed, completely oblivious to the elder's eager anticipation for his return to the Gojo family. Rin 6 also took a spoonful, and as the familiar flavors flooded her palate, the two of them took their time savoring the treats before meandering back home. In crowded places, curses were always omnipresent. Passing by a group of unsightly curses without flinching, Saturu blinked and asked her, "Can't you just give me this yellow diamond directly?" "It requires processing," Rin 6 replied. "Your eyes cannot alleviate the burden on their own, so external assistance is necessary." The light blue pendant on her left ear had been meticulously crafted into an exceptional cursed tool that could isolate information. Saturu needed such a tool. When Rin 6 and the cow cat were not by his side, this special artifact would serve as a substitute, allowing him to awaken his techniques in advance and preventing his mind from being scorched into foolishness. This was also the token she had promised to provide her student. "What style do you desire?" The young cub contemplated for a moment, then his eyes lit up. "Sunglasses. You are demanding too much from this limited yellow diamond." Saturu scoffed. "Then let it be dictated by Rin's own intentions." "Very well." 3 days later, Saturu received a gift from Rin 6, an exquisite pair of earrings. The earrings were quite simple. The yellow diamond had been divided into 2 semicircles, closely resembling the style she wore. The round-headed pins were connected by silver wire, and at the very bottom hung the infused body. Unlike the ordinary stone, the moment the gift box was opened, Saturu's 6 eyes detected a flow of power that was no less impressive than what he had seen before. He mused, "This gift is truly heartfelt." In stark contrast to Rin 6's casual demeanor, it seemed she had genuinely prepared a significant gift, one that would be crucial to him now and in the future. "I initially intended to create it as a bracelet, but no matter how it was cut, the yellow diamond could not provide enough beads, and over time, you would certainly be unable to wear a bracelet that fits you now." Her voice, soft and calm, reached him from behind. Rin 6 glanced over the expression of the silver-haired cub and subtly averted her gaze. Saturu stood in a daze. Rin 6 raised an eyebrow. "Do you like it?" The crafted gemstone had now transformed into a special cursed accessory, capable of actively filtering the torrent of information that surrounded it. In a world brimming with the clamor of information, a sanctuary emerged. Saturu delicately held the earrings, his eyes sparkling as he exclaimed, "I absolutely adore them." As the words left his lips, he suddenly realized he could not wear them. "Wait, I don't have pierced ears." "Then go get them pierced." That could work. Saturu thought about using a needle on his own ears, but after attempting it, he found it was futile. To his amusement, he discovered that his healing abilities were significantly superior to those of an ordinary person. With his remarkable physical constitution and innate cursed energy, he accelerated his body's healing process. And despite several attempts, the piercings healed immediately. Well, they healed. Rin 6 pondered for a moment. It seems I must do it myself. Before he could inquire about her intentions, a sharp pain shot through his earlobe, which had been subjected to considerable strain, sending an undeniable signal of discomfort to his brain. However, this experience was indeed different. Similar to the previous instance when he collaborated with the cow cat for performances, Saturu found himself blind once again. His cursed energy was completely inaccessible, rendering him a sightless, ordinary person, and his healing ability was likewise restrained. He was unsure how she managed it. But a few days later, the golden earrings were finally adorned on his ears. Shaking his head in front of the mirror, the two golden semicircles swayed with his movements. Saturu was immensely pleased and, for once, deigned to return to the Gojo family estate to flaunt his new adornment, garnering a plethora of astonished gazes. Initially, Saturu assumed they were envious. Of course they should be envious. This is a cursed tool personally crafted by Rin 6, and it is the most effective. Capable of alleviating the burden on my eyes to the greatest extent, something that others could only dream of. It was a one-of-a-kind piece. Surely, they understood the implications of uniqueness. Until the fourth elder, unable to contain himself, hesitated for a long while before finally asking him, Saturu, the family has skilled cursed tool artisans. The earrings you are wearing can be entrusted to the family for modification to change their style. Saturu responded with a perplexed expression. The elders, steeped in their old-fashioned ways, often had aesthetic sensibilities that diverged from the contemporary tastes of the youth. Having lived for a significant portion of his life, the fourth elder's standards for the family heir would not be described as outlandish. At the very least, they ought to appear respectable. Originally, Saturu Gojo could perfectly embody the image the elder had in mind, until Rin 6's arrival, which propelled Saturu's character and behavior in a direction the Gojo family had never anticipated. In the elder's conservative view, while men could wear earrings, the next head of the Gojo family could not. What is there to change? Saturu retorted, his azure eyes ablaze with indignation. What of it if I wear earrings? I wouldn't even mind wearing a skirt. What on earth has Rin 6 taught you? The fourth elder was taken aback, momentarily speechless. How could the esteemed heir of the Gojo family engage in such disgraceful behavior? As the saying goes, people can be flexible in their principles. Faced with the notion of skirts, the fourth elder quickly softened his stance. Earrings are one thing, but skirts. The frail old man's murky eyes suddenly radiated terror as he exclaimed, that is absolutely out of the question. Out of the question? Saturu questioned, bewildered. Absolutely. Absolutely out of the question. The elder's tone was unwaveringly stern. Thus, Saturu Gojo laughed. The young lad was precisely at that age when he was both adored and loathed by all. Once an individual exposed to the splendor of the outside world, yet ensnared by the archaic traditions of his own. The child was profoundly influenced by the whims of the capricious six eyes. A foreboding sensation gripped the fourth elder's heart, prompting him to call out cautiously, Widow? However, the only response he received was the nonchalant silhouette of Widow departing. A day later, upon gazing at the striking photographs of the blind artist collective making their triumphant return, the fourth elder felt darkness encroach upon his vision. In the photograph taken hesitantly by his subordinates, Widow donned a flamboyant yellow tutu, adorned with a pair of tattered earrings, striking an endearing pose alongside a cowcat. Upon an unexpected encounter with the upper echelons of the Zenin clan, the response was laced with sarcasm, remarking, who would have known that the young scion of the Widow family possesses such vitality? The fourth elder could only manage a hollow chuckle. Indeed, vitality. It is hard to reconcile this with the revered divine child who seemed untouchable just a year prior. The sight before him was akin to an elderly man falling for a drugged cabbage, forcibly shoved into his mouth, leaving him dazed and disoriented. The fourth elder muttered, what a farce. The Zenin official retorted, what farce? Your six-eye scion is hardly a farce. With vacant eyes yet a quickened mind, the fourth elder replied, to inquire further is not your place. Despite his words, he ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming imagery of Widow's latest photos, fainting from the shock. Chapter 26, The Special Grade Domain. Tokyo. The early morning air was crisp, leaves twirling through the air before landing on a nearby windowsill, only to be dislodged by a window flung open with sudden force. Having risen unusually early, Rin Rokugami stood by the window, gazing out at the serene street cloaked in mist, suddenly realizing that 3 months had slipped by. As a sorcerer reluctantly recognized by the Widow family, she had spent 3 months teaching classes, a role she had not desired. In her quest to earn a living, Rin frequently undertook missions. Winter had passed, and the frequency of cursed spirits had notably increased. Though the decision to accept missions lay solely with her, the rewards were undeniably generous. With a single grade 1 task sufficient to afford her 2 months of leisure, to secure a life of continued prosperity. She had taken on 3 months' worth of tasks in one go. Only yesterday, upon witnessing her account balance swell to a respectable sum, did she finally turn her attention to her student. Do not conceal your presence. Her golden eyes slowly shifted to a tree below, her seemingly self-directed words immediately eliciting a response. Emerging from behind the tree was Gojo, who clicked his tongue. Why must you always act as if you haven't noticed? Observing the weapon in Gojo's hand, Rin fell silent for a moment before replying, self-deception. Wake up, child, why persist in this charade? The glint of the blade reflecting upon her face made it impossible for her to feign ignorance. Throughout these 3 months, Gojo had persistently attempted to repay her with death, whether through assassination or overt aggression. He had explored countless avenues, all of which had ended in failure. Yet, failure had not deterred him. Rather, it had emboldened him. Rin appreciated this resilience. You have surely mastered the limitless technique by now. After breakfast, Rin, as the sorcery instructor, took the initiative to inquire about the techniques. The white-haired youth responded eagerly, of course. After donning the cursed tool you gifted me, the burden on my mind has vanished. Aside from occasionally exhausting my cursed energy with limitless, everything else has been smooth sailing. That is fortuitous. What do you mean fortuitous? Accompany me on a mission, she smiled. It is time to assess your capabilities. 5 minutes later, Takuya Imai parked at the entrance. Upon stepping into the domain, the world dimmed into shades of gray. Cursed energy permeated the enveloped area, the epicenter of the ruins emanating an ominous aura. Before them stood a 5-story residential building, its walls in disrepair. Cloaked in a heavy layer of dust, with debris scattered across the ground. Half of the structure had collapsed, leaving gaping holes where rebar and concrete connected. It is perilous. The duo's footsteps left distinct impressions on the dust-laden ground. The surroundings were eerily silent, the atmosphere thick with tension, allowing them to hear their own breaths. Gojo surveyed the scene and found himself questioning, did sorcerers exorcise cursed spirits here? The devastation was so profound that, had it not been for the 6 eyes discerning that a greater threat lurked within, he would have genuinely believed the battle had concluded. Is this still Tokyo? What on earth happened here? Rin lifted her eyelids slightly, an explosion caused by a gas leak. Having spent considerable time outside, Gojo was familiar with the term, having seen related incidents in the news. However, he retorted, this seems a bit too severe, doesn't it? A typical gas leak wouldn't yield such catastrophic results. Limitless cannot yet be deployed around the clock. He furrowed his brow. It's filthy. I cannot ascertain the truth, Rin replied softly, when the task was assigned to me. The report indicated this as the cause. 57 lives were lost in that incident. The entire building caught fire, and the overwhelming negative emotions birthed a grade 2 cursed spirit. Only grade 2. Rin pointed to the interior, where the escalating cursed energy was palpable to both of them. Had we delayed even a moment longer, it would likely have escalated to grade 1. Enough of this. It matters little. Let us resolve this swiftly. Gojo waved dismissively, his gaze resolute as he focused on the gathering cursed energy, akin to a proud feline poised to pounce on its prey. It's time you witness my recent progress. He did not approach the core of the cursed energy. Instead, he raised his hand, his expression growing cold. Utilizing his newly acquired skills, Gojo ascended into the air, surveying the ruins from above. In that moment, he transformed into the cherished divine child of the Gojo family, his gaze devoid of any emotion. There is no need to harbor unnecessary feelings towards cursed spirits. His cerulean eyes, as frigid as ice at the lake's bottom, commanded the tumultuous cursed energy within him, channeling it towards his fingertips. With a calm utterance, he directed the technique, the cursed energy surging forth like a tempest, as he proclaimed, Song. Boom. The derelict building was utterly reduced to rubble, the traces of cursed spirits obliterated by the relentless onslaught of cursed energy, akin to colliding with a meteorite. Before they could react, they were reduced to a swirl of ash, dissipating into the air with the flowing currents. It was a battle devoid of suspense. The prowess honed under Rin's tutelage was sufficient for Gojo to dispatch the cursed spirit in a single strike. As the energy drained from his body, Gojo gasped for breath. Landing beside Rin, his attire dusted with the debris stirred by the wind, while Rin remained immaculate, untouched by a speck of dust. Yet, Gojo cared little for appearances. Eagerly boasting, quite impressive, wouldn't you agree? Rin did not look at him, her demeanor stable and composed as she replied. Do you even know what the cursed spirit you exorcised looked like? Who cares about that? And you still haven't answered my question. Am I not exceptionally formidable? It bore 57 abstract heads, its entire cursed spirit shrouded in a hue of ash and darkness, devoid of legs, moving by undulating its body. I had already declared my indifference towards such grotesque entities. Why, then, did Rin delve into such meticulous detail? Rika Shinju chuckled softly, her words laden with significance. Why not turn back and take a look? In the blink of an eye, the world inverted. The temperature around them surged abruptly, and they found themselves engulfed in a sea of flames. Waves of heat surged forth, scorching the unsuspecting duo, while thick smoke enveloped the entire building. Saturu Gojo widened his eyes in disbelief. I clearly saw nothing behind us. The traces of cursed energy had indeed vanished, suggesting a successful exorcism. How could this calamity still manifest? Yet soon, the initial anger and frustration gave way to a different kind of exhilaration. How cunning. This must be a domain expansion, right? Thus, the cursed spirit was merely masquerading as a grade 2, but in reality, it was a special grade? A strength that eludes your grasp at present, remarked Rika Shinju. However, Saturu Gojo suddenly broke into a gleeful smile. What a thrilling encounter for my first mission. How delightful. Rika Shinju cautioned him. You will die. Without glancing back, Saturu replied. But you're here, aren't you? You wouldn't let me die, would you? A moment of suspicious silence lingered behind him, and Satoru's eyes could not decipher her expression. The domain replicated the scene of the incident, gas leaks leading to an explosion, and then, as Rika Shinju opened her mouth, he could only hear her say, Gojo, you. What? Suddenly, a deafening explosion drowned out the remainder of her words. What had Rika Shinju said? He turned around, only to find her figure had vanished from sight. Rin? It was desolate, with no response. Chapter 27, Sea of Blood and Earrings. Stay here. Help me. Help me, it hurts so much. Can you not leave? Stay. I want to live, let me live. The intense longing morphed into persistent whispers, the cursed spirit's murmurs echoing in his ears, pleading humbly, with unclear phrases tinged with a tone of grievance. Rika Shinju had not yet finished her sentence when, after an explosive diversion of attention, she found herself in an entirely new realm. It felt as though she had traversed from the outermost layer of the domain to the innermost sanctum of the cursed spirit. Here, the oppressive heat and waves of warmth persisted, yet the previously vanished presence suddenly re-emerged, unabashedly revealing itself. Rika recalled the days following her descent, the emotional turmoil that had manifested as a product of her search for memories. The sunset's molten gold shimmered without a ripple. Saturu Gojo was nowhere to be found. In his stead stood the primary exorcism target of this mission, as documented in official records, a special grade cursed spirit born from the fear of accidents and flames. The 57 heads of the cursed spirit struggled to slither towards her, their gray-black bodies leaving behind deep stains upon the ground. As it drew closer, the once whispered words transformed into urgent cries, and when it finally reached her feet, the voice had escalated into a frenzied shriek, piercing the listener's eardrums. Help me. I don't want to die. Wah, help me. Help me. Help me. 57 heads, some male, some female, some young, some old, intertwined their cries and screams into a cacophonous wave of sound. Thorns clung to human bones, constructing a wall, while the searing red shifted from flames to blood, and the once whole heads morphed into grotesque visages. A child was missing half a head, a man's eyes had fallen out, a woman's ears oozed blood, and an elder's skin had been charred. Help me. Help me. It hurts. Burn me. Spare me. Wah. Kill me. Kill me. Kill. Save. Save me. The gray-black body writhed, seeping crimson blood, the stench of death saturating the space as the tide of blood began to envelop Rika Shinju's toes, her calves, her knees. The golden-eyed girl tugged at the corners of her mouth, then reined in her emotions, standing expressionless amidst the sea of blood, gazing at the dark, writhing cursed spirit, her tones soft. Where has he been hidden? Yet, despite absorbing 57 souls, the cursed spirit failed to attain any semblance of cognitive ability. The blood-red world was rife with chaos. The writhing body reached her feet, only to explode into a shower of blood. It hurts, it hurts. It hurts, it hurts, ah. Help me, it hurts. The blood sought to spread further, and after the explosion of blood mist, a vacuum appeared around Rika Shinju. She lifted her foot, looking down upon the relatively small cursed spirit, which emitted a shrill scream. The heads of all ages began to decay, their remaining eyeballs fixated upon Rika Shinju at impossible angles. The moment their gazes met her golden eyes, time seemed to freeze. Waves of malice emanated from the girl, overwhelming and unbearable, generating a deluge of hallucinations, as dreamlike pain washed over the writhing monster. Cursed spirits possess an instinct to seek advantage and evade harm. Having ascended to the special grade, this instinct should be even more potent than that of ordinary cursed spirits. Yet, in that moment, it trembled in terror, its movements unceasing. As its broken body parts detonated, the domain quivered unsteadily, and the edges of space glowed with shattered crimson light, revealing the outer inferno. The putrid blood surged through the fissures, and amidst the agitation of cursed energy, the cracks slowly writhed and began to mend, sealing the blood-red realm once more. Defying its instinct, the cursed spirit suppressed its urge to flee, reaching out with its writhing limbs towards her. The walls of bone and thorns collapsed without resistance, disintegrating into rotting flesh, gradually merging with the blood tide. Help! Rika, Shinju. Under the immense pressure that was impossible to gaze upon or listen to, the cursed spirit called her name. It crawled through the sea of blood, wagging its tail in supplication, the 57 heads weeping in unison, their sharp lamentations intermingling within the sanguine world, creating an unbearable impact for any ordinary being. Yet, as the sole figure standing amidst the chaos, Rika Shinju did not alter her expression in the slightest. Receiving no answer from the cursed spirit, she raised her hand, unleashing power from her fingertips at the very center. Surrounded by the heads, with a squelching sound, like slicing through flesh, a gash was opened. Viscous black blood erupted from within, only to be repelled just before splattering upon the girl's face, cascading to the ground, and staining the already crimson waters an even deeper hue. Ah! Spare me, Rika! Spare me! Why me, wah? I didn't choose this, help me. The sea of blood was instantaneously evaporated by the blazing flames. Cursed energy rampaged within the domain like a tempest, chaotic as a tangle of unresolvable knots. In the stillness of the world, a piercing wail shattered the tranquility, drowning out the waves of fear in an instant. As the inner essence was laid bare, the cursed spirit's movements morphed from a writhing struggle into fierce resistance. Yet it remained paralyzed in place, its futile thrashing merely a reflection of pity's freedom. This particular cursed spirit was anomalous. Rika Fushiguro had encountered such a spirit before. It had formed from her uncontrolled negative emotions while she collected fragments of her memories. Her emotions nourished the spirit, which lay at her feet, attempting to extend a limb, tentatively referred to as a hand, to touch her toe. However, before it could reach that point, Rika would crush the spirit's form. Her expression devoid of emotion as she watched the grotesque creature born from her feelings disintegrate into ash. Yet this one was different. A foul stench filled the air, and the 57 heads adorning the spirit served as testament to the dead, the deceased. According to the records, these were the souls lost in that explosion and inferno. But if the records were to be believed, how could the spirit possibly know her name? Very well. She arched her eyes, her tone suddenly soft as a breeze. I grant you release. The inferno began to tremble violently, scalding currents swirling about, laden with toxic fumes that sought to invade her senses. Yet they circled around her in vain, resentful of their failure. But as the power began to unfurl from her fingertips, the spirit quieted, until that very force surged within. The interior of the domain, quaking ever more violently, crimson fluid oozing forth only to be evaporated by the heat, a ceaseless cycle. The cursed energy crashing around became an inescapable deluge. Something was being stolen away. Interwoven fear coiled around her like the bones of the living. And the eyes of the setting sun, molten gold, gazed upon the trembling yet motionless cursed spirit, akin to a deity traversing the fabric of time. Observing the tragedies forged by suffering in the world was enveloped in silence. Yet an anxious voice intruded upon this blood-soaked and fiery realm. Rika. Footsteps hastened through the crimson sea towards her. The white-haired boy in a blue hoodie had finally discovered a means to breach the outer layer of the domain, compressing his entire cursed energy to create an opening in the space. He decisively entered the inner domain, only to behold such a scene. The hurried footsteps slowed upon seeing her, his 6 eyes clearly perceiving the cursed energy flowing at its center, the spirit's power already beginning to wane. The tremors within the domain intensified, nearly unbalancing him, his cerulean eyes fixed ahead as Rika Fushiguro finally turned her gaze. Saturu Gojo's expression froze. The domain could no longer withstand the strain. From the stench-laden blood sea, web-like patterns crawled across the entire space. In an instant, the domain shattered like glass fragments. Light poured in, and blood erupted. In the moment of golden and blue meeting, she smiled softly, her tone gentler. Saturu. Gojo stared at her wide-eyed. Rika, he inquired. Why are you crying? In the abandoned building after the domain dissipated, where the light broke forth, she stood there, the pale blue orb of her earring swaying slightly. As if a glimmer of light had flitted past, Rika Fushiguro remained silent. The cursed spirit dissipated into ash at her feet, and under the shining light, the shimmering embers finally revealed themselves. Upon closer inspection, an earring lay upon the ground. It was a pale blue orb, identical to the one adorning Rika's left ear. Quite the surprise indeed. Rika's tone was light. This belongs to me. Warm liquid trickled from her eyes, yet her expression remained cold, resembling an indifferent bystander allowing uncontrolled physiological outpouring. It had been lost for so long, only to reappear within a cursed spirit, forcibly retaining the souls of 57 individuals, ultimately culminating in such a monstrosity. Saturu Gojo was no fool. He grasped the implication almost instantly. So, this mission was indeed flawed. He had been wondering what could circumvent the perception of the six eyes. It turned out to be a cursed tool crafted by Rika herself. How unsurprising. Chapter 28, School and Street Lamps. When Rika first arrived in this world, she had lost her memories. The past blurred into mottled hues, forming gaps in her recollection, leaving her unaware of what had transpired, let alone whether one of her earrings was missing. Wow, Saturu exclaimed, I always thought you wore a single earring. Noticing Rika's stillness, he took the initiative to pick up the solitary pale blue orb lying on the ground. Its texture was peculiar, cool to the touch, and not typical of earrings. Here you go. He winked, offering the item in his hand to the lost-in-thought Rika. Rarely did she hesitate, and after a moment, she took the earring and placed it directly into her coat pocket. This brief distraction caused Rika's emotions to retreat into the depths of her heart, the already faint and strange sadness dissipating entirely. Her gaze fell slightly, meeting Saturu's expectant eyes, and she finally said, Saturu, you did well. While it couldn't directly defeat the cursed spirit, pinpointing the moment to exploit the outer layer of the special grade spirit was no small feat for a child of his age. And let's not forget who I am. I've always performed admirably. Saturu caught her hand, breezily bypassing the topic. Let us go. It's time to head back. How about we grab some desserts on the way? As the cursed spirit faded, the dilapidated old apartment building had completely collapsed, leaving only a field of ruins. The two exited the debris, one exuberant and the other absent-minded, departing the scene. Takuya Imai started the car, steering towards the city. After their departure, the ruins welcomed two new visitors. The supervisor with a stitched-up head, Watanabe, sauntered onto the scene. Remarkable, he sighed. If only such power could be harnessed for my use. Don't let yourself fall into the gutter, the boy in the kimono with a white-haired bob advised, albeit with a hint of sarcasm in his words. You went through all that trouble to find that earring, sacrificing 57 people for it, only to end up with nothing. How could it be nothing? A practiced smile adorned Watanabe's face, yet it became more sincere upon witnessing the scene. Look, he pointed to the remnants left in the silent aftermath, at the very least. We've obtained a sample of her cursed energy. Previously, when exorcising cursed spirits, Rika's remnants never lingered. Her movements were swift and decisive. The cursed spirits always turned to ash in the blink of an eye, leaving the higher-ups unable to glean any information about Rika from existing methods. But now, things were different. The white-haired boy's tone was indifferent. A mere trace of residue 1T lead to her death. Yet the cursed energy residue was proof of identity, unique to each sorcerer. The boy frowned. So, doing certain things becomes quite simple. He enjoyed posing such riddles, leaving his words ambiguous. And the listener had little inclination to probe deeper. As long as the plan proceeded smoothly, he was unconcerned about what this partner, who had lived for a millennium, intended to do next. Upon entering the city, Rika led Saturu to a dessert shop. The two individuals settled into a window-side table, engaging in a casual conversation. Would you like a drink? Asked Saturu Gojo, perusing the samples on the menu, noting that the establishment offered both grape juice and milk. Rin Ishigori waved her hand dismissively. It's up to you. Consequently, Gojo ordered one drink with full sugar and another with reduced sugar, then began selecting desserts. Strawberry parfait? I'll have one. Mango mousse? I'll take one of those as well. Soufflé? That's a must. 15 minutes later, after much deliberation, Gojo finally completed his order and pushed the menu toward Ishigori. Snapping back to reality, she casually glanced at the menu, only to freeze in astonishment. With an incredulous expression, she gazed at Gojo. So many? At least 10 items. Can you really consume all that? With a nonchalant wave of her hand, the young one replied, Of course. And if I can't finish, I can always take some home. Ishigori countered, You don't plan to eat desserts as your main meal, do you? Well, why not? Gojo responded, raising an eyebrow. The girl fell silent, her suspicion lingering. I won't stop you, but let me remind you. If your boundless appetite isn't matched with proper defense, cavities are inevitable. Having never experienced the pain of tooth decay, Gojo shrugged it off. That's impossible. I'll burn off the sugar quickly. I won't even have time for cavities. Thus, the topic was laid to rest. Ishigori ordered an egg tart and a strawberry daifuku, concluding her selection. An hour later, Gojo gazed vacantly at the remaining desserts on the table, reclining back in his chair with blissful squinted eyes. The desserts are only half finished, he chuckled. Let me rest a bit, and we can pack the rest to take home. This carefree life of indulgence is simply splendid. Although I occasionally face life-threatening situations and have to venture to the Sanzu River, it's nothing of great concern. The world outside is far superior to the rigid, feudal, and antiquated Gojo family. Gojo mused, believing that these joyful days would stretch on indefinitely, until Ishigori unexpectedly introduced a new topic. Speaking of which, she pondered. Now that your brain overload issue has been resolved, Gojo straightened up, blinking in curiosity. What is it? Shouldn't you be going to school? School? Gojo exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Aren't I already in school? The elders teach me about the sorcery world and my physical training. And you instruct me on sorcery applications. This is school, isn't it? Not quite. The fixation ingrained in your DNA is at play. Your clan's studies lack formal education. But attending school would grant you an education. You need to attend a specialized institution and study alongside peers your age. That is what school entails, Ishigori emphasized. Education is of utmost importance. Without it, navigating the future society will be exceedingly difficult. But I will inherit the Gojo family and become the new head. Will I truly struggle? He blinked, having quickly grasped the essence of society during this time. Money is the true passport, isn't it? Ishigori retorted, I almost forgot. You are indeed an heir to capitalism. Gojo recoiled slightly, feeling a twinge of fear despite not fully understanding. So, what does it mean to be a capitalist? It signifies of being deserving of being hung from a lamppost, she replied, realizing the implication of being hung from a lamppost. Gojo's eyes glistened with a thin veil of tears. Could you really do that? His voice softened, akin to a cute kitten exposing its belly. His fluffy fur and azure eyes contrasted with Ishigori's cold demeanor, yet those nearby melted at the sight. Why has this become so second nature? I never said I would hang you from a lamppost, she stated, rising to deliver her icy verdict, but you must attend school. Initially indifferent, she reconsidered. Perhaps it was time to let him experience the hardships of learning. Gojo's eyes widened, taken aback by her sudden assertiveness. Although he was uncertain about the specifics of the learning content, he did not vehemently oppose the idea of experiencing a typical student's life. However, moments later, he raised his voice in defiance. I refuse to go to school. His shrill protest drew the attention of passers-by. Whose child is this? They look rather cute. Yet they're so loud. Perhaps children generally dislike going to school. Haha, mine is like that too. The whispers of those around were hushed. But a sorcerer's keen hearing could catch even the faintest sound. Ishigori steadied herself, the awkwardness washing over her. She nearly pretended not to know him. Yet after a brief pause, she finally said, Gojo, you're disturbing others. Gojo, a social terror, was accustomed to his privileged status, indifferent to others' opinions. In contrast, Ishigori suffered from social anxiety. She despised being the center of attention, a sensation akin to a thorn in her back or a bone in her throat. Gojo blinked, realizing her discomfort, as if he had discovered a new continent. You're embarrassed, aren't you? Right. Having never witnessed this side of her, Gojo felt a rush of elation. Reveling in the moment, he recalled how Ishigori had to blend into the crowd while performing with the cow-cat. Thus, it was indeed true. She was embarrassed. In the next instant, before anyone could react, Gojo stood atop his chair and proclaimed, Everyone, direct your gaze towards me. This dessert shop was situated in a bustling area, adorned with numerous popular signature styles, and on a weekend, the foot traffic was considerable. Gojo's shout undeniably attracted the attention of the majority. Curious stares fluttered toward him like snowflakes, and he beamed with pride. I have an announcement. This is my companion, Ishigori. But with a swift gesture, he found himself suspended from the nearest lamppost on the streets of Tokyo. Oh no, he lamented, I can no longer use my cursed energy. Chapter 29. Those who do not commit wrongdoing fear not the knocking of ghosts. Ishigori erased the memories of all present in the shop for the past 3 minutes, then sealed Gojo's cursed energy, leaving him dangling from a lamppost on the streets of Tokyo. The hood of his sweatshirt caught on the lamp, the fine fabric resistant to tearing, ensuring Gojo was in no immediate danger, though he was unable to free himself. He struggled momentarily, but it was futile, as the bustling crowd passed by him as if he were merely air. He could not be noticed, nor could he descend. Gojo paused, then shouted, The desserts haven't been packed yet. Rin, remember to take the desserts home. He swayed his body like a weather vane caught in the wind. Unfortunately, no one could appreciate the sight of the weather vane dancing in the breeze. After a while, Gojo grew tired of the swaying and lazily basked in the sunlight. Surprisingly, it was rather pleasant. Ishigori did not come to check on him. From a distance, he saw her board Takuya Imai's car with the packed desserts. Unsure of what was said, before Imai pressed the accelerator, driving away. Hey, you bastard. If you have the guts, let me down. As Takomi Imai departed with the neatly packaged desserts, he cast a curious glance toward Rin Rokugami, inquiring casually, Where's Master Saturu? Is he not returning with us? Yes. Rin replied, her expression decidedly unwell. We are heading back. Perceptive as ever, Takumi sensed her troubled mood and hesitated to probe further. He promptly pressed the accelerator, leaving the bustling street behind. Though he faintly discerned the sound of a familiar voice cursing some bastard, he dismissed it as mere illusion. Indeed, it must be a figment of his imagination. Striving to ignore the peculiar sensation, Takumi fixed his gaze ahead, feigning ignorance of any unsettling sounds. After traversing a stretch of road, the dessert shop had completely vanished from sight. Once assured that Saturu Gojo was out of view, Rin suddenly spoke, "Make a turn." "We are not going back this time." Takumi asked, "Then where are we headed?" "The Jujutsu headquarters," she articulated with a nonchalant tone. As she mentioned that destination, her demeanor seemed to stabilize. However, an inexplicable chill gripped Takumi's heart, an ominous sense of foreboding creeping up his spine. Not daring to inquire further, he hurriedly nodded. "Understood. I will change direction." Rin had only visited the Jujutsu headquarters once, a visit marked by her discontent, during which she had eliminated nearly a quarter of the upper echelon, departing without a trace. Today's journey was shrouded in uncertainty, and Takumi dared not speculate on what might transpire. He had flamboyantly declared his severance from the window, aligning himself with Rin, yet in certain respects, his instincts were alarmingly accurate. Rin was notoriously difficult to converse with. Takumi was acutely aware of her perilous nature and surmised that the forthcoming encounter would hardly be a congenial affair. Perhaps something had gone awry in their mission. The documentation provided by the headquarters portrayed Rin as a freelance sorcerer engaged in assignments for profit. Thus her operational procedures mirrored those of typical sorcerers. Yet, it was precisely this normalcy that solidified Takumi's conviction that something was amiss with the information. Otherwise, he could not fathom why Rin would abruptly decide to visit the headquarters, merely to observe a gathering of aging bureaucrats. Absurd. The vehicle finally arrived at the foot of the headquarters, where dense foliage thrived, casting the surroundings into a dim and damp ambience. Moss blanketed the cobbled path, sunlight struggling to pierce through the thick canopy. Clad in a simple trench coat, Rin strode purposefully towards a location etched in her memory. "I recall there is a barrier that needs to be." "No need," she interjected. "Wait for me here." The barrier of the headquarters required a specific method to dismantle, yet Rin could also choose to destroy it outright. She was indeed there to stir trouble and had no qualms about offending those within. After all, she had already done so on numerous occasions. Upon reaching a particular energy field, Rin raised her hand. A dazzling golden light surged where her palm met the barrier. The barrier was not singular. Those who feared for their lives often fortified their defenses with multiple layers. However, for her, it was inconsequential. The method was indistinguishable from that used to exorcise cursed spirits, establish contact, gather power, and then shatter it. With a resounding crash, it was as if a massive sheet of glass had been pierced with immense force, spiderweb-like fractures spreading across the outermost barrier. There was no need for her to exert further effort. Following the cracks, the barrier crumbled effortlessly. Such a violent breach had not occurred in decades. Previously, she had been invited inside, the barrier intact, leaving no one to realize that the barrier techniques of the headquarters could not deter her. An alarm blared instantaneously, prompting a swarm of sorcerers to emerge with their cursed tools, swift and agile. Cursed spirit attack. Quickly, protect the master. The barrier of Master Tenjin has been breached. A wave of horror washed over the sorcerers, solidifying their belief that the cursed spirits had come prepared. Yet upon laying eyes on the culprit behind the shattered barrier, their movements halted, shock written across their faces. Wait a moment. Black hair, golden eyes. A blue orb earring dangling from the left ear. Their expressions mirrored that of someone seeing a dog. A familiar silhouette gradually emerged in their minds, aligning with the figure before them. The sorcerers gasped in disbelief, each of them instinctively wanting to curse. Isn't that Rin Rokugami? The progenitor has returned. With the outer barrier shattered, 2 layers remained. Through the remnants, Rin smiled. Greetings, everyone, it has been a while. The collective expression of the sorcerers resembled that of someone who had just swallowed a fly. I have a matter to discuss. Could you summon your superiors? Her tone was remarkably gentle, yet her actions exuded impatience. In mere moments, the second layer of the barrier shattered in a similar manner. Are you genuinely attempting to negotiate? One of the sorcerers exclaimed. Don't come any closer. An awkward silence enveloped the scene as the aggressive sorcerers were consumed by regret, feeling as though they had drawn the short straw by encountering her. A silent exchange of glances transpired amongst them. Yet, Rin exhibited little patience, her icy gaze sweeping over the silent sorcerers. After a prolonged moment, she once again donned a smile. The sorcerer's eyes darted nervously, the immense pressure amplifying the already tense atmosphere. Please, stop smiling. It makes me anxious. Every sorcerer present was a survivor from the last calamity at the headquarters, having experienced the event firsthand. And none were devoid of fear towards her. The thought of so many high-ranking officials perishing, leaving only a few alive, rendered them mute, as though uttering the word heretic was an unspeakable taboo that could lead to their doom. Although this incident was concealed for the sake of the headquarters' reputation, the witnesses were fully aware. Each time they recalled it, a shiver would run down their spines. Rin's fingertips danced upon the third layer of the barrier, delicately tapping at the nearly insurmountable barrier for cursed spirits. With each touch, the hearts of those present trembled in unison. We cannot allow her to dismantle the entire barrier. It will spell disaster for us. At last, one individual, trembling with trepidation, stepped forward. May I ask which superior you seek? Rin replied. From whom did Takumi Imai acquire the mission details? Task assignments were typically allocated by the headquarters to the window, but they bore the name of a specific superior. That individual was the one in charge. The sorcerers exchanged bewildered glances. Who was it again? An epiphany struck one person, who hastily responded. It was Kamo. An elder from the Kamo family. His name is Kamo Noriyoshi. I will fetch him immediately. With that, he bolted from the room, leaving the remaining sorcerers in a standoff with Rin. The rest dared not approach, though fortunately, Rin ceased her assault on the barrier. However, when the sorcerer reached the chamber where the higher-ups were located and flung the door open in a frantic rush, he was met with an empty conference room, utterly bewildered. Damn those cowardly old fools. He could not help but be engulfed by sorrow, returning to the very edge of the barrier with a resolve to face death, meeting the hopeful gazes of his colleagues. An elder Kamo? The man replied awkwardly. They've all left. The crowd gasped, their anxious hearts finally succumbing to despair. Damn those cowardly old fools. Oh, is that so? Six Gods Ling's tone was chilling as she exerted pressure with her fingertips, the final layer of the barrier teetering on the brink of collapse. Someone left? How come I did not see anyone? The entrance to the barrier was singular, and Six Gods Ling stood resolutely, having obliterated 2 layers of the barrier without witnessing anyone escape beneath her very eyes. The man suddenly realized. I was so flustered that I forgot. Lady Six Gods, please wait. I shall retrieve Elder Kamo. After all, he was not a member of the Kamo family. Offending an elder was a matter of necessity, and Kamo would find it difficult to retaliate. No need. The final layer of the barrier ultimately could not withstand the pressure, shattering into countless drifting fragments before they even touched the ground. The crowd stood aghast. Six Gods Ling took a step forward. The sorcerers collectively retreated a step. She advanced once more, and they again retreated in unison. Until there was no further retreat possible, someone finally could bear it no longer. Embracing the fatalistic notion of dying sooner or later, brandishing a blade, he shouted, just a commoner. Behind me stands Zen. Step aside. The man was momentarily taken aback. Six Gods Ling, having lost her patience, moved with a swiftness that rendered her actions invisible to the onlookers. The guard from the Zen family transformed into a pool of blood mist that scattered with the mountain wind, witnessing the tragic demise of their colleague. The crowd looked at her in horror. You have unlawfully taken the life of a sorcerer, violating the rules of the sorcery realm. I warn you. The supervisory department may forgive you this once, but such a special case will never happen again. If you dare to act, you will undoubtedly be branded a cursed sorcerer. Heretic. Heretic. Six Gods Ling replied, and what of it? Her words brought an abrupt end to the one-sided accusations. She was acutely aware that she was not a normal person, yet those before her, along with those cowering within, could only be described as equally vile. No better than she. If negotiations could not be reached, then let them all perish. Upon uttering these words, the gathered crowd fell into a stupor, then, one by one, they fled in a frenzied scatter. They were not foolish. It was far better to be labeled a cursed sorcerer due to inadequate protection than to die here outright. After all, life could continue. Even if they lost their jobs, they could still earn money in the black market. But if life were lost, it was truly gone. In the current sorcery realm, no one doubted Six Gods Ling's willingness to act. She moved with impunity, navigating the rules of the sorcery realm, killing with ease. And she still held the trump card of the Six Eyes. Without even mentioning the influence of other families, the Wataru family would certainly have to protect her. Fight. What would they fight for? Delivering vegetables? Thus, Six Gods Ling made her way to the conference room. This was the domain of the higher-ups, and unlike before, the lights behind the screens were dimmed, suggesting not a soul was present. Where had they fled? Nonchalantly, Six Gods Ling drew the katana from the nearby rack. The blade sliced through the air with a swift and fierce sound, and in the next moment, an inconspicuous screen was cleaved apart. The elderly man, etched with deep lines of age, trembled violently, his eyes wide with palpable fear. And no, don't kill me. You wanted to know where Kamo Toshiyuki is, right? I know. I'll tell you, just don't kill me. Six Gods Ling regarded him coldly. The man extended a frail hand, trembling as he pointed to a small vase on the adjacent table. It was a simple mechanism. Twist it. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving. struggling to regain composure. He raised his right hand with great effort, indicating a wall nearby. Twist it, and over there, a secret door will open. Following his instructions, Six Gods Ling took the necessary actions. With a creak, the wooden door, long deprived of sunlight in the damp, dark environment, swung open a sliver. The door had opened. Six Gods Ling grasped her sword and pushed through the door. She turned back to cast a glance at the higher-up who had directed her. How very guilty he seemed. She chuckled lightly. I haven't even stated my intentions, yet you all scurry away. It appears you know quite well the weight of your own misdeeds. At this moment, the cowcat passed beneath a street lamp adorned by small capitalists, locking eyes with Wataru Saturu. Wataru swayed slightly. Help me, Mr. Sesame. The cowcat's black and white face contorted in visible disdain. It twitched its lips. Serves you right. Chapter 30, Live Broadcast. As the sun set, Wataru sat in his room, sharing desserts with the cowcat. Having promised to share half his dessert with the cowcat, the little feline graciously rescued a small capitalist who had been hung like a weather vane on a street lamp. Wataru's eyes sparkled as he scooped the dessert into his mouth, spinning around with the little cat tucked under his arms. Thanks, Sesame. The cat huffed. In this world, how could a little cat not spin around? In any case, the man and the cat returned home, and Wataru upheld his promise, retrieving his dessert. Although Six Gods Ling had not returned, she had at least enlisted Takaya Imai to bring back their packed sweets, which were safely stored in the refrigerator, all intact. Wataru tasted a spoonful of mousse, exchanging information with the cowcat. You mean Ling went to the supervisory department? Indeed. The cat took a bite of the sweet, chewy mochi, its eyes squinting in bliss. The master is going to settle scores now. Your mission was anything but normal. You've been set up. Don't deliver such news in such a carefree tone. It genuinely infuriates me. Wataru raised his hand, attempting to pat the cowcat's head, but before he could reach, the agile little cat blocked his hand with a swift paw. The soft pad rested against his palm, and Wataru could not resist giving it a squeeze. The cowcat quickly retracted its paw, casting a disapproving glance at him. In a matter-of-fact tone, it declared, You're truly a pervert. Wataru retorted, And don't state such slander in a calm voice. Slander? Are you sure? I am an entirely normal person. How could I be a pervert? You squeezed my paw? So what? The master doesn't even squeeze my paws. She is not even human. Wataru fumed, incredulous that he had to endure such accusations. The cowcat twitched its lips. Among the people I know, you are the only one who is such a pervert. The cat surveyed the servants sent to care for the divine child in Wataru's home, pointing a paw at them. They wouldn't even dare touch my fur. That is because they wouldn't. Ending the futile argument, the cowcat settled down beside the mochi, sighing and shaking its head humanely. I can't believe I'm debating such matters with a child. Wataru fell silent as well, sharing a synchronized sigh. I find myself in a rather absurd debate with a feline companion regarding such matters. Both human and cat fell into a contemplative silence, feigning indifference as we each took a bite of the delicacies before us, before casually steering the conversation back on track. Ahem. Has Rin returned with any news from the Directorate? The cow-patterned cat shook its head. Not yet. The kitten's tone bore a hint of malicious glee, laced with a touch of disdain towards the Directorate's collective cowardice. They have shattered the barrier, yet none have dared to step forward. When the owner sought them out, a cadre of self-proclaimed guardians, who had vowed to protect the directors, had fled. Wataru Gojo exclaimed in delight, his eyes sparkling. Is it truly that entertaining? Indeed. The cow-patterned cat nodded, stretching lazily before continuing to relay the unfolding scene. Ah, there is someone. Just one, trembling violently behind the screen. Perplexed, the cow-patterned cat speculated. Has he been ostracized by the higher-ups? Why is everyone else hidden away while he remains exposed? Wataru Gojo listened intently, wishing he could replace the cow-patterned cat's viewpoint, eagerly urging, what happened next? What transpired afterward? The owner entered the hidden door, and then, still walking. Now, not yet at the destination. Those individuals are exceptionally adept at concealing themselves, Wataru Gojo retorted, exasperated. After an extensive passage, Rin finally glimpsed a flicker of light. To the cow-patterned cat's astonishment, the long corridor led to another tatami room. It marveled, humans truly are remarkable. Wataru Gojo interjected. What transpired? Do tell. The owner has located someone. Observing the terrified gazes of those individuals through their shared vision, the cow-patterned cat recounted. The Zenin family, the Kamo family, the Gojo family, remarkably. They are all present. The kitten abruptly turned its head, fixating intently. There's a member of the Gojo family. I recognize the emblem on his attire. A member of the Gojo family conspiring against the young master's mentor? Wataru Gojo's expression turned icy. I understand now. Is there more? Still observing. The kitten licked its paw and resumed its position. Having traversed the lengthy corridor to the new tatami room, Rin stood poised with her blade, locking eyes with a group of defenseless elders. She smiled. What a coincidence. I hadn't anticipated encountering you all here. The elders were taken aback. Coincidence? You mean to say that you just happened to shatter 3 layers of barriers, fortuitously entered the Directorate's meeting room, stumbled upon the mechanism hidden within that small vase, and serendipitously arrived at this tatami room? What a coincidence, indeed. Who are you trying to deceive? Rin flicked the sharp tip of her blade. Initially, I merely sought the higher-up responsible for assigning tasks. What was his name again? Kamo Norisada. Her golden eyes scanned the faces of the elders, feigning surprise. Is Kamo Norisada present? The elderly men, petrified, dared not even breathe, yet they had grown accustomed to the airs of the powerful and suppressed their terror, forcing themselves to declare, Rin, your sins are unforgivable. Such an affront to our dignity will not go unpunished in the sorcery world. The sound of the blade piercing flesh elicited gasps from all present. The wounded elder clutched his chest, belatedly grasping the profound terror that coursed through him. You truly. He was not a victim of the previous incident, nor was he an eyewitness. He was merely one of the newly appointed higher-ups, reveling in his vast authority. He had overestimated his significance, believing that even if Rin was formidable, she was merely a common sorcerer whose abilities had been exaggerated by hearsay. He had not anticipated that she, lacking any backing, would dare to strike at him. Do you know who I am? The emblem of the Gojo family was emblazoned prominently on his garment as he coughed twice. I am a relative of Wataru. The cow-patterned cat gasped. A white-haired child leaned closer, offering a spoonful of mousse they had enjoyed. What did he say? The kitten grimaced once more, but honestly accepted the spoonful of mousse. He claims to be your family. Wataru Gojo immediately contorted his features in distaste. At a time like this, you invoke my name. Family? How revolting. He must be attempting to dissuade Rin from taking action or believes my name would somehow hold sway over her. What a farce. Wataru slammed his hand on the table. Even I have been slain by her a total of 6 times. 6 times. If my name truly held any power, would I have been killed 6 times? His first death and resurrection were so extraordinary that, before the eyes of all, the white-haired deity had risen from his own coffin, awakening a hereditary technique that created a massive crater at the scene. This tale spread widely, leading many to believe it was merely one of Rin's more radical teaching methods. Yet the effect was undeniable. Look, wasn't that an early awakening? In her hands, the secret of resurrection rendered all deaths a mere jest. But no one understood better than Wataru Gojo. It was all mere rumor, all unfounded gossip. Rin genuinely sought to make him stronger, but her desire to kill him stemmed solely from a whim. Nothing more than that. Her indifference resembled an unmelting shard of ice, her emotions etched upon her face, her eyes devoid of ripples. He appeared as a superfluous object, seemingly cradled in her palm, yet capable of being discarded at any moment. Everyone believed that resurrection was a privilege bestowed upon him by Rin, but how could that be possible? To Rin, he was no different from the delicacies before them, the flowers by the roadside, or the fish swimming in the water. Thus, he had to eliminate her. The cow-patterned cat exclaimed in awe, You are truly twisted. Wataru chuckled. Just tell me if there's any chance of success. The kitten pondered. The owner isn't exactly normal. If you truly killed her, the owner would undoubtedly be grateful. To what extent would that gratitude extend? The cow-patterned cat hesitated. I'm not sure. Perhaps they might want you to father a litter of kittens? Wataru. Stunned into silence for a full 10 minutes by this revelation, Wataru's mind went blank, his entire being engulfed in a cosmic state of confusion. After a prolonged moment, Wataru suddenly perceived how foolish he had been. He had truly lost his senses, debating such matters with a kitten, whose perspective was inherently divergent from that of a human. Wataru erupted. What strange conversation are you having with a 5-year-old child? The cow-patterned cat retorted. You asked me. It's me. What advice could a mere cat offer you? Here, it's customary for a 1.5-year-old kitten to give birth. You're already 5. Humans and cats are not the same. Moreover, is this merely a question of age? I'm male. Do males understand? How could I possibly be pregnant? I truly have nothing more to say to you. The cow-patterned cat. The kitten was equally at a loss. Your focus seems to be misplaced. Is this a matter of gender? The servant eavesdropping suppressed a smirk, inwardly scoffing. This is clearly a matter of legality. Future consequences aside. But if young master were to be somehow ensnared by some peculiar sorcery and found himself with child, it would be unimaginable. Clearly, this is all the cow-patterned cat's fault. I no longer wish to converse with you. We are no longer friends. The cow-patterned cat. 1, 2, 3. After silently counting to 3 in her heart, the white-headed figure leaned in once more. What happened next? Rin did not let him go, did she? The proud little cat turned away, saying, Didn't we declare a breakup? The breakup is over. Only then did the cow-patterned cat remark, Not at all. The owner is quite the mentally unstable lunatic. Wataru Gojo stroked his chin, affirming, indeed, if she hesitated to act because of me, that would be truly preposterous. Originally, there was to be a reckoning. Now, it was fortuitous that he spared himself the unnecessary steps. Chapter 31, Watanabe. Just as the cow-patterned cat had stated. Despite Riku Roku's outwardly normal demeanor, she was anything but normal. Exceptional sorcerers with splendid mental states abound in the world of curses. But one like Riku Roku is a rarity that may not appear once in 50 years. After sending the upper echelon of the Gojo family, who attempted to invoke Wataru Gojo's name to escape death, to their demise, the remaining individuals grew exceedingly compliant. The others remained silent as quails, with Riku Roku not speaking. None dared to voice accusations against her. The corridor leading to the hidden chamber connected to a tatami room underground. Escape was only possible through the passage. And now that the fearsome deity blocked the entrance, none possessed the ability to evade her. One wrong move could result in death. She approached step by step, her shoes softly tapping against the wooden floor. Tap, tap, tap. Each sound echoed like a death knell, resonating within their thumping hearts. Riku Roku gradually advanced toward them, her golden eyes reflecting indifference. I shall ask once more. Her gaze fell upon the terrified faces, her tone laden with palpable impatience. Who is Kamo Rya? The blade pointed directly at the trembling elder, her hand unwavering, devoid of any tremor. If you do not speak, I shall kill you all. No sooner had she finished speaking than a high-ranking individual, unable to withstand the psychological strain, screamed in terror. I'll speak. I'll speak. Kamo Rya is right here. He attempted to push aside the others huddled around him, but before his hand could touch them, they dispersed on their own accord. In the farthest corner of the tatami room, a frail, pale old man quivered, shrinking back into the shadows. He dared not lift his head, concealing himself behind the forms of his colleagues, yet he was still exposed. Kamo Rya's eyes were filled with a profound fear, as if he had witnessed something unspeakable. His entire being trembled violently as he desperately tried to blend into the corner, pretending to be inconspicuous. Is this Kamo Rya? Riku Roku inquired, a smile gracing her lips. Why are you so tense? I'm not truly going to kill you. Her words were untrustworthy, yet at that moment, all were mere fish on the chopping block. With no choice but to believe, Kamo Rya, shivering with fear, his face a mass of trembling wrinkles, raised his murky eyes and stammered, What? What do you wish to know? The once authoritative upper management, who had spent a lifetime lording over the subordinates, now appeared to have undergone a transformation. Addressing her with the respectful you. It is human nature to seek profit and avoid harm. Riku Roku had not intended to pursue them to this extent, but the sheer terror emanating from the upper ranks compelled her, upon witnessing the barrier of Tenjin being shattered. They instinctively believed they were facing a formidable sorcerer who had come prepared. Sorcerers were known to seek lives, and although they were anxious, they managed to maintain their composure. Those driven by greed would always consider more lucrative offers. As long as they presented greater incentives, they could potentially survive. However, their laughter was soon silenced. The servant returned to report that the one arriving was Riku Roku. Of all the individuals, why did it have to be Riku Roku? They felt as though they had drawn the short straw by encountering the supreme harbinger of death. The recent tragedy at the upper management still lingered vividly in their minds. Riku Roku's defiance in slaying the 6 eyes was well known. Though she ultimately survived, her unpredictable lethality rendered her a madwoman. The pursuit of fame and fortune was one thing, but her arrival signaled absolute doom. Uncertain of what madness Riku Roku might unleash, yet knowing it could not bode well, the crowd swiftly entered the hidden door to evade becoming sacrificial victims. Yet she still found them. Kamo Rya? Ah, so it was you, old fool, who attracted her here. The assembled individuals dared not even breathe, their eyes fixed on Riku Roku, wary of her next move. The tatami room contained a low table and 4 cushions. Riku Roku seated herself upon the table, while none dared to approach the cushions. Kamo Rya, his legs weakened, knelt on the ground, awaiting the impending judgment. He mentally reviewed every misdeed he had committed in his life, utterly baffled as to how he had offended her, until Riku Roku produced a stack of documents. This is the information I acquired today while on a mission with Wataru Gojo. She fixed her gaze upon him, tossing the documents his way. Take a look. Does it seem familiar? The upper management often engaged in such underhanded tactics, deliberately sabotaging sorcerers they disdained during mission assignments. Incorrectly rating a curse's level could lead to a sorcerer's demise, a common practice. The curse level reported in Riku Roku's documentation was a 2nd level, approaching 1st. Kamo Rya flipped through the pages, suddenly freezing in realization. I was wrong. I was wrong. I heard you could easily eliminate special grades. I merely wished to test your abilities. Using a mission to evaluate a sorcerer's strength was also a common practice among the upper management. Upon acquiring accurate data regarding a sorcerer's capabilities, they could assign more challenging tasks to eliminate them. However, the transformation from special grade to second level was absurd. That a second-level task could even be assigned to her was indeed perplexing. If they had initially intended to assign the task to her, why go to the trouble of fabricating the curse's level as second? Special grade tasks could have been assigned to her without pretense. After all, it was a curse that had already manifested a domain, yet they were still testing Rikuroku's rumored prowess. This was illogical. What I wish to understand is not this. The young woman shook her head, her hand gripping the katana as she pointed the blade at the curse's documentation. It is not a matter of levels. What did the curse observed through the window resemble? A mere meatball? That is indeed what it states, Kamo replied, his voice trembling cautiously. However, at the exorcism scene, the curse I witnessed was not like this. She spoke softly. 57 lives were lost. 57 heads emerged from the curse's form. Do you wish to know what those heads looked like? Before he could respond, an enormous curse suddenly materialized within the dimly lit tatami room. 57 heads weeping in unison. So painful. Ah! Spare me. Save me. I do not wish to die. Woe is me. I feel so unwell. The scene of a man missing half his head, a blind child, and an elderly person whose skin was charred replayed in that moment, their mournful cries intertwining into a deadly symphony. The expressions of the high-ranking individuals turned ashen, nearly causing them to faint. How did you acquire this curse? How could a special grade curse appear here? Someone. Quickly. Protect me. The high-ranking officials roared in exasperation. Rin Rokugami, if we perish, you shall not survive either. Why the heightened tension? With a mere wave of her hand, the formidable cursed spirit dissipated into the wind, and 57 heads vanished, restoring an eerie silence to the scene. As if it had all been but a nightmarish illusion. Such a trivial image could frighten you so, she scoffed. The officials' hearts raced, pounding painfully within their chests. After the tension, the sudden relaxation felt like a roller coaster of emotions throughout the day. Rin Rokugami turned to the stunned Kamori and inquired, have you discerned the issue now? A gas explosion ignited a fire. Yet if the cursed spirit was born from the fear of the blaze, why does it manifest in this manner? She surveyed her surroundings, noting that those present were far more seasoned than she. The origins of the cursed spirit should be easily identifiable, should they not? Moreover, Rin Rokugami removed the round beaded earring from her left ear. This adornment was once a pair, both being cursed tools. She casually toyed with the hilt of her katana, nonchalantly stating, in my earlier years, my memory was rather poor, and I misplaced a piece. One of the earrings went missing. Can you fathom how that transpired? With a swift motion, she reached into her pocket, retrieving the other earring before the watchful eyes of the assembly. Upon the demise of this cursed spirit, this earring fell from within it. The gravity of the situation struck Kamori, while the others could not suppress their gleeful anticipation. They thought to themselves that Riza was truly doomed. Huh, Kamori, why would you conspire against Rin Rokugami of all people? Have you lost your senses? The revelation of the misreported mission level was already a significant blow. Yet to have stolen her cursed tool as well? What audacity! Kamori's expression shifted to one of sheer terror. It was not I. I had no idea it was a cursed tool. I thought it was merely an ornament. Who would bother to steal your adornment? Rin Rokugami rose. The tip of her blade aimed directly at his throat, her mirth evaporating into a chilling demeanor. Then, who was responsible? I don't know. Kamori could no longer bear the immense pressure, tears streaming down his face. I merely sought to avenge my family. I did not engage in anything too outrageous. Misreporting the cursed spirit's level was just a minor setback. Who would orchestrate such a meticulous scheme? Kamori stammered, sobbing like a child. I am merely a glutton. Spare me, please. The onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions filled with disgust. Realizing they might escape unscathed, the remaining high-ranking officials began to relish the spectacle, until Rin Rokugami's quiet voice cut through the tension. Is that so? An ominous premonition surged within the crowd. There are 13 individuals present. I shall grant you 13 minutes. Should you fail to identify the culprit within 1 minute, I shall take one life. Laughter faded from the others' faces. Kamori, you must think quickly. A mere glutton cannot claim ignorance of his subordinates' affairs, can he? I refuse to die. If someone must perish, let it be you. Whom did you associate with? What have you encountered? Has anyone approached you? Think hard. Suddenly, Kamori lifted his head. I recall now. I recall. He gazed intently at Rin Rokugami, hope igniting in his eyes. It was Watanabe Shikaru. It was he. After I finalized this mission, he and I exchanged a few words regarding the task. He is the only one. Rin Rokugami's expression remained composed. And where is he? The high-ranking officials exchanged glances, the atmosphere thick with tension. Yes, where was he? Chapter 32, You Two. Thus, they had identified the instigator, correct? Wataru Gojo finished his mousse, patted his belly, gauging how much more he could consume, and turned to slice into a strawberry cake. The cowcat meowed, I want some too. Wataru Gojo cut half for it, and the cowcat savored a bite, nodding in approval. It's a fellow named Watanabe Shikaru. I don't know him. Watanabe Shikaru? Wataru Gojo had not heard this name either, but he could reach out to the Gojo clan. The priestess retrieved her phone, scrolled to the very bottom of her contact list, and found a number without a note, dialing it directly. It was already 1 in the morning, and Wataru Gojo had no intention of sleeping, eager for the latest news. He was quite lively, enjoying his dessert while chatting with the cowcat. Almost instantaneously after his call connected, a voice answered. The Gojo clan maintained an early schedule, but Wataru Gojo's call was always prioritized. Elder Four's drowsy voice came through. Young Master Gojo, what can I do for you? Wataru Gojo matter-of-factly replied. I need to look into someone. Who? Elder Four perked up, his fatigue vanishing in an instant. Who has offended you? Wataru Gojo stated, Watanabe Shikaru. Initially, he thought he might have to wait for an answer, but upon hearing the name, Elder Four's tone shifted peculiarly. Watanabe Shikaru, I recall him. He presents himself as neutral. Yet he maintains close ties with the Zenin clan, feigning ignorance during critical matters, flattering all families, and offending none. Oh, is there more? To elaborate, a few years ago, he suffered a severe illness that nearly impaired his mind. Upon his return, he seemed transformed, more lucid than before, and he severed ties with the Zenin clan. Does that count? Elder Four's voice held a hint of confusion. Such a person would typically avoid entanglements. Young master, how could he possibly provoke you? Indeed, he aimed to kill me. Primarily, he plotted against Rin Rokugami, but I am ensnared in the web as well, am I not? What? After a brief pause, Elder Four's voice turned incredulous. How could a mere underling conspire against the esteemed Gojo clan? Wait, I must confront the headquarters for an explanation. That will not be necessary. Wataru Gojo interjected. Rin has already decimated most of the headquarters. The high-ranking officials had nearly all perished, yet Watanabe Shikaru's absence remained conspicuous. Those who survived must harbor deep animosity towards him. Perhaps a manhunt will be declared by tomorrow, mused Wataru Gojo. Elder Four rubbed his nose awkwardly. I see. But wait, Rin Rokugami has gone to the headquarters. His voice suddenly filled with dread, struggling to accept certain truths. Wataru Gojo tilted his head instinctively. What of it? But she is your mentor. With that relationship, even if the family were to abandon the Six Eyes, they would still be implicated in this incident. And so? Wataru Gojo interjected casually. By the way, one of the deceased was also from the Gojo clan. Elder Four stammered. What is the meaning of this? How could the high-ranking officials promoted by the clan conspire against their own young master and his teacher? A cheerful voice from a child spilled forth, causing a chill to run down Elder Four's spine. The clan has traitors. Indeed, Wataru Gojo affirmed. It is getting late. You should rest. The family will handle this matter. A glimmer of cunning crossed Elder Four's eyes. With a Gojo clan member now among the deceased, it could serve as a convenient excuse to silence the dissenters. However, he needed to contemplate how best to apologize to Rin Rokugami. Saturu Gojo hung up the phone. The cow-patterned cat stared in disbelief. You do possess a bit of talent, don't you? Of course, he replied confidently. One need only consider what the Gojo family represents. I've been immersed in it, so naturally, I comprehend. He continued. But above all, it's my unparalleled intelligence that stands out. The cow-patterned cat let out a scoff. You start to get conceited right after a compliment. It's hopeless. But it's the truth. Satoru Gojo retorted, persistently engaging the little cat in conversation. Am I not clever? Look at this, he pointed to his head. It is constantly absorbing an immense amount of information. I'm truly remarkable. The cow-patterned cat turned over, opting to present its fluffy back to him, preferring not to see or hear his boastful claims. Hey, Sesame, stop calling me. It's late. I need to sleep. Aren't cats nocturnal? You should be particularly lively at night. I get it. You must not want to chat with me. Satoru Gojo accused loudly, bad kitty. The cow-patterned cat replied nonchalantly, yes. I'm a bad kitty. Don't play with me. I want to sleep. No. What were you doing all day that you must sleep at night? Sesame. He was so bothersome that the little cat lost interest in him. Since the matter had reached a temporary conclusion, there was no necessity for shared perspectives. Sharing perspectives was already mentally exhausting. Sharing with Satoru Gojo was one thing, but sharing her own thoughts was an extraordinary mental burden. The little cat could perhaps understand Satoru Gojo's previous feelings now, the constant throbbing pain in the head, the flood of both useful and useless information invading the mind. And at that young age, surviving was indeed a miracle. The little cat lazily rolled over. He was so pitiful, perhaps it would be worth considering a bit of sympathy. In the next moment, the little cat found its belly pressed against a large face. The cow-patterned cat exclaimed, meow. It's for bristled. And the drowsy mind instantly awakened, surging with anger at the intrusion of this lewd human. How can you claim not to be perverted? Not only perverted, but also a rogue. Just because a cat shows you its belly does not mean it enjoys having its belly rubbed. How is that any different from reaching into someone's pants while trying to befriend them? The cow-patterned cat thought, I detest humans with no sense of boundaries. The bond between the human and the cat had thoroughly soured. At 2 a.m, the black and white cow-patterned cat leapt onto the windowsill, leaving the cozy nest Saturu Gojo had meticulously prepared for it, and returned to its adjacent home. Embracing the coolness of the early dawn, Rin Shinjuku was not particularly meticulous in caring for her cat, having only provided a cardboard box. Yet, in the cat's heart, no nest could hold more significance than this cardboard box. After all, its owner was Rin Shinjuku. The owner would never be as rude as that boundaryless fellow. With this thought, the cow-patterned cat stealthily jumped onto the railing, skillfully lifted its paw to open the window, and upon entering, was met with a pair of golden eyes. Where have you been? The familiar tone, the familiar attitude, the familiar gaze, the familiar question. What to do? The cat anxiously scratched its claws, feeling akin to a lover caught in a clandestine meeting. It was perfectly normal for one cat to dine at 2 households, right? The little cat, feeling guilty, diverted the conversation. Welcome home, owner. It took the initiative. I thought something might have happened since you were gone for so long. I searched for you everywhere. Thankfully, you are safe. What do you think could have happened to me? Rin Shinjuku's tone was peculiar. Nothing. Haha. I was just overly concerned. Well, come here. Rin beckoned. And the little cat hurried over, only to have its head covered with a wet tissue. Cream is all over my face, if I don't wipe it off. How can I hide it? The cow-patterned cat, lacking in dignity, murmured, I'm sorry, I was wrong, owner. No need to apologize, Rin Shinjuku replied. I'm not angry. You don't mind that I went to eat at someone else's place? The implication of that someone being Saturu Gojo was evident. As she spoke, she placed the little cat on the windowsill, stating matter-of-factly, you really like that boy. Yes. The little cat turned its head towards Saturu Gojo's home. Not shifting its gaze back, staring at the light illuminating Gojo's bedroom, it answered motionlessly, my will is your will, owner. Therefore, you are too. Chapter 33, The Bracelet. Shiro Watanabe has passed away. The attack on the headquarters caused a tremendous uproar. Many were taken aback that Rin Shinjuku dared to act again, but soon, the sorcery community realized the event was somewhat justifiable. He was set up, no wonder. The headquarters had it coming. For certain well-known reasons. The sorcery headquarters and several prominent sorcerer families held a poor reputation in the eyes of the majority of sorcerers. However, they wielded considerable power, and sorcerers often found their tasks entangled with the headquarters. As the only indispensable logistical organization in the sorcery world, it diligently managed tasks related to registered sorcerers. Thus, there was no choice. No matter how the headquarters operated, one had to endure. As long as it did not involve factional politics, power struggles, or alliances, cautiously accepting tasks could lead to a relatively peaceful coexistence. Yet, unexpectedly, Rin Shinjuku overturned the rules of the game. How could one be so oblivious? Targeting anyone would suffice. But targeting Rin Shinjuku? She was truly someone who would take action. Following the incident, the headquarters, as Saturu Gojo had anticipated, harshly condemned Watanabe Shiro's actions and took the lead in issuing a bounty, attempting to rid themselves of suspicion and provide an explanation to Rin Shinjuku. Watanabe Shiro came from a small family, easily manipulable, and would not entangle too many factions, the critical factor being he was now missing. Wasn't he the perfect scapegoat? Moreover, in a sense, Watanabe Shiro was indeed the main culprit, so one could hardly claim he was merely a scapegoat. In the month following the issuance of the bounty, Watanabe Shiro seemingly evaporated, leaving no trace. Surely, he could not have defected to become a curse user? Doubting this, at the beginning of the second month, Watanabe Shiro's corpse was discovered. The body was found in a small family in Kyoto, where all the family members had perished, even the children. Takuya Imai reported the results with trepidation. Originally, the headquarters intended to investigate who was responsible for the massacre of the small family, only to find Watanabe Shiro's body among them. The scene was too gruesome to describe. It had already begun to decay. Imai's expression was complex. He gathered the materials and looked towards Rin Shinjuku, respectfully saying, that's the situation. If you have no further instructions, I shall take my leave. He stood up, holding the materials, and turned to depart. Saturu Gojo, chewing on a chocolate stick, expressed some regret. What a pity, the clues have been cut off. He shook his head, casting this issue aside for the moment, and upon lifting his gaze, noticed the light blue round bead earring hanging from Rin Shinjuku's left ear, leading him to recall another matter. By the way, didn't you get back the other earring? Saturu Gojo's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Rin, why aren't you wearing it? The earring retrieved from that place is a bit disgusting. Reflecting on the tumultuous journey of the other earring, the repulsive cursed spirit came to mind, sending a chill down Saturu Gojo's spine. Well, that settles it. But have you considered having a craftsman recreate it? His enthusiasm surged as he envisioned transforming the earring into a brand new bracelet with fresh materials. After all, such cursed tools are rare. It would indeed be a pity to waste them. Rin Rokugami queried. So what are you scheming? Gojo flashed a mischievous smile, leaning in to seek out her striking azure eyes. He was well aware of how to leverage his advantages, knowing his own good looks were complemented by those captivating eyes. Whenever he needed something from her, he would employ those beautiful eyes to secure preferential treatment. With a playful, endearing demeanor, he said, "You could give it to me. But you already possess a pair of earrings, don't you?" Rin countered, "The effect is still the same. Why would you want more?" "I don't intend to wear them anymore." He shook his head. "While they are indeed useful, if I were to lose one during a mission while exorcising a curse, I would be distraught. Such small items have an exceedingly low chance of being recovered. The one I retrieved was found through the clandestine efforts of the management department, and it took quite a while. Given the destructive nature of my technique, if I were to drop an earring with a single cursed strike, would it even be retrievable? It would simply turn to ashes." In short, he did not wish to risk losing them. Hence, he resolved not to wear them. While they were undoubtedly valuable, losing them would lead to tears of regret. It would be wiser to obtain the other earring from Rin, considering she no longer wore it. And since its utility was identical, why not preserve the bead by crafting it into a bracelet that would be less prone to loss? The more he pondered, the more he deemed it a brilliant idea. Rin, indifferent, nodded casually. "Fine, I'll give it to you." "Fantastic." Rin produced the other earring, but suddenly recalled something, handing it over while cautioning, "By the way, don't be too rough during the modification. The bead is ceramic and fragile." "Wait, this bead is ceramic?" Gojo exclaimed, clearly astonished, as he had assumed cursed tools would require sturdier materials. "It was made hastily. In truth, it's a piece I brought from my previous world." "How fascinating." Captivated by the bead's backstory, Gojo leaned in curiously. "But why ceramic?" "Simply because I traveled to the porcelain capital and chose it," she replied. The light blue bead bore subtle ice-like cracks, and amidst a myriad of vibrant ceramic wares, it had caught her eye. However, it was not particularly significant. It was inexpensive, and she had impulsively purchased it without remorse. The cow-cat mused, much like Saturu Gojo. The following day, Gojo returned to his family home, brimming with excitement. He presented Rin's other earring to the family's craftsman, articulating his request to transform it into a bracelet. The craftsman, upon receiving the earring, was immediately struck by a wave of astonishment. He recognized the earring well, as Rin was a familiar presence within the Gojo household. As an item she wore constantly, it was easily identifiable. "My lord Gojo," the craftsman said, his eyes widening, "you truly managed to win her favor?" Although they were teacher and student, Rin's feelings toward the divine child were evident to all when Gojo was first attacked. Having been kept close by an enemy for so long, maintaining a facade of teacher-student camaraderie without displaying even a hint of discontent was quite the feat. This news had spread throughout the Gojo family and had circulated among sorcerers multiple times. Everyone had imagined Gojo enduring humiliation and sacrifice for the sake of his family, leading a profoundly unhappy life. Little did they know, Gojo had received a personally gifted cursed tool from Rin Rokugami. Impatient, Gojo clarified, "This is the other one. Rin didn't want it and gave it to me. Can it be modified?" "Oh, the other one." The craftsman steadied himself. "No problem. Do you want to keep just this bead? Would you like to add any other beads?" "No need," Gojo replied. "Understood." By the time the bracelet was completed, summer had arrived. The cicadas chirped loudly, and the heat deterred anyone from basking in the sun. Takuya Imai brought over some watermelon, and after delivering a few sweet treats for the cow-cat, he departed. When Rin returned, she found Gojo and the cow-cat lounging in the shade of the garden, a half-eaten watermelon on the small table beside them. Gojo squinted his eyes and greeted her with a radiant smile. "Welcome back." For a fleeting moment, Rin was taken aback. Occasionally, she felt Gojo resembled a cat more than the actual cow-cat. His languid posture and playful demeanor were distinctly feline. Meanwhile, the cow-cat was often absent, leaving early and returning late, its activities a mystery. Out of curiosity one day, Rin shared her vision and saw the cow-cat frolicking through the woods, trees whizzing past in a blur of green. She suddenly lost interest. She could not comprehend the cow-cat, which, despite its snowy appearance, displayed a personality that was far more authentic. "Would you like some watermelon?" Gojo asked, lifting the remaining quarter of the fruit. "This one's for you." Imported watermelon. "It's absolutely delicious." Noticing the disarray of the other half, she subtly declined. "No thanks, you eat it." Oblivious, Gojo retracted his hand, the bracelet on his wrist swaying slightly. It was a deep blue woven bracelet, surprisingly simple, adorned with a single light blue bead. It's already finished, Rin remarked, averting her gaze as she turned to enter the house. The air conditioning was delightfully cool, leaving her wondering why both Gojo and the cow cat insisted on enduring the sweltering heat outside. No sooner had she stepped inside than Gojo and the cow cat followed, both flopping onto the sofa with a satisfied sigh. The inside is much more comfortable, the cow cat declared. Rin, you came back quite late. We waited for ages. Gojo added. Was it really for me? Rin replied, it wasn't necessary. During this period, although Rin had little to occupy her time, she had certainly faced repercussions. Constantly causing the management department to suffer losses and offending the 3 prominent families had resulted in her being targeted, and the management department harbored a deep-seated resentment toward her, setting numerous obstacles in her path. It was futile, they only added to her frustration. Like Gojo, the various families had increased the bounty on Rin's head, making her the most sought-after target at twice the amount of Gojo's. Yet, there were always a few cursed sorcerers emerging from the depths of the mountains, oblivious to the news. Upon seeing the substantial bounty that would secure a lifetime of comfort, and then glancing at her seemingly harmless visage, some would think they stood a chance. As long as the price was high enough, there would always be those foolish enough to believe they could take her on, which was quite vexing. Only when the number of cursed sorcerers she vanquished grew sufficient did her situation gradually improve. Lucian Rin would not offer her assistance to the jujitsu world without compensation. Her previous role as an auxiliary supervisor within the confines of the window had allowed Takumi Imai to become intimately familiar with the bounties placed upon various sorcerers. He could always accurately assess their worth. Subsequently, Lucian Rin would present the bodies, demanding payment from the headquarters. The upper echelons of the headquarters had now transitioned to a 3rd generation. The old guard had perished, leaving behind a cadre of middle-aged individuals. Although these middle-aged figures bore little essential difference from their predecessors, they possessed a greater aptitude for reading the room. Behind the scenes, while they raised bounties in a desperate bid, they became increasingly obsequious in Lucian Rin's presence, promptly dispersing the rewards. So, Rin was again exchanging bounty. Saturu Gojo bit into a freshly opened biscuit, exclaiming in irritation, "What a bunch of presumptuous fools. Are they so idle?" He muttered to himself. "They can't even measure up to my prowess." He considered the assassination attempts, noting that while they all had failed, he was far superior to those bounty hunters driven solely by greed. Wait, the bounty. An epiphany struck him. Rin, I believe I have stumbled upon a pathway to wealth. Gojo exclaimed with enthusiasm. You could kill me for the bounty, resurrect me afterward, and then, The cow cat raised a paw to cover his mouth, gravely stating, How do you know your master hasn't done that before? Lucian Rin replied with a calm tone. Do you truly believe that's why you're currently valued at only 200 million? From birth, Gojo had been assigned a bounty of 100 million. And following the grand yet arduous resurrection and awakening of his techniques, how could his bounty nearly double? Suddenly, Gojo recalled his experiences. Wait, did you kill me 6 times just to claim the bounty 6 times? To be precise, it was 5 times, Lucian Rin reflected, due to certain constraints. The first death went unrewarded. When he was slain in the Gojo household, she too perished due to the backlash of those constraints, and at that time, Takumi Imai had not betrayed her. It was unreasonable to expect a small cat to claim the bounty in the black market, was it? The subsequent 5 claims were all handled by Takumi Imai. The sum, already tempting, had multiplied several times over, reaching a staggering amount that was almost unfathomable, which Lucian Rin then capitalized on. However, the jujitsu world was notoriously slow to react. After Imai had claimed the bounty 3 times, the sluggish clients finally caught on. We've been duped. The clients found themselves in a predicament, unable to confront Lucian Rin directly about her audacious actions. After all, bounties were a well-known yet unsavory tactic among the prominent families of the jujitsu world, and none would dare expose such practices. Is it truly honorable to disclose this? Despite knowing they had been outsmarted by Lucian Rin, the bounties still needed to be posted. What if someone other than Lucian Rin managed to kill Saturu Gojo? What if, clinging to a minuscule glimmer of hope, the headquarters resolved to maintain the bounties? Thus, after 2 more successful claims by Takumi Imai, the clients could no longer endure it. The bounty amounts plummeted until finally, individuals were dispatched to the entrance of the black market solely for one purpose, to monitor whether Takumi Imai had arrived. The moment he was spotted, the bounty would be immediately revoked. Saturu Gojo was taken aback. This seemingly lucrative method of profit shocked even someone like him, who was not in need of money. His azure eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Lucian Rin's tranquil face, exclaiming, How much have you actually earned from me? Lucian Rin replied thoughtfully, It should amount to over 4 billion. Gojo. The sensation of hearing such a figure was indescribable. He fell silent for a moment, ultimately asking in disbelief, So, having earned so much, why do you still take on tasks? What if the yen depreciates? Lucian Rin responded earnestly. If it depreciates to the point where 40 billion can't buy a single fried dough stick, it would be akin to the Zimbabwean dollar. Gojo. He struggled to comprehend her perspective. Even if it were to depreciate, how could it possibly reach such an extent? You do not understand, she said, her eyes vacant, leaning against the soft back of the sofa. In my previous world, money became worthless paper, despite the nation maintaining a semblance of order due to the emergence of abilities. There are always uncontrollable elements, like prices. A fortune spent on horse bones does not concern the bones themselves. Spending lavishly on fried dough sticks genuinely pertains to the dough sticks. If a significant upheaval were to occur within the jujitsu world, resulting in an irreversible calamity for ordinary society, how much do you think a loaf of bread would be worth? Even if one feigns indifference, Lucian Rin had experienced much in her past life. Feeling that her existence during that time was tragically unfortunate, as was the case for most, Saturu Gojo was genuinely taken aback by her inquiry. I believe the jujitsu world is unlikely to face such a dire incident, he replied cautiously, reflecting on Lucian Rin's words. But, if such a situation does arise, won't we still be here? The white-haired, blue-eyed boy smiled, his youthful visage radiating unassailable confidence. I am destined to be the undisputed strongest. The summer cicadas continued their relentless chorus, while the scorching heat failed to penetrate the cool air-conditioned refuge within. Lucian Rin acknowledged, you are correct. Stepping away from her concerns, it became apparent that he was right. Thus, it seems you simply have yet to learn how to enjoy life. The young cub pinpointed the crux of the matter, stating, I heard Mr. Imai say that having too little money makes one hesitant to spend, while having too much leads to a lack of tangible worth. You must be experiencing the latter, right? Having earned an overwhelming sum, she had lost her sense of value. She shook her wrist adorned with a bracelet, suggesting, why not spend some of it? Perhaps on crafting talismans? This bracelet of mine could fetch 16 billion at market value. The bracelet itself was imbued with the highest level of defensive sorcery, classified as a unique secret of the Gojo family, valued at 2 billion. Based on percentages, the artisan would receive 40 million for craftsmanship. The cow-cat gaped in shock, astonished at the prices within the jujitsu world. What about the remaining 13,600 million? Saturu Gojo beamed. Of course, that's the price of this bead. Lucian Rin cow-cat. Chapter 35 That truly amounts to an astronomical sum, just for an ordinary ceramic bead. Upon hearing the price, Lucian Rin found herself questioning her own hearing. How long had it been since she last experienced such a blank state of mind? Her long-held perceptions felt as though they had been punctured. Similar to a diligent worker discovering that their whimsical crafts could fetch a price sufficient to sustain a lifetime in another world, that sensation. Had it not been uttered from the lips of the affluent Saturu Gojo, she might have doubted the validity of the claim. Rin? Hands waved before her eyes, snapping Lucian Rin back to reality. She murmured, her voice slightly strained, is that true? Indeed. Saturu Gojo chided her with exasperation. At least have some confidence in yourself for having followed me. The price of this bead, at least 3 billion, was attributed to her identity as a sorcerer, the teacher of the Six Eyes, the Jujitsu World's sole special grade sorcerer. Her creations naturally carry an aura of prestige. Even if the buyers share no financial ties with her, when faced with imminent peril, they may still leverage her influence, merely brandishing a jewel and defiantly proclaiming, I am a buyer of the illustrious Shikigami, while noting that their final payment remains unsettled, causes potential assailants to weigh their options, whether to flee faster or to confront the blade of this avaricious lunatic. Reputation is one facet. The remaining 10 billion is undoubtedly warranted by its true value. Wataru Gojo, with an air of pride, tilted his head back, reveling in the delight of possessing an item not of his own making. Why did the executives remain utterly mute after Shikigami's second massacre? Because they understood the worth of that jewel. When Shikigami cornered a group of high-ranking officials hiding at the far end of a dark passage, they too recognized the bizarre transformation of that cursed spirit. Just a single earring. If only they could acquire some of her cursed tools. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson and gold, reminiscent of a maiden's golden gaze, Shikigami appeared invigorated. With utmost seriousness, she lifted Wataru Gojo and personally offered him a slice of watermelon, her rapt attention fixed upon his azure eyes as she intoned, elaborate. Wataru Gojo, momentarily taken aback, promptly shoved the watermelon into the arms of a calico cat, inexplicably miffed. Why do you only seem lively when money is mentioned? Shikigami retorted, such is human nature. Let us not digress. You show no concern for me. He lamented, you could have spared me 6 lives for a bounty, and I might have overlooked it. But how can you remain untroubled? I feel remorse, she replied hastily, yet her impatience crept in as she urged, hurry. An awkward silence ensued. The calico cat rose. Glancing between them, Sensing the tension, perhaps I should take my leave. With a swift leap, it returned to its large cardboard box. Only the two of them remained. Exchanging glances, Shikigami signaled, "Speak." Understanding her cue, Wataru Gojo's intended accusations caught in his throat, ultimately yielding. The power encased within the jewel was adequate to preserve the wearer's life against the assault of at least 5 special-grade cursed spirits, even preserving the soul. That was the reality. He muttered. The strength was verified by the family's sorcerers upon its transfer. Shikigami pondered. The girl's black hair cascaded by her ear, swaying gently in the breeze, while the pale blue earrings swayed in tandem. To think such fragile ceramic trinkets could command such a price. Her contemplation lingered too long, prompting Wataru Gojo to observe her for 5 full minutes. Wataru Gojo, staring intensifies. Shikigami remained oblivious, or perhaps she was aware but chose to ignore it. That truly is a substantial sum, she mused aloud. Wataru Gojo, incensed, exclaimed, "You're ignoring me. I shouldn't have brought this up." Feeling overlooked and burdened with grievances, he turned to leave. Just as he took a step, a hand grasped the back of his collar. Moments later, Shikigami gently patted his head, saying, "Thank you, Wataru, for sharing this with me." Her words carried a lingering warmth, the tender inflection soothing his ire. Instantly, his frustration dissipated, his mood curiously lightened. He pivoted, casting his azure eyes sideways, stammering, "And no, it's nothing. You're right, I should spend some money. Let us order cursed tools tomorrow, shall we?" Shikigami reiterated. "You will need to recommend me." Wataru Gojo's lips curled involuntarily. Feigning reluctance, he swiftly acquiesced. "Very well." The sun gradually descended below the horizon, casting half the sky in hues of gold and crimson, while the inky blackness of night began to encroach from the edges, stars twinkling amidst the darkness. Night had fallen, and the streets of Tokyo illuminated as streetlights flickered to life, the sultry air still thick and unyielding, ushering passers-by along their paths. Shikigami gazed outside, observing Wataru Gojo on his return journey, the white-haired boy making his way toward the neighboring residence, where a servant clad in traditional attire awaited at the door, ready to welcome their master home. The round nape of the boy glimmered under the streetlight, reflecting a brilliant white, fluffy like a dandelion that could not be blown away. Upon returning home, the boy seemed to sense something, turning his head this way and that. His vision was certainly unimpeded. He caught sight of Shikigami, through the doorframe, over the wall, and past the lush flowers and trees lining the path. Alongside the thick glass windows, he could see her. Even though the wristbands obstructed all unwelcome thoughts from invading his mind, he still chose to look. Shikigami stood there, serene as a tranquil lake. 6 eyes could not unveil the truths beneath its surface, yet information delineated her form. Knowing she cared for him more than she let on, Wataru Gojo felt a surge of happiness, though he muttered, "So awkward." The servant beside him wore a knowing expression, silently praying that Master Wataru would not be slain for a 7th time. Chapter 36, The Cursed Sorcerer. It was agreed that they would order cursed tools together the following day, but unexpectedly, a minor complication arose. Someone accessed the black market to reach Takuya Imai, offering a piece of intelligence in exchange for an introduction to Shikigami. The cursed sorcerer stated that he was aware of matters concerning Watanabe Shichiro. What did he think, should they meet? Takuya Imai inquired. On a summer morning, the sun was pleasantly mild, golden rays streaming through the window, illuminating the room where Shikigami reclined on her sofa adjacent to the window, the sunlight casting a gentle glow upon half of her face. In the warmth of the sun, her expression remained as cold as the depths of winter. Whenever her face was devoid of emotion, Takuya Imai felt an acute sense of anxiety. Despite their prolonged acquaintance, he remained apprehensive. Fortunately, Shikigami responded. With a hint of weariness, she lazily lifted her eyelids, her gaze somewhat vacant. "What does that cursed sorcerer want to see me for?" She only mentioned a face-to-face meeting. Takuya Imai murmured, adding that if she agreed, it could be arranged for noon. The sorcery realm resembled a murky, stagnant pool, oppressive, silent, lifeless. The death of Watanabe Shichiro merely sent ripples through the sorcery community before returning to silence. The summer heat intensified the presence of cursed spirits, leaving everyone busy, scurrying from one exorcism site to another. It seemed as though Watanabe Shichiro's death had led the executives to unilaterally declare the matter resolved. Even when the observant could see the inconsistencies, the complacent higher-ups refused to investigate further. Shikigami would, of course, acquiesce. The previous cleansing of the executive office had made her realize that aside from the 6 eyes, her earring would not be deemed a legitimate cursed tool unless it was revealed voluntarily. So, how did Watanabe Shichiro discover and go to such lengths to find her missing earring, which birthed such an extraordinary cursed spirit? Shikigami was disinclined to waste time unraveling the machinations behind these plots, yet those who plotted against her must face her retribution. With a nod, she declared. Then let us meet. The summer heat was unbearable, with the noonday sun casting a merciless glare that could redden one's skin in mere moments. Inspired by Saturu Gojo's limitless technique, Rika Sikshin employed her cursed energy to insulate herself from the sun's searing warmth, maintaining her usual refreshing demeanor. The rendezvous with the curse user was set at a Chinese restaurant. To her surprise, the curse user exhibited a striking degree of sincerity. As Takuya Imai drove Rika to the location, they encountered a woman who was markedly different from the average person, standing at the entrance under the blazing sun, awaiting Rika's arrival. Her face was adorned with vibrant, colorful paint, and her hair was dyed in a kaleidoscope of fluorescent hues, making her a glaring spectacle in the sunlight. Her attire was equally bizarre. She wore a clown costume reminiscent of a circus performance on her upper half, while her lower half was clad in a heavy winter skirt. She jingled with an assortment of trinkets, and notably, she sported a transparent bag slung across her shoulder, revealing a 40 centimeters plush doll inside. A closer inspection revealed that her clothing was embellished with numerous identical badges, each depicting a cartoon character unknown to him. In Takuya Imai's eyes, she was nothing short of a peculiar eccentric. Despite recognizing that curse users often possessed oddities, he mused that such a sight was indeed rare. After checking the latest news on his phone, he hesitated before approaching her, inquiring, "Are you I support the world's best?" The strange woman's eyes lit up with excitement. Yes, it's me. Rika-sensei, Takuya-sensei, you finally arrived, boo-hoo. Takuya Imai could only respond with a silent expression of disbelief. The atmosphere felt more akin to that of a naive university student than a malevolent curse user. Yet, the bounty of 500,000 yen on the dark web was irrefutable. While it paled in comparison to other rewards, it was still a bounty nonetheless. Having served as an auxiliary supervisor for decades, he was resolutely vigilant, cautiously stepping back to stand behind Rika as he regarded the curse user. Upon locking eyes with "I support the world's best," Rika was undeniably taken aback. The outlandish outfit, the long string of badges. The doll "I support the world's best" displayed a bashful smile, tears of genuine emotion welling in her eyes. "Rika-sensei, I have finally awaited your arrival. Let us discuss this inside." Rika interrupted, raising her hand. All right, dishes had been served for a while. Seated in a private room of the restaurant, "I support the world's best" meticulously placed her doll beside her on the chair and finally articulated her purpose for the meeting. "Actually, I wish to meet you primarily to request your assistance." Rika regarded her intently. "First, let us discuss intelligence." "I support the world's best" snapped back to reality. Yes, I almost forgot. Intelligence first. Watanabe Shikaru did not die when the sorcery community publicly declared. Clearing her throat, she dropped a bombshell. "I witnessed it with my own eyes. He had already died 4 years ago. If you don't believe me, I can bind myself." At this revelation, Rika's hand froze around her teacup. Chapter 37. Chosen to live alone. "I saw it with my own eyes. He had already died 4 years ago. If you don't believe me, I can bind myself." Aware of the dubious nature of her claims, "I support the world's best" promptly performed a binding to validate her words. After digesting this information, Rika took a moment to compose herself and inquired, "How did you witness it?" Takuya Imai looked on with curiosity, awaiting the curse user's response. Her gaze faltered, appearing somewhat evasive. "Well, it's a long story," she said, scratching her head with embarrassment. "I was the one who killed that old man." Takuya Imai was taken aback. "Is that truly what you mean by witnessing it? Your understanding of language is quite peculiar." The curse user defended herself. "I had no choice. I was compelled." There are typically 2 types of curse users: those who are inherently antisocial deviants, and those who are coerced into the sorcery world. I support the world's best, originally named Mori Shiraki, fell into the latter category. Mori Shiraki lamented, "I truly did not want this. I was forced into it. If I hadn't killed him, I would have been sent to bear children for the family." Rika and Takuya Imai exchanged puzzled glances. Mori Shiraki's experiences were indeed convoluted. Initially, she believed herself to be an ordinary person with an unfortunate family situation. Her mother, infatuated with love, remained married, while her father was absent, having fled. As her mother's temper grew increasingly volatile and her controlling tendencies intensified, Mori Shiraki believed herself to be normal, only to be driven to psychological exhaustion. Who could truly comprehend the agony of being mentally worn down, sleepless, and physically deteriorating, only to be reproached for a lack of progress? She felt as though her life was destined to remain this way. Yet, life was not entirely devoid of hope. In the presence of Rika and Takuya Imai, the curse user's anguished cry resonated powerfully. "Even in death, I will take my rice as a burial offering." Takuya Imai was deeply shaken, and after a prolonged silence, he found himself unable to grasp such a mindset. Mori Shiraki recounted how, one day, She inadvertently awakened her technique, and her long-lost father reappeared, claiming he wanted to bring her back to some family. She had initially thought it was an escape from her mother's twisted control, envisioning a life free from want. And so she readily agreed. Although she had long realized that her father, who abandoned his wife and child, was not a good person. Her intentions were clear. She sought not an elusive paternal affection, but rather financial security. However, to her horror, her father intended for her to marry Watanabe Shikaru. The very deceased individual Rika was investigating. How utterly revolting. As she spoke of this, Mori Shiraki's expression morphed into one of sheer terror, her teeth clenched in rage, distorting her face, painted in vibrant colors. It was as if she had transitioned from an unhappy modern society into an even more oppressive feudal one, with her fate leading her towards servitude. When the family reclaimed me, I discovered I had a cousin of the same age. Mori Shiraki's face reflected profound dread. For years ago, we were just 17. 17. She was already the mother of a 1.5-year-old child. I can't do this. I truly can't. It would be better to kill me. Takuya Imai, hailing from a Zen temple background, understood this sentiment. Within the feudal families of the sorcery community, many circumstances were beyond one's control. If one could not learn to resist, the only options were compliance or death. What shattered her further was that, for years ago, with a flicker of kindness, she attempted to persuade her younger cousin to escape, only to be met with a bewildered gaze, leading to the unforgettable phrase she recalled vividly. Isn't it a good thing to be the concubine of a family head? A profound and indescribable fear took root within Mori Shiraki. Ultimately, because of her unwillingness, those old men insisted on forcing her into marriage, insisting that she should contribute to the family, which made her feel nauseous, especially after encountering that old man. Watanabe Shikaru, a decrepit man halfway in the ground, his body riddled with wrinkles, even at 70 or 80 years of age. The oppressive feudal society drove Mori Shiraki, a once mentally sound individual, to commit murder. And then she was wanted, with a bounty of 500,000 yen on her head. She resorted to coating her face in paint to evade recognition in the black market. She accepted an exorcism task posted on the black market, assessing her abilities to barely reach the second level. A single contract for a third-level cursed spirit could yield 2 million, which starkly illustrated that in the eyes of that family, her life was worth barely half of that of a third-level cursed spirit. After an extensive monologue, Mori Shiraki nervously glanced at Rokushin Rin. Rokushin-sensei, is this information sufficient for a trade with you? The force of her words conveyed the most genuine of messages. Mori Shiraki was not lying. Rokushin Rin inquired, what do you desire? The curse user fidgeted slightly. Well, she said cautiously, could you kill me? Rokushin Rin, huh? Imai Takuya. Wait, what kind of bizarre request is that? Upon hearing that she possessed a resurrection technique, Mori Shiraki fervently clarified, I have no intention of prying. I simply wish for you to kill me first, claim the reward, and once my name is cleared from the wanted list in the sorcery community, you can resurrect me afterward. I assure you, I do not covet a single penny of the bounty. It is all yours. The sorceress community's headquarters had certain connections with the Neon government, and the wanted curse users often had their names posted publicly, which rendered their movements quite inconvenient. Mori Shiraki had to tread carefully even when purchasing peripheral items. Despite having money, she needed to live in hiding. Rokushin Rin nodded, deal. She neither denied the reality of resurrection, nor was she surprised that such news had reached the ears of a curse user. She accepted the terms with an expression of calmness. Imai Takuya cast glances between Rokushin Rin and Mori Shiraki, unable to suppress his curiosity. So, what do you plan to do after you die? I intend to rent an apartment and pretend to be an ordinary person, Mori Shiraki whispered. After all, my mother has publicly declared me dead since the police updated the wanted list. Imai Takuya's gaze involuntarily turned sympathetic as he took a sip of water, reflecting. Emotions are such a peculiar thing. Mori Shiraki shrugged it off. Well, having immersed myself in the sorcery realm, how could I be unaware of how perilous it is? Upon finishing her statement, she regarded Rokushin Rin with a look of admiration, but Rokushin-sensei, you certainly have no such troubles. It's clear that you are destined for solitude. Rokushin Rin paused momentarily, then fell silent. The remark did not sound like a conventional blessing. Yet Mori Shiraki was not mistaken. For sorcerers, perhaps solitude was indeed the best fate. Chapter 38, The Sealing Plan. The cicadas chirred loudly as the afternoon heat peaked. The summer had reached its most unbearable phase, and the frequency of cursed spirit appearances surged exponentially. Human negative emotions intertwined and coalesced into countless troublesome cursed spirits, leaving the sorcery community severely understaffed. The frequency with which Imai Takuya contacted Rokushin Rin to relay tasks increased, yet she accepted none. She had expended 500 million to commission a sorcery toolmaker to create a personal and effective cursed tool, leaving her with an unexpectedly dull period of leisure. When Saturu Gojo sought her out, he opened with, "My limitless can sustain itself for longer now. Let's have a fight." The cowcat swatted at him. "The energy of children is truly boundless. You've gone bad, Sesame. I can't believe you're like this now," the white-haired youth exclaimed. The cowcat retorted, "You've reached the age where you're despised by both man and beast. If you cannot vent your abundant energy, you might as well take on tasks to exorcise cursed spirits. I should have tasks that would serve as good practice for you." Rokushin Rin interjected, "Go, you should personally go exorcise some cursed spirits." She was a latecomer to the role of sorcery instructor. Theoretical knowledge was not her concern, as she was responsible solely for the practical aspect. Not to mention, Rokushin Rin had plenty of tasks on her plate. "Aren't you going?" Saturu Gojo asked, leaning against the back of the sofa. Rokushin Rin continued to watch a documentary casually playing on the television without turning her head. "I'm busy." Saturu Gojo. When he departed, the silhouette of the white-haired youth appeared desolate, akin to a kitten drenched in rain. After he left, Rokushin Rin removed her earring, disassembling the beads, threading them onto a string, and hanging them around the cowcat's neck. The cowcat queried, "Are you going to that place again?" Rokushin Rin affectionately patted the little cat's head. Having made a deal to rescue someone, the sweltering summer heat always left certain places untouched, such as the dense forests in the deep mountains, or the basement of an abandoned building beneath layers of barriers. The figure of a boy in a kimono, with white hair, flashed into this space as he kicked open the basement door. With a cold expression, he heavily placed a box onto the only table in the basement, then carelessly tossed the corpse he dragged along onto the ground. His voice was chillingly icy. "Kinsaku, how is it that while I was searching for a cursed tool, you lost your body?" Watanabe Shiro had died 4 years prior, but during these 4 years, it was actually the entity controlling his body, Kinsaku, who had remained active. Kinsaku, a malignant tumor in the sorcery community for over 1,000 years, was a being with a mouth-like brain. By occupying the minds of sorcerers, he commandeered the bodies of the deceased, lurking in the sorcery community like a shadowy cockroach. Lying on the floor of the basement was the body of a third-level curse user, and Kinsaku swiftly employed a technique to don the skin of the corpse, causing it to spring to life. Kinsaku straightened up, displaying no hint of anger despite the cold mockery from his partner. Instead, he offered a characteristic insincere smile. "Thank you." Raimai looked at him with disdain. "Where's your backup body? How could you have fallen so low as to rely on Raimai to find you a body after Watanabe Shiro's death?" A millennia-old curse user, who had scuttled through the shadows of the sorcery realm without being discovered, surely would not have been so careless. At the mere mention of this, Kinsaku's expression darkened. Rokushin Rin had killed him. In order to keep tabs on the movements within the sorcery community, he had initially prepared 3 backup bodies, all belonging to high-ranking officials of the headquarters. However, he never expected that after Rokushin Rin caused such a ruckus during the first reckoning, he managed to escape the loss of his backup body, only to find that all 3 backup bodies were gone during the second. Had he not sacrificed those 3 bodies to allow Watanabe Shiro to flee, Kinsaku would likely have been exposed. This was not the outcome he desired. The uncontrollable nature of Rokushin Rin was an evident spectacle within the sorcery community. Yet he had not anticipated that such an event would occur for the second time in such a brief period. At the moment he sensed the severing of their connection, Kinsaku's face contorted in agony. However, the sorcery community's sudden pursuit of Watanabe Shiro came too abruptly. Perhaps it was an effort to quickly provide Rokushin Rin with an explanation. This time, the command was urgent, and he had no choice but to abandon this body. After later escaping with the corpse of an ordinary person, Kinsaku traveled for several days, contemplating that he still required a sorcerer's body. Hence, Raimai, who had been assisting him in finding resources, received the message. When she came to see him, she conveniently killed a curse user, bringing the corpse along. Raimai asked him, "What exactly do you intend to do?" Kinsaku pondered. "Do you think the resurrection technique is real?" "How would I know? Initially, I believed it to be a fabrication. Perhaps she merely possessed some method of faking her death, one so refined that it could deceive the Gojo clan's verification. But later, Kinsaku was indeed cautious. The Watanabe Shiro who had been killed 4 years ago was slain by a woman, who subsequently betrayed and had yet to be apprehended. This meant that under the sorcery community's intense pursuit, that individual must have learned that Watanabe Shiro was still alive. Yet, this was impossible. The clandestine network under Quan Su has reported that the woman has perished, killed by Rin Rokugami. Killed by Rin Rokugami. Was it Rin who, in a fit of vengeance, took the life of Watanabe Shichiro's fiancée, whom he had quarreled with 4 years prior? Or was it the woman who had betrayed Watanabe Shichiro, seeking retribution against Rin for the man now wanted by the authorities, only to meet her own demise in turn? Such notions are utterly absurd. What allure does Watanabe Shichiro possess? Discarding these ludicrous speculations, and in light of the rumors surrounding Rin's resurrection, there remains but one conclusion, a conclusion he is most reluctant to accept. The truth of resurrection is indeed real. This sorcery defies the very essence of mortality itself. While the immortality of Zenin requires the sacrifice of the star core, what, then, is the cost of returning from the dead? To maintain the barrier, Zenin must remain within the confines of the Palace of Death, enduring solitude for eternity, shielded by the sorcery realm. Yet, what has Rin sacrificed? Power, physical prowess. The intensity of her sorcery, at least on the surface, she appears unrestrained. If she cannot truly die, then I cannot genuinely claim Rin's form. Kwansu narrowed his eyes. Recognizing the multitude of variables at play, rather than annihilation, it would be wiser to seal her. Raimai crossed her arms. Is this why you had me seek the Gate of Hell? The Gate of Hell is not intended to seal Rin Shikigami. Kwansu retorted. Its activation requires a minute of contemplation. Do you believe Rin possesses anything that could divert her thoughts? Her students? Raimai hesitated. Kwansu, perceptive as ever, scoffed. That is far from sufficient. However, fret not. I shall eliminate the variables. He was resolute. Do you think Zenin would remain indifferent to Rin's existence? Raimai cast him a sidelong glance. Do as you wish. The white-haired curse master relinquished her musings on Kwansu's schemes, merely reminding him not to forget his promises. Chapter 39. A Life for a Life. Beyond the prominent families and the supervisory department, the sorcery realm also harbors two esteemed academies, one in Tokyo and the other in Kyoto. The student body is primarily sourced from two categories, those hailing from influential families and those discovered by the window among the populace. Both institutions boast a long history, with a limited number of students. Beneath the Tokyo Sorcery Academy lies the Palace of Death, where Zenin resides, maintaining the stability of the entire sorcery barrier. As the supervisory department transitioned to its third cohort, minds began to stir. The upper echelons convened in the conference room for several days, ultimately arriving at a decisive conclusion: to consult Zenin. Rin Shikigami's existence is akin to a meteor crashing into murky waters, stirring waves that no one can suppress. In some sense, such an existence bears striking resemblance to the dual-faced Shura of millennia past. Ultimately, the three noble families dispatched representatives to the Palace of Death. Thus it stands, Lord Zenin. The presence of Rin Shikigami poses a grave threat to the safety of the sorcery realm, and sealing her is of utmost urgency. The wooden corridors encircled the desolate underground, with Zenin positioned at the center, his gaze sweeping across the assembled representatives of the sorcery realm. Sealing? After a prolonged silence, Zenin spoke, his voice tinged with a rasp, deliberate yet clear. The barrier techniques cannot contain her, and the cost of sealing her is considerable. In other words, there exists a means. The listeners halted their breaths, questioning him in return. Reflecting on the information he gleaned from his dreams, Zenin's thoughts became muddled. Never before had he felt so acutely the impending doom. Rin Shikigami, he certainly knew of her. All occurrences within the barrier were within Zenin's perception. He understood Rin's methods of exorcising cursed spirits, recognized her ability to effortlessly shatter barriers, and was aware of the authenticity of resurrection. Now you must believe my words. The enigmatic voice echoed in his mind, yet Zenin's expression remained unchanged, his murky gaze slowly settling upon the petitioner, enunciating each word. Only when Rin Shikigami is dead can you all survive. Drive her out. Expel her. Observe her. Do as instructed. Heresy. Heresy. Zenin took a moment to compose himself, articulating. The sealing methods should be documented within the sorcery realm, yet you must deliberate thoroughly. You are hesitating. Your resolve wavers. She must die? She must die? She must die? Just as a few individuals prepared to depart the Palace of Death, they turned back, poised to enter the elevator, when an aged voice suddenly reverberated behind them. Wait. Unfazed, Zenin replied. My body is beginning to disintegrate, voices foreign to my own echo in my mind. Her gaze traversed the labyrinthine corridors. You know what must be done. You know I am not an illusion. In the remote outskirts, a vast expanse of dense forest enveloped this tranquil, secluded area, where only the occasional chirping of birds punctuated the eerie silence. Mori Shiraki had prepared a makeshift tombstone for herself, and when Rin Shikigami retrieved her consciousness from the void, she opened her eyes to find herself digging her own grave. The grave was adorned with paper figures of Mori Shiraki's companions, and before she could fully rise from her grave, she first sent her companions out. Rin Shikigami stood at the grave, awaiting her emergence, while the curse master struggled to claw her way out of the earth, resembling a disheveled groundhog. Observing her revived self, Mori Shiraki paused momentarily, and then her heart swelled with gratitude, all her unspoken words coalescing into a heartfelt thanks to Rin Shikigami. She was nearly in tears. You truly are a good person, Rin-sensei. Wait. Rin Rokugami raised her hand to halt her, her golden eyes piercing through the cover of the trees towards a shadowy figure approaching. Someone was coming. The sobs ceased abruptly, aware of being discovered. The figure ceased to hide, revealing himself with a leisurely demeanor. A tall man with black hair and green eyes stepped forth from the foliage, meeting Rin Rokugami's cold gaze. She recognized him as the man who once delivered gifts from the Zenin family. The man's intentions were evidently malicious. Their meeting in such a remote place could not be mere coincidence. The atmosphere shifted from relaxed to tense, and Rin Rokugami's gaze turned icier than usual, which Zenin Shiner keenly noted. With a subtle raise of his brow, Zenin Shiner remarked, "Do not mind me. I am here for this woman beside you." The cursed tool glinted menacingly as he drew a long blade from his waist, aiming it at the bewildered Mori Shiraki, who had just joyfully emerged from the earth. Someone has put a bounty of 20 million on her life. Mori Shiraki slowly revealed a dazed expression. Huh? Me? How much? 20 million. She blurted out, "I just died a few days ago, and my life is worth that much?" Although she did not intend to disrupt the tense atmosphere, the value of her life before her death seemed trivial compared to the bounty of 20 million. It was as if a small fish was dwarfed by a great whale. Zenin Shiner chuckled dismissively, uninterested in engaging her further. "I don't know. The bounty was just posted yesterday, right after your previous bounty was claimed." He exhibited a complete indifference towards the thoughts of the client, showing no concern for the inexplicable resurrection of the deceased. All he desired was monetary gain, and he happened to possess the capability to eliminate Senpai Moku. Zenin Shiner had yet to extricate himself from the Zenin family. He intended to depart this year, during this season, or perhaps even this month. After his departure, he would require funds to sustain himself. He needed money. Having navigated the dark web and black market for many years, Senpai Moku was well versed in the art of survival. A keen intuition set off alarm bells within her. She harbored an unsettling premonition that she could not endure under this man's dominion. Thus, Senpai Moku adeptly resorted to pleading for her life. "Wait, isn't it merely 20 million? I can pay." Zenin Shiner raised an eyebrow, suddenly realizing he had greater potential for profit. He remained impassive. "Not sufficient. 30 million. Senpai Moku gritted her teeth. "I must know who seeks my demise." "Agreed." Zenin Shiner chuckled with delight, "But I cannot divulge the identity of the employer." Senpai Moku's expression fell. "Oh, I can't produce the 30 million at the moment." "No money?" Zenin Shiner's demeanor turned perilous, his hand gripping the katana twitching with anticipation. Senpai Moku abruptly turned to Lu Shun. "Lend me 10 million. I am willing to work off my debt until it is repaid, please." The proficiency of her actions was utterly astonishing. Lu Shinrin sensed the peculiar nature of the situation. Someone intended to harm Senpai Moku, or rather, they were intrigued by her miraculous revival. If she were kept close, would it lead to the revelation of the person behind the curtain? Chapter 40. You are free. Lu Shinrin's abode was spacious, boasting 6 vacant rooms. Senpai Moku secured her release with 10 million. The bounty was lifted, and thereafter, she took residence in Lu Shinrin's home. Surrounding products were meticulously arranged on the table, and she had even acquired a transparent glass cabinet to display an array of items. Once everything was in place, Senpai Moku exhaled deeply, her spirits lifting. Lu Shinrin was downstairs indulging in desserts. The cow-patterned cat leapt onto the table's edge, reaching for a piece of strawberry cake. While both the person and the cat awaited the punctual arrival of today's guest, Wataru Fushiguro entered without knocking. Adhering to the principle that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, slipping through the window and landing perfectly, making a dazzling entrance. "I'm back." Without a shred of regard for his disheveled appearance, little Wataru proclaimed his triumphant return to the person and the cat present. Those tasks were incredibly simple. "I completed them in a single day." Never before in the sorcery world had there been a sorcerer who could reach such a level within 2 years of awakening their abilities. After all, despite Wataru Fushigiro's prodigious talent, he remained a mere child. According to the original expectations of the Fushiguro family, even if the divine child were to become a formidable existence, dismissing the first and even special grade sorcerers, it certainly would not be in the present. This was because the Fushiguro family lacked the resolve that Lu Shinrin possessed. The divine child, held in high esteem by the Fushiguro family, appeared to Lu Shinrin as nothing more than an ordinary student. Wataru Fushiguro approached Lu Shinrin in swift strides, seizing the cow-patterned cat and ruffling its fur vigorously, utterly unperturbed by the cat's tail bristling in protest, rubbing all the blood and grime he had accumulated onto it. His movements were so quick that even the cow-patterned cat was taken by surprise, raising questions about whether Wataru harbored any personal grievances. The cat struggled, limbs flailing in a chaotic dance. Meow ah! Its cry was so pitiful, reminiscent of a forced young maiden. However, Wataru's grip was stronger. And only when he had wiped away most of the blood and grime from his face did he finally release the cow-patterned cat. The cat lay on the table, adopting an expression of indifference to life and death, its gaze vacant as it stared at the glaring overhead lights. "You're done for," the cat murmured. "You scoundrel. I shall never forgive you." "Don't be so pessimistic," Wataru replied, carelessly rubbing the cat's belly. "I can also be petted back by you. That's different." The white-haired child's gaze finally settled on Lucien Rin, a lively smile gracing his face as he repeated, "I'm back." He then stared intently at Lucien Rin. In his azure eyes lay an inexplicable expectation. Lucien Rin paused for a moment, only to realize that Wataru was seeking some form of acknowledgement from her. She replied, Yes. Your reaction is rather lackluster." Lucien Rin evaded the topic, inquiring, "What conflict arose between you and the cat?" The pointed nature of the question was impossible to overlook. Wataru exclaimed, "Sesame actually wants me to attend school." "You're already 5, aren't you? It's only logical to start elementary school in a year." The cat countered, "Moreover, it wasn't my idea to go to school, it was the owner's." Had the cat remained silent, Wataru might have felt less overwhelmed. However, upon hearing this, he felt as though the sky had collapsed. "What?" His azure eyes fixed on her, as if facing an unforeseen betrayal. "You're serious?" Lucien Rin's gaze wandered. "You know, I mentioned once before that education is quite important." Wataru Fushiguro wished to say more, but at that moment, Senpai Moku descended from the second-floor room. "Lucien teacher, I heard Sesame calling earlier. What transpired?" Thus, those azure eyes slowly rose to meet the source of the voice. Unprepared, Senpai Moku found herself immobilized by Wataru's presence, regaining her senses after a moment, hesitantly greeting, "Young Master Fushiguro, hello?" It was challenging to articulate her current feelings. Wataru Fushiguro withdrew his gaze from Senpai Moku's face, his smile fading, joy dissipating, his mind consumed by the question, "Who is she?" The atmosphere fell into a stifling silence, and Wataru sensed an impending crisis. He had merely eradicated a cursed spirit and returned. Surely, a day had passed. Not a year? Lucien Rin did not permit him to reside here. But who was this person? Lucien Rin cleared her throat twice, her expression devoid of emotion as she introduced, "This is Senpai Moku, with nowhere to go, temporarily residing here." "I don't believe it." Wataru was already well acquainted with Lucien Rin's demeanor. Her expression revealed little, leaving only two possibilities. One was that she had no real connection with the person before her, but it was clear Wataru did not fall into this category. The other was that she was unsure how to express herself in response to the situation. Uncertainty in expression indicated an inability to face the truth, and an inability to face it signified a sense of guilt. Thus, it was evident that Lucien Rin was indeed harboring guilt. Moreover, what Wataru found most difficult to accept was, "Why does she call you teacher?" The child's fur bristled, his face a mask of incredulity. "What do you see in a student of such caliber?" "I can tell at a glance that she doesn't even qualify for grade 1. Senpai Moku, inexplicably struck by an arrow to the knee, protested, "Wait, no? Hold on," but Wataru paid her no heed. His eyes filled with grievance and indignation as he turned to Lucien Rin. "Do you truly believe she possesses the ability to kill you? Shouldn't I be your optimal solution?" "Wait, young Master Fushiguro, things aren't as you think," Lucien Rin declared. "Let us break off our relationship." The once silent Senpai Moku found herself at a loss for words as she realized just how arduous the task of raising a child could be. How could she explain that teacher was merely her habitual form of address? Lucien Rin sighed. Wataru expected her to at least provide some clarification, after which he could reluctantly accept her explanation. However, to his astonishment, Rin Rokugami's gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon him, her golden eyes betraying not a hint of compassion. She nodded, her acquiescence unhesitating. Let it be so. Upon hearing her words, the two remaining individuals present were momentarily taken aback. More Shiraki exclaimed, "Wait, is Teacher Rokugami serious?" Wataru Gojo widened his eyes in disbelief. "You can't be joking." The dark-haired, golden-eyed girl wore a peculiar expression. "Did you not claim you wanted to sever ties? Why are you so quick to acquiesce on this matter? How long has it been?" He finally recalled his initial assessment of her, a wicked woman. How utterly despicable. Rin Rokugami replied languidly, "You are now capable of effortlessly exorcising a grade 1 cursed spirit, are you not? Thus, this examination has reached its conclusion, and I believe the terms of our contract can be terminated early." She turned to him. "Gojo, you have graduated." With that, Rin Rokugami's practical training came to a close, leaving only the passage of time ahead. After speaking, she turned to leave, leaving Gojo standing alone, his expression shrouded in gloom. More Shiraki, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, had long since made his exit. The previously irate cow-patterned cat found its spirits oddly lifted as the situation unfolded. The little feline stood up, disheveled and dirty, leaping onto Gojo's shoulder and gently patting him with its front paw, a meager attempt at comfort from the cat. The cow-patterned cat remarked, "The bonds will only break when you reach adulthood, but since you have graduated early, your caretaker initially intended for you to seek an education and only inform you of this once you were of age. Since you are unwilling to attend school, I must convey this news to you ahead of time." The cat nuzzled its furry face against his neck. "Gojo, your caretaker cannot accompany you for an extended period." It felt embraced, the warmth of the young one's hold enveloping it, and soon enough, the top of the cow-patterned cat's head grew damp. It struggled to raise its head to glimpse Gojo's expression, but the bashful young one held it tightly. Gojo muttered, "It's fine, why wouldn't it be?" The final notes of his words were tinged with a melancholic tone, sounding rather pitiable. Thus, the cow-patterned cat ceased its struggles. It discerned the heavy timbre in his voice and sensed the disheartening plunge from the heights to the depths of despair. Such feelings were dreadful. Be it for a human or a cat, you are simply too lonely. The cow-patterned cat nestled quietly in his embrace, contrasting with your experience. For your caretaker merely does not care. Chapter 41, Simply Incomparable. Gojo could not comprehend. The black and white fringe shawl embroidered with his name was indeed authentic, as was the yellow diamond earring he had painstakingly crafted to alleviate his cognitive overload. Indifference, too, was veritable. Why could a person become so apathetic? Did the gradual passage of time together not warrant one becoming the most natural of the special? In truth, you are well aware, are you not? The cow-patterned cat sighed. Your caretaker has always followed her whims, and you are not an exception, nor am I. Her attitude towards you stems solely from a teacher's sense of responsibility. Gojo's tone drifted. Are you not an exception? Ah, yes, I am not, the cow-patterned cat replied. She merely believed she required a cat, hence my existence. There is no extraordinary reason behind it. Silence enveloped the room as night fell, the outside world reduced to the glow of streetlights and the persistent chorus of cicadas. A gentle breeze wafted through the open window, carrying the summer's oppressive warmth, yet it could not assuage the child's sorrow. Gojo, expressionless, wept silently, and the cow-patterned cat said, "Do not cry. I am not crying." Humans truly lack sincerity. The little cat silently conceded. "Very well, you are not crying." The young one absent-mindedly stroked the light blue bead on the bracelet, cradling the cat as he returned home like a dandelion wilted by the rain. Ignoring the astonished and shocked gazes of the household servants, Gojo ascended the stairs, slamming the door shut behind him, remaining confined within for the entire night. Meanwhile, the spatial expanse, under the compression of power, approached the void. As Rin Rokugami stepped inside, the surrounding scenery flowed past like a swiftly flowing stream. Once tranquility resumed, a grand, ancient mansion materialized before her. The estate's grand entrance and surrounding walls seemed incongruous, appearing newly refurbished compared to the historically resonant areas. Indeed, it was true. This was the Zenin household. Nestled deep within the mountains, a serene stillness prevailed. To ensure tranquility, even the creatures outside had been repelled by a special curse. The surrounding silence was eerie as Rin Rokugami concealed her presence, treating the proud barrier of the Zenin family as inconsequential, passing through without hindrance. The energy coalesced to its utmost, allowing her to deceive even the proud barriers of the noble family. The dark-haired, golden-eyed girl scaled the walls and located the Zenin family's decision-maker. The head of the household's courtyard was ablaze with light, numerous lamps illuminating the grounds as bright as day. Rarely did the ancient, moribund clan exude such a lively atmosphere. Servants hurried into the head's courtyard, the sounds of fervent conversation echoing from afar. "Master, Naoya has awakened his technique." The pen held by Naoya Zenin paused mid-stroke, ink splattering onto the paper as he collected himself. Raising his gaze, he unexpectedly met a pair of golden eyes he had not anticipated. The dark-haired, golden-eyed girl donned a dress of interwoven shades of blue and white, the gauzy hem fluttering in the night breeze as she tilted her head, the light blue bead earrings swaying slightly with her motion. He nearly doubted his own perception. At such a late hour, could he have been overtired to the point of hallucination? Rin Rokugami urged him, "Go and see." The pen clattered to the table, and Naoya Zenin's lingering doubts dissolved entirely. His eyes widened slightly, and he blurted, "How did you get in?" Immediately, he felt his question was redundant. The incident involving the second disaster at the monitoring department had circulated widely within the sorcery community, and he was well aware that their barriers could not impede her. "No. What I mean is," he hastened to clarify, "since you are visiting the Zenin household, why was I not informed in advance, so I could prepare to receive you?" Rin Rokugami replied, "No one knew I was coming." Naoya Zenin thought to himself, "I suspected as much," uncertain of Rin Rokugami's intentions and how to approach her. He found himself at a rare loss for words, unsure of what topic to discuss. Rin Rokugami pressed him again. Go and check on your son. Naoya Zenin's heart skipped a beat. Why do you suddenly bring this up? Rin Rokugami's expression remained unaltered as she candidly admitted. I visited the Zenin household with Gojo last time and casually made a mark. A sense of foreboding washed over Naoya Zenin. He certainly remembered what transpired during that visit. It had been quite some time since the gate was destroyed, and yet, not a single person in the vast Zenin household had noticed the existence of the mark. His heart surged with a heavy sense of trepidation. Although he understood that Rin Rokugami was undoubtedly a sorceress beyond the control of the Zenin family, and even one that the sorcery community could not easily contend with, being an observer and becoming a participant were starkly different experiences. His tone faltered slightly. What mark? Do not be alarmed, Rin Rokugami reassured. It is merely an innocuous mark that can detect fluctuations in cursed energy. How utterly disrespectful, Naoya Zenin thought. How could such a matter, nearly treading on the Zenin family's territory, be conveyed in such a casual tone to the head of the Zenin household? Zenin Nobito narrowed his eyes, disregarding the insistence of Rokugami to observe his son's technique, and replied with a question. Is it truly inconsequential? Still unable to discern Rokugami's intentions, Zenin Nobito maintained a composed demeanor. This is far from trivial. Is that so? Then it can be dismissed. Her speed in relinquishing the matter was astonishing, and she reiterated her request for the third time. Let us go see your son. He could hardly restrain himself. Why must we go see Naoya? Yes, a servant had just reported that Zenin Naoya had awakened his technique, and he had yet to ascertain what it was. However, was it not a family matter for the Zenin clan? What concern was it of hers? Seeing his insistence on obtaining a conclusion, Rokugami casually replied, I have heard that the 10 shadow techniques are akin in status to the limitless technique of the Gojo clan, possessing immense strength, and that they emerged around the same era, hence the mark left. This implied that she wished to ascertain whether Zenin could produce an ancestral technique comparable to the limitless technique. Zenin Nobito's breath hitched, yet he feigned ignorance and asked, So, you are here too? If it were an ancestral technique, would she once again attempt to take Naoya away, as she had done with the 6 eyes of the Gojo clan? I merely wish to observe, she stated. She was curious to see what the legendary technique that could rival the limitless technique truly resembled, and if it could, upon evaluation, become a formidable ally capable of ultimately extinguishing her own existence. The more Zenin Nobito understood Rokugami, the clearer it became that she was a person who even scorned the act of deception. Although he remained oblivious to her true purpose for visiting the Zenin household at such an hour, who could truly comprehend her in the world of jujitsu? Her whims were unpredictable. Perhaps she was simply moved by the gift previously sent by the Zenin clan, prompting her to visit. Zenin Nobito forced his mind to ease, returning to the moment with a practiced smile befitting a cunning fox. Very well, since Miss Rokugami is also keen to know what technique my son has awakened, let us proceed together. Following the head of the Zenin clan, they traversed smoothly to the courtyard designated for the young master. Servants knelt in reverence, most daring not to display any emotion, while 5 elders arrived, 3 with expressions of surprise, and the remaining 2 revealing evident disappointment. Head of the clan. Upon Zenin Nobito's arrival, everyone within the courtyard offered their respects, but when they beheld Rokugami, their movements momentarily froze as they exchanged discreet glances with one another. Zenin Nobito stroked his beard, refraining from mentioning the mark. Miss Rokugami fortuitously visited just as Naoya awakened his technique, so I thought it prudent to bring her along. As he spoke, he pushed open the door and made a grand gesture to invite Rokugami inside first. An elder nearby seemed ready to voice a concern, but ultimately swallowed the words back down. Never mind, the head of the clan has his own considerations. Due to the intense heat accompanying the awakening of his technique, Zenin Naoya gradually regained consciousness, feeling a disorienting heaviness in his head. His body was brimming with potent energy, and within the depths of his mind, an intricate technique naturally emerged. He immediately felt exhilarated, realizing that his technique had indeed awakened. Just then, the door was pushed open from the outside. The woman who entered was not a member of the Zenin family. She was not clad in traditional kimono but wore a flowing dress of interwoven blue and white that swayed gracefully with her steps, her light blue earrings swaying gently. With black hair and golden eyes, Zenin Naoya, having long resided within the clan, had only heard of Rokugami's esteemed name and could not recognize her. In the flickering candlelight, her golden eyes seemed to flow with the chilling sunlight. He felt as though he were being scrutinized by a gaze devoid of emotion, as if he were no different from the vase on the table, the plants by the window, or the rocks outside. No, how could there be no difference? Zenin Naoya vehemently denied his thoughts. He had awakened a technique. He was undoubtedly the next heir of the Zenin clan, was he not? Yet, even with this conviction, In the nearly stagnant atmosphere, only a few breaths had passed. Zenin Nobito entered, casting a glance. And the familiar fluctuations of cursed energy swiftly revealed the answer to the pressing question. The head of the clan's tone was complex. Yet his face betrayed neither great disappointment nor joy. Projection technique. Whispers from the elders outside reached their ears. Alas, it is not the 10 shadow techniques. Though projection technique was also a top-tier technique, perfectly inheriting the head's technique, young Master Naoya's awakening was not without merit. However, the Zenin clan harbored a lingering dissatisfaction. The Gojo clan had birthed the Six Eyes, while Zenin Naoya, merely a year younger than Gojo Saturu, had not become the chosen one of the clan. The woman before him remained silent, her expression cold. The scrutiny from her golden eyes lingered longer than expected, long enough for Zenin Naoya to involuntarily curl his fingers, only to feel it was a strange reaction and forced himself to maintain a defiant gaze in return. His biological father beside him inquired, "What does Miss Rokudo think?" "Who? Rokudo?" "It is she. The one who prompted Saturu to awaken his technique prematurely." In an instant, Zenin Naoya's eyes widened in astonishment as he finally grasped the situation, exclaiming, "So you came to take me as your disciple?" Zenin Nobito was instantly aghast, turning to his son. "Naoya, you truly dare to think so?" Though projection technique was indeed commendable, it could not possibly compare to the limitless technique. Rokudo Maki could not possibly consider the favor of the three great families, if it were of any use. She would not have allowed Zenin Shiner to present gifts, embedding personal motives within them. Such a roundabout approach was merely to hope that Rokudo Maki would take notice of the younger generation of the Zenin clan. Yet the gift had been delivered, and the gates of the Zenin household had been shattered by that calculating divine child. It was still Rokudo Maki's indulgence. Zenin Nobito had steeled himself for rejection, but unexpectedly. Rokudo Maki's next words left him once again in shock. "I have no such intention, but it is not out of the question," she said. "Zenin Nobito." "So easily?" Zenin Naoya's eyes brightened. "Really?" Rokudo Maki pulled up a chair and sat down, lifting her eyelids to calmly pose a question. "Do you think you could kill me?" This question was far too sensitive. Zenin Nobito's mouth twitched, thinking how could that be possible? While the Zenin clan indeed harbored a desire for the Six Eyes to perish, he was acutely aware of his son's limitations. Even if Naoya's technique had awakened 10 years earlier, he would still be unable to contend, let alone kill. Zenin Naoya replied without hesitation. "How could that be?" Rokudo Maki regarded him, suddenly extending her hand, and before anyone could react, she seized Zenin Naoya by the throat. "Young Master Naoya, release him at once." I knew Rokudo Maki harbored ill intentions. She should not have been allowed in. In an instant, everyone around tensed and braced themselves due to her actions. The atmosphere becoming chaotic, yet no one dared to act. Zenin Nobito's eyelids twitched, struggling to maintain his composure amid the anxious crowd. Zenin Naoya's face turned crimson, his previously maintained arrogance crumbling under the weight of her golden gaze, and an overwhelming fear surged up his spine, prompting involuntary tremors. "I will die. I will die. I will die." "What about this, then?" Rin Rokugami gazed down upon him with an air of superiority. "If I were to kill you, would you wish to kill me in return?" She released her grip, awaiting Naoya Zenin's response. The 5-year-old child merely slumped on the bed, panting heavily. After a prolonged silence, he timidly met her gaze with his green eyes, filled with profound fear. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Rin understood her answer. "You fear the powerful." Her words were laced with an almost imperceptible hint of regret and disappointment, a weakness far more fatal than any technique. Rin departed from the Zenin household, simultaneously dismantling the perceptive markers she had left behind. As the night grew cooler, the evening breeze drifted through the open doors and windows, akin to a gentle stream. Yet it doused Naoya's once proud heart with a chilling reality. Chapter 42. Absurdity and Joy. Rin Rokugami arrived at the Zenin household under the cover of night, only to return in disappointment. The solitary moon cast a faint glow in the sky, and Zenin Shinjuro, hidden at a distance, heard the commotion and scoffed at the sight. As Rin emerged from Naoya's courtyard, she noticed him and paused, her golden eyes sweeping over him. Shinjuro smirked slightly. Well. Rin averted her gaze and stepped toward the exit. "Wait." Seeing her departing figure, Shinjuro inexplicably called out to her. "Is your disdain for that boy due to his talent? The awakened technique lies before you. Naoya is destined to be less than half of Saturu Gojo. Is that it?" "No." Rin shook her head and turned the question back to him. "What would you do if I were to kill you?" "I cannot defeat you." Shinjuro's light demeanor faded, his expression becoming stoic. "But do feel free to try." Even in death, he would ensure that Rin faced difficulty. A smile crept upon Rin's face, tinged with a hint of regret. "If only you were younger, you would undoubtedly make an excellent pupil of mine." This was Rin's criterion for selection. The tall man stood momentarily stunned, his expression frozen for a brief second. When he regained his composure, he beheld the girl's raven hair dancing in the night wind, the hem of her gauzy dress rippling with an ethereal grace, leaving behind only a retreating silhouette, not far away. Within the courtyard bustling with excitement over Naoya's awakened technique, the raucous clamor showed no sign of diminishing due to Rin's presence or absence. Shinjuro cast a glance back, his attendant gasping behind him, young Master Naoya, followed by the patter of youthful footsteps. Naoya rushed out, yet he found no trace of Rin. The man lingered in the shadows by the wall, observing the next heir, oblivious to his existence. As the child wore a dazed expression before departing in a fit of unyielding frustration, many sorcerers pursued him, all concerned with the newly awakened heir. Yet despite their keen senses, not a single one of the family's elite, at least of second-grade caliber, noticed the presence of a child newly awakened in technique. Shinjuro witnessed the entire spectacle, observing the crowd surge forth in pursuit of the child's footsteps, only to be swept away like snowflakes caught in a tempest. He remained like a solitary rock on the shore, becoming an anomaly that could not dissolve into the sea of time. There was nothing in the Zenin household that held any allure for him. Rin was correct. One who is not Zenin is not a sorcerer. And one who is not a sorcerer is not human. For over a decade, the essence of cursed energy within him had been denied, and one day, a sorcerer standing at the pinnacle of the jujitsu world declared that even the next heir of the Zenin family, who inherited the current head's technique of projection sorcery, Naoya Zenin, could not surpass him. Absurdity personified. Yet the reality he observed was undeniable. A worthless child devoid of cursed energy had gone unnoticed by anyone. Could this not be deemed a laughable farce? The absurdity of it all spun in his mind, ultimately morphing into a mocking chuckle. Truly, the Zenin family is a dreadful affair. It's best to depart soon. Tomorrow, I shall scout a place to settle during my task. The cicada's song had lowered in frequency. It was now deep into the night, and the summer heat had finally waned, leaving the air refreshingly cool. On her way home, Rin passed by Saturu Gojo's residence and noted that his bedroom light was extinguished. The cow-patterned cat and its owner shared a bond, sensing her return. The feline elegantly maneuvered onto the windowsill from the half-open window and, utilizing its superior jumping ability, traced a fluffy arc through the night sky. A second later, the little cat perfectly landed on its own windowsill, locking eyes with Rin as she made her way home. The cow-patterned cat blinked, its black eyes glowing green in the dim light. Following this, a sheepish voice emerged. "Meow, you're back, owner," Rin replied. Rin chuckled softly. The cow-patterned cat felt a wave of embarrassment wash over it, akin to being caught sneaking out. Just as it racked its brain to justify its actions, Rin averted her gaze, completing the remaining distance, retrieving her keys, and unlocking the door. Upon ascending the stairs and entering her bedroom, she fortuitously encountered Mori Shiraki, who descended wearing anime-themed loungewear. The latter looked astonished. "Rin-sensei, you're back?" Rin glanced at her, slowly shifting her gaze to the sleeping cow-patterned cat cradled in her arms. Noting where Rin's attention lay, Mori Shiraki weighed the cat in her arms. Sesame appeared outside the window in the hallway for some reason. "It scared me half to death. I'll take it down now." Under Rin's watchful eye, Mori placed the little cat in a cardboard box in the living room, then grabbed a mug adorned with the same pattern as her pajamas to pour some water, tilting her head back to gulp several mouthfuls. The cow-patterned cat feigned sleep, remaining as still as a statue in the box. Rin regarded Mori. "Has Saturu returned?" "He returned long ago, after drinking some water." Mori wiped the moisture from her lips and reminisced about the events of the evening, unable to suppress her astonishment. "I heard he didn't have dinner, and his maid came to inquire about it." Rin asked, "What did you respond?" Mori shrugged her shoulders. "I didn't reply. I just pretended I wasn't home. This matter is beyond my purview." She nestled in her room, finding a new anime to watch. With headphones on and a drink in hand, she found herself staying up late. "Rin-sensei, did you have dinner? Would you like a midnight snack?" Mori deftly tore open a packet of instant noodles. "I have plenty here. Any flavor you desire." Rin replied, "No, thank you." It was challenging for Rin to comprehend such a lifestyle. "Are you happy?" she inquired. Mori's eyes widened in surprise. "What kind of question is that?" Her excitement bubbled over as she exclaimed, "I've never been as happy as I am now in my entire life." Everyone's understanding of happiness varies. Mori was content without the pursuit of wealth, social connections, or intimate relationships. Simply being able to stay home for eternity was her greatest joy. Seemingly pondering something, the sorceress turned her head to ask, "By the way, Rin-sensei, what do you generally enjoy doing?" Rin fell silent, deep in thought, before sheepishly admitting, "I don't know. Life requires joy." Yet there are few among sorcerers who embody the essence of Mori Shiraki. The confluence of humanity's negative emotions can give rise to formidable curses. while the sorcerer's own negative feelings can be transmuted into the power of curses under their command. It appears that strength itself is intrinsically intertwined with an abundance of negative energy. The sorceress, Rin, has never contemplated happiness, and the vast majority of sorcerers share this sentiment. Yet, this is hardly a matter of great concern. Shiraki, observing this reality with a certain nonchalance, even spoke with a hint of envy. To act freely is undoubtedly a source of joy. Rather than indulge in such philosophical musings, it would be more prudent to ponder the next flavor of instant noodles to choose. The cowcat, nestled within a cardboard box, twitched its ears and partially opened its eyes to glance at Rin before rolling over and resuming its slumber. Well, setting aside the joy of its keeper, its own happiness lies in foraging for the emotional detritus dropped by its owner on the mountains every day, followed by retreating to Wataru's oversized and luxurious cat abode to sleep for eternity. However, it would need to be tactful about its next meal, especially since Wataru was in a sulk. Chapter 43, I Am the Only One. The day after Rin's visit to the Zenin household, the news flew to Wataru's ears as if it had sprouted wings. "Young master," the maid said, her gaze filled with concern as she watched the white-haired youngling on the sofa, gnawing on snacks with a resentful demeanor. After a moment of hesitation, she sought to console him, but found herself at a loss for words. Is it true that Rin intends to take Zenin now as her student? Zenin and Wataru are sworn enemies. It seems only natural for Wataru to be angry. But wait, Rin likely does not care about such matters. By the way, did not Zenin now inherit the projection curse technique from the Zenin clan? Since it is not an ancestral technique, what merit does it hold to earn Rin's favor? No, she does not seem like the type to concern herself with her students' techniques. The maid wrestled with her thoughts, but dared not voice them aloud. She silently watched as Wataru finished his snacks, promptly collected the dishes, and exited without uttering a word, leaving the space to the inscrutable divine child. Due to Rin's refusal of the task, Imai Takuya now directly sought out Wataru. Upon entering, he immediately sensed the unusual atmosphere in the room from Wataru's seemingly calm expression, prompting him to halt his steps, as if to flee. Wataru raised his gaze. "Stop right there." Thus, Takuya found himself frozen in place. Though still young, no one understood better than Takuya how the reputation of Wataru's lineage was not mere embellishment. One curse technique, from him, could level a building. When Wataru's expression is devoid of emotion, his cerulean eyes seem capable of piercing through to one's very essence. Feeling a prickling sensation, Takuya cautiously turned to face him. "Young master, may I inquire what the matter is? Is it true that Rin intends to take that Zenin brat as her student?" Upon returning home and sleeping soundly, Takuya, oblivious to the happenings in the sorcery world, exclaimed, Wait, what has transpired?" The clarity of foolishness shone through Takuya's middle-aged eyes, prompting Wataru to smirk coldly. Takuya, now sweating profusely, attempted to shift the topic. "Young master, are we still going to exorcise curses today as usual?" Wataru scrutinized him for a prolonged moment without uttering a word. The passage of time stretched, and Takuya felt as if each second was an eternity. Finally, Wataru relented. "Let us go." He intended to show Rin that Zenin now, that mere child, possessed not even a fraction of his own strength. Takuya breathed a sigh of relief as if granted a reprieve. Summer curses are plentiful, and even after careful selection, 7 tasks remained for Takuya to tackle. After departing at 8 in the morning to exorcise curses, the bulk of their time was consumed in transit. It was only when the evening sun cast its final rays that everything concluded. The last task in Kyoto ended with a curse technique, and just as Takuya was supposed to board the vehicle home, Wataru unexpectedly declared, "Let us go to the Zenin household." The Zenin family estate was also located in Kyoto, as a mere branch of the Zenin clan. Takuya knew the main family's location well. He altered their course and casually inquired, "Young master, what brings you to the Zenin household?" "I'm angry," the white-haired youngling replied. Arms crossed, his voice cold. "Angry?" The car halted outside the Zenin family's barrier, and Wataru alighted, striding directly to the entrance. Prepared for a confrontation, he was taken aback to find chaos reigning within. As twilight approached, the Zenin household remained shrouded in darkness. Rokushin observed the tumultuous surge of cursed energy emanating from the ancient residence, with no sorcerers guarding the entrance. Having previously bombarded the Zenin gate, the barrier had absorbed Wataru's cursed energy, triggering a frenzied alarm as he stepped inside. Yet, after several minutes of waiting at the entrance, no one appeared. Instead, the sounds of fighting and curses echoed from within. "You're courting death. Zenin Shiner, you cannot treat me this way. I am the son of the 7th elder. Just a worthless fool, cough. If you dare lay a hand on me, you shall not." Following the panicked cries, Wataru advanced, revealing a scene of fallen sorcerers strewn about. Was it an invasion by cursed spirits? It did not appear so. The man delivering punishment to the sorcerers wore the garb of the Zenin clan. He sported short black hair, one foot planted on a sorcerer's face. His back turned to Wataru as he executed his strikes with ruthless efficiency. Perhaps wary of repercussions, his movements, though swift, lacked lethality. Only when the last adversary lost consciousness did he finally turn, momentarily astonished before breaking into a smile. The fallen sorcerers lay unconscious, adorned with injuries both minor and severe. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence, the setting sun casting pools of golden light that illuminated the man's relaxed expression. He resembled a liberated eagle, casually greeting a child he had previously encountered before leaving the confines of a cage. In the stillness, even the rhythm of one's heartbeat resonated loudly. Zenin Shiner smirked, emerald eyes locking onto the piercing cerulean 6 eyes of Wataru, unflinchingly stating, "Isn't this the little brat from the Rokushin clan? What brings you here?" With that single utterance, all his pent-up resentment and fury evaporated. The once lofty divine child froze, then, resembling a proud kitten, raised his chin and replied, "I merely wish to see what the heir of the Zenin clan is like." This was no falsehood. He genuinely could not fathom how Zenin now could possibly garner Rokushin Rin's favor. Was it the non-ancestral technique, or perhaps the child's noble spirit that could sway a woman of ill repute? Merely? Zenin Shiner withdrew the long knife embedded in the shoulder of a fallen sorcerer, blood flowing like a stream, the metallic scent pungent and overwhelming. He seemed unconcerned, casually asking, "And what about now?" The cerulean eyes gradually shifted from Zenin Shiner to the corner of the corridor. There stood a child, similar in age, partially concealed yet appearing as if bound by a technique, revealing a face etched with terror and rigidity. The 6 eyes perceived the intricate flow of cursed energy, and the child's technique was faithfully relayed to the brain by the eyes of the godchild. He understood what it was and consequently deduced the child's identity. He was Zenin Naoya, a child who trembled in fear, daring only to lurk in the shadows, witnessing the tragedy unfold. Saturu Gojo averted his gaze. His understanding of Rin S6 was unparalleled, and a relieved smile graced his lips. Now, I am certain that Rin will not choose him. The godchild, filled with self-satisfaction, felt that he was the sole candidate. Chapter 44, The Frayed Dandelion. Upon realizing his uniqueness, Saturu Gojo's spirits soared like a ribbon lifted by a dryer, previously weighed down, now light enough to ascend back to the clouds. The child's emotions were always difficult to conceal, and upon seeing his expression, Zenin Shinjiro, as an observer, immediately comprehended the reason. Saturu Gojo, the 6 eyes, a child pitted by countless in the sorcerer community, yet envied by all. Zenin Shinjiro had long passed the age of recklessness, although merely on the brink of adulthood. He had been exposed to the harsh realities of the Zenin family at an early age, leaving him with little expectation from the world. The disciple of Rin S6. His thoughts momentarily blank, his taut nerves relaxed, and he recalled the last encounter when Rin S6 had said to him, "If you were a bit younger, you would surely become my student." Were it him, he mused, were it him, he would never again harbor expectations towards Rin S6. What does it matter to be unique? It was simply that Zenin Naoya did not meet Rin S6 criteria, thus Saturu Gojo remained the singular candidate for now. But when had that woman ever promised to take only one student? Strangely, the joyous anticipation of departing from the Zenin household dissipated like smoke. Gazing at Saturu Gojo's beaming face, Zenin Shinjiro smirked, his tone dripping with adult cynicism. Is that so? What if she encounters a more suitable student in the future? Saturu Gojo confidently retorted, absolutely impossible. I am the unequivocal future strongest in the sorcerer realm, the godchild upon whom the Gojo family has placed their hopes. The most gifted 6 eyes in generations, an existence that shattered the balance of the sorcerer world from birth. Countless sorcerers have come and gone over the millennia, like ceaseless snowflakes born and perished, while I stand atop the snow, destined to be the most vibrant stroke upon this snowy canvas. This is inevitable, it is a given. It is how it must be, and it is indisputable. Who could possibly surpass me? Zenin Shinjiro raised an eyebrow, ruthlessly interrupting his reverie, arms crossed. Leaning against the doorframe, with keen interest, he simply stated me. The arrogance in his words was palpable. Saturu Gojo was momentarily taken aback, his youthful exuberance stifled by that statement, his mind taking a full minute to process it. The godchild erupted like a frayed dandelion. Jumping at the objective assertion, impossible. She said it herself. In that instant, the competition was effectively extinguished. Saturu Gojo fell silent. A child's defenses are easily breached. All it takes is to inform him, your parents don't want you anymore, your friends have new companions. Your toys and snacks have been given away. If the recipient doubts it, simply add, I saw it with my own eyes, someone said it, and it becomes almost foolproof. Although unscrupulous, it is invariably effective. Conveniently, Zenin Shinjiro was a morally bankrupt adult. Seeing Saturu Gojo rendered speechless, his eyes wide with disbelief, like a stranded fish. His expression gradually transformed into a complex tapestry of anger and sorrow. The proud demeanor that once adorned his face vanished in an instant, bringing a sense of satisfaction to Zenin Shinjiro. Thus, the godchild remained merely a child after all. How refreshing! Zenin Shinjiro paid him no further mind. Seizing the opportunity to return to his courtyard before the pursuers arrived, hastily grabbing the thin luggage he had prepared and preparing to exit through the front gate with ostentatious flair, Saturu Gojo, awakening from his stupor, finally regained his senses and, amidst wavering trust, struggled to choose to believe in his own judgment. He hastened to catch up with the man's footsteps. "I don't believe you," Zenin Shinjiro replied. "She said it herself. At your age, she would surely not consider you. She said it herself. You possess no techniques, just a bit of physical strength. Rina is not adept at teaching physical techniques. She said it herself." Saturu Gojo, unusually enraged, declared, "I want to fight you." Zenin Shinjiro did not even pause. "Who would engage in an unprofitable deal with you? Stop." The callous adult ignored him. Saturu Gojo chased after Zenin Shinjiro, reaching the entrance just as the latter vanished from sight, only to be suddenly confronted by a throng of sorcerers. Zenin Naoya's face flushed crimson as he rushed over with his guards. "Quick, it's right here." He had no idea when he had left the scene, fear propelling this young master to scramble to the backyard, only to return with what he believed to be sufficient backing. He overheard the dialogue between Saturu Gojo and Zenin Shinjiro, holding back his terror, stifling his breath to prove himself. Yet, the courage that arrived too late could not reach Rin 6. Saturu Gojo lost the prime opportunity to pursue Zenin Shinjiro and instead found himself encircled by a group of Zenin sorcerers. The leader of the sorcerers, upon recognizing him, erupted with fury, the six eyes repeatedly provoking the Zenin family. This time, even Rin 6 and the Gojo clan must provide an explanation. The Zenin family is not to be trifled with. You shall not leave here easily today. Amidst the barrage of indiscriminate accusations, Saturu Gojo's expression soured. He finally understood why Rin 6 used social anxiety as an excuse to avoid interacting with others. Here, even if his cursed energy was absent, they could not discern it. Were they blind? The true culprit had fled, and this crowd could not even identify the perpetrator. Chapter 45. The Death of Rin 6. The farce of the Zenin family concluded with the godchild's sarcastic remark, and Saturu Gojo wished not to waste his breath on these fools. Having already encountered Zenin Naoya, it was time for him to depart. As Saturu Gojo made his way outside, the Zenin sorcerers were unyielding. Stop! None of the family's sorcerers lay dead. Yet they were all half alive on the ground. The six eyes had come and gone unimpeded, and even without leaving traces of his cursed energy, he could not escape culpability. Saturu Gojo clicked his tongue, finally casting his gaze towards Zenin Naoya, who had been hiding among the crowd. "Let us talk reason. I intended to visit normally. But there seems to be no one guarding your doorstep. They must all be down there." The white-haired child wore a malicious grin, proclaiming that those without cursed energy were worthless, yet they could not even defeat someone devoid of cursed energy. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the nearby sorcerers, who lay in disarray, gasping for breath, struggling to lift their heads. Zenin Shinjiro is truly ruthless. But upon witnessing the grim expressions of the Zenin sorcerers, as if they had swallowed flies, Saturu Gojo felt a significant portion of his frustration dissipate. The Zenin family could not forcibly detain him. Saturu Gojo mused that if he intended to leave, no one could successfully impede him. Takuya Imai parked the car, waiting for Saturu Gojo to emerge. Initially, he anticipated a lengthy wait, but to his surprise, within less than half an hour, the silhouette of the silver-haired youth appeared in his line of sight. Upon entering the vehicle, Gojo's demeanor seemed hardly more favorable than before. Imai discreetly stole several glances through the rearview mirror. Gojo occupied the back seat. And although no stark alterations were evident on his face, his hands exhibited an incessant, unconscious fidgeting, rhythmically tapping the pale blue ceramic beads on his bracelet. Understanding the unspoken tension, Imai opted to remain silent, starting the engine to head back. The night had fully descended, enveloping the interior of the car in darkness, while the scenery outside gradually transformed from the impenetrable silence of verdant mountains to the dazzling brilliance of neon lights. As they approached a familiar dessert shop, Imai recalled something and suddenly inquired, "Master Gojo, have you had a chance to finish your meal? Would you like?" "Don't." Gojo's expressionless interruption halted Imai mid-sentence. "Very well then. You can't predict a child's thoughts." Upon exiting the vehicle, a maid awaited his return at the door, bowing respectfully to greet her young master. However, Gojo paused, casting a glance at the neighboring house. He removed the bracelet, and a torrent of chaotic information flooded the child's mind. instantly igniting a sharp pain within his head. This deluge of information was passively absorbed through his eyes. He stood there, perceiving the intricate veins of the flowers. The leaves stirred by the wind among the trees, the blood flow of the maid beside him, the feathers of birds returning home across the sky, and the tiny insects dancing beneath the streetlight. Everything lay bare before him. Yet, within his vision remained an impenetrable blind spot, Rin Shinju. Suddenly, Gojo pivoted, sprinting towards the neighboring house. He stood breathless at Rin Shinju's door, ultimately mustering the courage to push it open. With a soft click, the door, unlatched, swung ajar. Rin sat on the sofa, her fingers deftly manipulating a blend of cream and gray yarn, while a calico cat perched nearby, engrossed in a cartoon on television. A wave of anxiety washed over Gojo. The calico cat leapt down from the sofa, prancing towards him, lifting its furry face to meow. "Master, little Gojo is here." Rin glanced up, the earring on her left ear glinting in the incandescent light. "Good evening," she said, her tone gentle and devoid of unnecessary words. The temperature difference between the two rooms was stark. The air conditioning was cranked up, and an array of seasonal fruits adorned the table. Gojo awkwardly approached, seating himself beside her, belatedly realizing someone was missing. He quietly inquired, "What about that sorcerer? Are you referring to Morishiro?" Without looking up, Rin tied a knot in her weaving. She moved to Akihabara. Morishiro's original words echoed in Gojo's mind. "Thank you for taking me in these past few days. Though this place is quite nice, it isn't my sanctuary, so I must leave. You know, it's easier to encounter my push there." Gojo's mind raced. Feeling as though he had been struck hard, he was momentarily dazed. "Are you saying you only briefly sheltered her?" Rin, puzzled, responded. "I mentioned before that she was merely staying temporarily." What had Gojo said back then? The calico cat leaped onto the table. Recalling the moment, "You said you didn't believe. Because she called you teacher," the youth murmured, his voice dwindling. I thought. In that moment of confusion, he had taken it for truth. However, he quickly came to realize that Rin would never stoop to deceit. Her honesty was disarmingly straightforward, and she had never uttered a lie, whether good or ill. Whatever she articulated was undoubtedly an objective fact, indifferent to the listener's perceptions. Rin suddenly felt weary. "Gojo, you truly are peculiar," she remarked. "Expressing your thoughts shouldn't be difficult for you." Gojo himself was unsure of his own feelings. He simply believed that he was Rin's sole student. Such a simple notion. "In any case, that sorcerer has nothing to do with you now, right?" Rin replied. "If one must be precise, she actually owes me 100 million. After a pause, she added, "No, it should be 1,300,000,000. Thus, strictly speaking, they still maintained a debtor-creditor relationship. The initial intent to keep Morishiro close primarily stemmed from the 200 million bounty. It was common for sorcerers to covet the ability of resurrection, but creating a cursed spirit composed of 57 heads by finding another earring was an entirely different matter. Yet, upon reconsideration, everyone was aware that Morishiro resided there, thereby deterring any reckless actions from behind the scenes. So, I provided her with a cursed tool sufficient for her survival." And then she promptly moved away. The cursed tool, crafted by Rin, was valued at a minimum of 1,300,000,000, as certified by Gojo himself. Such a heavy debt would compel any ordinary person to reconsider their life choices. Fortunately, Morishiro remained optimistic. Despite her enormous debt, she knew that with enough tasks, there would eventually come a day she could repay it. After hearing all this, Gojo released his inner turmoil, his spirits lifting. If he had a tail, it would surely be wagging joyfully at this moment. He felt he had forgiven her to a large extent, yet he maintained an air of feigned reserve, glancing over and awkwardly asking, "Then, what about Zenin Mei? You mentioned wanting to take him on as a student. That too was a falsehood, I presume?" Surely that man had said it deliberately, just to discomfort him. How absurd, reflecting on how easily he had been deceived by such a clumsy lie. That is true. The air suddenly fell into a profound silence. The sensation of his heart stopping felt as if the world had slowed to 1,000th of its normal pace. Gojo slowly turned his head, almost doubting his hearing, and murmured, "You said, what?" "I said, that is true," Rin replied calmly. "However, he is a bit too old. I'm merely an elementary school teacher, so it's best left alone." Although she still retained her unique status, Gojo could no longer muster a smile. "Rin." He strained to maintain his composure, feigning indifference. "What exactly are your criteria for selecting students?" "Character and courage," she stated. "I have no need for students who lack the bravery to challenge me." "I will kill you," Gojo retorted indignantly. "Indeed, just so," she replied. She finally ceased her movements, deftly tying the final knot, completing an adorable knitted hat, a predominantly white cap adorned with 2 charming light blue cat ears. Extracting a 50-centimeter-long steel needle from the yarn, Rin gracefully presented it to Gojo. "It's not particularly sharp, but I trust it won't pose a problem for you." In the hands of a sorcerer, even a steel needle or chopsticks could become a lethal weapon. The silver-haired youth suddenly looked up at her. Wait, you're not going to use it? Gojo stood frozen, clutching the steel needle, as if caught in a tempest during the change of seasons. After a prolonged silence, he finally exclaimed, "This is far too sudden." Lucian Lin arched her eyes, the golden orb seemingly flowing with sunlight. Rarely, she exhibited a touch more patience, speaking softly. "Isn't this what you've always desired? To kill me?" The cow cat perked up its ears. He, stammered Wu Tiao, struggling for words. The silver-haired juvenile glanced at the steel needle in his hand, and then at Lucian Lin, whose expression was devoid of any emotion. He had repeatedly uttered threats to kill her, and had made considerable efforts, attempting assassination so often that he could hardly count them on both hands. Yet he had never succeeded. Lucian Lin had never before offered him a weapon and a vital target, all for the sake of compelling him to make a decision. Suddenly, a memory flickered in his mind of something the cow cat had once said. The state of mind of the master is simply leagues ahead. Lucian Lin's demeanor turned frigid. Do it. What? Those words seemed imbued with an enthralling power, like a summer blizzard, the sweltering heat contrasting starkly with the icy snowflakes, drawing one towards the heart of the snowfall. Wu Tiao was reluctant to act, at least not at this moment, for he cherished Lucian Lin dearly. However, his mind felt clouded by a strange force, emotions buried beneath the heavy snow, thought processes halted like a clock frozen in time. When his will finally broke free from its confines, he returned to reality, a surge of cursed energy pouring from his hand into the steel needle. Blood gushing forth from the spot where Lucian Lin's heart resided, a crimson stream tainted with the scent of iron, instantly soaking a large expanse of pristine fabric. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wu Tiao's breath hitched in his throat. Lin. Lucian Lin offered no reply. She leaned against the back of the sofa, her head drooping to the side, her chest no longer rising and falling with breath. Perhaps it was assumed that Wu Tiao could handle the small spectacle of death, so Lucian Lin paid no heed to his psychological state. In truth, Wu Tiao's hands trembled as he watched Lucian Lin's life ebb away beneath his grasp, confusion and fear intertwining within him like a tangled skein of yarn. It's all right. Lin will revive, at least she will revive, right? Yet as he thought this, the bond connecting the two suddenly vanished, leaving the divine child's mind blank. Hey, Lucian Lin, are you serious? Wu Tiao reached out to touch her face, the still warm body remaining motionless. The cow cat leapt from the table onto the sofa, bringing with it the freshly knitted cat-eared hat, and gently placing it beside him. It meowed softly. "This is for you from the master." Wu Tiao's eyelashes fluttered. The little cat lifted a paw to comfort him, fulfilling wishes ahead of time. Surely that's a good thing? Relax. Suddenly, he recalled something and turned to the lively little cat. Sesame, you're still here, which means, actually, Lin. You're mistaken, the cow cat interjected. I may have been created by the master, but I am an independent being. At this, Wu Tiao truly wept, tears streaming down his face as he stood frozen in place, unable to contain himself, shouting amidst his sobs, "Bastard, vile woman, bastard." He repeated those few words over and over, and the cow cat sighed at the sight. The little cat quickly accepted the reality, saying, "The master is at least your teacher. Prepare yourself. Let us give her a proper funeral." Chapter 46. Repeatedly teetering on the edge of life and death. Summer rains are always fierce. The icy droplets, akin to crystal-clear springs from snow-capped mountains, struck the skin with a chill that bordered on pain. The moment the bond was severed, the entire Wu Tiao family became aware of something amiss and promptly dispatched someone to Wu Tiao's current residence. The maid informed them that Wu Tiao was in the Lucian residence. When the fourth elder pushed open the unlocked door of Lucian Lin's home and beheld the scene before him, even he, seasoned as he was left utterly stunned. Lucian Lin leaned against the back of the sofa, her lips a deep shade of blue, blood pouring from her heart, staining her white garment a vivid red. Her chest no longer heaved, while the divine child, whom the Wu Tiao family held dear, sat beside her, expression blank, staring at the bloodied steel needle in silence. The familiar cow cat curled up into a ball, sleeping at Wu Tiao's feet. The fourth elder held his breath and quietly called out, "Young Master Wat." Hearing the voice, Wu Tiao slowly lifted his head, gazing at the shadow in the doorway. The fourth elder cautiously inquired, "What has transpired?" Wu Tiao's face bore traces of tears. Resembling a forsaken white cat, his voice hoarse and despondent, "Lin is dead." The fourth elder's heart surged with joy, feigning sorrow to suppress his expression. "When will she revive? Should we prepare?" Wu Tiao broke down, triggered by the mention of Lucian Lin, tears cascading anew. "I did it." He sniffled, clutching the knitted cat-eared hat. "She even made me a gift, but I. Wu Tiao had never felt such guilt in his life, despite having lived only a few short years. An immediate silence enveloped the room. The fourth elder's mind struggled to comprehend. Akin to hearing of a bizarre case where someone was shot in the back but died by suicide, lingering in shock. 3 minutes later, he finally grasped the reality. Summoning all his strength to utter a heartfelt interjection. No, young master, you did this? Now he had to seriously contemplate how to cleanse the Wu Tiao family of any complicity before Lu Shenlin revived. But contrary to the fourth elder's expectations, it seemed that Lu Shenlin was truly dead. Wu Tiao returned to the Wu Tiao residence, bringing along Lu Shenlin's corpse. The Wu Tiao family sealed this news tightly, fearing the repercussions should it spread, worried that Lu Shenlin's death and subsequent revival would lead to complications. The cow cat remarked, "Summer corpses decay easily. We should bury the master." In response, Wu Tiao insisted on placing her in an ice cellar, stubbornly arguing, "No, what if Lin wakes up and cannot breathe?" The cow cat looked at him in confusion, eventually shaking its head. "I truly cannot understand you humans." The one who had repeatedly threatened to kill her was now the very one anxiously awaiting Lu Shenlin's resurrection. The entire Wu Tiao family, weighed down by heavy hearts, awaited Lu Shenlin's awakening, as the family's upper echelons convened in several meetings to discuss their course of action. The head of the Wu Tiao family, seated at the top, spoke gravely. "What do you think we should do if Lu Shenlin awakens? How do we absolve what of any implication in this?" The second elder, with a serious expression, proposed, "Perhaps we could say what was enchanted by a cursed spirit, that he fell victim to a curse? What cursed spirit could ensnare what? Lu Shenlin personally taught him the sorcery. She surely understands it better than we do. If we find it implausible, do you think Lu Shenlin would believe it?" The fourth elder slammed the table, deeming that idea unviable. "Then what do you suggest?" The second elder looked to the fourth elder. "Are we to confront her directly and admit, yes, it was us?" Silence fell once more. The head of the family sighed. Finally addressing the crux of the matter, "I believe you all have sensed it. The bond has been severed. Previously, when Lu Shenlin attempted to kill, 6 times? The bond remained intact, yet now, after what has killed Lu Shenlin once, every member of the Wu Tiao family who established that bond with her can feel an inherent sense of release, as if a colossal stone had plummeted to the ground. The blade that hung over her head finally vanished. Thus, a question arose. Had she truly perished? The kind of death that precluded any possibility of revival? A group of onlookers fixed their gazes upon the solitary Elder C, the only witness to the scene. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Elder C cleared his throat and recounted the events. "At the very least, I observed that she did not resemble a living being. The appearance she bore was unmistakably that of a deceased individual. Even the family's curse healer had completed their assessment, confirming that Lu Shenlin was indeed lifeless, beyond the reach of revival. Have you all forgotten? The first time Lu Shenlin killed young Master Wu, she perished due to constraints. And we even separated and buried her body, yet she managed to return to life." The Grand Elder invoked the Great Memory Restoration Technique, prompting all the high-ranking members to recall the spectacle of Wu's death and resurrection, witnessed by many. They were also reminded of the scattered remains of Lu Shenlin, once buried on the back mountain, which ultimately left behind only the hollowed earth. "Damn it, why is she so difficult to kill?" The head of the Wu family finally concluded. Perhaps Wu was ensnared by a curse. If Lu Shenlin truly delved into the matter, this would be the only plausible explanation. At worst, they could contemplate what compensation to offer. Losing some property was a trifling matter. They must not be stingy, for Wu's safety was paramount. Even though everyone was aware of Lu Shenlin's precarious mental state, no one doubted that she would personally deliver her vital weaknesses into her students' hands and subtly incite Wu to commit murder. All believed that their divine child had endured humiliation, ultimately growing rapidly under the demon's oppression to become a formidable presence. Finally unable to suppress the hatred within and taking action. Regardless of how he succeeded, the fact remained, Wu had indeed triumphed. Well. Our divine child from the Wu family is worthy of admiration. With the situation seemingly resolved, Elder C pondered for a moment, then stood up. "We ought to show due respect. After all, Lu Shenlin and Wu shared a mentor-student bond. Although that woman is mad, her teaching results are undeniably remarkable." The young Wu had attained quasi-first-grade strength, much to the satisfaction of the entire Wu family. Therefore, to demonstrate their regard, regardless of whether she would ultimately revive, they should proceed with her burial according to protocol. Indeed. Did not that cat also declare? "We must proceed with the burial. Let her not return to life." Wu was confined. The family employed secret techniques, erecting a barrier capable of trapping special-grade cursed spirits, enveloping Wu's residence in 3 layers inside and out. He soon realized the gravity of the situation and began to pound frantically on the door, but there was no response. "Let me out. What are you planning?" The young cub yelled furiously from within, vowing vengeance upon their release. A maid, separated by 6 layers of barriers, gently advised, "Young Master Wu, death is irreversible. You must move forward. Who says she cannot return? Let me out." "I'm afraid not, young Master Wu." The funeral was conducted with simplicity. The originally elaborate procedures accelerated as if pressed on fast forward. By the time Wu finally glimpsed a flaw in the barrier, he expended all his cursed energy, laboriously compressing it into 8 songs, and at last emerged from the barrier. The cowcat stood atop a fresh grave on the back mountain, a human-like smile gracing its lips. A light blue bead, one that should have adorned Lu Xunlin's left ear, hung around its neck. "You've arrived," the little cat purred, its voice familiar, tinged with a hint of regret. "It's a pity you missed my funeral. Though simple, it was rather solemn. Behold, my body lies in this grave." Wu halted in his tracks, his mind swirling in chaos. After a moment, he widened his eyes, a look of disbelief crossing his face. "Lin? It is I." Before Wu could fully process the complex emotions swelling within him, she swiftly changed the subject. "Quickly, dig up my body." The divine child paused, perplexed. "Why dig it up?" "To place it on the dark web for a bounty." Lu Xunlin tapped a paw upon the mound beneath her. "Once the bounty is secured, remember to auction my corpse on the dark web. By the way, a special grade sorcerer's remains should fetch a handsome price, right? And do keep an eye on where the corpse ends up. Oh, and all the money belongs to me." A profound silence ensued. Wu was left speechless. The silver-haired divine child wore an expression devoid of emotion. Lu Xunlin tilted her cat head. "Wu?" All the guilt and grievance Wu had harbored transformed into fury. He could no longer contain himself. "You manage such abstract matters, you might as well die? You greedy bastard." Chapter 47. The Wu family is still too concerned with appearances. After Wu forcefully broke through the layers of seals, the entire Wu family was consumed with worry over their divine child's state. Sorcerers are inherently fragile in spirit, and Lu Xunlin was a prime example. Having learned under such a teacher, Wu had even perished several times. Following this series of events, the Wu family had no choice but to accept that their divine child was now markedly different. In the conference room, silence reigned among the high-ranking members of the Wu family. "Wu, how is he?" The head of the Wu family inquired of Elder C. Elder C's expression was heavy with sorrow. When he forcibly broke the barrier, he nearly exhausted his cursed energy and spat blood. Yet he refuses to accept medical examination and has gone to the back mountain. As the designated liaison for the divine child's affairs, Elder C watched helplessly as Wu transformed, unable to alter any aspect of the situation. After all, Lu Xunlin's influence on Wu was profound. A person steeped in a monotonous existence encounters a being entirely unlike themselves. Not even Elder C, nor the entire Wu family, could guarantee that the Wu who returned in 2 years would resemble the exalted divine child they once knew. If Wu threw a tantrum, Elder C voiced his concerns, especially since Lu Xunlin had just died, and they had confined him. The head of the Wu family paused, contemplating. If he throws a fit, let him. Regardless, Wu is still young. Once this period of sorrow passes, we will find him new teachers, and he will eventually forget. And now, Wu is still in the back mountain. Let him be. The funeral has already concluded. Despite having anticipated the possibility of Lu Xunlin's revival during the meeting, the considerable time that had elapsed led the Wu family to lean towards disbelief. Lu Xunlin was killed by Wu himself. Although we do not understand how he accomplished it, he did indeed succeed. Now that Lu Xunlin was dead and Wu had returned to the family home, how could this not be viewed as a positive outcome? However, to their astonishment, this fleeting sense of optimism quickly dissipated. Before the meeting could adjourn, a frantic servant rushed in from the direction of the back mountain. Breathless as they began to report, head of the family, what is causing such alarm? He is still a member of the Wu family. Must there be some decorum? Young Master Wu personally went to the back courtyard to request a shovel, and then he dug up Lu Xunlin's grave. What did you say? Elder C sprang to his feet. How could the esteemed divine child of the Wu family undertake such tasks personally? All eyes turned toward him. Elder C, is your focus perhaps misplaced? The attendant choked slightly before quietly adding, in fact, it was I who suggested assisting Master Wu Tao in excavating the earth, but he insisted on undertaking it himself. The fourth elder settled back down. The head of the family, gathering his thoughts, found himself increasingly confounded by his child's enigmatic behavior. He rubbed his temples, weary, and inquired, what exactly does Wu Tao intend to do? The attendant's voice lowered even further as he recounted the images he had witnessed, his expression seething with anger, hatred evident in his brows and eyes. It's over. The fourth elder lamented inwardly, his face frozen in shock as he murmured, Wu Tao must have suffered greatly. To think that after death, he still desires to unearth the body. His countenance is filled with fury. Surely he wouldn't desecrate the corpse, would he? Just then, a tremendous noise erupted from the back mountain. Boom. Trees came crashing down, a vast expanse of dark green collapsing, the brown earth surging like waves. A group exchanged glances, hastily rushing outside to witness a portion of the back mountain had indeed collapsed. This matter must not reach others, the head of the family declared decisively. Immediately seal off the news. If anyone inquires, tell them that a curse master launched an attack from the back mountain, and it was fortuitously resolved by Wu Tao. The very thought of the esteemed heir of the Wu Tao family abusing his teacher's corpse would spell disaster if the other two families were to learn of it. Although everyone present harbored disdain for the deceased Xinjiang Rin, they did not oppose Wu Tao's reprehensible actions of destroying the corpse. However, Wu Tao returned from the back mountain, covered in dirt and grime. From a distance, he spotted the elders gathered at the back door of the main residence, and upon learning that Xinjiang Rin was not dead, his mood lifted considerably, even offering the elders a comforting smile. I'm back. Quickly prepare a body bag with handles. I've unearthed Rin's corpse. The crowd stood in stunned silence. He struggled to drag Xinjiang Rin's body along the rugged mountain path, the corpse strangely unscathed by the stones beneath. The cowcat perched on his shoulder, overseeing Wu Tao's actions like a supervisor. This scene, the fourth elder gasped, almost at a loss for words. Staring dumbfoundedly at the unfolding spectacle, his voice barely above a whisper, Wu Tao, are you all right? Just having lost your teacher, now you are personally excavating his corpse. Seeing Xinjiang Rin completely lifeless, rather than grieving, you even smile? Wu Tao, puzzled, replied, I'm perfectly fine. Hurry, the body bag. The head of the Wu Tao family finally snapped back to reality, struggling to divert his gaze from the colorless corpse as he asked, what do you intend to do with Xinjiang Rin's body? What else is there to do? Wu Tao's expression grew even more bewildered, but in his good spirits. He was willing to indulge the elderly members of his family with a few more words. To claim the bounty, of course. Rin's bounty must be 30 billion, right? The crowd gasped in astonishment. The fourth elder's pupils trembled. Is the family short on your sustenance? No, not at all. Then Xinjiang Rin is short on it. No. Wait, your sustenance while following her was also provided by the family. Wu Tao grew somewhat impatient, waving his hand dismissively. Didn't I make myself clear? I'm exchanging for the bounty. Once I've gathered enough, I plan to auction the corpse a second time for additional profit. The fourth elder suddenly glanced around nervously before approaching him with a distressed expression, whispering, lower your voice, Master Wu Tao. Is this really something to take pride in? Wu Tao shrugged, expressing his helplessness. I don't wish for this either, but Rin needs the money. You're clearly quite enthusiastic. Wu Tao, the family can provide you with funds. There's no need to use Xinjiang Rin as an excuse. It's quite embarrassing. Be quiet. The cat on his shoulder suddenly stepped on him, prompting Wu Tao to act as if receiving a signal, waving his hand again. That's it. Don't hinder me further. He then resumed dragging the corpse away. The onlookers stood in silent disbelief. The fourth elder, filled with anxiety, asked, what should we do, esteemed head of the family? Watching his child depart with the corpse. The middle-aged family head appeared to age 20 years in an instant. He stood there, silent as a statue. Thunder rumbled in the sky. As summer thunderstorms became increasingly frequent amid the typhoon weather, the dark clouds loomed ominously, and the head of the Wu Tao family, his gaze heavy, declared with conviction, Wu Tao has become this way entirely due to Xinjiang Rin. It has nothing to do with the Wu Tao family. Pausing for a moment, he quietly added to those nearby, go prepare a body bag for Wu Tao. At the very least, it should cover him. He closed his eyes, seemingly unwilling to confront the reality of his young child transforming into a pervert, then flicked his sleeve and sighed as he departed. Once the head of the family left, the other elders followed suit. Everyone wore a dazed expression, save for the fourth elder, who was heartbroken, feeling that his once vibrant and spirited air had been clouded by the influence of the so-called Xinjiang Rin. After 2 rounds of torrential rain, a day later, the white-haired, blue-eyed heir finally returned to the main residence. Far from being sorrowful, he appeared radiant, his features relaxed. And he had even acquired Xinjiang Rin's sycophant, Takei and cat, his smile unabashedly bright. Wu Tao, the head of the family, approached him, his expression serious, his tone grave, locking eyes with the child as he said, the family has found you a psychological counselor. Wu Tao. The white-haired child nearly doubted his own hearing. What did you say? The small cat draped over his shoulder inadvertently chuckled. In a family as traditional as the Wu Tao's, they would never regard ordinary professions with esteem, let alone engage with the novel concept of psychological counseling. Yet, there was no choice. The image of the heir smiling broadly while dragging a corpse had undeniably shocked them. A group of rigid old men spent sleepless nights tossing and turning, their minds racing with thoughts of impending doom. While it is true that negative emotions can be transformed into cursed energy, the Wu Tao family still cared too much about their reputation. After all, the heir must not turn into a divine gold. right? Chapter 48, The Trade of Corpses. Within the vibrant and lively underground casino, the atmosphere was electric, the gambling fervent. Good afternoon, citizens. On the morning of August 11th, the rains have arrived as scheduled. Amidst the typhoon weather, in a relatively quiet high-end VIP room, Zenin switched off the screen broadcasting the weather report with a remote control. The female host's voice abruptly ceased, and the well-soundproofed room fell into silence. Zenin, have you heard about that recent hot topic in the jiu-jitsu world? A middle-aged man with a somewhat dispirited demeanor took a seat across from him. His name was Kong Shiyu, a task intermediary. He appeared to have been deprived of rest for quite some time, his complexion pale, dark circles under his eyes betraying his fatigue. After leaving the Zenin family, Shire fortuitously encountered Kong Shiyu, who introduced him to the world of assassins. In just half a month in this gray area, Zenin had gained notoriety for his efficiency in completing tasks and his uncanny luck of losing every bet. Upon hearing Kong Shiyu's question, Zenin lifted his eyelids, his emerald eyes glancing over. Are you referring to the death of Shinjin Rin? What else could it be? His corpse is still listed on the board. I wonder who claimed the bounty. The reward is a staggering 30 billion. TSK, the pockets of those in the jiu-jitsu world must be quite bulging. So much money. Truly an enormous sum. The mere thought that the money had been claimed by an unknown individual unsettled Kong Shiyu. Despite exhausting all his connections, he had failed to uncover even the slightest trace of this person. Zenin chuckled. What is the point of knowing? I'm just frustrated, Kong Shiyu sighed. How could someone so peculiar emerge from this motley crew of curse users? Surely, they wouldn't attempt to usurp our future business, would they? And who might that be? Lucian Lin, a rare gem in the world of curses, appearing once in a century, and now just like that, they are gone. Kong Shiyu was incredulous. Yet, as he sought to delve deeper into the matter, an unseen force continually obstructed his investigation, leading him to return empty-handed time and again. Now, all he could do was vent his frustrations in front of Zenin. Zenin expression turned somewhat distant as memories of Lucian Lin flooded back. Lucian Lin was a unique and perilous entity. Although their encounters had been few, Zenin could not forget those cold, golden eyes. He certainly did not believe that Lucian Lin had met their demise so easily. Kong Shiyu continued, the bounty may have been claimed, but Lucian Lin's corpse has yet to be sold. Who would dare purchase it? What if, shortly after the transaction, the woman that strikes fear into the hearts of the sorcery world awakens? Most people were wary of this very possibility, only daring to observe from the shadows of the dark web to see who might foolishly take the plunge. Kong Shiyu merely lamented the recent bloodshed, and noticing Zenin lack of enthusiasm for conversation, he resolved to lean back in his chair and catch some much-needed rest. Suddenly, his phone buzzed, and upon glancing at it, he sat up straight, his mind instantly invigorated. What is it? A deal gone south? No, this has nothing to do with that. Kong Shiyu held up his phone for Zenin to see. It was Lucian Lin's corpse. Just moments ago, they had remarked on the absence of buyers. And now a fool had emerged. The body had just been auctioned off. Zenin finally paid attention. Is it truly over? Kong Shiyu responded. Reports indicate that Wu Tiao has recently returned to the Wu Tiao family estate. He has rejoined his clan, which suggests that Lucian Lin is indeed dead. Zenin, what is it? Nothing. Zenin averted his gaze, abandoning the topic and steering toward a more pressing matter. Wasn't there a new commission? Who are we targeting? Ah, yes, that matter. Kong Shiyu recalled. Do you remember your last target? The one worth 30 million, Sun Bai Mu. Is there another attempt on her life? Who has she offended to warrant such attention? She has already died once, and yet remains a target. It's not a killing, Kong Shiyu clarified. The employer insists on capturing her alive, ensuring she does not meet an easy demise. Meanwhile, at the Wu Tiao estate, Lucian Mao nestled comfortably on the tatami mat, observing Wu Tiao as he knitted in the yard. The typhoon had not yet passed, and heavy rain poured outside. The downpour provided a refreshing respite from the summer heat, as the white-haired boy sat on the porch, his hands deftly working the yarn. Half an hour later, the boy's eyes sparkled as he held up a small garment, exclaiming, finished. Rin, come try on the sweater I made for the little cat. Lucian Lin replied, although it's raining now, it is indeed summer. What does that matter? As long as it looks good. Wu Tiao rarely found himself with such leisure. Despite the inclement weather, his spirits remained high, and with nothing else to occupy his time, he decided to engage in a pastime. He had long expressed a desire to learn knitting, but it had taken him until now to finally try it himself. Many women in the family mastered this skill, and after a morning of instruction from a maid, the clever boy had grasped the essential techniques. His extraordinary observational prowess, a testament to his self-proclaimed talent, allowed him to excel rapidly. The boy and the cat quietly listened to the sound of the rain. Lucian Lin drowsy while Wu Tiao was animated. A simple, peaceful joy spread throughout the small courtyard until a maid entered. leading a middle-aged woman clad in a modern business suit. Young Master Wu, the maid, in traditional kimono, bowed her head in deference. The head of the family requests that you speak with Ms. Hayata. After delivering her message, the maid departed silently. Noticing the maid's respectful demeanor towards the child, Ms. Hayata quickly formed an impression. Ah, so this is the young master of a prominent family. A warm and inviting smile graced her features, as if the boy before her were a long-lost relative. So you must be Wu, right? Hello, may I have a word with you? She had heard descriptions of the boy from her employer and was aware that he was somewhat reclusive and reluctant to speak, especially after the recent loss of his teacher, which had left him emotionally fragile. Wu Qiaowu did not even look up. No? Look at this child, he truly doesn't like to talk, Hayata remarked. No worries. It's quite normal for a boy of his stature to be difficult. After all, I have several years of experience in this field. Everyone says I'm just fine. The boy suddenly interjected, grumbling about the meddling old man. As soon as he finished, he leaped up, clutching the small garment, and rushed back inside, addressing the dozing cat. Try it on, Rin. It's all done. His tone was endearing, appearing completely normal, with a smile lingering on his features. I just received news that the body we had listed has successfully sold. Isn't that something to celebrate? He exclaimed. Wait a moment. Hayata nearly gasped, her mind racing. What body? Wu Qiaowu glanced at her, puzzled. You don't know? Of course, it's the corpse of my teacher, Lu Xinlen. The boy sighed heavily, his tone tinged with sorrow. It took quite an effort to dig them out of the ground, but thankfully, it sold. The price was only 300 million. How could it be so little? Hayata's mouth fell open. Huh? Hold on. Did you just speak in human language? Why is it that I can understand every word, yet the overall meaning eludes me? Suddenly, she recalled the information she had previously gathered. She was aware that Wu Qiaowu's teacher had passed away and that the child had exhibited signs of emotional distress due to overwhelming grief. Feeling a sense of duty as a counselor, she noticed the little cat sweater in his hands and thought it might be a good starting point. Wu Kuan, do you enjoy knitting? Well enough, the boy replied nonchalantly, mainly because I told Rin I would learn. What are you still doing here? Of course. I'm here to chat with you, Hayata responded. Wu Qiaowu saw no issue with himself, simply stating, I'm fine, let the old men mind their own business. After saying this, he resumed his playful antics with the cat, who had been indifferent to the human presence throughout. Hayata watched helplessly as he held up the small sweater, persistently urging the cat, come on, try it on, seemingly annoyed by the interruption. The cat lifted a paw and swatted Wu Qiaowu across the face before leaping onto the windowsill. From its elevated perch, the cat gazed down at the eager boy, uttering a single word, no. Turning its head to regard Hayata, who stood frozen in disbelief, the cat added, my identity must remain confidential. I trust you understand? Hayata appeared dazed, rigid, and disoriented. She felt as though she had consumed a poisonous mushroom and was now engulfed in hallucinations. Otherwise, how could she witness such absurd and scientifically implausible occurrences? Before her, a cow cat tilted its head and gazed at her. Ms. Hayata? At that moment, a vital string within her finally snapped. Hayata closed her eyes and fainted, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Hearing the noise, Saturu Gojo poked his head out. What happened to her? Rin Shinjitsu pondered for a moment. With sincerity, Rin suggested, perhaps she is simply fatigued. Gojo clicked his tongue and shook his head. Her quality of sleep seems quite excellent. Merely a day after the psychological counselor arrived at the Gojo residence, the fourth elder received a refund. Hayata, with earnestness, replied, I cannot take on this task, considering the psychological well-being of the child. The fourth elder attempted to persuade her. Please think it over. I saw a cat speaking. Hayata interrupted him, her expression grave. I understand this sounds utterly ludicrous, but I may need to address my own psychological issues. I apologize. The fourth elder tried to retain her, but Hayata departed swiftly, as if a ghost were pursuing her. It was a careless oversight. The sorcerer community could not possibly harbor positions akin to that of psychologists. Everyone was an equal brand of lunatic, with many taking pride in their afflictions. The more negative emotions one harbored, the more potent their cursed energy. After finally finding an expert among ordinary society, who would have thought? A cat spoke. Had he known, he should have clarified the rules of the sorcery world beforehand, he sighed. The longer one remains in a particular environment, the harder it becomes to accept differences. Hayata would rather believe her own sanity was in question than accept that a cat could indeed speak. Thus, for her, Gojo's corpse-dragging predicament likely appeared even more insurmountable. The fourth elder fell silent. After a long pause, he raised his hand to summon a guard. Fetch me a few books on psychological education. The attendant's expression was one of shock. Elder, you mean to? Precisely. For the future of the Gojo family, I have ultimately made my decision. At the very least, I can present myself as a semblance of a normal person. In his old age, he suddenly burst forth with a passion for learning. To ensure that the future head of the Gojo family could outwardly embody normalcy, the fourth elder resolved to pursue a certification as a psychological counselor. Though it sounded absurd, he considered himself relatively progressive compared to other antiquated elders of the clan. Chapter 49. I am not ill. The Gojo family must seek out only the most distinguished experts. Hayata was indeed at the pinnacle of her profession, with many seeking her counsel for psychological issues. She had believed she could neatly compartmentalize her life and work, a steadfast quality she deemed one of the most essential traits of an individual. However, upon encountering the talking cowcat, everything had devolved into farce. Perhaps it was time for a break. Upon returning home, Hayata sank into a long sigh as unspoken words drowned in a sea of silence. Leaning against the sofa, she gazed at the ceiling, her eyes reflecting endless sorrow. A notification chimed on her phone, heralding a new message from a recent client. Ms. Suguru, Miss Hayata, I apologize for the intrusion. Do you have time tomorrow? I fear my child's psychological issues may have worsened. Hayata stared at the message for a lengthy moment. Her sense of responsibility and professional ethics compelled her to respond affirmatively. Yet the image of a talking cowcat tugged at her mind. After wrestling with her thoughts for half an hour, Hayata ultimately acquiesced. Very well. Let me first complete the work regarding this child before taking a break. Hayata, of course, I am available. Jie-kun can come over tomorrow at 2 o'clock. Suguru Geto's child, as described by Ms. Suguru, was reclusive and socially withdrawn, often bottling up emotions. It was manageable, quite simple. Having been in this profession for nearly 2 decades, Hayata had encountered such cases numerous times. It was straightforward indeed. Rin, I have a question. Inside the tatami room, Saturu Gojo and Rin Shinjitsu, in the form of a cowcat, lay flat on their backs, staring at the ceiling. Rin Shinjitsu, speak. If you were Sesame, where would Sesame be now? The white-haired deity spoke in a mournful tone. If it were Sesame, I would be able to simply grab it by the paw. Rin flicked his tail, thus. The little cat is indeed correct. You are quite peculiar. Gojo, please refrain from uttering such words while bearing Sesame's likeness. Rest assured, it is unharmed. Rin adjusted the light blue bead around his neck, where the little cat was peacefully napping. Gojo merely responded with a non-committal "oh," falling silent once more. Together, the boy and the cat lingered in tranquil contemplation. After a considerable time, Rin remarked, Saturu, do you think my corpse might become someone's skin suit? Hard to say. Gojo replied, I don't quite want to see Rin's body worn by another. It feels rather odd. Rin, I feel the same. Yet that person is so cautious. Although the body has been purchased, they have yet to collect it. Are they afraid you might revive within that body again? This time, it was Rin's turn to respond. Hard to say. Gojo, ugh, how boring. The typhoon's wrath had yet to pass. The rain outside continued to pour, accompanied by distant thunder. The temperature had momentarily cooled, and the garden was drenched with rain. The traditional Japanese-style courtyard featured a landscape design, with rocks and trees soaking in the water, as raindrops pounded upon the stone pathway, making it easy to slip with just a few steps. You could envelop yourself with limitless in such weather. You wouldn't even need an umbrella to venture outside. What a splendid idea. Bored, Saturu Gojo's eyes lit up, and he dashed into the rain. Upon invoking the limitless technique, the raindrops fell mere millimeters from him before being repelled, as if encountering an obstacle. Summer rains were rarely gentle. Standing in the courtyard, Gojo appeared to be outlined in white, as if the rain had traced him. After twirling around a couple of times, having had his fill, the white-haired boy returned. Once limitless was rescinded, he emerged feeling refreshed, utterly unscathed. He grinned joyfully. How about that? Rin averted his gaze. Rin, why are you silent? Rin, seemingly unfazed. I feel a bit tired. Please do not disturb me. Having spent considerable time with Rin, Gojo had developed an understanding of her habits. Even after her transformation into a small cat, this understanding remained unchanged. Rin, are you concealing something from me? Am I that kind of person? Do you possess no sense of self-awareness whatsoever? Rin? He thought he had exhausted his inquiries until, 10 minutes later, the fourth elder hurried into Gojo's courtyard as though he had received alarming news. Young Master Gojo, the fourth elder's expression was sorrowful, looking as if he had aged 20 years. How could you have worsened again in just a few days? I haven't even finished reading my books. The vastness of psychological knowledge overwhelmed him, and he had barely completed a chapter when he heard from an attendant that Gojo's condition had deteriorated once more. What? Gojo initially found himself at a loss. He observed the fourth elder, tear-streaked and sorrowful, collapsing to the ground as he clutched Gojo's leg and wept. The elder's wrinkled face, now stained with tears, was increasingly difficult to behold, and Gojo felt a tinge of disdain rising within him. Wah, what shall become of the Gojo family's future? Wah. Gojo sat on the subway, engrossed in his phone. Eek JPG. How could a perfectly fine person suddenly be out in the rain? Wah. Satoru Gojo widened his eyes. Is it really because of this? Can you see that I utilized limitless? The fourth elder trembled all over. He cautiously lifted his head to exchange a glance with the impatient deity, only to burst into sobs even more sorrowful than before. It's over, young Master Gojo. Has your mind broken? Clearly, you could have sheltered yourself under an umbrella. The books state that behind a child's unusual behavior lies an even more peculiar psychological cause. Ultimately, young Master Gojo has transformed into a strange being. Amidst the fourth elder's mournful cries, which sounded as if the Gojo clan's future was doomed, Satoru Gojo finally lost his expression. It seemed he understood why Rika had urged him to go out in the rain. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, I am not sick. The fourth elder cautiously replied, Yes, you are not sick. You merely have a slight psychological issue. Gojo abruptly turned his head towards the room. Rika. The fourth elder's body shook, trembling as he glanced into the room. The calico cat blinked innocently and jumped down, wagging its tail, instantly regretting his shout. Satoru feared that Rika's identity might be exposed. He thought to himself, attempting to justify, I thought Rika was here. I forgot she has already passed away. Yes. I simply forgot. This silence felt unusual. After a suffocating pause, the fourth elder finally spoke. Gojo, it is crucial to understand that one should not dwell on the deceased. Otherwise, it is only yourself who will suffer. Just as Saturu was about to respond, he heard the fourth elder using a personal example. If a mere Rika makes you so sorrowful, what if I were to pass away as well? Would you not weep until you could hardly breathe? Gojo. Rika snickers. Wearing her cat shell, Rika deliberately quipped. What would happen if the esteemed heir of the six eyes wept to the point of breathlessness over the passing of a family elder? The fourth elder nodded emphatically, indeed. Gojo, you must look forward. If I were to die, I would not wish to see you sorrowful and dejected on my account. Who are you referring to? Gojo restrained his frustration and finally managed to utter, get lost. The fourth elder, dismissing it as a mood swing, turned to leave. The white-haired child approached the calico cat, scolding her loudly, wicked woman. You did this on purpose. Rika raised a paw to pat his little leg. Good little Gojo, you will forgive me, won't you? This was a rare moment of softness for her. She had never called him good little Gojo, and here she was, making such a gesture while donning her cat shell. The kitten's round, black eyes gazed up at him without blinking, the softness of her paw pads yielding a delightful sensation. The child froze. Oh no. Satoru felt his ears gradually heat up, as if struck by a sudden realization. His pent-up rage extinguished like flames meeting a fireman. Then you must promise not to act like this in the future, he stammered, and I will forgive you. In the next moment, the kitten fell silent and withdrew her paw. Hey, Satoru widened his eyes. Is that such a difficult thing to achieve? The kitten turned away. Rika. The kitten left him with a cold shoulder. Watching Rika vanish in a few swift movements, the still youthful deity felt as though something had shattered within him. Meanwhile, Suguru Geto arrived at the psychological counseling room. His long, smooth black hair was tied back in a small ponytail, and his purple fox-like eyes gazed intently at the gentle and kind-hearted middle-aged woman before him. He sat upright in the chair, maintaining a proper posture. Having knocked on the door and politely said hello before entering, appearing quite courteous, even somewhat nervous, Hayata assessed internally. He is a rather introverted, earnest child. Then the earnest child began to speak. Teacher Hayata. He took a deep breath, summoning courage. I am not sick. Hayata. This phrase sounded oddly familiar. Chapter 50. The Fairy Godmother. Geto-kun, what activities do you enjoy? The walls of the counseling room were painted a warm orange, and soft light flooded in, creating an exceedingly cozy atmosphere. Hayata poured a glass of orange juice for the 5-year-old Suguru Geto, seating herself like a kind neighborly aunt. When he received the juice, he thanked her and took a small sip before continuing. Teacher Hayata, there is no need to change the subject. I am quite lucid and not ill. This child is quite resistant. Hayata maintained her smile. I understand. You merely have a slight psychological issue, and we can resolve it together. Suguru replied, No? There is no problem with my psychology. Hayata thought to herself, perhaps he simply finds it difficult to open up. She gently encouraged him, Geto-kun. Your choice to come here signifies a desire to improve, does it not? Not at all, Suguru replied, his serious fox-like eyes reflecting an astonishing calmness. My mother forced me to come. Are you quite resistant then? Because I am not sick at all, Suguru chuckled helplessly, revealing an extraordinary maturity for his age. I have merely seen another side of the world. Oh, normal, Hayata replied, maintaining her composure. And what have you seen? There are many monsters in the world. Suguru spoke with utmost seriousness, at home, on the streets, at school, in hospitals, many. He paused. They are quite ugly and very dangerous. Just locking eyes with a monster causes them to chase after me. If you say that. I have seen talking cats, she replied, still smiling. When did you first realize you could see monsters? About half a year ago, Suguru recalled, his expression suddenly shifting to one of indescribable discomfort. I fell ill, had a high fever, and upon recovering, I began to see monsters. He remembered walking home, having made plans with friends to go to the park the next day, when suddenly he felt a blackout and collapsed, succumbing to a deep slumber akin to that of an infant. The fever struck fiercely, leaving his parents and friends terrified. He felt as though his brain were being seared inside a blazing iron. External sounds faded away, and he could not voice his own cries. Suguru thought he was going to die. On the third day of his fever, he opened his eyes in the ICU, the high temperature receding like the retreating tide. The 5-year-old sat up in confusion. His parents rushed over upon receiving the news, their faces filled with worry. Suguru noticed their anxious expressions when suddenly, what was that? A grotesque, oozing monster clung to the ICU glass like a slug. The creature spoke, "Don't die. Please, it's so painful." "What is this?" Suguru burst into tears. I admit I was somewhat cowardly at that moment, but what could I do? Encountering the other side of the world is always frightening, especially since it is indeed perilous. Suguru shrugged, attempting to lighten the memory by distancing it from the terror of the monster. He declared firmly, "And I am the chosen one. Hayata. This situation seems a bit troublesome." He appeared to be quite serious. "Ahem, Jijuan. Do you mean to say that upon encountering the monsters, you swiftly accepted the reality of their existence? Despite their danger, you firmly believe that you can conquer them and become exceptional? To be." She pondered the child's choice of words and gently added, "A chosen one?" Unable to resist, she reached out to caress the child's fluffy head, offering him a comforting strength. "It's all right, Jijuan. I once had a friend whose situation was even more extreme." Hayata reassured him, recalling how this friend believed he was the protagonist of the world, with everyone around him merely NPCs, and that everything revolved around him. Xiaoyojia held his breath, and then he began to open up about his feelings in what he perceived to be his home, convinced that he was the only real person in the world, and eventually ran naked through the streets. Xiaoyojia's pupils widened in shock. It was that severe. Indeed, that was beyond my capacity to remedy. However, I referred him to a friend who works in a psychiatric hospital. After undergoing treatment, he realized he was not the center of the universe and returned to being a normal person. Hayata added, "So, Jejuan, with effort, you too can become a normal person." Xiaoyojia sighed. "I truly am not ill. I understand your anguish," Hayata said with affection. "Accepting one's differences is not an easy task, is it? While it is indeed somewhat challenging, I assure you, I am not sick. No need to put on a brave face. I am not pretending." The conversation seemed futile. So Hayata shifted the topic. "Could you share how you came to accept this and steadfastly believe you are the chosen one?" The journey from initial fear to calm acceptance had only spanned 6 months. If Xiaoyojia had continued to see these dangerous and grotesque monsters throughout that time, it demonstrated his remarkable mental fortitude. Xiaoyojia narrowed his purple fox-like eyes. The story unfolds as follows. He recalled that extraordinary day. It was an evening shortly after the Xiaoyu family had relocated to Tokyo due to issues concerning the child. At that time, Xiaoyojia was still frightened of those monsters. In his new school and environment, he still encountered those terrifying creatures. Some clung to classmates and teachers. Others lurked in the corners of restrooms or playgrounds, and some brazenly dragged their bodies past him, a chaotic dance of familiar demons. He was terrified yet feigned calm, pretending not to see them, navigating through their midst as if blind. All seemed well until, on one occasion, he passed by a park. His tone dropped as he recounted. There had been a murder there, and the perpetrator had not yet been apprehended. My parents repeatedly warned me to take a different route. But that day, I heard cries for help. He was a tender-hearted child, and his strong moral compass prevented him from standing idly by. Faced with such a situation, Xiaoyojia initially planned to hide and observe, then rushed to alert the authorities. But what did he see? A monster. It was the work of a monster. This creature was unlike any I had seen before. It would kill. He witnessed an ant being choked, her face turning crimson, and realized he stood no chance against that monstrosity. Fear spread through him like wildfire, consuming his entire being. Yet, if he did not intervene, that ant would perish. Xiaoyojia could not call for help. Only he could see the monster, thus only he could save her. Capable adults would not believe the extraordinary words of a child. The monster towered over him, larger than a building, more ferocious than he had ever encountered before, muttering in agony. So painful, so excruciating. While the ant in its grasp was on the verge of being crushed. Witnessing the dire situation, Xiaoyojia picked up a brick and charged forward. Upon hearing this, Hayata praised him. "Jijuan is truly remarkable." "And what happened next? Did you perhaps discover that these monsters, which existed solely in your imagination, were as fragile as paper, leading you to realize you were the chosen one?" But soon, this assumption was dispelled. Of course, I did not manage to defeat it. Xiaoyojia replied with a resigned gesture. After all, that monster was genuinely enormous. I merely threw a brick at it to divert its attention, and almost got caught. Almost. Yes, everything took a turn when I was saved. He thought he was doomed, his life barely beginning when it seemed on the brink of ending. Unexpectedly, a live figure descended from the heavens. He struggled to articulate that feeling, resorting to the simplistic metaphors of a child. It was akin to Cinderella meeting her fairy godmother, Little Red Riding Hood encountering the kind hunter, or Snow White meeting the seven dwarfs. In essence, Xiaoyojia believed it was a fateful encounter. So, what was your fairy godmother, Jijuan? Hayata casually picked up a nearby cup of water. Xiaoyojia declared emphatically, it was a talking cat. Cough. Hayata nearly choked on the water she and tea swallowed. She patted her chest, coughing for quite some time. Finally recovering, she struggled to ask, wait, a talking cat? What a coincidence, she thought, for she too had a memory of such a cat. That little cat devoured the monster upon opening its mouth, then informed me that I was the chosen one. The scene was as follows. The cat, with a satisfied squint, remarked, the emotions left by the owner are far tastier than ordinary fare. Xiaoyojia, incredulous, approached, his perception rocked, yet the child's capacity for acceptance was high. He cautiously inquired, esteemed kitty. The cow-patterned cat cast him a disdainful glance, exuding an air of regal aloofness. Xiaoyojia, feeling anxious, asked, how did you kill that monster? The cat's eyes widened in surprise. It circled around Xiaoyojia. Intrigued, you can see that ugly thing? Xiaoyojia, brimming with excitement, replied, of course. Though it is a cat, just this one statement led me to conclude that it was of my kind. The cat exclaimed, its tone a mix of pity and joy. Then you truly are the chosen one. But Xiaoyojia did not grasp the underlying meaning. He felt as if the burdens he had carried recently had vanished, and the narrative of youthful comics was unfolding in reality, with him as the protagonist of the world. Hayata remarked, is that truly all? Another world as protagonist? I hope this child doesn't end up running naked through the streets someday. Xiaoyojia frowned in disapproval. It guided me. That is sufficient. Are you expecting a mere cat to do more? My apologies, she said, attempting to dismiss her memories of that talking cow-patterned cat, striving to maintain her mental composure. After all, didn't Children's toys also feature an interactive upright tabby cat? It's all right, I must be overthinking. Oh, by the way, it was a black and white cow-patterned cat, with all four little paws being white, particularly adorable. Xiaoyojia smiled. I truly wonder when I'll see it again. Hayata, lost in thought, mused. Was she experiencing auditory hallucinations? A cow-patterned cat. It was a cow-patterned cat, with all four white paws. Teacher Hayata? Seeing her in a daze, Xiaoyojia looked worried. Are you all right? Do you feel unwell? I find myself in a state of disorientation. Hayata pressed her forehead, recalling your mention of a talking cow cat that serves as your fairy godmother? Indeed. Is there an issue with that? He shyly smiled. The title of fairy godmother seems rather, well, problematic, to say the least. After a prolonged silence, Hayata hesitantly remarked, Jekuin, I shall waive my fee today. I believe it would be more beneficial for you to seek a different therapist. Why? Suguru Geto responded, taken aback. Hayata earnestly replied, because I have also encountered that cat. The implication being, my mental state is in disarray as well. Suguru's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 51, Severing the Soul. Children invariably embrace the peculiarities of the world far more swiftly than adults do. And Suguru effortlessly accepted the reality of his fairy godmother being a cow cat, while Hayata struggled to comprehend it. She found it utterly absurd. Had she known better, she would have refrained from taking this case. Perhaps an earlier vacation would have sufficed. Yet Suguru's expression was one of familial recognition. Teacher Hayata, you too have seen that cow cat. Hayata, convinced of her own mental instability, appeared pallid. Yes. Given that you have witnessed it with your own eyes, can it not affirm the existence of another realm? Suguru's tone grew fervent. His parents did not believe him, nor did his previous teachers or classmates. Only you understand that what I speak is the truth. Although he feigned the role of a chosen one, Suguru was, in truth, engulfed in confusion. The monsters were terrifying and perilous. One must not meet their gaze. If he inadvertently provoked one, he could not guarantee his survival. The agony was unbearable. Suguru could not assure himself of a successful escape from the clutches of the monster. Had it not been for that cow cat, he might have already met his demise. No one had ever believed him. Suguru had to navigate his own emotional turmoil. Were it not for the title of the chosen one, he might have remained tormented for a protracted period. What does it mean to be an extraordinary existence? He did not know. However, when all gazes were filled with disappointment, the 5-year-old child was compelled to learn the art of concealment. If teacher Hayata could also see it, does it not imply that he had never lied? It was neither a fever-induced nightmare nor a fabrication. It was the truth. No, as Hayata observed the ardent child. She felt an overwhelming urge to place her hand on her forehead. Her emotions were exceedingly complex. At the very least, I have not encountered those monsters, Jekkoin. Very well. I shall contact your mother to arrange for a refund. Jekkoin, I fear I may not be able to help you. Continuing this conversation has become futile. The image of the cow cat lingered in Hayata's mind, and she urgently needed to recalibrate herself, to extricate herself from this absurd, hallucinatory realm. Suguru, in a daze, retorted, "This is not a hallucination." He stared blankly as Hayata concluded their discussion, suddenly realizing that there are indeed individuals who, even when witnessing the world through his eyes, would only question their own sanity. After the consultation, Suguru departed in a state of despondency. Across a street, on a certain floor by the window, Kinji Hikari leaned against the railing and observed. It is him. A satisfied smile adorned his face. Curse manipulation, a more suitable vessel than Ryman Sukuna. What about the corpse of Ryman Sukuna? Lime inquired. You spent so much to acquire it, yet you have not retrieved it? No rush, Hikari replied without turning back. I still need to eliminate potential hazards. Leaving it for a few more days poses no issue. Despite his words, he was gradually convinced that Ryman Sukuna was beyond salvation. It took some effort to uncover the identity of the seller, but the outcome was substantial. The seller was none other than Ryman Sukuna's student, Saturu Gojo. The Gojo family had gone to great lengths to obscure the seller's identity, likely out of embarrassment. But this was fortuitous for Hikari. If everything was orchestrated by Saturu Gojo, Hikari certainly had grounds to suspect he had uncovered some weakness of Ryman Sukuna, who, after being forcibly bound to her for such an extended period, could no longer tolerate the situation. With this realization, everything began to make far more sense. The identity of the killer could arouse Hikari's suspicion, especially as that individual was Saturu Gojo. Half a month later, the typhoon weather gradually subsided, giving way to the heat once more. Saturu Gojo departed from his family home, cradling a cat as he returned to his residence in Tokyo. The two of them lounged on the sofa, enjoying the air conditioning. Would you like some dessert? Saturu asked. I want sweet potato mochi, Ryman Sukuna replied. The white-haired child got up to retrieve a box of sweet potato mochi from the refrigerator, as well as a stack of strawberry cake. Kicking the fridge door shut with his foot. Here, he placed the sweet potato mochi in front of the little cat, then returned to his seat, taking a spoon to enjoy the small cake. The television played the latest popular program, the exaggerated expressions and actions of the guests serving as background noise for their conversation. The body still hasn't been collected, Saturu commented cautiously. When will I be able to revert back? He inquired. Ryman Sukuna glanced at him. As you wish, whatever you desire. The little cat leaped down from the table, fiddling with the light blue bead hanging from its neck. I can create another slice. How cool. Satoru's eyes sparkled. His enthusiasm ignited. Let's try it. I want to see how a slice is created. No, she replied. It's a complicated process. The little cat is my slice. But it exists independently. Ryman Sukuna's slice would continue to exist after the main body perished, but it required extracting power and soul from her. And the slice needed to grow, just as the cow cat did not initially resemble a cat. Growth takes time, though she could not specify how long. Satoru exclaimed, wow. His azure eyes glittered like gems from the ocean depths. So, does that mean your soul has essentially been severed by yourself? What does it feel like to cut one's soul? Ryman Sukuna jumped in front of him. She raised her front paw, gesturing for him to lift the hand adorned with the bracelet. Out of curiosity, Satoru complied obediently. Ryman Sukuna raised her paw, the pink pads of her palm touching the light blue bead of the bracelet. An indescribable power surged forth like a tempest of snowflakes, flowing from the little cat's body into the bead, weaving into tightly connected strands. Under the astonished gaze of the six eyes, the power-woven strands transformed into the sharpest of blades, as if slicing through the softest of souls beneath the flesh. Pain crashed over him like a relentless wave, rapidly eroding his tenuous grasp on reason. Thoughts swirled like foam on the tumultuous sea. Satoru's mind suffered a devastating blow, leaving him dazed. The sensation of a gaping wound in his chest nearly rendering him unconscious. His body felt beyond his control. I'm so tired, Satoru suddenly thought. Why has everything become so quiet? He could see nothing. He could hear nothing. Even the pain seemed distant. A profound lethargy gripped him like shackles around his ankles. The young deity felt powerless against this torment, obediently closing his azure eyes. Master Gojo. Master Gojo. The maid, entering to clean, immediately panicked as Satoru collapsed to the floor without warning, unresponsive to her calls. Quick, go inform Elder 4. Master Gojo has fainted. The maid, terrified, lifted the white-haired child, flipping him over, only to be struck with sheer horror as her hands and feet turned cold. Saturu Gojo lay with his eyes tightly shut, his complexion ashen, blood trickling from his 7 orifices, forming crimson droplets that splattered upon the ground, resembling a state of near death. A curse? Or perhaps a backlash? A trifling matter. The deity, clad in a cow-patterned shell, remained unfazed, leisurely addressing the frantic and terrified maid, calmly asserting, "He will not perish." Yet, the maid interjected. "But Lord Gojo appears to be on the brink of death." Stunned, she realized that should anything happen to him, she would undoubtedly face punishment. However, that was not her foremost concern. What truly alarmed her was the prospect of returning to the rigid and oppressive environment of the Gojo family, where even summer offered no relief from the sweltering heat. The deity gently patted her shoulder with a forepaw, signaling her to remain calm. "I have assured you. All is well." The maid, eyes wide with concern, queried, "Then why has Lord Gojo suddenly found himself in this predicament?" "Because he is too weak." The little cat replied earnestly. The maid was taken aback. The deity was true to her word, promptly severing Gojo's soul. It was apparent that the young divine child possessed prowess but lacked the fortitude of spirit. Even a modicum of pain was beyond his capacity to endure. How embarrassing. Yet it mattered not. The deity mused. Weakness is the privilege of youth. Chapter 52. The Chosen Unfortunate. Saturu Gojo's body suddenly failed him. Upon receiving this news, Kinji Hikari was on his way to procure a special-grade cursed tool. "What?" he exclaimed, momentarily believing that his companion was jesting. What did it mean that the Six Eyes body had suddenly faltered? Surely, Saturu Gojo could not be on the verge of death. Hastily, he replied, "What transpired?" "Uncertain. The head of the family has kept matters tightly under wraps. All I know is that Saturu Gojo was abruptly summoned back to the main family by Elder 4, with no one permitted to enter or exit the courtyard. The head has also ordered the best physicians of the clan to attend to him." The response came forth. "I happened to overhear something, but I cannot ascertain more. All I know is that his body seems to have sustained a grievous injury, and his life hangs in the balance." Grievously injured, life uncertain. Almost instantaneously, Kinji recalled the information he had painstakingly uncovered. Saturu Gojo had slain the deity and, in a fit of rage, continued to peddle her remains. He had a vague understanding of the constraints binding the Gojo family and the deity. If this was indeed the reason, then did it not imply that the Six Eyes divine child, having employed extraordinary means to personally eliminate his master, was now facing retribution? While Kinji's thoughts were abstract, they were certainly not as convoluted as the deities, who had failed to perceive the situation from another angle. He felt that he could hardly find a more opportune moment. Saturu Gojo was doomed, signifying that the deity was truly dead. If she was indeed dead, then her body need no longer remain in limbo. Simultaneously, a response finally came for the job posted on the dark web. "Kong Shiyu, the task has been completed. The employer should transfer the payment to this account. The individual must remember to collect their belongings from this location within 3 days." Zenin Shinjiro, possessing formidable abilities, found it a trivial task to capture a curse user. Everything seemed to align perfectly. Kinji's spirits soared as he swiftly transferred the funds, feeling as if fate itself were favoring him. After processing this information, he waved his hand and boarded a bus destined for a remote rural area, continuing towards his objective. Fortune indeed came without effort. These funds were effortlessly acquired. Zenin Shinjiro paid no mind to the nearly tearful Sunbai Mu beside him, reveling in the influx of money into his account, a succession of zeros delighting to the eye. Sunbai Mu, still clad in her cosplay attire, bore golden hair that defiantly defied gravity, her face adorned with a riot of colors. As she wept, her makeup became a disarray. Yet she had no inclination to concern herself with such trivialities. Through her sobs, she pleaded, "Zenin-sensei, please let me go?" To which he retorted, "That is out of the question. If you escape, what becomes of my payment?" Presently, he had only received 1/3 of the funds. The remaining 2/3 would only be released after the employer confirmed and collected Sunbai Mu. This 3-day period served as a grace period, until the employer arrived. Sunbai Mu was powerless to venture anywhere. Her eyes, swollen from crying, resembled fried eggs. Woo, woo, woo. Cursed be it, after completing her full cosplay, she scarcely recognized her own appearance. How had Zenin Shinjiro discovered her true identity? Beside her, Kong Shiyu smirked slightly. "In this getup, finding you in Akihabara would be quite the challenge, but here it is quite different." He scrutinized Sunbai Mu's current state, struggling to articulate, among curse users. "Your appearance is certainly unique." In truth, there was no shortage of bizarre individuals among curse users, yet Sunbai Mu's outrageous attire stood out. It was akin to a golden straw amidst a field of green rice. While both may resemble the number 7 in form, anyone with sight could discern the distinction. Particularly, her hair was a gravity-defying fluorescent version, appearing like a grotesque firefly amidst the drab surroundings. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that Zenin Shinjiro had a vivid recollection of the time he pursued her. where she had first thrown herself from a grave and then clawed her way back up. This vivid memory allowed him to recognize her, even when she had transformed herself through makeup and costumes into a visage that bore no resemblance to her original self. No, to be precise. He recognized the character she had been portraying, whose name he did not even know. Neatly arranged within a transparent layer were 8 identical, familiar iron tokens. Zenin Shinjiro merely cast a brief glance during the task handover. Just that one fleeting glance. Senpai Mu was now truly at a loss, crying as if facing an insurmountable school assignment. Woo, woo, woo. Had I known, I would have cosplayed a vampire with a black cloak instead. Zenin Shinjiro and Kong Shiyu exchanged glances. You truly are unfortunate. Senpai Mu's heart was heavy. She simply wished to take on some tasks to earn a bit of money. The black market typically offered higher rates than those assigned by the Jujutsu headquarters. Being a quasi-second-grade sorcerer, she had no trouble exorcising second- or third-grade cursed spirits. The expenses for cosplay, purchasing grains, and acquiring exclusive merchandise from others were exorbitant. Senpai Mu had long struggled to fit into a conventional lifestyle. She merely sought to earn some money to fill her pockets. Cursed be it. Being found by her family and sent back to serve as a concubine for that old man was outrageous enough. After narrowly escaping, she had been placed on a bounty list with a 50,000 yen reward, a clear insult. Just as she encountered the deity, which seemed to grant her a second chance, she found herself face to face with Zenin Shinjiro, who was after a 20 million yen bounty, after borrowing 10 million yen from the deity to save her life. Combined with her meager savings, she managed to gather 30 million yen to defuse the crisis. Yet, due to the protective cursed tools provided by the deity, she now found herself in debt to the staggering sum of 13 billion yen. But it was of no avail. Her bounty had been posted for the 3rd time. The cursed tools given by the deity were indeed life-saving. Yet Zenin Shinjiro had no intention of killing her. He hardly even attacked her. She had merely been too incompetent to react in time and found herself bound. That wretched employer wanted her alive. Senpai Mu felt increasingly despondent, convinced that her misfortune knew no bounds. Devoted to the world of anime, she found herself perpetually entangled in such predicaments. Who, for heaven's sake, was fixated on her? The weight of despair overwhelmed her, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Oh, Teacher Liu, why did you have to die? She sobbed. I haven't even settled my debts yet. It was a rare occurrence to see someone facing calamity still preoccupied with repaying debts, especially among the morally deficient sorcerers. Kong Shiyu, intrigued, inquired, how much do you owe? Senpai Mu's complexion turned ashen. 1,300,000,000. A stunned silence enveloped the room. Given Senpai Mu's abilities, how could she have amassed such a staggering sum, particularly owed to Lu Xinlin? It was no wonder she was still ruminating over her debts. It seemed her intentions were rather ulterior. This revelation even prompted Jinyuan Shin'er to regard her with renewed interest. Sorcerer assassins and unscrupulous intermediaries typically earned abundantly, yet they paled in comparison to the enormity of her debt. Senpai Mu continued to weep. Jinyuan Shin'er smirked. It's fortunate that woman is dead. Had Lu Xinlin been alive, with her notorious avarice in the realm of curses, I have no doubt she would have come to thwart my mission. Because Senpai Mu owed money, it was imperative that nothing befell her. 1,300,000,000. How astonishing. That sum surpassed the reward for capturing Senpai Mu. Chapter 53, Little Cat Slices. In Kyoto, within the main residence of the Wuju family, in the young master's courtyard, oxygen gradually diminished with each breath. Wuju Saturu felt as though his head had been mercilessly struck by the biting winds of seasonal change, and his heart throbbed painfully. This was the current state of Wuju Saturu. He envisioned himself as a graceful manta ray swimming joyfully in the ocean, only to encounter a killer whale that struck him with a powerful tail, sending him hurtling in a parabolic arc onto a distant beach. Just as the tide began to recede. Don't be so pessimistic. You're still alive. At that moment, the ocean of his consciousness suddenly split open, and a stealthy cowcat crept in like a shadow in the night. The pale blue orb around the cowcat's neck began to emit a brilliant, shimmering blue light. Upon seeing the orb glow, Wuju Saturu realized that he was likely about to transcend once more. So, this is the 7th time, isn't it? His expression remained impassive, his tone laced with a subtle sense of mortality, as if he had finally seen through the mundane. Rin, it seems you've done it again. Lu Xinlin replied. You are simply too weak. It's clearly your fault. Wuju Saturu retorted angrily. Couldn't you be a bit gentler with this poor, fragile child? This time, the experience of death was markedly different from the previous 6. Wuju Saturu felt as if he might truly perish from the pain. Oddly enough, he had previously lost all sensation upon dying in this realm. Why was this time so excruciating? The cowcat leaped onto his shoulder, peering down at him with feigned innocence. Are you about to cry? Wuju Saturu genuinely felt the urge to shed tears, yet after hearing her teasing inquiry, he stifled them. Go away. You asked first, she chimed back. Lu Shenlin sighed. I intended for you to experience the sensation of soul severance. But I didn't anticipate your fragility. What did you say? Wuju Saturu halted, suddenly turning his head. Did you sever my soul? No. Where did you cut? Heart, brain, or some other organ? He examined his soul's state, discovering nothing amiss. Wuju Satoru fell into contemplation, then realized, did you cut out my appendix? He had seen documentaries explaining that the appendix was the most superfluous part of the human body. Its removal posed no harm. Lu Shenlin replied, your imagination is rather vivid. So at ISNT that? Soul and body are entirely different. The process of severing a soul resembles extracting a small droplet from a large bead of water on a lotus leaf. The larger bead remains unchanged, merely diminished in volume. Wuju Satoru understood. So the part of my soul that was severed will transform into a miniature version of me. A small Saturu to handle my tasks at home. Take on missions, and fetch snacks. How splendid. Not likely, Lu Shenlin interrupted his daydream. I only severed a minuscule portion. To put it in perspective, it's akin to removing 3 trees from the Amazon rainforest. Lu Shenlin regarded him. Just that little. Do you expect those 3 felled trees to immediately become a new forest? Of course not. Slices require time to grow. Transforming 3 trees into a new forest demands unimaginable durations. All right then, the white-haired child sighed in disappointment. He cradled the cow-cat in his arms, his hands trembling slightly. Though he made an effort to conceal it, Lu Shenlin could discern that his current state was far from optimal. The pain from the soul severance could not be diverted or alleviated. Lu Shenlin struggled, yet Wuju Satoru held firm. A muffled voice from above broke the silence. I haven't touched a cat in ages. Hence, Lu Shenlin remained still. After a moment of silence, she stated, you can touch your own. The severed soul, after all, could not be reinserted into the main body like a droplet of water. Wuju Satoru paused, momentarily at a loss for understanding, when a tremendous force suddenly yanked him from the dim expanse. Upon reopening his eyes, he was greeted by the familiar confines of a room. His form had become exceedingly large, the white-haired deity clad in mourning attire, lying on a bed covered in talismans. It seemed as if his time had frozen at the moment he closed his eyes, his vibrant life vividly suspended. Excellent. Entirely normal. Death should be like this. Complete, clean, authentic, and beautiful. What the hell? Why did he see himself lying dead on the bed? And why had he grown so large? Where exactly had he awakened? Wuju Satoru felt a surge of anxiety as he turned, only to be met with an enormous black and white furry face. The cow-cat's rounded black eyes distinctly reflected his image. Before him was a small white cat with blue eyes. Lu Shenlin's tone resembled that of an insurance salesman. Unlike last time when your body turned into a cat. This is a genuine new slice. Are you satisfied? Wuju Satoru stood frozen like a statue. The cow-cat tilted its head in confusion. Satoru? The white-haired kitten snapped back to reality and then exploded. Oh, who wants to turn into a cat? The white cat flailed its paws, only to be halted by the cow-cat's outstretched paw against its forehead. He floundered in place, unable to contain himself. You rascal. This is nothing like I envisioned. Chapter 54, Falsehoods and True Feelings. Outside the window, the sun blazed high in the sky, and the afternoon heat was stifling. Corpses could easily decay in such high temperatures, and the Wuju family was unwilling to accept that their deity had perished so abruptly, thus adorning Wuju Satoru's body with layers of talismans for preservation. The scene was devoid of people. Servants stood guard outside the door, while Wuju Satoru gazed at his tranquil sleeping visage, succumbing to despair. The little white kitten cradled its head in its paws. Why must it be a cat? Lu Shenlin regarded him with reassuring eyes. I am a cat too. This is clearly something you enjoy. Watoto was suddenly tossed about haphazardly, and even if it were a fragment, this should be the abode of my dismembered soul. How did I end up here? As fragments detach from their essence and grow. Watoto had already contemplated the prospect of having a child at such a tender age, only to find that the one inhabiting this body was none other than himself. What of the naive soul that was severed? Surely it couldn't be languishing within this corporeal vessel. Rin, the sixth god, reassured him. Fear not. Are you not living well? Yet, all he yearned for was to awaken in his own body, intact. Even if the fragment were merely a kitten, he wished to possess one of his own. A small creature like Sesame. He had even decided on a name, Taromachi. Alas, your Taromachi still cannot sustain a fragment. It is still in slumber. The sixth god lightly tapped the wrist of the lifeless Watoto on the bed, the pale blue beads on his wrist appearing unremarkable. The cow-cat grinned, revealing a playful smirk. Here, allow you to experience what it feels like to enter a fragment. Is it not utterly different from your own flesh? Watoto replied. Of course it's utterly different. Even the species has changed. Gloomily, he declared, I want to revert back. The sixth god regarded him with an indescribable gaze of regret. Was it truly impossible to return? The thought of such a possibility sent a tremor through Watoto's voice as he looked at the sixth god with trepidation. The sixth god replied solemnly, "Not exactly." "Then why did you not speak earlier?" "Returning would render it meaningless, would it not? Was it merely for this reason?" At that moment, Elder Four entered. A large and small cat stood by the low table beside the divine youth's bed. Yet Elder Four seemed completely oblivious to their presence as he walked straight to the serene figure of Watoto, clad in ceremonial attire. He gazed at the array that had remained silent for 3 days, letting out a long sigh. The elder, already not young, appeared to have aged 2 decades in that brief span. Watoto, his body limp, leaned by the bedside, unaware of his surroundings, and allowed his emotions to spill forth in tears. "Why must one take such grave risks for the family?" the sixth god remarked. "It seems they have all misconstrued the manner of your demise. Are you not touched?" Watoto responded with an impassive expression. "He does not concern himself with me." Their exchange seemed to resonate in another realm, as Elder Four remained oblivious to the presence of the six-eyed divine youth, who wept genuinely. "If I had known you would perish from the backlash, I would have done everything in my power to stop you. With your demise. When will the illustrious Waido family ever witness another six-eyed being? Isn't that a form of genuine emotion?" Watoto retorted. "You see?" The cowcat chuckled. Watoto exclaimed, "Hey." He had expected Elder Four to leave after shedding tears, but to his surprise, after a prolonged period of emotional turmoil, the elder's expression suddenly sharpened. A glint of cold steel flashing as he produced a dagger from his sleeve. Elder Four sniffed. "Young Master Watoto, your eyes are a precious asset to the Waido family. Though the transplant may not be as effective as the original, the family needs the 6 eyes. You will understand." Watoto gasped. "Meow? Get away." The small white-haired kitten widened its eyes, darting between the immovable cowcat and the glimmering dagger in Elder Four's hand, twisting its head back and forth in a flurry. "Rin, quickly, send me back." Watoto considered confronting Elder Four with a decisive strike, but fearing he might obliterate his own body in the process, he was anxious, akin to standing on scorching sands under the sun. Yet, the sixth god merely stated, "You currently have 2 choices. The first is to learn to control your cursed energy precisely, casting spells that do not affect your body. And the second?" Watoto inquired hastily, knowing he was incapable and needing the sixth god's assistance. "The second option, accept the grim fate of losing your eyes and embrace the life of a truly blissful kitten." Watoto exclaimed, "So there is no choice at all?" Elder Four was already in the process of lifting the curse, and as the last protective seal was removed, Watoto felt a profound sense of helplessness in the face of his previously untroubled life. Elder Four raised the dagger, aiming for the closed eyes of the divine youth. Watoto shouted, "Do not move." Suddenly, he felt his body grow weightless, the pain of his dismembered soul akin to a searing iron pressed against his skin. His heart, brain, and the blood coursing through his limbs felt like molten lava, scorching his fragile soul to madness. He had never experienced such an intense desire, to return, to awaken. The wrist of the white-haired youth dangling by the bed began to emit a faint blue glow from the ceramic beads on his wrist, responding to Watoto's overwhelming emotions. Like the first light of dawn in the dimly lit room. As the dagger's tip hovered before his eyelids, at the critical moment, the divine youth opened his azure eyes. Clear as a pristine sky, Watoto's gaze turned as cold as ice as he seized the blade of Elder Four's dagger, locking eyes with the elder, who was taken aback by the clarity of surprise in his murky gaze. "Understand this. I am not dead." The pain of his severed soul lingered. Watoto mustered the last of his strength, gripping the blade so tightly that he could not even unleash his limitless cursed technique, blood beginning to seep from his hand. Crimson droplets fell from his wrist, splattering like gentle spring rain upon the divine youth's pale visage, creating small bursts of vivid red. His azure eyes blazed with unbridled fury, the flickering candlelight casting shadows within the room, yet those eyes remained a source of terror. Elder Four was momentarily paralyzed by that gaze. A venerable elder of the Waido family, with over 60 years of experience, was unexpectedly intimidated by the stare of a mere 7-year-old. "Watoto," he stammered, "you are still alive?" This question went unanswered. Watoto seemed to have exhausted the energy he had after awakening. His grip slackened, and his eyes fluttered shut, his breathing becoming faint as he collapsed. Clang! Elder Four staggered back 2 steps, his frail hand seemingly devoid of the strength to hold the dagger, which clattered to the floor. This time was different from the last. In the previous instance, Watoto's death and revival had brought Elder Four sheer delight, swelling his chest with triumph. Yet now, under the cold gleam of the dagger, the 6-eyed youth resurrected amidst the flickering candlelight, blood trickling down his pallid face, resembling a vengeful spirit clawing its way back from the depths of hell. Elder Four found his breath constricted, wanting to report this oddity to the family. Yet the awakening of the 6th eye should have been a joyous event, should it not? Why then did he feel an encroaching dread creeping up his spine? Whose decision was it to remove the eyes? Unbeknownst to him, a cowcat had suddenly appeared at the scene. Elder 4 recognized this peculiar feline. It was the pet of the sixth god during its lifetime, possessing the ability to traverse the night and pierce through cursed energy. The small cat's round, black eyes fixated on him, its calm and indifferent tone seemingly heralding some impending judgment. Whose decision was it? He did not wish to answer. Fear rendered him speechless, and the instincts of a sorcerer fiercely alerted him. Yet, why was he afraid of a mere cat, even if it possessed 6 eyes? It was proposed by the second elder, and the majority of the family's senior members voted in agreement. As the fourth elder uttered this statement, his expression abruptly transformed into one of terror. He realized that his fundamental actions were spiraling out of control, the words escaping his lips diverging drastically from his intended thoughts. The small cat before him nodded with a stingy motion and nonchalantly declared, "Then you may all perish." In that instant, the fourth elder felt a sharp pain in his chest, blood gushing uncontrollably from his mouth and nose. He coughed twice, and his already stooped posture dwindled further, the wrinkles on his face deepening into profound crevices. His vision, hearing, touch, and sense of smell rapidly deteriorated. His bones emitted heavy, muffled sounds, and his breathing became labored. The sensation of impending death was so palpable that the fourth elder gasped for air, struggling to raise his gaze towards the small cat perched above him. Why? The six-eyed being's gaze resembled that of someone observing a still, untroubled pond. Without excessive explanations or idle chatter, the cat averted its gaze, seemingly disinterested in answering such a meaningless question. The fourth elder insisted, "You, the Fushiguro family, will not let this go unpunished. This holds no consequence for me." Six Eyes finally spoke. She has eliminated 3/4 of the Fushiguro family's upper echelons in that very moment. Chapter 55. Both love and calculations are genuine. Tradition and the flickering light of candles within the room. As the white-haired deity awakened from his stupor, the searing sensation within his soul had considerably diminished. Groggily, he opened his eyes, feeling as if he had consumed counterfeit liquor. A small white kitten nestled beside his pillow, and he could sense a slumbering soul within it, a shard of his own soul that had been severed. The cow-patterned kitten peered curiously at him. "Six Eyes, you are awake?" The operation was a success, and both father and son are safe. Wataru Fushiguro clutched his head, bewildered. Did I truly give birth to a kitten? You endowed the Taro Machi with a soul and consciousness. Naturally, you can be its father, or even its mother, Six Eyes replied. The deity, still in a daze, mused. Then doesn't that make you the mother of the sesame? Not at all, Six Eyes retorted. Claiming the kitten as your child is your affection, not mine. I am, of course, its master. Wataru Fushiguro. Oh, then I am also the master of the Taro Machi. How do you feel? Six Eyes inquired. My head aches a bit, but it is manageable, Wataru Fushiguro answered. By the way, when will the Taro Machi awaken? In half a month, Six Eyes replied. You merely returned the soul. Its intensity remains unchanged. I returned it. Indeed. The cow-patterned kitten flashed a charming smile. You have mastered the method of possession and returning to your original form. Are you pleased? Wataru Fushiguro suddenly grasped the reason behind Six Eyes' refusal to assist him. Was she urging him to return to his body alone? Rin. If I had faltered a bit more, I might have lost my eyes entirely. He feigned grievance, rubbing his fluffy head against the kitten. How terrifying. Six Eyes leaped from Wataru Fushiguro's embrace. Now that you are well, let's depart. Grabbing the white kitten by the pillow, she exited the room, unexpectedly confronting a multitude of complex gazes. The family head, the eldest elder, the third elder, and several high-ranking members of the family had gathered here. Though not all were present, Wataru Fushiguro raised an eyebrow. What is the meaning of this? Wataru, it is truly wonderful that you are alive. The family head spoke first, relief evident in his voice. We are all delighted that you have awakened. The others echoed their congratulations, their joy resembling that of a festive occasion, creating an atmosphere of exuberance. Yet, Wataru Fushiguro sensed something amiss. He recalled the fourth elder's absence prior to his unconsciousness. Why had this most solicitous individual not appeared, even with some high-ranking members of the family present? As he posed this question, an eerie silence enveloped the room. All eyes turned towards him, then to the black and white cow-patterned kitten by his side, expressions shifting to one of wariness and dread, as if confronted by an incomprehensible adversary. Their complex emotions laden with an inexpressible fear. Six Eyes had not inquired about the specific members who had voted in agreement. She had simply dispatched 3/4 of them. The remaining elders, whether complicit in the act of eye gouging or not, were gripped by terror at such a grim outcome. Quite effective, Wataru Fushiguro noted, observing the myriad expressions among those present. Is he dead? Yes, the family head replied with difficulty. Among the upper echelons of the family, only 1/4 remain. And the culprit is the cat beside you. Wataru Fushiguro paused, then looked down at the cow-patterned kitten. Is that true? His tone bore no anger, only pure astonishment. Indeed. Six Eyes affirmed. Will you kill me? The PTSD-laden Wataru Fushiguro instantly recalled his previous experience. He had yet to decide, yet Six Eyes had directly seized control of him, wielding the steel needle to weave the hat. Reflecting on that moment still caused him trepidation. He averted his gaze, casually dismissing the unpleasant memory. No, Wataru. The family head raised his voice sharply. You are a member of the Fushiguro family. How can you aid an outsider? The remaining high-ranking members, oblivious to the truth behind Wataru Fushiguro's awakening, speculated that since he possessed the capability to kill Six Eyes, even resurrecting in the aftermath, he may have grasped the secret techniques held by Six Eyes. After all, who wouldn't desire resurrection? If Wataru Fushiguro could bring back the deceased of the family, if he could eliminate the cat that had trampled the family's dignity beneath its paws, if only. There were no ifs. Contrary to everyone's expectations, the six-eyed being, revered as a deity, held no regard for the family's agenda. The head of the Fushiguro family wished to incite his anger, to compel him to sacrifice himself for the family, to elevate the Fushiguro clan to unparalleled heights, yet everything exceeded their expectations. Why? The white-haired deity smiled. Isn't it clear to you all? The family has raised me since childhood to eschew emotional attachments, to not be swayed by external distractions, to remain unmoved by all beings or matters in this world. Everyone desired him to be merely a blade that could elevate the Fushiguro family, a kite tethered by strings, a suitable vessel for the Six Eyes. The young yet astute deity discerned this truth early on. He perceived the unyielding desire for control in the gazes of the family's upper echelons. Had Six Eyes not appeared, perhaps he would have conformed to the family's expectations and become a competent blade. Unmoved by any external forces, he would naturally not feel pity for the family's suffering, especially since they sought to gouge out his eyes first. Wasn't that precisely the kind of deity they desired? High above, capricious, and indifferent. The family head seemed incredulous. Do you not see the love and care the Fushiguro family has for you? That was love for these eyes, Wataru Fushiguro replied calmly, casting a cold, unyielding gaze at the family head. In his azure eyes lay an infinite indifference. He was acutely aware that these eyes could perceive the minutest details of the world, and he could certainly sense the Fushiguro family's attitude and comprehend his significance to them. But what of it? It was the Fushiguro family that needed the Six Eyes. Saturu Gojo may perish, yet the Six Eyes must endure. The Wataru family's affection for him is genuine, but their calculations are equally real. This matter has thus transpired. The deity murmured softly, those who have perished are gone. After all, the household has an abundance of antiquities. We could easily elevate a few more. Cradling the still slumbering sweet potato machi, he departed the Gojo family estate alongside the divine Rin. No one dared to impede their progress, as all eyes remained fixed on the trio of two felines and one human as they stepped beyond the threshold. They emerged from the barrier and traversed a peculiar path for a while, eventually arriving at the main road leading to the world of ordinary mortals. Two honks resonated as a familiar vehicle awaited by the roadside. Takuya Imai rolled down the window and waved at Saturu Gojo, exclaiming, Lord Rin, young Master Gojo, over here. He was the sole individual, apart from Saturu, privy to the fact that the cow cat was indeed the divine Rin. After ushering them into the car, Takuya caught a glimpse of a small cat in the rearview mirror. Oh, what is this cat? Satoru replied, Sweet Potato Machi, that's its name. Such a whimsical name. Haha. The vehicle glided smoothly along the road, as Rin leaped onto Satoru's shoulder, gazing out at the retreating trees. The divine's neck was tickled by the fluffy sensation, prompting an involuntary glance towards his little feline companion. Rin often asserted, I merely need to ensure you mature to the point of being able to kill me. Yet he struggled to comprehend why one would seek death so eagerly. If seeking demise truly constituted her goal, then what of the white kitten in his possession? The deity pondered, Rin, thus your scheming against me is genuine. As is your affection. A fluffy tail lightly swatted his head. Rin quipped, you truly relish embellishing your own virtues. Just admit it. Unmoved, Rin's tone was resolute. No. But then, he felt as though something had seized his throat, rendering him speechless. Chapter 56, The Reunion of Close Friends. The sweet potato machi was a Maine Coon kitten. Its long fur enveloped it in Satoru's embrace, rendering it akin to a soft cushion while it slept. Satoru propped his head up to gaze at the sweet potato machi. Rin had said that the soul severed from him would slumber for half a month before awakening. Yet, if he wished to utilize the kitten's body, the fragments of its soul would automatically settle into the blue ceramic bead of the bracelet to sleep. After returning to the residence in Tokyo from the Gojo family estate, Rin vanished. She stated, the cursed tool I entrusted to Shiraki Mori has been triggered. I must depart. and then she disappeared for a full 3 days. However, if the curse user was indeed in mortal peril, wouldn't it take at most half a day to resolve? Rin could effortlessly eliminate 3/4 of the upper echelon of the Gojo family, as though she were a cheat that didn't even need to aim to find her targets. Even if she were to rescue Shiraki Mori, surely it should have been resolved by now. Saturu, feeling bored, reached out a fingertip to poke the still unconscious sweet potato Machi. Although the white kitten remained asleep, its fluffy tail flicked behind it, displaying a hint of impatience. How dreadfully boring, Saturu mused. The pain from the severed soul had subsided over the past few days, and he felt revitalized, lively as ever. The Gojo family attempted to conceal news of the massacre among their ranks, yet with traitors still within, the information leaked as effortlessly as water through a bamboo basket. While the sorcery community remained unaware, the gazes directed at the Gojo family now brimmed with pity. Following Satoru's parting words, the Gojo family swiftly appointed new leaders to maintain the family's basic operations, thereafter behaving as if nothing had transpired. They continued to revere Satoru as a deity, still providing him with monthly allowances for his living expenses, which had even increased from 10 million to 30 million. The Gojo family even considered adding more servants to cater to him, only to abandon the idea after Saturu delivered a stern reprimand. Satoru's life appeared to return to a semblance of tranquility. Even the sorceress exorcism tasks ceased to find him, as he had previously undertaken Rin's assignments. Now that Rin was deceased, the distribution of tasks had come to a halt. The supervisory department lacked the authority to assign duties to a deity still ostensibly under the Gojo family's banner. Even if they were to assign tasks, it would require the Gojo family's approval. However, given the current circumstances, the Gojo family could hardly venture before the deity in the near future. Satoru found himself utterly idle. As he looked around in a daze, he suddenly realized that his life had become frighteningly simplistic. Rising early, studying sorcery theory in the morning, playing with cats. Lunch, indulging in desserts in the afternoon, watching scientific documentaries, playing with cats. Dinner, personal grooming, playing with cats, sleeping. And thus, a day would pass. After 3 consecutive days of such monotony, Satoru felt as though he might sprout mushrooms. His thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the day of the soul severance. Recalling the sensation of inhabiting the body of a kitten, an idea flickered to life within him. After dinner, under the watchful gaze of the unfazed maid, Satoru carried the still unconscious sweet potato Machi into his bedroom. At 10 o'clock, in the stillness of the night, a small gap suddenly appeared in the second-floor bedroom window. A fluffy white cat had squeezed through the opening, and soon a petite cat stood upon the windowsill. With an air of indifference, the kitten bounded outside to frolic. It wandered for quite some time, aimlessly exploring the world with a fresh perspective and a new body, only to realize how far it had strayed from home. Suddenly, its ears perked up, a faint aura of cursed energy manifested in a narrow alley, approximately at the 3rd level. Curious to test whether its feline form could harness the strength akin to a sesame seed, Satoru's kitten legs propelled it forward like a white shadow toward that direction. Before arriving, the kitten heard a voice desperately attempting to maintain composure, exclaiming, "I cannot be afraid. I am the chosen one." Satoru looked over, observing the chosen one's purple fox eyes welling with tears, on the verge of breaking down. The human and the kitten locked gazes. Oh, Satoru grinned, revealing his 3-pronged mouth, his tone teasing. Chosen one. The 6 eyes discerned clearly. Was this merely a young sorcerer with an intriguing technique? Suguru, gazing at the talking Maine Coon kitten before him, blurted out without a moment's thought, "What is your relationship with my fairy godmother?" Satoru replied, "Huh?" Chapter 57, The Mischievous Cat. Suguru vowed that he had simply spoken without thinking. He considered himself the chosen one, not a Cinderella. Thus the cow cat was not truly a fairy godmother. Yet once spoken, the words could not be retracted. The 3rd-level cursed spirit slithered ominously across the ground, threatening to engulf Suguru. Without a second thought, the dark-haired boy, overwhelmed by a sense of responsibility, shouted at the Maine Coon kitten, "Run. It's dangerous here." Satoru found it quite peculiar. Did someone genuinely wish to protect him? With a desire to see how much power he could wield within the body of a kitten, Satoru propelled himself upward, landing atop a moderately high wall, gazing down at the grotesque cursed spirit below. The kitten tilted its head back, struggling to form the hand gestures required to unleash a technique. Yeo marveled at his own composure in the face of peril. In this moment of crisis, his thoughts were not consumed by how to escape the monstrous attack before him, but rather, he pondered, did the little kitten's claws cramp? If its claws were indeed cramping, then the kitten had no choice but to awkwardly leap to higher ground. The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed, and an inexplicable sense of mission welled up within him. "Fear not, little kitten, I shall save you." Wudo Wu interjected, I do not require your rescue. Technique reversal. Technique. Where's the cursed energy? The kitten struggled to raise its paw for what felt like an eternity, yet no sound emerged. Alas, the small feline's body had not matured enough to unleash any techniques. Wudo Wu's blue eyes widened in astonishment. Jia Yeo sought a stick or something similar, but found himself in a neglected corner of a cleaning alley, where after much searching, he uncovered a broom propped against a trash bin. The broom was coated with an unknown sticky, yellow-black substance, reminiscent of hardened glue, and exuded a foul stench. Thus, the chosen one grasped the odorous broom. With a facade of bravado, Jia Yeo waved it threateningly, attempting to intimidate the cursed spirit before him. I warn you, best tread carefully and depart at once. The cursed spirit, drawn by the commotion, swiftly approached, its shadowy, writhing form opening wide to devour the broom. Jia Yeo, now with the makeshift weapon he desired, found no joy in his small victory. Wudo Wu, recovering from his shock at the failed attack, perched on the wall, cackling madly. Are you truly a sorcerer? So foolish. Ha 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 ha. Before Jia Yeo could retort, a sudden sound caused the level 3 cursed spirit to change direction, crashing against the wall where Wudo Wu stood. The wall crumbled, and the kitten tumbled down, covered in dust, narrowly avoiding injury. At that moment, a black and white figure materialized, seizing the Maine Coon kitten by the scruff of its neck with astonishing speed. The cow-patterned cat executed a flawless 360-degree spin in midair, landing perfectly. Whose child is this? It mused, leaning closer, its black and white head bobbing side to side, unfamiliar yet bearing a sense of familiarity. Sesame, is that you? Two voices from different directions exclaimed in surprise, the joy of a long-awaited reunion evident in both. The cow-patterned cat found itself in a moment of emotional turmoil, unsure of whom to acknowledge first, the unfamiliar yet seemingly acquainted kitten or the human sorcerer it had encountered previously. Realizing the complexity of its predicament, the cow-patterned cat ultimately diverted its gaze toward the level 3 cursed spirit. Jia Yeo's fortune held, as the cursed spirit exhibited no inclination to attack. Though it was indeed a level 3 entity, it appeared bound by some inexplicable rule. The cow-patterned cat raised its paw, indicating it retaliates. In an instant, Jia Yeo's attention was refocused. Does that mean if I had attacked it earlier, it would have retaliated? Precisely, the cow-patterned cat affirmed. However, if an attack could vanquish the cursed spirit in one blow, such concerns would be moot. It gently placed the kitten into Jia Yeo's arms, instructing, look after this little one. With a haughty stride, it approached the cursed spirit and, with a swift motion of its sharp claws, slashed at it. The spirit disintegrated into black ash. All done, it said to Jia Yeo. May fate bring us together again. With that, it picked up the small Maine Coon, preparing to depart. Wait, the black-haired, fox-eyed kitten exclaimed, I don't even know your name. When will I see you again? The cow-patterned cat replied, I'm called Sesame. Due to its owner's laziness, the cow-patterned cat had been given the rather mundane name of Kitten, which lacked any semblance of intimidation. Even worse than the common name Mimi. Thus, it privately embraced the name bestowed upon it by Wudo Wu. Sesame, at least that sounds like a proper house cat. Nearby, the Maine Coon kitten let out a chuckle. The cow-patterned cat shot a bewildered glance at the young one. Is this little one daft after a bump on the head? I am Jayeo, the eager sorcerer kitten proclaimed. Will we meet again? Accepting the reality that two of his kind were indeed cats, Jia Yeo looked forward to their next encounter. The cow-patterned cat responded, that depends on my owner. Jia Yeo's eyes widened in disbelief. You have an owner? You're a house cat? Can I come to your home to find you? I know you, but your owner does not know me. If that is the case. The cow-patterned cat recalled a dramatic love triangle it had witnessed in the park. You are my affair. If the rightful owner finds out, my master will abandon me. Jia Yeo, still grappling with the complexities of adult relationships, stammered. Huh? Wudo Wu, aware that this cat's understanding diverged from that of humans, leapt up and playfully swatted the cow-patterned cat's head. Though to the cat, it felt merely like a light tap. The Maine Coon growled, that's not how vocabulary works. What strange things have you been exposed to during your absence? Jia Yeo's small mind was overwhelmed with confusion. So what should it be called then? It should be called infidelity. The Maine Coon pointed at Sesame. You are a cheating cat. The cow-patterned cat finally sensed something amiss. With an oddly scrutinizing gaze, it eyed the Maine Coon kitten. Do you know me? The Maine Coon replied, Humph, I am the closest child you have in this world. Jia Yeo found that statement jarring. In this frustrating human world, he had finally discovered a kitten capable of perceiving cursed spirits, who had enlightened him and acknowledged him as the chosen one. He was ready to develop a bond with the cow-patterned cat, to fight alongside it, and create a beautiful future together. Yet now the situation had taken such an unexpected turn. No, Jia Yeo exclaimed in panic, his thoughts spilling forth. He feared the cow-patterned cat would leave, desperately wanting to establish a promise for their next meeting. That person should be me. The kitten, suffering from cramping legs, deserve protection. Huh, cramping legs? Who are you talking about? Wudo scoffed, never having endured such an insult. What right do you have to speak to me, you fool who cannot even defeat a level 3 cursed spirit? The cow-patterned cat glanced back and forth, feeling like a harbinger of discord. Please, cease your quarrel over me. The Maine Coon retorted, I am merely defending my dignity. Yet, Jia Yeo suddenly fell silent. It was as if a bucket of icy water had been splashed over the heated atmosphere, swiftly cooling the anger, anxiety, and excitement. His unusual silence puzzled the two cats, who both tilted their heads in confusion. The cow cat held a favorable impression of the young sorcerer, distinct from the previous members of the sorcery community who had attempted to bully him in the snow. Perhaps Summer Yuji had forgotten, but the cow cat had once pretended to be a simple-minded creature begging for food by the roadside, and he had been fed 20 sausage links, mistaken for an ordinary, pitiable feline. Thus, when they encountered each other again, the cow cat discovered that this kind-hearted child had awakened his sorcery technique. Summer Yuji was indeed a benevolent soul. The cow cat, possessing an abundance of professional knowledge, mused that the child deserved commendation for his virtuous deeds. Therefore, it told him, you are the chosen one. However, the chosen one now appeared to be suddenly despondent. The cow cat inquired, what troubles you? At last, Summer Yuji's gaze reflected a childlike clarity. As if he had just grasped a flaw in the world, he innocently posed a question that seemed overly simplistic for someone in the sorcery community. Actually, I was just about to ask, what are sorcerers and cursed spirits? The two cats exchanged glances. Wataru Gojo was incredulous. You've strayed so many times, and yet have not clarified such a fundamental concept? The cow cat was equally perplexed. Aren't sorcerer children supposed to know these things from a young age? Forgive him, he is merely a cat. Both parties fell into a silence. Ultimately, Summer Yuji received the answer he sought. The space before him seemed to warp momentarily, and a girl with black hair and golden eyes suddenly appeared. She wore a light-colored gauzy dress, and a ceramic bead on her left ear emitted a faint glow. In her hand, she carried a shopping bag, complimentary from a supermarket. Within the transparent bag lay a package of hot pot base and several vegetables, with Chinese characters inscribed on the hot pot base. Seemingly an imported good from across the ocean. As Summer Yuji met her golden gaze, he felt as though he had glimpsed the dawn. It was difficult to articulate this sensation, as if he had encountered a higher dimensional existence, resulting in a dizzying realization, or perhaps the stories from books had come to life. The previously arrogant Maine Coon kitten and the fidgeting cow cat became instantly still, until she reached out and, under Summer Yuji's watchful eyes, seized a palm-sized white kitten. The kitten was then tossed into the shopping bag, mingling with the ingredients. The cow cat adeptly leaped onto her, cradled in her bent left arm. Thus, the girl descending from the heavens held the slender yet sizable cow cat in one arm, while the other grasped the hot pot ingredients and the Maine Coon. With a perplexed glance at Summer Yuji, she made no further explanations and prepared to leave. The 5-year-old Summer Yuji's mind had never operated so swiftly. His thoughts raced like a high-speed machine, swiftly relaying the outcome to his brain. He suddenly recognized her as the owner who would abandon the sesame cat upon discovering its infidelity. In a moment of courage, he called out to the seemingly formidable woman before her silhouette vanished into the night. Wait. He trotted over, instinctively grasping the hem of her light-colored gauzy dress. Then, realizing his rudeness, quickly released his grip. The evident conflict and distress flickered in Summer Yuji's violet eyes, but he sensed her gaze. You see, I was unaware that the sesame had an owner. I apologize. If you decide to abandon the sesame, could you tell me where you plan to leave it? Rin Rokugami, at times, found it difficult to comprehend a child's reasoning. Why would I abandon it? Is it not due to its disloyalty to you? Her expression grew complex. Abandon it, and then inform you of its whereabouts so you can retrieve it? Are you not from the sorcery community? Summer Yuji blinked his clear, naive eyes. What is the sorcery community? Rin Rokugami, taken aback, found it hard to believe, yet the situation was undeniable. She glanced at the two cats in her hands. You exorcised cursed spirits together, yet no one explained this to him? The cow cat and Wataru Gojo remained silent. Ultimately, Rin Rokugami, with a complex expression, invited the young purple-eyed boy. Would you care to join us for hot pot? Wataru Gojo, peering from the bag along with the ingredients, poked his white-furred head out. What main dish are we having? Brain matter, Rin Rokugami replied calmly. Summer Yuji followed them back. The cow cat's voice drifted in, carrying a rare piece of human knowledge. Won't your family worry about you being out so late? Summer Yuji hesitated. It should be fine. I climbed out through the window of the hospital. Hospital? Yes. I encountered a strange being. The cursed spirit was injured, rather severely. My parents thought I was suffering from psychological issues due to bullying. Oh, how unfortunate, Wataru Gojo remarked. It's not as bad as it seems. I don't feel that way. The larger and smaller beings, accompanied by two cats, gradually faded into the night as their conversation progressed, their silhouettes becoming increasingly indistinct. Chapter 58, Brain Matter. It was now the dead of night. At precisely 12:30, it was the perfect time for a midnight snack. Rin Rokugami's home was not empty. Upon returning with the two cats and Summer Yuji, they found all the necessary hot pot equipment ready in the living room. As a seasoned night owl, Mori Shiraki was bustling with energy, carefully carrying a basin of brain matter to the table. Takuya Imai was connecting the hot pot to a power source, with boiled water already waiting for the hot pot base. As the door clicked open, Mori Shiraki set down the brain matter and warmly welcomed them, even preparing a small celebratory firework, her broad smile brightening the room. Welcome back. Teacher Rokugami, Teacher Sesame, Gojo. Oh, who might you be? I am Summer Yuji. After introducing himself, he politely nodded at Mori Shiraki, offering a shy smile. I apologize for the intrusion. Not at all. This is, after all, Teacher Rokugami's home. Mori Shiraki waved her hand, quickly making space for them to enter, then inquired, and where is Master Gojo? The Maine Coon struggled within the hot pot base bag, eventually managing to poke his head out. I'm here. Wataru Gojo, resembling a caterpillar, wriggled, and then leaped out of the bag. Summer Yuji followed them inside, witnessing the white, maned kitten effortlessly ascend the stairs. Moments later, a child with white hair and blue eyes, appearing to be of similar age, descended from upstairs, muttering, finally back to normal. Being a kitten was fun, but quite inconvenient. Summer Yuji gasped, You are that kitten? The cow cat exclaimed in shock. So that little rascal is you. Wataru Gojo held his head high with a hint of pride. Hom. Rin Rokugami roughly tousled the soft white fur of her subordinate, the dandelion. Finally, the table was surrounded by Rin Rokugami, Wataru Gojo, the cow cat, Sesame, Summer Yuji, Takuya Imai, and Mori Shiraki, all gathered together at 12:45, enjoying a hot pot primarily featuring brain matter. The hot pot, with its standard spicy oil base, saw Wataru Gojo pull out a piece of yellowed lettuce, unwittingly biting into it, only to be overwhelmed by its spiciness, leading him to guzzle milk in response. Seeing this, Suguru Geto felt a lingering dread. He turned to grab a piece of oil tofu that had not been overcooked, but upon taking a bite, the spicy broth contained within erupted, transforming the tofu into a fiery assailant. The cow cat, exhibiting remarkable wisdom, refrained from indulging in such fare. Although present at the table, it opted solely for milk, merely participating in the revelry. Mori Shiraki, while unscathed by the spice, suddenly burst into tears mid-meal, her expression a poignant mix of gratitude towards the heavens, the earth, and the aftercare provided by Rika Oramoto. With profound emotion, she declared, This is, without a doubt, the most delectable meal I have had in 3 days, no, in 3 years. Takuya Imai mused to himself. It seems Miss Shiraki has indeed endured a harsh time during her recent captivity. For a curse user accustomed to subsisting on instant noodles to be so moved, it must have been an unforgettable ordeal for her, though certainly not a pleasant memory. So, what transpired during those 3 days? Despite his curiosity, Imai refrained from voicing his questions. For him, it was perhaps better to remain in ignorance. After the hot pot feast concluded, Shiraki decided to stay the night, while Imai voluntarily offered to escort Geto home. With the address of the long-desired cow cat now in hand, everyone was filled with joy, save for Saturu Gojo, who was not at all pleased. He found himself restless, and late at night, he knocked on Rika Oramoto's door. The silver-haired deity stood at the entrance, her expression somber. The concerns that troubled Imai posed no issue for Gojo. Leaning against the doorframe, Rika's cold golden gaze fell upon him. Not sleeping? I have something to inquire. His azure eyes held a serious glint. What transpired over the past 3 days? The entity that acquired my earring was, strictly speaking, not human. Rika Oramoto saw no need for concealment. It was, in fact, a brain. What? 3 days prior, she sensed a disturbance in the cursed tool she had given to Shiraki. Following the source of her intuition, she arrived to find the unconscious Shiraki and a curse user with stitched seams across his head. The curse user was wielding a bizarre grade curse tool, attempting to strike at Shiraki's heart. Rika, still inhabiting the cow cat's body, stealthily observed like a nocturnal wanderer, watching for a while. The curse user muttered, It seems to uncover the secret of resurrection. One must rely on Rika Oramoto. On the other side of the room lay the body of Rika, finally taken away. He seemed to believe that resurrection stemmed from Rika's technique, yet even now, the details of her technique remained obscure. The sorcery community was rife with speculation. Some guessed about the cat, others about instant kills, and some pondered resurrection. Countless voices filled the air, while Kinsei believed he was on the verge of revealing the truth. Then he was killed. Rika found him, uninterested in his secrets or motives, disgusted by such schemes. She deemed the repugnant individual before her deserving of death. He aspired to become Rika, foolishly hoping to seize her power and study Shiroki, who had traversed the path of resurrection. Thus, Rika's lethal strike targeted the curse user's heart. She confirmed the body could not survive. With the rise and fall of the chest and bodily functions entirely extinguished, to ensure his demise, Rika opened the curse user's skull. She finally returned to her own body. Awakening from her slumber curled within the ceramic beads, gazing upon the core of the curse user. It was a mass of decayed brain matter. Upon hearing this, Gojo's expression shifted to one of sudden terror. Wait, what we had today? He absolutely refused to consume such a grotesque thing. What they dined on today was normal brain matter purchased by Amai. And what about that mass residing within another's head? Gojo inquired. It escaped, Rika replied coolly. After all that effort to capture it, you just let it go? Gojo found it implausible that a mere piece of brain could truly escape Rika's grasp. You understand what I seek. Rika's expression remained inscrutable, her weary voice as calm as ice. To see him, control him, and mark him with the imprint of resistance equals death bears greater benefit than simply killing him. Unable to contain himself, Gojo pressed. What benefit? Certainly, monetary gain. Rika's gaze turned severe. Now reflecting on it, that piece of brain was both affluent and plotting against Rika, perfectly aligning with her two most desired objectives, wealth and death. Having marked him, Rika decided to let him go once, to observe how far he could scurry beneath her watchful eye. As long as that mass ultimately met its demise, nothing would change. Chapter 59, All Dead. In the suburbs, within the basement of an abandoned house, not a single ray of light penetrated the darkness. Time elongated in the silence as Kinsei stared at the pitch-black surroundings, still reeling from his stupor. Dead, all dead. After Rika awoke, Kinsei abandoned his corporeal form and fled, believing that after exhausting countless methods, he could escape. Yet, everything was starkly different from his expectations. After his departure, Kinsei sought out the pawn he had placed within the Gojo household, hoping to discern the unfolding events. Logically, Kinsei's cautious approach had been ingrained in his DNA after millennia of dark, survival-driven existence. Exposure was out of the question. Having lived under the watchful eyes of the sorcery community for so long, he had a profound understanding of this world and navigated it with ease. As long as he grasped the rules, surviving in any circle was not a daunting task. To his astonishment, however, he could not reach his pawn. Had the pawn been exposed? After considerable effort, he discovered the true reason behind the sudden turnover of high-ranking members in the Gojo family. All those in those positions had been slaughtered by a cow cat. The cow cat. The Gojo family, while no different from other clans in the sorcery community, merely occupants of high-paying positions, must at least possess some strength, right? While the sorcery community abounded with unwritten rules, the fundamental principle of strength still prevailed. Yet those members, who were reasonably competent and even possessed costly cursed tools, had fallen like grass cut down in a field. Kinsei doubted his own consciousness. Unless, perhaps, he had unwittingly stepped into some cursed spirit's domain today and was now hallucinating. Or maybe it was actually April Fool's Day, and his whimsical subordinates had decided to play a little prank on him, introducing him to the culture shock of ordinary society. What nonsense. This news sounded utterly absurd, leaving Kinsei momentarily speechless. Yet the evidence was irrefutable. Among those high-ranking members of the Gojo family killed by Rika was indeed a pawn he had painstakingly developed, though perhaps a few had perished. To Kinsei, pawns were merely disposable commodities, no different from fine food consumed. Over the course of a millennium, Kinsei had acquired ample supplies. His network of relationships was as intricately woven as a towering tree, providing him with numerous alternatives. Subsequently, Kinsei settled for contacting a new pawn stationed within the headquarters. The newly appointed subordinate, having recently risen through the ranks, occupies a relatively modest position within the upper echelons of the supervisory department. Typically reticent, he endeavors to remain inconspicuous, avoiding drawing attention to himself, and thus, he continues to live in peaceful ignorance, absorbing the unfolding events around him. His connection with the new subordinate proceeds smoothly. Under the pretense of transferring responsibilities, he engages in a discreet conversation with Jinso in a hidden meeting room within the department before quietly departing under the cover of night, believing himself to have left no trace. However, the very next day, after finalizing their plans and clarifying certain matters, he is taken aback to hear that Rokushin Rin has audaciously confronted the new subordinate, brandishing a blade at his throat and demanding money. The bluntness of her words and the brutality of her actions, coupled with her impassive demeanor, exude an aura of malevolence that is both startling and fearsome. The new subordinate, who had recently been elevated to a position of power with Jinsu's support, is filled with arrogance and revels in the thrill of issuing commands. Despite having heard of Rokushin Rin's fearsome reputation, he is decidedly displeased at finding a blade pressed against his neck. Believing that such a public setting would deter Rokushin Rin from acting recklessly, he is unwilling to part with his money. Yet, she provocatively asserts, "You wish to kill me," prompting a sardonic laughter from her. Does she not possess any self-awareness? In the current world of curses, who does not harbor a desire to eliminate her? The revelation of such sentiments serves little purpose among the esteemed families, with Zenin and Kamo having recently suffered a public humiliation at the hands of Saturu Gojo, who, in a fit of annoyance, accused the Zenin clan of placing a bounty on him and turned to Kamo, alleging they had sweetened the pot. Though these matters are common knowledge, the two families, who publicly praise the prodigious talents of the Gojo heir, can hardly conceal their pale visages, as their pride is laid bare, revealing an overwhelming jealousy that lies beneath. Consequently, the new subordinate falls silent, as the instinct for self-preservation triumphs over the arrogance that comes with newfound power. Terrified, he reluctantly hands over the money, and Rokushin Rin coerces him into revealing his savings, which are subsequently brought forth by her subordinates. After thoroughly extracting all of his financial resources, she dispatches him with a swift stroke of her blade, leaving a gruesome scene in her wake. The new pawn, barely settling into his position of authority, meets a swift demise, becoming yet another victim of Rokushin Rin's ruthlessness. Jinso, observing the scene, muses, what a coincidence, or perhaps it is merely fate. As an exceptional jujitsu sorcerer whose mental acuity surpasses that of the average person, it is not unusual for her to take a few lives for amusement. Yet, such casual disregard for life is anything but normal. While Jinso is well aware of the moral decay within the jujitsu world, it is explicitly stated that sorcerers are not permitted to indiscriminately take the lives of ordinary people, let alone turn against their colleagues, particularly those of high rank. A typical sorcerer would not dare to act within the supervisory department, even in the absence of casualties. Vengeful higher-ups may deem them a curse user, leading to a bounty being placed upon them, a harrowing transition into a life of illicit dealings. What, then, has Rokushin Rin accomplished? She has seized the entirety of the new subordinate's wealth, swiftly sending him to his demise, all while maintaining an astonishingly smooth operation akin to that of a bandit. The most perplexing aspect is that the chaos ensued with only one casualty, leaving the remaining individuals unscathed, albeit terrified of becoming the next victim. One cannot help but wonder if the new subordinate had inadvertently crossed her in some manner. Jinso himself is left in the dark. In an attempt to decipher Rokushin Rin's motives, he reached out to a pawn stationed within the Zenin household, eager to glean any pertinent information. This particular subordinate, a model of discretion, had spent years quietly toiling in the Zenin kitchen, remaining unnoticed while gathering valuable intelligence, an impeccable cover, having evaded exposure for 3 decades. Surely, this cannot lead to further exposure? After establishing a covert communication with the subordinate, they arranged a meeting disguised as a grocery shopping trip, during which they exchanged information under the guise of purchasing ingredients. The very next day, Rokushin Rin unexpectedly visited the Zenin residence during mealtime. The initial meeting between Zenin Naoya and Rokushin Rin was hardly cordial. He felt humiliated, yet found himself compelled to see her again. The actions of a strong individual left a profound impression on him. Whether casual or humiliating, she possessed the right to do so. He awkwardly invited her to join him for a meal and even added extra dishes, only for Rokushin Rin to abruptly set down her chopsticks and inquire, "Who prepared this?" The dish in question was a cold offering, showcasing ingredients in their raw, unadulterated form, according to the highly regarded chef employed by the Zenin family. Such exquisite ingredients should be savored in their purest state. However, having lived in a world where many ingredients had been tainted by sinister forces, Rokushin Rin was unaccustomed to such dishes and declared her aversion to raw food. Zenin Naoya dismissively replied, "Then simply have a cooked version prepared." In an unexpected turn, Rokushin Rin sauntered into the kitchen, inadvertently selecting the very subordinate who had spent 30 years laboring unnoticed in the Zenin household. It is difficult to ascertain whether this was mere coincidence, as the subordinates were oblivious to each other's identities. The second subordinate, having never heard of the fate that befell the first, would not suspect that Rokushin Rin had come specifically for him. However, the fear emanating from the formidable presence of Rokushin Rin had a far more profound impact on this subordinate than on the one who had perished before him. Overcome with trepidation, he attempted to suggest that a more experienced colleague take over, only to find himself thwarted by his master's impatient command. "If I ask you to do it, then do it. Why are you hesitating?" The stark contrast in Zenin Naoya's demeanor towards the strong and the weak is both heartbreaking and evident. The subordinate could only muster the courage to inquire about Rokushin Rin's preferences, focusing intently on the task at hand to produce the best dish possible. In the end, the second subordinate too met his demise. Witnessing the scene, Zenin Naoya was momentarily stunned, Lacking any anger over the loss of face, but rather astonished, he asked, "Are you not satisfied?" To which Rokushin Rin replied, "I am not satisfied. My spirit has suffered a severe blow." "What kind of blow?" She continued. "Seeing the corpse frightens me, and the Zenin family must compensate me for my emotional distress." Such a statement was utterly absurd, despite his reluctance to accept Rokushin Rin's claims. Her unwavering confidence left Zenin Naoya with no recourse but to acquiesce, agreeing to the compensation without the need to consult the family head. Strictly speaking, Lu Shenlin assisted the Zenin family in extracting a nail that had been buried by Kinjaku for 30 years, and it is hardly unreasonable for the Zenin family to compensate her for her efforts. Moreover, she rather awkwardly concocted an unpalatable excuse, leading Kinjaku to momentarily dismiss any suspicion directed at himself. As time has elapsed, the fact that Lu Shenlin is regarded as a mere street urchin in the sorcery community has become ingrained in the collective consciousness, coupled with her peculiar mental state, which often compels her to engage in bizarre antics at the slightest provocation. Kinjaku merely chalked it up to his own misfortune. It was entirely plausible for Lu Shenlin to wander around the Zenin estate, was it not? Of course, it was reasonable. After all, had she not also visited on the day Zenin Naoya awakened his technique? Was it justifiable for Lu Shenlin to eliminate the chef out of dissatisfaction? Absolutely. The supervisory department had undergone 2 rounds of leadership changes due to her actions. He attempted to comprehend the whims of a capricious individual, yet at times, Kinjaku even speculated whether Lu Shenlin's technique was aptly named whimsy. He could never predict what might transpire next. The variables were simply too numerous. No one could ascertain the reasons behind the sudden appearance of this individual, who, without a shred of restraint, disrupted all meticulously laid plans. Kinjaku ventured to the Kamo family, his most extensive network of subordinates. Subordinate C and Subordinate D clandestinely met with him to share intelligence, and after following the usual protocol, Lu Shenlin promptly sought trouble with the Kamo family. In the same familiar manner, she instigated conflict, nitpicked, and resorted to violence. Consequently, yet another subordinate met their demise, and the Kamo family was compelled to pay Lu Shenlin a sum for emotional distress. The specificity of her actions struck Kinjaku with a sudden realization, extinguishing any semblance of humor within him. Could it be that Lu Shenlin had truly orchestrated something against him? Why was it that every time he encountered someone, another life was extinguished? How naive he had been to think he had successfully evaded her grasp through numerous stratagems. Little did he know that everything unfolded beneath her watchful gaze. As he pondered, a chill crept down Kinjaku's spine. He recalled Lu Shenlin's gaze upon him, akin to that of someone observing a reptile, a clown, a mere jest for others' amusement. This thought sent beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. Having lived as a rat in the shadows for a millennium, the sudden illumination from a manhole cover felt like an unbearable panic, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of vulnerability. No, this wouldn't do. He had to change his body immediately. Unable to endure the sensation of being surveilled, Kinjaku hastily selected a suitable vessel and hastily dispatched a homeless man, draped in the guise of the vagrant, reeking of filth as he leaned against a roadside dumpster. He felt a strange sense of security wash over him. Diligently, Kinjaku endeavored to cultivate new subordinates, and this time fortune smiled upon him. His new subordinate was a high-ranking member of the Kamo family, who had never stepped beyond their gates, a true relic of feudalism. Kinjaku believed he had secured an infallible plan. Yet, unexpectedly, Lu Shenlin paid a visit to the Kamo residence. What transpired was self-evident. The sorcery community buzzed with tales of Lu Shenlin's recent revival, her mood rather bleak. As she took to randomly selecting a few fortunate souls from the sorcery world to eliminate, subsequently extorting them for monetary gain, only Kinjaku found himself quietly shattering. He had certainly heard such rumors and was well aware they were unfounded. This was no random selection. It was clear she was targeting him. On the surface, it appeared he had escaped, but in reality, Lu Shenlin loomed over him like a profound shadow, and even with a new body, nothing had changed. It was over for him, Kinjaku lamented. Summer storms arrive abruptly. The typhoon, formidable in strength, mercilessly swept across the entirety of Neon, with Tokyo experiencing a week of relentless rain. Ever since that fateful evening of hot pot with Lu Shenlin, Suguru Geto found himself drawn here daily. Geto's parents, witnessing their son forge new friendships, seemed to emerge from their psychological struggles, reveling in this newfound circumstance. All in all, it was a splendid vacation. Reclining on the sofa alongside Watanabe, the fox-eyed child squinted contentedly. This summer has truly been delightful. Watanabe replied, summer vacation? Indeed, after finishing kindergarten. I shall soon be entering elementary school next month. With a dramatic gasp, Watanabe expressed a sympathetic pity. You still have to go to school? How tragic. But everyone must study. That's what compulsory education is all about. Learning is our duty. Geto retorted. Yet I am exempt, the silver-haired child pondered. I receive my education at home through family studies. Although Rin once mentioned that lacking formal qualifications is a drawback, isn't it all the same? Family studies? Geto's tone was one of bewilderment, though he was highly receptive. What grade are you at now? Watanabe replied, I'm not quite sure. Thus, Geto, employing his astute intellect, brought along his homework the following day. The child, poised to enter first grade in the latter half of the year, was particularly diligent, even acquiring first-grade textbooks in advance for preparatory study. Watanabe perused the textbook for roughly 20 minutes, his expression deepening into one of existential contemplation as he closed the book. What's wrong? Geto had already rehearsed comforting words in his mind, suspecting that Watanabe, having never undergone systematic knowledge enlightenment, might struggle to comprehend the material. Nevertheless, he assured himself that he would not mock him. Instead, Watanabe slowly, in an incredulous tone, remarked, Do we really need to study this sort of thing? Geto responded, Of course we do. We must learn even the most basic concepts. Watanabe, wide-eyed, continued, Huh? So, you'll be learning this next semester? Addition and subtraction? My goodness. It's simply addition and subtraction. Isn't that something one could grasp with just a casual listen? Why dedicate an entire year to learn it? Geto replied. Then what level are you currently at? The 7-year-old Watanabe responded, Quadratic functions. Geto's small eyes brimmed with immense confusion. Huh? Watanabe produced a book he perused during his leisure time. For the merely 5-year-old Geto, this was a tad too advanced. I can't comprehend any of this, he murmured. Did you not say you were always on missions or studying sorcery knowledge? How do you find time for such things? I just look at it during my free time. It's not that complicated, Watanabe replied nonchalantly. Geto was taken aback. After spending an entire summer playing with friends, he was now confronted with the revelation that Watanabe had reached such an academic level, regardless of whether it was due to hard work or innate talent. It was indeed a bitter pill to swallow. He found it hard to accept this reality, staggering back a couple of steps, his face a mask of disbelief. The dark-haired child contacted his parents via his smartwatch, informing them he would be having lunch at a friend's house, after which he awaited Lu Xinlin's return home. Geto inquired, Ms. Lu Xun, is Watanabe's mathematics all learned from you? Lu Xinlin replied, I only teach sorcery. At that moment, Geto felt as though he were teetering on the brink of collapse, akin to a cabbage battered by wind and rain. Astonishingly, it was true. What was true? Watanabe had genuinely achieved such a level in mathematics? With a faint semblance of professional ethics, Lu Xinlin attempted to comfort him. It's all right. At least you possess your own strengths. After a brief silence, the child with ebony hair and fox-like eyes gazed at her with a glimmer of hope. What strengths? Lu Xinlin, taken aback, pondered for a moment. She had not spent enough time with this child to discern any particular strengths. Hesitating briefly, under the child's eager gaze, the golden-eyed girl suspiciously diverted her gaze. Well, it's that thing, you know, the one everyone is aware of, right? Xia Yojia, ever perceptive, immediately lowered his gaze, his voice involuntarily dropping an octave. I understand. Good, as long as you do. Meanwhile, the kitten, a dairy cow variety, flitted its gaze between the two, utterly bewildered by their cryptic exchange. Lu Xinlin remarked, It can only be grasped intuitively. Xia Yojia responded, Ms. Lu Xinlin must think of me as a diligent and exemplary child, but to articulate it would be too disheartening, so I fully comprehend. The two reached an inexplicable consensus on some matter and promptly shifted to another topic. Lu Xinlin initiated a series of inquiries. Xia, will you be advancing to elementary school next semester? Have you completed your homework? How are your grades? Her proficiency in questioning led her to realize, only after speaking, the inconsistency in her inquiries. This is a transition from kindergarten to primary school, not from primary to junior high. Which parent discusses grades and homework in kindergarten? To her surprise, Xia Yojia lowered his head in apparent shame. I should have completed it, but this summer, meeting sorcerers like you and befriending Wutian made me somewhat lax. Lu Xinlin's smile faltered slightly. Wait, kindergarten still has homework? A fragment of knowledge, once dormant, surged back into her mind. The law, inscribed in black and white, clearly states that assigning homework is illegal, not just in elementary school, but even in the 2nd grade. While the world has certainly changed, surely it has not escalated to such an extent. Observing the lives of ordinary people, she noted they had not yet reached that level of strain. Xia Yojia shook his head, explaining, Not exactly. My parents are quite strict with me and have already purchased first-grade textbooks and practice exercises in advance. But I don't mind. The starting line. A child cannot afford to lag behind at the outset. Lu Xinlin was rendered speechless, regarding him with a complex expression for a few seconds before averting her gaze. Chapter 60, On Death. Realizing that Lu Shenlin had indeed placed some tracking mark on him, and that he was unable to perceive it, Xuanzu remained stationary in the desolate underground chamber, having ceased all movement. He decided to halt his actions for the time being, resorting to electronic means to contact his subordinates. Xuanzu felt an urgent necessity to seal Lu Shenlin. The sealing method gleaned from the Tianshi required a considerable amount of high-grade cursed tools as offerings, which he had yet to gather and could not personally seek out. Thus, he entrusted these tasks to Li Mei. Li Mei's objectives diverged from his own. He merely aspired to be the most loyal dog of the dual-faced Sukuna. Even when the fingers of the cursed king, Sukuna, had been severed into 20 pieces scattered across the neon landscape, Li Mei still wished to resurrect him before becoming his dog. Such daunting loyalty could easily become a point of exploitation, and Xuanzu was currently holding on to this vulnerability. Initially, Li Mei declined, his voice on the phone dripping with sarcasm. "I am not among the brainwashed fools you command. What does your vendetta against Lu Shenlin have to do with me?" Xuanzu, slowly retreating into the basement, typed with a 26-key keyboard. "If you do not assist me in locating the cursed objects, and Lu Shenlin remains unsealed, I will undoubtedly perish at her hands." Li Mei continued to chuckle coldly. "Then I must reconsider whether collaborating with you is a wise choice." Xuanzu delivered a decisive blow. "But only I know the whereabouts of a portion of Sukuna's fingers. Li Mei?" An eerie silence enveloped the chat window for a few minutes. Li Mei, gritting his teeth, finally asked, "What cursed tools do you need?" Xuanzu had at last found someone to assist him in procuring cursed objects. After that, he remained hidden in the barren basement, setting up layer upon layer of modified tints to the best of his ability to obstruct all forms of detection. So, has he truly remained in that spot without moving for half a month? Wu Tian mused while scooping up a spoonful of mousse. He really knows how to stay put. His gaze fell upon Lu Shenlin, who was seated on the sofa, scrutinizing her account balance. The girl with black hair and golden eyes casually scrolled through her phone, the accumulated amount from recent endeavors leaving even Wu Tian astounded. Initially, he thought it unnecessary to spare the life of that brainless fool, but upon witnessing Lu Shenlin's subsequent actions, he recognized her sagacity. The sorcery community was oblivious to the reality of the situation. What others perceived was a far cry from the truth. The actual events unfolded as follows. Lu Shenlin perished, compelling Wu Tian to wield a woven steel needle, leading her to deliver herself to death. Out of curiosity, Wu Tian's soul was severed, causing him excruciating pain that nearly resulted in his demise. Lu Shenlin located the brainless fool and reclaimed her body, resurrecting herself. She commenced eliminating Xuanzu's pawns, simultaneously extorting, crossed out, collecting labor fees. In the eyes of the rest of the sorcery community, however, it appeared as if Wu Tian, the divine child, had endured in silence, ultimately succeeding in eliminating the malignant tumor that was Lu Shenlin. Wu Tian suffered backlash, nearly losing his life. He made a tactical error, allowing Lu Shenlin to revive, but due to a betrayal by a student, she was in a foul mood, randomly selecting a family or faction to execute her well-practiced trifecta of strategies, provoking conflict, killing, and extorting. This sequence of actions flowed as smoothly as eating and drinking, inciting frustration among the masses, for she would act without hesitation, leaving no room for negotiation. Her background and identity were but fleeting clouds in the sky, reflections in the water. She cared not at all. Thus, for a time, the entire sorcery community was gripped by trepidation. It is difficult to articulate the feeling of living with one's tail between one's legs, particularly since the higher-ups had been audacious for so many years without experiencing such humiliation. Everything felt insubstantial, yet the sense of suffocation was palpably real. However, none of this affected Lu Shenlin. Autumn was approaching. The sweltering winds finally carried with them a hint of coolness, and the wind chimes by the window resonated with the lingering echoes of summer, tinkling melodiously. The wind chime was a gift from Xiaoyojia. The young wild sorcerer had fortuitously encountered a fairy godmother, subsequently delving into the matters of the sorcery world, and had quickly found companionship, visiting Lu Shenlin every few days. The wind chime Xiaoyojia selected was adorned with a ceramic black and white dairy cow cat, appearing exceedingly charming. He had set his sights on it at first glance and decided to spend his pocket money to purchase it as a gift for Jumai. It's truly adorable. Perhaps due to their similar ages, Wu Tian and Xiaoyojia swiftly became friends during the half-month Lu Shenlin spent in the sorcery world, causing trouble and extorting. Due to the deliberate control exercised by the Wu Tian family, Wu Tian had never had age-appropriate playmates. Lu Shenlin was surrounded only by cats, Imai Takuya, and Morshiraki. Imai Takuya was a middle-aged corporate drone with nothing in common with children, while Morshiraki was a die-hard otaku with no connection to the vibrant world of socializing. Lu Shenlin, on the other hand, was someone the sorcery community avoided at all costs, consumed by thoughts of wealth and a morbid desire for death. not a derogatory term. In his youthful exuberance, the young deity often found himself in spirited discussions with his mentor, primarily revolving around which newly released desserts were delectable and the philosophical musings on the nature of mortality. Yet, there were moments when Saturu Gojo felt a profound sense of ennui. His boredom led him to converse with a certain cowcat, a companion that was seldom home, as it spent most of its time darting through the neon-lit streets in search of sustenance, often feasting on the discarded emotions of Rika. This monotony was disrupted with the arrival of Suguru Geto, who introduced Gojo to the whimsical realms of manga and video games. Upon first encounter, the white-haired boy was utterly captivated, marveling at the sheer amusement such creations offered. Thus, Gojo unwittingly unlocked the gateway to a new world. In the presence of Takuya Imai, the young deity succumbed to the allure of gaming at an astonishing pace, far surpassing anyone's expectations. During Geto's absence, he would seize the opportunity to engage in gameplay with the returning cowcat, often triumphing due to the feline's clumsy handling of the controller. The cowcat, exasperated, would remark, "You're being rather unfair." In response, the young Gojo would retort, "Rika has been perpetually occupied, and Geto's visits have dwindled. I have no choice but to play with you." The cowcat suggested, "You could engage in exorcising cursed spirits. A sorcerer's skills can atrophy without practice. Why not hone your abilities?" Gojo had only briefly studied martial arts, yet fighting served as an outlet for his youthful energy. With Rika having eliminated several unproductive sorcerers in the field, the number of practitioners had indeed diminished. Although the busy summer for sorcerers was waning, the decline in cursed spirits did not match the reduction of sorcerers, and the existing spirits had grown considerably stronger due to the prevailing balance. Should Gojo wish, he would certainly find ample tasks awaiting him. Surprisingly, the cowcat's words piqued Gojo's curiosity as he blinked his large, expressive eyes and innocently queried, "But why should I? I am merely 7 years old. Who, aside from that rascal Rika, would send a child into the jaws of peril?" The cowcat, observing with a rare seriousness, replied, "Have you become so accustomed to uttering such words against your caretaker? What has she molded you into?" Yet, there was a semblance of truth in the feline's observation. Had it not been for Rika's impulsive nurturing, Gojo would have likely followed a path akin to Naoya Zenin, shielded and cultivated by his family until he eventually mastered his techniques and matured into a stable, elite sorcerer. Fortuitously, Rika's nurturing had not yielded dire consequences. Gojo had withstood her rigorous training and emerged resilient, thus affording him considerable leisure. The cowcat stretched languidly, swaying its tail under Gojo's azure gaze before turning away in silence. Gojo playfully poked the cowcat's head, eliciting a reflexive twitch of its black-tipped ears. Just as the feline was about to suggest he play, the white-haired child interjected, "I have long harbored a question. Sesame, do you comprehend why Rika yearns for death?" Initially, he perceived the yearning for death as merely a state of living. However, after being compelled to end Rika's life, he suddenly grasped the profound reality. She truly desired to vanish from this world, leaving no trace behind, to be forever lost in slumber. Her physical form abandoned, her spirit muted, her thoughts suspended, and her rationality extinguished, perhaps even transcending to another realm. This concept bewildered him. The cowcat regarded him for several moments, its tone imbued with an unusual gravity. "Do you genuinely wish to know?" Gojo's heart raced with anticipation, and he breathed more slowly. "Indeed, what do you know?" The cowcat hesitated, its feline features betraying an internal struggle, before finally uttering, "Perhaps if you were to inquire directly with your caretaker, she might divulge the answers you seek." Initially unsure of the reason, the cowcat, as a creation of Rika's power, instinctively sought to absorb fragments of her emotions, tirelessly traversing the globe in search of the remnants she left behind. Most of these emotional shards transformed into formidable cursed spirits, while a select few became attached to objects, often accompanied by memories, some joyous, yet predominantly sorrowful. "I can only tell you that when your caretaker arrived in this world, she was bereft of memories. Her recollections were pulverized, akin to fish flakes tossed into a meat grinder," the cowcat lamented, "and one day, she chose to cease her search for memory. That past, while seemingly trivial, bore a weight of sadness that many, unaware of the context, might find excessive." Gojo sensed he should refrain from probing too deeply, yet curiosity gnawed at him, compelling him to ask, "Am I aware of that past?" "You are," the cowcat replied, tilting its head. "Your caretaker has mentioned it before." Gojo was privy to two details about Rika's history, one being the demise of her teaching credentials, and the other, the tragic fate of her 28 students who perished amidst the chaos of awakened abilities, though he remained uncertain of their veracity. A heavy silence enveloped him as he muttered, "She has taken so many lives. Would she truly mourn the loss of those 28 students?" "It is not the same," the cowcat asserted. As time passed, it absorbed more knowledge, growing in rationality. Rika had never expected her 28 disabled students to thrive in a world where supernatural powers and magic intertwined with rapid technological advancement. Yet she still poured her heart and soul into her efforts. The Cowcat's admission revealed the truth behind Rika's seemingly nonchalant remarks. Her mental state has always been precarious. The Cowcat suddenly recalled. Yet, she was once a normal person. The price of losing one's memories and emotions is becoming a detached being. No. Rika has transcended even the scientific definition of humanity. With no material or physiological needs, the acts of eating and sleeping have become obsolete. And even the right to die has been stripped away by the powers she has consumed. Is that not a cost of its own? Negative emotions of sorcerers do not manifest as cursed spirits. They merely transform into greater strength. Rika's negative emotions, however, birthed countless cursed spirits, though the Cowcat swiftly eliminated them, remaining undetected by the sorcerers. If only you would grow up quickly, it mused. Why? Gojo inquired. If you mature swiftly, you could accompany your caretaker on her final journey. I wish for her desires to be fulfilled, truly. What if I am unable to? Gojo asked. Believe me, if you find yourself lacking the power to defeat her, she will not hesitate to eliminate you, without the possibility of resurrection. Gojo sensed the gravity in its words. With newfound resolve, he picked up his phone and dialed Takuya Rimai. Hello, bring me every cursed spirit you can find. Yes, the stronger, the better. I refuse to meet my end, not Rika. But I